Chapter 1. Could you give me another beating? Whoa. Outside the window, the cold wind howled. Within the gatehouse of the Xianyang sect of the Great Zhou dynasty, Chen Ping slowly opened his eyes, revealing a dilapidated room before him. A wave of pain coursed through his body. All of this was thanks to Lin Pingzhi, an outer disciple of the Xianyang sect. That brat, relying on his uncle being the third elder of the sect, acted with impunity, even going so far as to bully female disciples during the day. As a model youth of the 21st century, how could Chen Ping stand idly by? Thus, he stepped forward to intervene, only to find himself on the receiving end of a beating. By now, you must have guessed it. Indeed, he has traversed to another world. This man also bears the name Chen Ping and is the ancient gatekeeper of the Xianyang sect, now 58 years old. He grew up alongside Gu Zhishuan, the young master of the Xianyang sect. Unfortunately, he is a waste, incapable of cultivation by nature. Out of consideration for face, he was assigned to guard the gate. Yet he remained a waste. This resulted in no one respecting him from the moment he took on the duty of gatekeeper. Even newly admitted disciples dared to mock him, and some even resorted to physical violence. This starting point is a bit challenging. After a moment of internal lamentation, Chen Ping turned to gaze at the stove within the room. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Surviving was the only path forward. He closed his eyes and drifted off into a drowsy slumber. Respect your elders. Follow the teachings. Evil must be punished. As dawn broke, Chen Ping was startled awake by the sounds of morning exercises from the Xianyang sect. Lazily opening his eyes, he surveyed the scene within the room. Suddenly, a luminous screen appeared before him with a whoosh. System? Ha! A glimmer of excitement lit up Chen Ping's eyes as he curiously examined the screen before him. Having traversed for 3 days, he had been eagerly anticipating this moment. However, as he continued to look, he was left dumbfounded. The screen was utterly blank, devoid of any content. Not even a punctuation mark. Empty. What is going on? Chen Ping's mind momentarily went blank. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. That old codger. I must give him another beating today. He dares to ruin my good fortune. Though the figures were not yet visible, their voices were unmistakable. Bang! The door was violently kicked open, and 3 figures strode in. Startled by their entrance, Chen Ping instinctively jolted, only to amuse the 3 intruders. Haha, a waste is still a waste. Even the act of opening a door can scare him. How could the young master have such friends? Truly a disgrace to our Xianyang sect. The leader of the trio was none other than Lin Pingzhi, flanked by 2 of his lackeys. Chen Ping narrowed his eyes involuntarily. In his current state, even facing one of them would be a challenge, let alone 3. What to do? What to do? His mind raced. If he had a younger body, it might be manageable, but alas, he was merely an old man of 58. Even if he knew some moves, he would still be at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a glimmer of moonlight caught his peripheral vision, and he noticed some lines of text appearing on the system. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 6. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 3. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 3. There was a note beneath. The host can enhance body, talent, lifespan, etc. using collected emotions. Holy cow! Chen Ping's squinted eyes widened in astonishment. This is incredible! Isn't this invincible? Overwhelmed with joy, he quickly glanced at the option buttons beside him. Without hesitation, he chose to increase his physical strength. The body is the foundation of revolution. Congratulations, your physical strength has increased. With the system's notification, his derision points reset to 0. Chen Ping hurriedly scanned his physical attributes. Physical strength, entry level. In an instant, Chen Ping felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through him. Yes, this is the feeling of strength. A smile involuntarily spread across Chen Ping's face. With the system at his disposal, he was on the brink of soaring to new heights. Bang! Just as he was reveling in his newfound strength, Lin Pingzhi landed a punch squarely on his chin. Crack! With a sharp sound, Lin Pingzhi's jaw dislocated. The impact left him dazed, tumbling onto the bed. Old codger, seeing the young master here, you dare to smile? Truly, you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. I won't let you off so easily. You waste. Lin Pingji, feeling belittled, was consumed by rage. His fists rained down like a storm, one after another. Chun Ping covered his head with his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he watched the system notifications. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 3. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 4. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 3. In the blink of an eye, the derision points accumulated to 20. Increase my physical strength. Add more. Once again, the derision points reset to 0, and his physical strength attributes changed. Physical strength. Entry level 2. Entry level 2? Chun Ping was momentarily taken aback. Entry level even has divisions? What a scam. Chun Ping couldn't help but grin at this rate. How long would it take to become unparalleled in the world? Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 3. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 2. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 1. While he examined the system, Lin Pingji continued his assault. However, the derision points steadily decreased until they ceased altogether. Lin bro, enough already. Stop hitting him. You'll really kill him. One of the lackeys urged. Another follower chimed in with concern. Lin bro, after all, he knows the young master. If you kill him, the young master will hold us accountable, and we cannot bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Lin Pingji finally relented. Breathing heavily, he pointed at Chun Ping, who was still protecting his head, and warned, Old codger, if you dare to whine again, I'll finish you off. With that, Lin Pingji waved his hand to his two lackeys. Let's go. The three turned to leave. Don't go. Chun Ping poked his head out, eyes gleaming with desire. Could you beat me a little longer? Upon hearing this, Lin Pingji and his companions were momentarily stunned. Then came an eruption of fury. You old codger, you truly are a glutton for punishment. Lin Pingji's previously simmering anger flared up once more. With a swift motion, he lunged forward. Wielding his fists, he began to pound Chun Ping mercilessly. Lin Pingji quickly shielded his head, excitement dancing in his eyes as he observed the system notifications. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 6. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 5. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 7. In a short span, he accumulated over 20 derision points again. Add. Give me all you've got. His physical strength was ceaselessly increasing. In less than 2 minutes, the physical strength attribute transformed into entry level 4. Chun Ping felt as though he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. Incredible! Incredible! Giggling, he couldn't help but erupt into laughter, sounding almost pig-like. Lin Pingji, caught off guard by the laughter, froze mid-attack. His two lackeys were equally bewildered. Chapter 2. This old fool has ulterior motives. Originally, they intended to step forward and advise him, but upon hearing that laughter, they were left dumbfounded. How could one laugh while being beaten? Lin Pingji's expression turned sinister. Very well, it seems this old codger truly deserves a beating. Let's see if I can't beat you to death. Wow! Lin Pingji, fueled by anger, summoned all his strength, throwing punch after punch at Chun Ping. In the room, the sounds of bang and bang echoed continuously. Simultaneously, the system notifications grew more frequent. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 10. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 11. Detected host being mocked and scorned. Derision points 10. The derision points soared higher than before, showcasing Lin Pingji's intense fury. After a full minute of relentless blows, Lin Pingji began to tire, his movements slowing. Seizing the opportunity, the two lackeys urged, Lin bro, that's enough. If you keep hitting him, he might really die. Huff. Lin Pingji exhaled heavily, spitting out a mouthful of saliva in frustration. This old codger can really take a beating. As he spoke, Lin Pingji opened his mouth, but he was simply too exhausted to continue. He could only weakly wave his hand, signaling that they could leave. Just as the three reached the doorway, Chun Ping called out to them again. Why are you leaving? Continue. Chun Ping's face was flushed, brimming with excitement. There was no trace of the frailty of old age. He felt as though he had regained 10 years of youth. At this moment, the three were utterly bewildered. After enduring such a beating, how could this old fellow show no signs of pain and instead appear increasingly exhilarated? Could he be a masochist? Even Lin Pingji began to feel a twinge of unease. One of the lackeys uncertainly remarked, "Lin bro, perhaps the old fellow is experiencing a resurgence of vitality?" Another quickly added, "Let's take advantage while he's still alive. Hurry and leave." Lin Pingji took this into account, and without a word, he turned on his heel and departed. Although the third elder was his uncle, should Chen Ping be killed, he would inevitably face punishment. Yet Chen Ping was undeterred. He sprang up abruptly. Pointing at the three of them, he exclaimed, "What the hell? You three useless fools. Why are you leaving without a word? Is it not enough for me yet? Keep going." The three who had just stepped out of the room suddenly felt a surge of anger. Even Lin Pingzi's two lackeys were incensed. Out of respect for the young master, they dared not lay a hand on Lin Pingji. After all, he had the third elder as his backing, whereas they did not. However, Chen Ping's words ignited their fury as well. "Damn it, I must beat him to death today." Lin Pingzi's rage twisted his mouth. He turned back and rushed into the room again, with his two lackeys following closely behind. Bang! 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 The room was instantly filled with the sound of fists meeting flesh. This time, all three attacked simultaneously, striking Chen Ping from all angles, leaving no escape. Chen Ping employed the same tactic as before, cradling his head with both arms, while he gazed at the system panel, excitedly emitting pig-like squeals. Goo-goo! His amusement only fueled the trio's anger. They put all their strength into every punch and kick aimed at him. Correspondingly, the taunting value skyrocketed. Detected that the host has been mocked and scorned. Taunting value 12. Detected that the host has been mocked and scorned. Taunting value 11. Detected that the host has been mocked and scorned. Taunting value 10. However, as the beating continued, the three began to sense something amiss. Chen Ping's body was becoming increasingly resilient. In the end, it felt as though they were striking a steel plate. One powerful punch, instead, sent pain coursing through their hands. Could it be that the old man is dead? One lackey exclaimed in panic. Upon death, the body would become rigid. Lin Pingji hastily withdrew his hands, a trace of alarm in his eyes. For if Chen Ping were to die, the three of them would surely face severe retribution. They could even be stripped of their cultivation and expelled from the sect. Let's go. If we don't hurry, it will be too late. The three dared not even glance back, scrambling to flee. What the hell? Why are they leaving again? Before they could exit, they heard Chen Ping's voice, lingering with desire. The three froze in place, instinctively turning to look back, only to see Chen Ping beaming at them. And whether it was an illusion or not, he appeared to have rejuvenated by at least 20 years. The wrinkles vanished, his eyes sparkled with life, radiating vitality. Unbelievable. Lin Pingji and his companions were once again bewildered. Not only was Chen Ping alive, but how was he seemingly younger? "Come on, kid, continue." From the bed, Chen Ping beckoned them with a finger, his face brimming with excitement. The three involuntarily shivered, their eyes betraying a hint of trepidation. This scene resembled a courtesan beckoning patrons outside a brothel at the foot of the mountain. But the crucial detail was that the one enticing them was an old man. "Why have you stopped?" Chen Ping smirked, his expression a mix of mischief and thrill. In just a short while, his physical strength had elevated to level 6. The power coursing through him made him feel capable of arm wrestling a tiger. Yet his smile, seen through the eyes of Lin Pingji and his companions, took on a sinister undertone. "Damn it, this old man is up to no good. This old fool has ill intentions. Things are getting serious." Detected that the host has been despised. Disdain value 22. Detected that the host has been despised. Disdain value 22. Detected that the host has been despised. Disdain value 22. The system panel incessantly refreshed with information. But Chen Ping had no time to pay attention. He could not let them off so easily. Landing lightly, he propelled himself forward, resembling a cannonball as he launched into the fray. Chun Ping was ecstatic. This was his first full-powered attempt, and he had not anticipated such ferocity. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Lin Pingji and his companions. However, lacking control over his strength, his body collided with them, sending all three flying. Fortunately, Lin Pingji acted as a meat shield, sparing their faces from impact. Prone on the ground, Lin Pingji felt the weight of a person atop him. Without a doubt, it was Chun Ping. In that instant, Lin Pingji's hair stood on end, and goosebumps erupted all over his body. Damn it, get off me, and not into this. Detected that the host has been despised. Disdain value 88. Detected that the host has been despised. Disdain value 88. Detected that the host has been despised. Disdain value 88. At that moment, the system was in a frenzy of updates, and the numbers were alarmingly high. Clearly, Lin Pingji was in a state of utter panic. I'm not done yet. Why did you leave? Chun Ping grinned widely as he rose, eagerly gazing at Lin Pingji. Lin Pingji's eyes were filled with terror. I want. Noticing this, Chun Ping's brows furrowed, and he turned to his two lackeys, who were shaking their heads like a rattle drum. I absolutely won't. Kill me, and I still won't do it. Chun Ping's expression darkened instantaneously. Without emotion, how could he level up? If he didn't level up, how could he go out and show off? But seeing the trio's demeanor, it appeared unlikely that they would strike him again. Since you refuse to hit me, I shall strike you instead. Chun Ping cracked his knuckles ominously, his eyes glinting with coldness. Having endured their blows for so long, it was time for him to vent his frustrations. Chapter 3. Do not approach me. How audacious! Do you dare strike me? Lin Pingji was instantly agitated, his mind racing back to the rumors of malevolent deeds, sending a shiver down his spine. His two companions, equally alarmed, quickly rallied together, casting cold, penetrating glares at Chun Ping. Though they were merely fledgling disciples, they had long since grasped the fundamentals of their practice. Particularly Lin Pingji, who had already been instructed by the third elder and had officially embarked upon the path of cultivation, making him far from an ordinary mortal. Confronting the notorious waste, Chun Ping, he felt an overwhelming sense of confidence. Pointing a finger at Chun Ping, Lin Pingji menacingly declared, if you dare to come any closer, even at the cost of being stripped of my cultivation and expelled from the sect, I will slay you. Such excessive chatter. Chun Ping sneered, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of energy. In that moment, he appeared like a fleeting specter. Despite Lin Pingji's extensive training, he was unable to intercept him. Bang! Lin Pingji was sent sprawling by Chun Ping's impact. Almost immediately, he felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on him, immobilizing him completely. Get off, my virtue. I am no longer pure. Lin Pingji howled almost hysterically, his eyes wide with terror. Enough with your nonsense, Chun Ping retorted, irritation lacing his voice as he delivered a resounding slap. Crack! The sound abruptly silenced Lin Pingji, who promptly lost consciousness. Goodness, such strength! Chun Ping mused, glancing at his hand and then at the unconscious Lin Pingji, momentarily taken aback, however. Recalling how he had launched himself like a cannonball, he quickly reconciled with the situation. He then turned his attention to Lin Pingji's two companions. Now, it's your turn. Chun Ping chuckled darkly. I hope you won't be too fragile. The two men shuddered involuntarily, unable to suppress their panic as they cried out. Do not come any closer. Unfortunately for them, Chun Ping had already resolved to teach them a lesson. In the next instant, he lunged forward like a projectile, but this time he had begun to harness his strength. He closed the distance to the two men in an instant, raising his hands to deliver two sharp slaps. Smack, smack. The crisp sounds echoed as the two were sent flying like kites caught in a gust of wind. Thud. Thud. They crashed to the ground, rolling their eyes back in their heads, both rendered unconscious. It seems I need to moderate my strength. I had intended to strike them a few more times, but they are simply too fragile. Shaking his head, Chun Ping's face lit up with excitement. Tio possessed such power at the 6th level of entry, he wondered what heights he could reach with further advancement. With that thought, he quickly accessed the system. Wait, what? Chen Ping stared in astonishment as a new metric labeled disdain value appeared on the system panel, soaring to an astonishing 500. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Increase my physical strength. All of it." With the disdain value reduced to 0, Chen Ping felt his body grow even stronger, the vigor coursing through every muscle. He felt invincible, as if he could fell a tiger with a single blow. Upon checking his physical strength, he found it had ascended to a new level. Dragon Scale Level 1. He quickly rifled through his memories, realizing this was a threshold only inner disciples could achieve. Truly, having a system was exhilarating. A grin spread across Chen Ping's face as he cast a glance at the 3 unconscious figures on the ground. He approached them, delivering a kick to each, all the while striving to temper his strength. For had he unleashed his full power, he would surely have shattered their spines. Yet, even with restraint, they flew through the air like leaves caught in a tempest. Bang! Bang bang! Accompanied by 3 dull thuds, exclamations of outrage ensued. "Who ambushed me?" My eyelids have been twitching. I knew something was amiss. There are always scoundrels seeking to do me harm. Chen Ping grinned broadly as he stepped into the room. Realizing there were indeed fools in this world, when the opportunity arose, he would seek out these jesters for conversation. For now, he needed to thoroughly explore the capabilities of his system. It was a potent tool for displaying his prowess in this realm. Lin Pingzhi and his companions were transported to the dormitory of the Outer Disciples, where their instructor arrived to tend to their injuries. Lin Pingzhi had fractured 3 ribs, while the other 2 had suffered 2 fractures each. Fortunately, none were in mortal danger. It was not until noon that the trio regained consciousness, only to erupt in anguished cries reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. "You old wretch, I shall end your life. Such humiliation! Who will compose a lament for me? I am no longer pure." The 3 raged, their eyes wild with fury. Had they not been injured, they would have rushed to exact vengeance on Chen Ping without hesitation. "What happened to you 3? Inquired Du Peng, a comrade of theirs. Among the new Outer Disciples, they were considered a formidable trio, and with the backing of the 3rd Elder, they had been allowed to run rampant. It was unfathomable who could have reduced them to such a state. Gnashing his teeth, Lin Pingzhi replied, "It was that old wretch Chen Ping." Du Peng raised an eyebrow, musing, "Chen Ping? I don't recall any disciple by that name among the new entrants." Lin Pingzhi's face darkened. "He is the old gatekeeper, that useless waste." "What? You jest?" Du Peng was incredulous, unable to believe it is true. Lin Pingzhi lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. "That old fool." Before he could finish, Lin Pingzhi abruptly fell silent, vividly recalling how Chen Ping had been atop him before he lost consciousness. Who could say what Chen Ping might have done during his stupor? A shiver coursed through him at the thought. "I must have revenge. I crave vengeance," Lin Pingzhi hissed through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Seeing Lin Pingzhi's frenzied demeanor, his companions in the room shivered. How could Chen Ping have provoked him? This time, Chen Ping will not escape unscathed. Could it truly be that Lin Pingzhi was beaten by Chen Ping? I refuse to believe it. Some whispered among themselves, yet none dared to defend Chen Ping. It was not worth incurring Lin Pingzhi's wrath for the sake of a mere gatekeeper. Furthermore, given the current state of affairs, no amount of pleading would suffice. Since it was Chen Ping who had offended him, the others resolved to seek retribution on his behalf. Du Peng, with an air of determination, stated, "When the time comes, how we deal with Chen Ping will be entirely up to you." "Thank you, Brother Xiepeng," Lin Pingzhi exclaimed, his anger palpable. "Let us go. We shall find Chen Ping," Du Peng declared, gesturing grandly as he strode toward the exit. "Let us all go. Teach Chen Ping a lesson and avenge Brother Lin." Many followed suit, eager to ingratiate themselves with Lin Pingzhi, for cultivating a friendship with him might yield future benefits, particularly resources from the 3rd Elder. After all, the resources of Xianyang sect were in the hands of the 3rd Elder, who was known as the sect's benefactor. A throng of disciples surged toward the entrance of Xianyang sect, their voices raised in a cacophony of indignation, ready to exact their wrath upon Chen Ping. Chapter for this old fool is rather resilient. A few astute outer disciples procured a stretcher to carry Lin Pingzhi and his 2 companions. Many witnesses observed the spectacle, quietly speculating who would suffer the consequences this time. Meanwhile, Chen Ping remained in his room, astonished as he perused the system interface. Detected host experiencing anger. Anger value 22. detected host experiencing anger. Anger value 20, detected host experiencing anger. Anger value 21. Since noon, the information on the system panel had been incessantly refreshing. Within half an hour, the anger value skyrocketed to over 200. Naturally, Chen Ping retained none of it. Allocating every point to enhance his physical strength, his physical prowess surged to the next level, Dragon Scale Level 2. Each muscle in his body felt as though it was bursting with explosive energy. Why does this feel off? Chen Ping pondered, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the system information. Logically, an anger value above 200 should have yielded more than a single level increase. Was it possible that as one progressed, the emotional requirements for advancement escalated? Much like leveling up in a game, where defeating a few lowly foes might grant rapid advancement, but later, one might require the defeat of dozens to achieve the same result. Whatever. Chen Ping shook his head and redirected his thoughts toward cultivation. He needed to find a way to acquire some cultivation manuals. Having traversed to this realm, he was determined to cultivate. Additionally, he needed to consider how to return to Earth. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Chen Ping couldn't help but frown. Who would have thought that a simple act could lead to such an extraordinary journey? Suddenly, a clamor approached, growing steadily louder from the noise. It was clear that a sizable group was coming, their voices raised in fervor. Let us teach that old wretch a lesson. Yes, avenge Brother Lin. Do not act just yet. Watch how I slap him. Moments later, the door burst open with a resounding crash, and a throng of individuals surged into the room. That old fool. Who is this? A chorus of astonished voices erupted as they turned to gaze at Chen Ping sprawled on the bed. Their expressions a mix of familiarity and confusion, unable to recall where they had seen him before. It was no wonder they failed to recognize him. Due to his enhanced physique, Chen Ping now appeared at least 30 years younger. Resembling a man in his 20s, not only they, but even Lin Pingji failed to recognize you. Who are you, that old fool Chen Ping? Du Peng coldly exclaimed, his face stern, as an outer disciple of the Xianyang sect. He could immediately discern that Chen Ping possessed no spiritual energy, categorizing him as a mere mortal. Thus, his words bore no politeness whatsoever. What is the meaning of this? Chen Ping found himself momentarily taken aback. But in the next instant, his eyes gleamed as he gazed at Lin Pingji, who was being carried in. You have returned? He had initially thought that Lin Pingji would need at least 10 days or half a month to recuperate, which had left him somewhat dejected. Had he known, he would have restrained his efforts. He never anticipated that Lin Pingji would be brought here. You? Observing the wicked smile curling at the corners of Chen Ping's mouth, Lin Pingji felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine. You are Chen Ping? Lin Pingji was instantly bewildered. He had sensed that Chen Ping appeared younger moments ago and had dismissed it as a mere illusion. But now, it was evident that it was not an illusion. It was the truth. His two henchmen were equally perplexed. How could someone age so significantly in such a short span? Indeed, it is I. Chen Ping grinned widely, excitement radiating from him as he turned to the individuals rushing into the room. Have you come to exact revenge for him? He had been lamenting his lack of an outlet for emotional energy. And he hadn't expected such swift arrival. You are Chen Ping. Du Peng was somewhat dazed. He had witnessed Lin Pingji thrashing Chen Ping the day before, when Chen Ping had appeared frail and elderly. Yet now, how had he transformed into a figure in his 20s? Not only he, but the others were equally incredulous. They had all seen Chen Ping, the 58-year-old man. How had he morphed into a youthful lad in his 20s? It is him, no doubt about it. Lin Pingji gritted his teeth and growled. That smile of his. I would recognize it even if it were reduced to ashes. The memory of being pinned beneath Chen Ping made Lin Pingji feel an overwhelming sense of disgust. Yes, it is him, that old fool. His smile is utterly repulsive. His two henchmen nodded in agreement. Is it truly Chen Ping? Du Peng and the others were taken aback, but soon their expressions turned icy as they regarded Chen Ping. Lin Pingji is a disciple of the Xianyang sect. You are but a waste, daring to lay a hand on him. Enough, enough. Stop your incessant chatter. If you wish to hit me, just say so. Chen Ping cast them an impatient glance, skillfully cradling his head in his hands, curling his body into a ball. When it was all over, he didn't forget to inform them, come on, I am ready. This display left them utterly bewildered. All present gaped, dumbfounded. Was this truly the Chen Ping they knew, the old gatekeeper? In the past, he would have argued vehemently, even chastising them. What had happened today? Seeing them frozen in place. Lin Pingji grew anxious. What are you waiting for? Go on. Du Ping's eyes flickered as he looked at Chen Ping, saying, It seems you are prepared to face the consequences. We shall not hold back. With that, Du Peng charged forward, swinging his fist at Chen Ping. Beat this old fool. Avenge Brother Lin. After we finish, make some space for me. A throng of people surged forward, surrounding Chen Ping in layers. Inside the room, the sound of bangs resonated incessantly, each punch landing with a thud. Lin Pingji's face lit up with excitement as he observed the system panel frantically refreshing information. Detected host receiving anger, anger value 8. Detected host receiving anger, anger value 6. Detected host receiving anger, anger value 7. These individuals held no grievances against Chen Ping. They had come here solely to curry favor with Lin Pingji. Therefore, their anger values were rather low. Some were even non-existent. Yet, Chen Ping did not mind in the least. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat, better than nothing. However, as the scuffle continued, many began to grimace and retreat, clutching their wrists. Why have you stopped? Keep going. Lin Pingji urged, astonished at their retreat. Brother Lin, this old guy is a bit tough. One of them winced. Hitting him feels like striking iron. Indeed, this old fellow is problematic. The few outer disciples who had stepped back rubbed their wrists, grimacing in pain. Initially, only 2 or 3 withdrew, but soon all of them had retreated, each one wearing a look of distress. Even Du Peng, who had been among the first to enter, was now flexing his wrist as he stepped back. Brother, it's not that I'm unwilling to exert myself. This old guy is just— Du Peng hesitated, his expression filled with astonishment. Chapter 5, Truly a little Carla. This is quite bizarre. One outer disciple chimed in, no doubt. This is bizarre. They were so many, attacking an old man, and yet the old man seemed unaffected while they were left nursing their sore wrists. Who would believe such a tale? Du Peng nodded in agreement. His brow furrowed as he gazed at Chen Ping. He had a lingering sensation that with every strike, Chen Ping's body grew stronger. Otherwise, with his strength, he could never have felt pain in his wrist. Lin Pingji's expression darkened as he glanced at Chen Ping, then at his entourage of sycophants, his anger surging within him. What do you propose we do? Lin Pingji asked, his voice cold and composed. The humiliation of today shall be etched in my memory for a lifetime, especially the image of Chen Ping atop me. This is simple, Du Peng replied with a self-satisfied grin. If fists won't do, we can use spiritual weapons. As he spoke, an iron rod appeared in Du Peng's hand, about 2 feet long and as thick as a walnut, radiating a faint blue glow. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to the iron rod in his grasp. A spiritual weapon. There was no doubt about it. Many cast envious glances in his direction. Spiritual weapons transcend mundane arms, possessing terrifying power. Who would have thought that after just 1 more year of training, he would possess a spiritual weapon? Sensing their fervent gazes, Du Peng smiled leisurely. This spiritual weapon is named Thunderbolt, bestowed upon me by the 3rd elder. At this point, Du Peng intentionally nodded towards Lin Pingji. Now, everyone understood the situation. It was due to Lin Pingji that the 3rd elder had gifted him this spiritual weapon. In the next moment, all eyes were fervently fixed on Lin Pingji, eager to shower him with adoration. After all, it was a spiritual weapon. Even the most basic spiritual weapon could easily crush any weapon from the mundane world. Thank you, Brother Du. Lin Pingji nodded with a smile, grateful for Du Peng's ability to wield a spiritual weapon at this moment and for directing the hearts of the crowd towards himself. You are too kind. It was merely a small effort on my part. Du Peng confidently gripped the iron rod in his hand. This will be my first time using a spiritual weapon. So let us see its power. With those words, he approached Chen Ping, and the onlookers watched in anticipation. At that moment, Chen Ping spread his arms, gazing at the iron rod in his hand, instinctively murmuring, Thunderbolt? Thunderbolt, this transcendent cultivation, the heaven collapsing and the earth sinking, the purple gold hammer, the purple lightning, this mysterious true flame. Du Peng stood frozen, his mouth agape, while Lin Pingji and the others were equally taken aback. Is this old man insane? They thought. Everyone stared at Chen Ping as if he were a fool. Silence! Lin Pingji shrieked in a fit of rage. Du Gu, strike him quickly. Not only was Lin Pingji furious, But Du Peng also felt a strong sense of disdain. A surge of anger flared within him. Pretending to be mad and foolish is futile. Today, you shall not escape this beating. With that, Du Peng charged forward, raising Thunderbolt to strike down. Some disciples closed their eyes in fear. They had flattered Lin Pingzhi to gain favors. Watching as Chen Ping was about to be brutally injured made them feel a twinge of sympathy. However, Lin Pingzhi and his two hapless henchmen stared wide-eyed, their faces brimming with excitement. In an instant, the iron rod came crashing down. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Then came a soft gasp. Du Peng rubbed his wrist. Shock evident in his eyes. He had not struck with full force, since Chen Ping was a mere mortal and he wielded a spiritual weapon. Yet, to his astonishment, when the rod struck, Chen Ping did not utter a word, appearing entirely unscathed. In contrast, his own wrist throbbed painfully. What on earth is happening? Du Peng's temper flared as he intensified his force and struck again. Before so many witnesses, he could not show even a hint of pain. Clang! Another resounding thud, louder than before, reverberated through the air. The rebound force was tremendous. Ugh! Du Peng couldn't help but grunt, hastily clutching his wrist, wincing in pain. The recoil was so strong it compelled a cry from him. What the hell? The onlooking outer disciples stared at Du Peng in disbelief. Isn't that a spiritual weapon? How is it that Chen Ping is unscathed, yet he is the one in pain? For a moment, most of the crowd's gazes flitted back and forth between Du Peng and Chen Ping. Did the spiritual weapon fail to inflict pain? Was it that Du Peng was incompetent, or was Chen Ping simply too resilient? Are you even capable? Chen Ping spread his arms wide, looking at Du Peng with disdain. If you can't, then find someone else. Those words sent Du Peng's face flushing with rage, alternating between red and white. Detected host receiving anger value 17? The system instantly refreshed the anger value. Good. Du Peng rubbed his wrist, his face a deep shade of anger as he glared at him. This is entirely your doing. If you die, it will merely be your misfortune. Come on. Chen Ping's face was filled with impatience, causing all onlookers to frown. Lin Pingzhi and his two lackeys shivered in fear. It was precisely this expression. This old man truly harbored a twisted heart. The blue glow emanating from the thunder rod intensified, a result of Du Peng infusing it with spiritual energy. A spirit weapon devoid of such energy could only dominate the mundane realm. Yet once infused, its power would escalate several levels. As the blue light grew more intense, Du Peng swung down with the rod. Bang! The sound echoed as if striking an iron plate. Chen Ping, lying on the bed, couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The pain was excruciating. The might of the spirit weapon was indeed extraordinary. With his flesh and blood, enduring such a strike was quite unbearable. Yet, for the sake of emotional value, he had to withstand it. Du Peng immediately displayed a look of joy. Indeed, infusing spiritual energy had proven effective. Beat him hard, Lin Pingzhi exclaimed, nearly falling off the stretcher in excitement. Finally, that old fool was feeling pain. You broke 3 of my ribs. You even sat on me. The outer disciples who flattered Lin Pingzhi cheered him on. Avenge brother Lin. He must not be let off easily. How could Du Peng be unaware of the underlying motives? Whether by following him or using the spirit weapon, it was all to curry favor with Lin Pingzhi. Let us see how you relish the taste of pain. With a cold snort, Du Peng activated the spirit weapon and brought it down once more. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resounded again. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped, but it was not Chen Ping. It was Du Peng himself. His face contorted in pain, turning pale as he clutched his neck, gasping for breath. In comparison, Chen Ping merely frowned slightly, showing no sign of discomfort as he focused intently on the system panel. As long as emotional value appeared, it would immediately bolster his physical strength. He had now reached the level of the coiling dragon. The impact of Du Peng's thunder rod upon him felt akin to a mere tickle. Du Ge. The outer disciples looked utterly bewildered. With the spirit weapon in play, how could Du Peng end up injuring himself? Even Lin Pingzhi was taken aback. While they were confused, Chen Ping was not. He cast a scornful glance at Du Peng. You truly are a little fool. Chapter 6. Help a little fool? Everyone was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the meaning behind the words. However, those with a modicum of sense understood it was a derisive jab at Du Peng. That moment, Du Ping's face oscillated between red and white, both from the shock of the thunder rod and the anger ignited by Qin Ping. Du Gu. Lin Pingji's expression darkened instantly. What is going on? With the spirit weapon in play, why can't you harm Qin Ping? And you've injured your own wrist? He couldn't help but suspect that Du Peng was merely putting on a show for him. Hearing this, Du Ping's composure faltered. This old fool seemed rather peculiar. Peculiar? Lin Pingji raised an eyebrow. Just how peculiar? I refuse to believe he can withstand a spirit weapon's attack. As he spoke, he scanned the area and pointed to one of the outer disciples. Su Feng, you go and give it a try. All right. Su Feng responded eagerly, rolling up his sleeves as he approached, excited to take the spirit weapon from Du Peng. You better be careful. This old man is indeed a bit strange. Du Peng cautioned in a hushed tone. Don't worry, Du Gu. Su Feng chuckled, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain for Du Peng. How laughable. A cultivator wielding a spirit weapon, unable to inflict pain on a mere mortal? I see you're also a little fool. On the bed, Qin Ping cast a disdainful glance at him. Though he could not cultivate, he could clearly see that Su Feng's abilities were likely inferior to Du Ping's. If Du Peng couldn't deal with him, how could Su Feng hope to? Kid, don't get too cocky. Su Feng sneered, brandishing the thunder rod as he glared at Qin Ping. I'm not like Brother Du. Soft-hearted, if you cross paths with me, you might meet your end. At this, Qin Ping felt unfazed. Rather, it was Du Peng who felt a flush of heat on his face. Narrowing his eyes, he glared at Su Feng. His heart filled with derision. Dare to mock me? You'll soon find out. Attack! Lin Pingji growled, eager to witness Qin Ping's torment, even hoping for his demise. I'm ready. Bring it on, Qin Ping declared. Arms crossed over his head, feigning indifference. This is entirely your doing. Su Feng snorted, channeling spiritual energy into the weapon, a surge of strength flooding back to him, enhancing his confidence. Ha! With a shout, the thunder rod swung down at Qin Ping. Bang! A dull thud echoed, akin to iron striking the ground from a great height. The intense sound reverberated, causing everyone's ears to ring painfully. The next moment, a scream pierced the air. Su Feng's face turned ashen as he cradled his right arm, wailing in agony, nearly fainting from the pain. His arm hung limply, as if broken, while the thunder rod had long since been sent flying. How could this happen? Everyone was left in stunned silence, particularly Lin Pingji. He knew the thunder rod's might. Though it was merely a low-grade spirit weapon, an ordinary mortal could never withstand it. Even cultivators of the same level would suffer broken bones from a single strike. How could Qin Ping endure it, and yet Su Feng was the one injured? Deserved, Du Peng sneered from the side, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. Being granted a spirit weapon by the third elder. Qin Ping was clearly no ordinary individual. He had noticed Qin Ping's peculiarities from the outset. Thus, he had never gone all out. Otherwise, Su Feng would have fared far worse. Extending his hand, Qin Ping looked at Su Feng with scorn. You truly are a little fool. It was you who struck me, yet you ended up with a broken hand? Detecting the host experiencing fear value 22. Su Feng clutched his injured hand, gazing at Qin Ping in terror, hastily retreating as if Qin Ping were a demon. Curse you! Lin Pingji gritted his teeth in fury, his eyes nearly ablaze. He never expected that even with the aid of a spirit weapon, Qin Ping would remain unharmed. Let us go, Lin Pingji commanded, his face ashen as he gestured for his aides to carry him away. This matter could not simply be overlooked. He would return with reinforcements. He would not rest until Qin Ping was incapacitated. The outer disciples who had rallied to cheer them on hurriedly followed suit. If even Du Peng and Su Feng could not harm Qin Ping, what chance did they have? As they attempted to leave, Qin Ping was not inclined to let them go so easily. Leaving? Qin Ping rose from the bed, coldly regarding them. Unless I am satisfied, none shall leave today. Upon hearing this, Lin Pingji trembled, exclaiming, Run! The two lackeys who had been with him suddenly recalled some terrifying memory, frantically urging everyone to flee. Hurry! Quickly! The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the trio's extreme reaction. Thud! A dull sound echoed as Qin Ping shot forth like a cannonball. His enhanced physical strength caused his power to surge dramatically, resulting in a terrifying speed. Bang! In an instant, he collided with the group of outer disciples, sending a wave of them sprawling. Those struck head-on were flung away as if hit by a truck, losing consciousness on the spot. The others who fell to the ground were equally disoriented. Thinking they could leave unscathed was not so simple. Qin Ping strode purposefully towards Lin Pingzhi, who was now filled with dread. "What are you going to do? Stay back. Don't come any closer. Rest assured, I do not wish for your life, merely to give you a good beating." With a smile on his face, Qin Ping approached Lin Pingzhi, but to Lin Pingzhi, it appeared to be a sinister grin. "Help! Help!" Casting aside any semblance of dignity, Lin Pingzhi screamed at the top of his lungs, "Stop! Don't harm Brother Lin!" Nearby, an outer disciple bellowed, charging at Qin Ping. What a splendid opportunity for flattery! Qin Ping didn't even glance at him, simply swatting him aside with a casual gesture. Slap! The sharp sound rang out. The outer disciple was silenced, flying away instantly. "Brother Lin, don't panic. I'm coming." Another outer disciple rushed in, but before he could finish, Qin Ping sent him flying with a single slap. One after another, outer disciples charged in, only to be dealt with in the same manner. Ultimately, no one dared to approach again, all gazing at Qin Ping in terror. Was he even human? How could he possess such formidable strength and terrifying power? Detecting the host experiencing fear, fear value 15. Detecting the host experiencing fear, fear value 13. Detecting the host experiencing fear, fear value 16. Observing the information flashing on the system panel, Qin Ping felt elated. As long as there were emotional values, everything was in order. "Don't come any closer. Stay back." Lin Pingzhi's face mirrored his sheer terror. He was not afraid of being beaten. He feared what Qin Ping might do to him. The greater his strength, the more fear value he contributed. "Do you mean to say that if you don't allow me to go, I simply won't?" Qin Ping smiled as he approached him, standing tall and looking down at him. "You sent someone to beat me. Now it's my turn to retaliate?" "No." Lin Pingzhi howled in despair. Chapter 7. Welcome to Strike Me. Lin Pingzhi's followers all wore expressions of shock. Although they were frightened, it did not reach the level of sheer terror. Wasn't it just a beating? What was the big deal? Yet, Lin Pingzhi looked as if he had been stabbed. Screaming as if in agony, "Stop shouting!" Qin Ping frowned at his cries and, with a flick of his hand, delivered a light slap. Smack! The sound abruptly ceased. This slap disoriented Lin Pingzhi, leaving him dizzy and bewildered. "Ah, I might have been a bit too forceful," Qin Ping lamented, struggling to control his strength. The scene left the remaining conscious outer disciples speechless. "Let him take a breather. It's your turn now." Turning back, Qin Ping glanced at the remaining 4 outer disciples, instantly causing their faces to pale in fear. "Run." Finally, someone snapped back to their senses and fled, but Qin Ping blocked the path gracefully, as if gliding like a swallow. The terrified disciple's legs trembled as he pleaded, "Please, don't hit me. I didn't even touch you. Complicit in wrongdoing, you are hardly innocent." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Ping slapped him again. Smack! The light slap sent the disciple flying, rendering him unconscious on the spot. This left the other 3 outer disciples in a panic. "What do we do? We can't escape. Can I at least have a moment to catch my breath?" "You can keep beating him. Can you hit my right cheek? I can still use my left cheek to flirt. Just give me a second. I need to find a more comfortable position, or I'll end up unconscious in an awkward pose." Smack, smack, smack. 3 consecutive slaps echoed, and the 3 disciples promptly fell unconscious. Looking around, the ground was strewn with outer disciples, all lying still in a faint. All unconscious. Qin Ping sighed in disbelief, wishing he had been gentler. "Now, there are no more contributions to my emotional value. I must recruit formidable allies to deal with me. I relish the thought of people coming to strike me with that." Qin Ping stepped into the room. Resuming his study of the system. As for the unconscious outer disciples outside, they would awaken and leave on their own accord. Through continuous research, Qin Ping discovered certain patterns. The greater the strength, the higher the emotional value generated. For instance, Dupont and Su Feng had vastly different emotional values. Additionally, under normal circumstances, the value of provocation should be lower than that of fear. Take Lin Pingzhi, for example. His fear value was significantly higher than his provocation value. Now, with his physical strength having reached the level of a dragon, he was on par with the elders of the sect. Ordinary disciples were no match for him. What he needed to do now was master his own strength. Not long after, the fainted outer disciples gradually regained consciousness, helping one another as they hurriedly departed. Following this, a sensational rumor spread throughout the outer disciple circle. The old gatekeeper Chun Ping had a penchant for men. Moreover, he had been bullying the outer disciples. In just one night, Chun Ping's name echoed throughout the outer disciple community. Many inner disciples also caught wind of the news. Countless individuals scoffed, deeming it utterly absurd. Whether he favored men was unknown, but to claim that Chun Ping bullied outer disciples was purely unfounded. As a long-standing inner disciple of the Xianyang sect, who did not know of Chun Ping's integrity and righteousness, it was inconceivable that he would stoop to bullying outer disciples. Moreover, Chun Ping was a waste. Unable to cultivate, how could he possibly overpower those outer disciples? However, the newly arrived outer disciples were oblivious to this, clamoring to confront Chun Ping. Thus, after a night of escalating tension, the situation intensified. Encouraged by Lin Pingzhi and others, at least half of the outer disciples had developed a deep-seated hatred for Chun Ping, believing this tarnished the sect's dignity and the honor of its disciples. Expel Chun Ping. We shall never bow to tyranny. Let us restore the reputation of the Xianyang sect. Who would have thought this matter would escalate to such a level concerning the sect's reputation? After morning exercises, nearly 100 outer disciples gathered, their spirits high as they clamored to confront Chun Ping. Seeing so many people gathered, Lin Pingzhi felt a surge of confidence, yet still sensed it was insufficient. Bring me to a few inner disciples. Lin Pingzhi commanded. Du Peng, taken aback, hesitated. Must we involve the inner disciples in this matter? Do you have another plan? Lin Pingzhi shot him an irritated glance. If I wield a spirit weapon and still cannot hurt him, am I to let you handle it? Upon hearing this, Du Peng's expression darkened, his mood shifting unpredictably. Though he hadn't been insulted, the implication was more humiliating than any insult. Several of Lin Pingzhi's underlings hurried over to carry him toward the inner sect. The Xianyang sect was divided into inner and outer disciples. Anyone with a modicum of spiritual roots could become an outer disciple, but becoming an inner disciple was a different matter altogether. One's talent had to be exceptional. Simply enduring was insufficient. Within a few years, one must reach a certain realm. Otherwise, they would be demoted to outer disciples. Cultivators are classified into 7 major realms: foundation establishment, minor completion, major completion, small success, great success, tribulation crossing, and pure yang. Each major realm is further divided into 10 layers. For instance, Lin Pingzhi, despite being the nephew of the third elder, would not qualify to participate in the selection of inner disciples unless he reached the peak of foundation establishment within 3 years of entry. Even after qualifying, he must participate in selection trials. Only sufficiently outstanding disciples could become inner disciples. Du Peng had already been in the sect for over a year, yet his cultivation had only reached the 6th layer of foundation establishment. Indicating his slow progress, he still had a considerable distance to travel to reach the peak of foundation establishment. Thus, he willingly served Lin Pingzhi, hoping Lin Pingzhi would speak favorably of him to the third elder, granting him resources to aid his ascension to the peak of foundation establishment. Otherwise, he would remain forever trapped in the foundation establishment realm. Failing to become an inner disciple meant he would not gain access to higher-level cultivation techniques or sufficient resources to break through his realm. Many outer disciples, unable to become inner disciples, remained within the sect to perform menial tasks in exchange for some cultivation resources. Compared to the outer sect, the inner sect was far more serene and elegant. With rows of houses arranged harmoniously and a central foam mountain with a spring bubbling forth, on ordinary days, outer disciples would gather in groups, never ceasing their chatter, while most inner disciples were engrossed in their cultivation. As the saying goes, those who excel are still striving. Carried by a group, Lin Pingzhi and his entourage stepped into the inner disciple area. Hey, who has beaten Lin Pingzhi into such a state? As they traversed the path, an inner disciple spotted them from afar, astonished. Chapter 8. Inner Sect 1. Ziliang. Most inner disciples were aware of Lin Pingzhi's status as the third elder's nephew. Now, he was a notorious bully among the outer disciples. How could someone dare to strike him? Those who act unjustly will inevitably meet their downfall. Many shared disdain for Lin Pingzhi's actions. While outer disciples regarded him with seriousness, inner disciples merely scoffed at him. Without becoming an inner disciple, one remains forever insignificant. Knock on the door. Upon arriving at a door, Lin Pingzhi sent someone to knock. Yes. A subordinate hurried over to rap on the door. "Who is it?" came the voice from within. "Wan Gu, it's Lin Pingji." Lin Pingji, lying on the stretcher, smiled amiably. "Oh?" The voice within expressed surprise before opening the door. Was this the demeanor of an inner disciple? Lin Pingji's entourage quickly lowered their heads in awe. The inner disciple before them had a broad face, thick brows, large eyes, and a high nose, standing tall in luxurious brocade robes, as the saying goes. Clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. Just by appearance, this individual would stand out in any crowd. No wonder inner disciples were so highly revered. They truly were the elites among men. Seeing such a gathering, Wan Ziliang was initially taken aback, but upon noticing Lin Pingji lying on a stretcher, he was even more astonished. "What happened to you?" Wan Ziliang furrowed his brow, inquiring. "Oh, it's quite a tale." Lin Pingji wore a pained expression. "Wan Gu, I've come seeking your assistance." Glancing at his entourage, Wan Ziliang replied, "Come in and we shall discuss it." With that, he turned and entered the room. "Wait outside," Lin Pingji instructed, allowing two of his underlings to carry him inside. Once inside, he had the two bearers step out, leaving just Lin Pingji and Wan Ziliang in the room. "Now, let us talk." Wan Ziliang sat upright in his chair. His brows drooping, he had long heard about Lin Pingji's antics in the outer sect. Were it not for the kindness bestowed upon him by the third elder, he would hardly have deigned to acknowledge Lin Pingji. However, he was taken aback to learn that Lin Pingji had been so severely beaten. "Brother Wan, you must stand up for me," Lin Pingji cried out, bursting into tears, his face awash with indignation. He then began to embellish his tale, claiming that Chen Ping had slandered him regarding a female disciple, followed by verbal insults. Infuriated, he had exchanged a few words with Chen Ping, who then proceeded to assault him. His friends, unable to tolerate the injustice, attempted to intervene, only to find themselves beaten by Chen Ping as well. This ignited the wrath of numerous others, leading 20 to 30 individuals to confront Chen Ping in search of justice. Yet, they were no match for Chen Ping and all were left injured. Now, over 100 outer sect disciples had gathered, prepared to seek out Chen Ping for redress. However, they lacked a decisive leader, which prompted Lin Pingji to seek Wan Ziliang's assistance. This is the classic case of the villain crying out first. The black painted is white, and the white is black. As the notorious villain of the outer sect, Lin Pingji possessed the skill to distort the truth. Observing Lin Pingji's righteous indignation, Wan Ziliang harbored immense disdain. Being an inner sect disciple, he was well aware of Lin Pingji's character. He simply chose not to expose him. However, he was genuinely astonished that Chen Ping, a supposed useless individual, had managed to injure dozens of outer sect disciples while merely guarding the sect. Brother Wan, Lin Pingji sobbed, as if he had suffered the greatest injustice. "Enough," Wan Ziliang interjected, furrowing his brows. "In just a few days, the grand competition of the 5 sects will take place. Our master has instructed us to focus on our cultivation to prepare." Upon hearing this, Lin Pingji felt a surge of urgency, nearly tumbling from his stretcher. "Brother Wan, I understand you are busy. If it weren't for the special circumstances, I wouldn't dare trouble you. I will certainly inform Uncle San about this later." With that, he looked at Wan Ziliang with fervent anticipation. Wan Ziliang, being astute, grasped the underlying meaning of his words. After a moment of contemplation, he feigned reluctance and nodded. "Very well, since that is the case, I shall accompany you." "Thank you, Brother Wan." Lin Pingji's face lit up with excitement. "Hold your gratitude for now." Wan Ziliang raised his hand. "I must clarify beforehand that while I will accompany you, I will not lay a hand on a mere mortal." Lin Pingji was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly comprehended Wan Ziliang's concerns, especially since Chen Ping had the support of the young sect master, Gu Zhishuan. He shook his head with a smile. "Brother Wan, I understand your apprehensions, but you will soon realize that Chen Ping is far from an ordinary useless individual." Wan Ziliang cast him a glance, opting to remain silent. His demeanor indicated that he was open to action, but it would depend on the circumstances. Having reached an agreement, Lin Pingji summoned his subordinates to carry him, and together with Wan Ziliang, they made their way to the sect. As they passed through the outer sect square, they encountered over 100 outer sect disciples who had gathered, all in a fervor. Our outer sect disciples appear weak and easily bullied. How dare a mere doorman insult our sect disciples? Such a person must be punished. Seeing the throng of outer sect disciples,
Wan Ziliang was taken aback. Lin Pingji observed with a smile, "This is all due to Chen Ping inciting the public's anger. Otherwise, who could gather such a crowd?" Wan Ziliang's eyelids drooped, non-committal to the claims. Such absurdities could only deceive the gullible. If he lacked the ability to discern, how could he aspire to be an inner sect disciple? Yet, out of respect for the third elder, he chose not to expose Lin Pingji's deceit. Such pretense! Lin Pingji cursed inwardly. "If it weren't for needing your assistance, would I bother to be polite? Once I enter the inner sect and Uncle San grants me more resources, just wait and see how I deal with you." Suppressing his displeasure, Lin Pingji signaled to Du Peng. Understanding the cue, Du Peng stepped forward and addressed the assembled outer sect disciples loudly. "We have secured the presence of inner sect disciple brother Wan Ziliang, who will lead us to confront Chen Ping and ensure he regrets his actions." Inner sect disciple? The outer sect disciples were momentarily stunned, then began to search for him. They soon spotted Wan Ziliang, whose distinct inner sect demeanor was unmistakable. Indeed, he is an inner sect disciple. The aura of restraint and spirit exuded by him was truly remarkable. The outer sect disciples all displayed expressions of envy. Simply put, they had only just entered the sect, while inner sect disciples had truly ascended to a higher realm. "Greetings, Brother Wan. Brother Wan. I wish to bear your children." Many outer sect disciples respectfully bowed, while some female disciples openly expressed their affections, unashamed. Observing the throng of outer sect disciples surrounding him, Wan Ziliang felt a surge of anger, his brows furrowing. Should the sect become aware of this, they might suspect him of orchestrating it. If this were to be investigated, he would find himself in considerable trouble. Realizing this, he cast a cold glance at Lin Pingji. This was all part of Lin Pingji's cunning trap. Chapter 9. This old wall lamp seems ominous. Ha! Lin Pingji laughed dismissively. "Brother Wan, do not overthink it. This is merely the admiration of outer sect disciples. I will certainly inform Uncle San about this later." Rest assured, he wished to turn and leave, but reconsidered. Departing now would certainly offend Lin Pingji. Lin Pingji was inconsequential, but the real concern lay with the third elder. Taking a deep breath to calm his rising irritation, Wan Ziliang replied coolly, "Let us hope it is as you say." Lin Pingji smiled triumphantly, signaling to Du Peng once more. Du Peng nodded and waved to the outer sect disciples. "Let us depart." In an instant, over 100 outer sect disciples marched towards the sect's entrance. Lin Pingji and Wan Ziliang walked at the center of the procession. The outer sect was already close to the entrance. It took no time at all to arrive there. They found a young man in his 20s seated on a stool in front of the doorman, watching them with a look of excitement. "Hey, who are you? Move along quickly, or you might end up with blood on your hands. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up." They had all seen Chen Ping before and assumed he was hiding inside. Some disciples began to shout, "Chen Ping, get out here. You've dared to humiliate our outer sect disciples. Today, you must pay for your actions. We'll break your legs and tear your mouth, ensuring you regret it for the rest of your life." However, after a while of shouting, no one emerged from the doorman's room. It was at this moment that Lin Pingji finally pushed his way through the crowd and spotted Chen Ping at the front. "That's him?" Lin Pingji pointed at Chen Ping, his heart quivering. For Chen Ping to remain unfazed by such a commotion, even appearing exhilarated, sent a chill through him. "What did you say? He is Chen Ping?" Doubts arose among the crowd, as many had seen Chen Ping's true appearance, which could only be described as resembling the brink of death. He was far from the youthful visage before them. As an inner sect disciple, Wan Ziliang also found it hard to believe, frowning as he asked, "Are you certain he is Chen Ping?" "I am certain. I would recognize him even if he turned to ashes." Lin Pingji's face turned ashen. "Brother Wan, just days ago, Chen Ping looked as if he were on the verge of death. Yet yesterday he appeared younger, and today even more so. Is that so?" Wan Ziliang pondered deeply. To transform from a 50-something appearance to one of 20-something within 2 days could only be attributed to the consumption of a longevity elixir. This would imply that Chen Ping had acquired such a potion. As this thought crossed his mind, Wan Ziliang's eyes sparkled with fervor. In the realm of cultivation, longevity elixirs were exceedingly rare. Many powerful beings unable to break through their realms relied on such potions to sustain their lives. Otherwise, they would merely wither away and die. If he could obtain a longevity elixir, perhaps some great cultivator might impart knowledge to him, or even take him as a disciple. with these thoughts swirling in his mind. Wan Ziliang felt a rush of excitement, nearly overcome with the urge to rush over and seize the elixir from Chan Ping. Yet, he understood the necessity for discretion. Everything must be executed flawlessly. As the outer sect disciples learned from Lin Pingzhi's 2 beaten lackeys, they began to accept that the youthful figure before them was indeed Chen Ping. In an uproar, they shouted, "Kneel and confess. Slap yourself 300 times. Swear that from now on, whenever you see us, you will slap yourself once." Over 100 voices clamored, threatening to topple the doorman's establishment. At that moment, Chen Ping was delightfully observing the system panel, which was continuously refreshing with information. Detected that the host has received anger. Anger value 8. Detected that the host has received anger. Anger value 7. Detected that the host has received anger. Anger value 9. Over 100 individuals were fervently contributing to his anger value, and in no time at all, it had accumulated to over 100. Moreover, the numerical values continued to escalate. Regrettably, these individuals bear no grievances against him. They have simply been incited by Lin Pingzhi. Consequently, the fury they generate is rather limited. Otherwise, with such a multitude of angry souls, Chen Ping would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with joy. Even so, Chen Ping beams with delight. Add it all to my physical strength. The fury points on the system panel persistently deplete, only to be replenished again and again, while his physical strength continually amplifies. Damn it, this old man is truly deranged. Indeed, how dare he find joy in our suffering? Without further ado, several hot-tempered outer sect disciples charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Chen Ping. Such is the nature of a brawl. Once one leads, emotions surge, and everyone follows suit, roaring into the fray. What ensued was a chaotic scene as over 100 individuals rushed forward, yet Chen Ping stood solitary, unable to contend with them all at once. This resulted in a bottleneck, with some being knocked down, trampled upon, and left with faces askewed. Don't crowd. Don't crowd. Those who have finished, step back a little. Let me have my turn. My iron fist, heavy as 1,000 pounds, has long been yearning for action. Meanwhile, Lin Pingzhi and Wan Ziliang wore expressions of amusement, albeit of entirely different natures. Lin Pingzhi mused to himself, "Chen Ping, let us see if you can withstand this. Over 100 people assaulting you. Surely even an iron man would crumble." Wan Ziliang, on the other hand, thought to himself, "If Chen Ping is defeated, the longevity elixir shall be mine." The 2 henchmen who had previously been beaten wore expressions of exhilaration, dancing with glee. "Yes, just like that. Give him a good thrashing." Only Du Peng frowned in concern, aware that if this continued, Chen Ping would surely be killed. Yet, glancing at Lin Pingzhi and Wan Ziliang, he dared not intervene, for he deemed Chen Ping merely a worthless old man, unworthy of inciting the ire of Lin Pingzhi. However, amidst the fray, the front of the crowd began to stir. My arm, get out of the way. I need to escape. This old man is too uncanny." Amidst the cacophony of shouting, pained cries were also heard. Unfortunately, the sheer number drowned out their voices. After more than 20 minutes of relentless assault, roughly 100 individuals had taken their turn. The remaining onlookers soon realized something was amiss. All who had struck Chen Ping clutched their wrists in agony, their faces contorted with pain. What is happening? Lin Pingzhi, who had initially been filled with vengeful glee, was suddenly taken aback. Wan Ziliang raised an eyebrow, sensing an unexpected turn of events. "Lin Gu, this old man has something strange about him. It's downright uncanny." Several outer sect disciples rushed over, cradling their wrists with expressions of distress. Wan Ziliang scanned the crowd and quickly discerned the truth. These individuals had fractured their wrists. This revelation shocked him. How could a mere mortal inflict such damage upon cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage? Damn it! Lin Pingzhi ground his teeth in frustration, his eyes aflame with fury. I should have anticipated this outcome. He turned to Wan Ziliang, courteously urging, "Wan Gu, it is time for you to intervene." Wan Ziliang, with a glint of determination in his eyes, replied with a relaxed smile, "Very well, let me see what I can do." Striding confidently towards Chen Ping, he noticed several disciples standing nearby, nursing their injured wrists, grimacing in pain. Some even sprawled on the ground, looking utterly disheveled. Upon reaching the front, he found Chen Ping with arms wide open, grinning at the gathered disciples. "Come on, Hit me! Hurry up! In just over 20 minutes, his physical body had ascended to the 8th level of the dragon's wrath, a remarkable 5-level increase. Though the anger contributed by each individual was minimal, the sheer number of participants made a significant impact. Over 100 individuals had fueled his progress for an extended duration, an opportunity he could never have anticipated. Hearing Qian Ping's taunts, the disciples clutching their broken wrists turned pale with fury. Simultaneously, the fury points surged exponentially. Detected host receiving anger, fury value 11. Detected host receiving anger, fury value 12. Enough. Wan Ziliang's brow furrowed as he issued a sharp reprimand. Not nearly enough. We have only just begun. Qian Ping, brimming with excitement, shook his head fervently. The more emotional value, the better. Detected host receiving anger, fury value 16. As Qian Ping scanned the system panel, an anomalous figure caught his eye. He then turned to Wan Ziliang, eyes alight with enthusiasm. "Dio, you wish to hit me as well? Come on. I can hardly wait." Instantly, a wave of disbelief washed over the crowd. I've never seen someone actively seek a beating before. Wan Shixiang, don't hold back. Teach him a lesson. Outer sect disciples clamored, eager to witness Qian Ping being reduced to a pulp. Wan Ziliang inhaled deeply, striving to calm his racing heart. While he intended to retaliate, he sought a legitimate justification. After Qian Ping's demise, he would need to navigate the questions posed by the young sect master. With this thought in mind, Wan Ziliang held his head high, a haughty expression upon his face as he warned, "I am an inner sect disciple." To his surprise, Qian Ping's eyes brightened at this revelation. "An inner sect disciple? Then you must be even stronger. Hurry, strike me, I implore you." In response, Qian Ping skillfully folded his arms behind his head, shielding his face as best as he could. With his current physical prowess, not even an inner sect disciple, or even a typical elder, could inflict significant harm upon him. Nonetheless, he needed to protect his face. He could endure a beating, but not a strike to his visage. Wan Ziliang found himself momentarily speechless, stuttering in disbelief. He had intended to find a pretext for his actions, yet Qian Ping's unpredictable antics thwarted his plans. "Wan Gu, do not hold back. Just beat him," shouted many outer sect disciples, their faces contorted with indignation as they glared at Qian Ping. Taking a deep breath, Wan Ziliang's mind raced, coming to a realization. With so many witnesses backing him, he could easily withstand the young sect master's scrutiny. A smirk crept across his face as he thought, "Qian Ping, you brought this upon yourself. Should you perish, do not blame me." With that, Wan Ziliang raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. Now a true 6th-layer cultivator of the small plate realm, he had trained extensively to enhance his physical strength, even without utilizing spiritual energy. The force of his palm was formidable. He was confident that this strike would leave Qian Ping reeling. His conviction echoed among Lin Pingzhi and the surrounding outer sect disciples, all of whom eagerly anticipated the spectacle. Bang! A dull thud resonated, akin to a fist striking iron. Contrary to their expectations, Qian Ping remained unscathed, utterly unharmed. A pained groan escaped Wan Ziliang's lips as he clutched his wrist, his complexion turning pale. The force behind that strike had been nearly his full strength. The impact he dealt to Qian Ping was equivalent to a self-inflicted blow. Caught off guard, his wrist throbbed with agony. How could this be? Wan Ziliang's mind reeled in shock. He was an inner sect disciple, a cultivator of the small plate realm. How could he, without utilizing spiritual energy, be hurt by a mere mortal? The crowd surrounding them wore expressions of astonishment, their disbelief palpable. They had anticipated Qian Ping being crushed with a single slap, yet the reverse had occurred, and Wan Ziliang had sustained an injury. "Wan Gu, use your spiritual energy," they urged. "This old man is truly uncanny. Subdue him with a single blow." Wan Ziliang's brow furrowed in contemplation, wavering in his resolve. He had initially wished to avoid using spiritual energy. Killing Qian Ping with his physical strength would allow him to claim it as an accident. But using spiritual energy would complicate matters. After all, Qian Ping was widely acknowledged as a useless mortal. Employing spiritual energy against a mere mortal would clearly be seen as intentional. However, given the current circumstances, it was apparent that he could not defeat Qian Ping without resorting to spiritual energy. If Qian Ping remained alive, he would never obtain the longevity elixir. In a moment of indecision, Wan Ziliang found himself torn. Chen Ping, arms spread wide, blinked innocently. "Why have you stopped?" Wan Ziliang, filled with frustration, gritted his teeth in anger. Were it not for his concern regarding the young sect master, he would have unleashed his spiritual energy and delivered another blow. He is just a worthless mortal. No one would care if he died. Yet the thought of the longevity elixir drove him to action, spurred on by the surrounding crowd's encouragement. In the next moment, Wan Ziliang steeled himself. "Very well, once I eliminate Chen Ping and claim the longevity elixir, I shall leave the sect with that." He summoned the spiritual energy from his dantian, concentrating it into his palm while silently reciting the incantation. After 3 breaths, a luminous white sphere coalesced in his palm. "Look, Wan Shixiang is about to take action." The onlookers were captivated, their eyes wide with excitement, not daring to blink lest they miss the thrilling moment. Palm thunder. Accompanied by a low growl, the palm thunder coalesced in Wan Ziliang's hand as he raised it to strike Chen Ping. Many present felt a jolt in their hearts, and some timid souls even shut their eyes in fright. Boom! The power of the palm thunder from the small plate realm was indeed unparalleled. In an instant, a terrifying force surged outward in all directions. It was right in front of the gatehouse. The force directly crashed into it, causing the dilapidated structure to collapse with a resounding crash. In that moment, dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the view and rendering the scene unrecognizable. Had he died? Surely he must have. That was a blow from an inner sect disciple. How dare he humiliate us outer sect disciples? Some disciples exchanged glances, appearing as though they had avenged a great grievance. Yet, one could not fathom the source of such intense hatred. Is he dead? Lin Pingzhi muttered to himself hesitantly, gazing ahead, but alas, with his eyesight, he could not pierce through the dust. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a chill run down his spine. Moments later, as the dust settled, the scene was revealed, leaving everyone in shock with widened eyes. Chapter 11. "You are the shameless ones." There lay Wan Ziliang, curled up in agony, his face ashen. His right hand was broken, dangling limply with a gaping, bloodied wound at the wrist, revealing the white of bone. Yet, despite his suffering, he stifled his cries before so many witnesses. He could not afford to wail. Otherwise, the reputation of inner sect disciples would be utterly tarnished. However, he forgot that his current state was hardly commendable. Damn it! Lin Pingzhi's eyelids twitched as he nearly leaped off the stretcher. He sensed that things were not as simple as they appeared. Indeed, Wan Ziliang had also suffered. This useless fellow, who claimed to be an inner sect disciple, had broken his own hand while striking a mere mortal. With the upcoming 5-sect grand competition in a few days, he would undoubtedly be nameless on the leaderboard. This won't do. I must leave quickly. Suddenly, Lin Pingzhi realized the danger and hurriedly summoned his follower to carry him away. Over 100 outer sect disciples remained oblivious to the situation, still staring in bewilderment. "You really are something else." Chen Ping glanced at Wan Ziliang, utterly speechless. It was the first time he had witnessed someone injure themselves while attempting to strike another. "Come and hit me." Chen Ping smiled at the outer sect disciples, eagerly awaiting the chance to collect emotional value. Yet, not a single one dared to move. If even an inner sect disciple's wrist could be shattered, what chance did they have? Seeing this, Chen Ping's expression turned grim. "I will ask again. Who dares to strike me?" Still, no one spoke, and no one dared to make a move. Chen Ping exhaled heavily, his face darkening. He had hoped to break through to the Qiulong level today, but it seemed he was still stuck. Nevertheless, he had at least leveled up 5 times today, so it wasn't a total loss. "Since you refuse to strike me, I shall take the initiative." Chen Ping's cold gaze swept over the outer sect disciples. It was only then that the crowd finally reacted. "Run. I heard this old fellow has a penchant for men. Brother Liu, go keep the old man company. Give us a way out." With a clamor, over 100 individuals surged towards the outer gate in a panic. "Humph, do you think I'll let you escape?" In an instant, Chen Ping propelled himself off the ground like a cannonball. Bang! Like the sound of a heavy hammer striking, Chen Ping landed and blocked everyone's path. "Chen Ping, you old geezer, let us pass. If you dare lay a finger on us, the sect will not spare you." The group of outer sect disciples grew frantic, eager to rush past him. However, after witnessing the earlier incident, none dared to act rashly. Fearing they would suffer as Wan Ziliang had, with their wrists shattered. What a racket! Qin Ping scoffed impatiently, pointing at his gatehouse. You destroyed my gatehouse. Now compensate me. Many were infuriated, demanding he pay for the damage to his gatehouse. One person scoffed, Have you lost your mind, old man? You expect us to pay for your gatehouse? Dream on. Exactly. You look like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. You're ugly and delusional. Let us pass already. In response, Qin Ping said nothing and kicked out, bang. The disciple closest to him flew away in an instant. One by one, disciples were sent sprawling, akin to dumplings being dropped into water, soaring through the air and landing before the collapsed gatehouse. Some disciples sensed the impending danger and, not waiting for a kick, turned and fled back. You smashed my gatehouse. You will build me a new one. Qin Ping shot them a warning glance. If it isn't completed today, it will be postponed until tomorrow. You can leave only when it is finished. With that, he retrieved 2 long benches from the rubble, placed them together, and comfortably reclined upon them. This is utterly outrageous. How dare they make us build a house? A few female disciples were on the verge of tears, feeling wronged. Yet, Qin Ping vividly remembered that it was precisely these female disciples who had shouted the loudest earlier. In contrast, the male disciples were far more pragmatic. With no hope of escape, their only option was to rebuild the gatehouse. The system detected that the host was receiving resentment, granting 8 resentment points. The system detected that the host was receiving resentment, granting 6 resentment points. The system detected that the host was receiving resentment, granting 9 resentment points. The system panel refreshed once more. Compared to the anger value, the resentment value seemed rather meager. However, any amount was better than none. Qin Ping gleefully reset the values and added them to his physical strength. Over 100 outer sect disciples began to fervently rebuild the gatehouse. Some among them were seasoned carpenters, directing the others to gather wood and supplies. A bustling energy filled the air, and by evening, a brand new gatehouse had emerged. Not bad, not bad. Qin Ping nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, many hands make light work. Can we leave now? A few disciples timidly inquired. Now, speaking to Qin Ping, they were all extremely cautious. You may leave. Qin Ping nodded. Wonderful, the outer sect disciples rejoiced, especially the female disciples, who even shed tears of joy. One might think Qin Ping had dragged them into the woods. However, before they could take a step, Qin Ping grinned and said, Before you go, each of you let me kick your behind. Absolutely not. We can be killed, but we cannot be humiliated. We are disciples of the Xianyang sect. How can we allow you? But before they could finish, several disciples rushed forward, eagerly presenting their backsides. Such are the wise. Even the inner sect disciples had their wrists shattered. What were they fighting for? The sooner they took their kicks, the sooner they could leave. Seeing this, the others panicked, rushing forward. Wait for me. Let me cut in line. Get to the back of the line. Weren't you so tough just now? Why are you cowering now? Qin Ping had to voice his thoughts. After all, he was fighting for dignity. Unlike them, who had no sense of self-respect. Dignity? What is dignity worth? Can it buy 2 buns? Those who approached, actively presenting their behinds, Qin Ping delivered a gentle kick, sending them flying several meters. Those who did not present their behinds were sent flying even farther. One must act when the time calls for it. The male disciples all received their kicks and fled. Only a dozen female disciples remained, their faces flushed, neither stepping forward nor making a run for it. They glared at Qin Ping with indignation, as if silently asking, Do you dare to kick us? In response, Qin Ping grinned widely, Will you come to me, or shall I come to you? This single question sent the female disciples into an uproar. Shameless. We are female disciples. Men and women do not exchange touches. If you dare to lay a hand on us, we will report you to the sect leader. As the saying goes, when 3 women gather, they make a ruckus. With over a dozen women together, it was as if the air was filled with buzzing flies, making Qin Ping's head spin. Shut your mouths. Qin Ping bellowed, causing the dozen or so female disciples to fall silent in fright. However, Qin Ping was not one to indulge them, pointing at the group and saying, The sect gives you the opportunity to cultivate, yet you waste time mingling with those male disciples. You are the truly shameless ones. Chapter 12. Comprehensive Science. I fear not the arts. I truly do not understand what the recruitment officer saw in you. Each one of you seems like a shrew scolding in the streets. Do you have even the slightest semblance of a cultivator's demeanor? At this moment, Chun Ping seemed even more fierce than a shrew. Although he did not utter a single curse word, the insults he hurled left the female disciples' faces crimson with shame. The female disciples were utterly dumbfounded. Unable to retaliate or even speak back, they found themselves at a loss. They were born bickering. Chun Ping unleashed his tirade, berating the female disciples until they were left speechless. Heads hung low. When I have the chance to speak with the young sect leader, disciples like you will only tarnish the reputation of Xianyang sect. Upon hearing this, the group of female disciples was momentarily taken aback. With a resounding thud, one of the disciples immediately knelt before him, pleading, "Uncle Chun, I implore you, please do not let the young master expel me. Ever since I entered the immortal sect, my family has ascended to wealth. If I were to be expelled, we would revert to the days of suffering from hunger." As she spoke, the disciple bowed repeatedly like a chick pecking for grains. "Uncle Chun, spare us this once. We promise we will never dare to do it again. We beseech you, Uncle Chun, to show mercy." The other female disciples also knelt, bowing to Chun Ping. Most of them came from modest backgrounds, and even among the noble families, expulsion from the sect would lead to a drastic fall from grace. Faced with such overwhelming pressure, they would likely suffer more than death itself. This scene took Chun Ping by surprise. He had intended to vent his frustrations but did not expect to frighten them to such an extent. Initially, he had merely sought to intimidate them. Even if he approached Gu Zhishuan, he doubted he could truly expel them. Enough. Chun Ping furrowed his brow and said, "Since you acknowledge your mistakes, refrain from repeating them in return." Yet, the female disciples still dared not rise. The first disciple looked up at him with pleading eyes. "Uncle Chun, are you not going to seek out the young master?" Chun Ping shook his head. "Rest assured, I will not approach him." Upon hearing this, the disciple's face lit up with gratitude as she bowed deeply. "Thank you, Uncle Chun." After rising, she hastily departed. Chun Ping noticed a new term appearing on the system panel, detected host receiving gratitude. Gratitude value 18. Gratitude value? This was a first. It seemed that evoking gratitude in others would yield such value. Chun Ping nodded in satisfaction. As long as he elicited emotions in others, the system would benefit. "Thank you, Uncle Chun. Your kindness will be repaid in the future." The remaining female disciples also bowed in gratitude before leaving. However, Chun Ping distinctly saw another new term on the system panel, detected host receiving resentment. Resentment value 8. At this, Chun Ping was momentarily stunned. Resentment? How could they harbor resentment towards him for sparing them? Truly, the lines between good and evil can blur. Yet, he understood. Human nature is such that even the kindest actions can provoke contrary emotions. After watching the disciples depart, Chun Ping returned to his new quarters, which were vastly superior to his previous ones. In terms of space and condition, they were incomparable. Lying on the newly crafted bed, Chun Ping excitedly tossed and turned several times. At last, he had a home of his own. Before his traversal, he had always rented and longed for a place to call his own. Unfortunately, that wish remained unfulfilled until now. To think that just a few days after arriving in this foreign realm, he would realize it. With a heart full of excitement, Chun Ping quickly got up to enjoy a hearty meal. Afterward, he sat at the door, gazing vacantly into the distance, his thoughts drifting back to earth. Logically, with food, drink, and shelter here, he should be content. Yet, he felt a profound sense of melancholy. Although the system would make it difficult for him to meet his end, he still found himself yearning for Earth. His family and friends were still there. If they discovered his absence, would they report it? Those rascally boys might think he was arrested for soliciting and come looking for him. And he wondered how his former girlfriends were faring now. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a fiery glow that made the evening clouds appear as if they were ablaze. The cold wind howled occasionally, intensifying Chun Ping's homesickness. "I must think of a way to return to Earth. Even if I could attain immortality here, it would not compare to the joy of being on Earth." As he imagined hot pot, barbecues, and grilled meats, Chun Ping swallowed hard, even envisioning himself surrounded by his former girlfriends, enjoying a feast together. A silly grin spread across his face. Suddenly, a loud exclamation startled him back to reality. He noticed two figures standing before him, one tall and thin, the other short and stout. They resembled characters from a martial arts novel, a thin monk and a plump monk. Chun Ping, equally startled, realized he had been lost in thought and failed to notice their approach. The tall, thin youth scrutinized him skeptically, saying, "You can't possibly be, you know?" The stout youth nodded without hesitation. "Did you not see that lewd smile? He only grins like that when he sees us." "What nonsense are you two spouting?" Chen Ping retorted angrily. "Who is the one with such inclinations?" "You're the ones who—" The two exchanged glances, and the tall youth questioned, "Then why were you smiling?" "I was merely reminiscing about some joyful moments." Chen Ping shot them a glare. "What, are you here to fight me? Go ahead." Saying this, he instinctively covered his head with his arms, mainly to shield his face. "I think he is a masochist," the stout youth sneered. Chen Ping grew agitated. "You're the masochist? Your entire family is. Then why do you want to be beaten?" The stout youth asked, bewildered eye. Just as he was about to speak, Chen Ping swiftly shut his mouth and glared at him. "Mind your own business. Are you two going to fight or not? If not, leave while I'm still in a good mood." This fellow was beyond reasoning. The tall youth shook his head. "We're not here to beat you. We have news to share." "News? What news?" Chen Ping asked, taken aback. The stout youth replied, "Lin Pingzhi has gone to the inner sect to recruit help. This time, he has enlisted the 10th-ranked expert, Li Zong, who is at the 8th level of the Minor Pan realm. He is not someone you can compare to Wan Ziliang." "Li Zong?" Chen Ping raised an eyebrow. Scoffing, "Li Zong. I'm not afraid of the liberal arts comprehensive. Let them come. I welcome all challengers." "Wow?" Hearing this, both of them looked astonished. The stout youth shook his head. "I don't know where you get your courage from, but he is at the 8th level of the Minor Pan realm. One slap, and your head would be crushed." To their surprise, Chen Ping was unperturbed. "I possess the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt." Dante even mentioned the Minor Pan realm. "Even if a major Pan realm expert came, I would stand my ground." "How audacious. I like it." The tall youth grinned widely. "I'm Du Shuang, and this is Li Hui. We came today to befriend you." Upon hearing this, Chen Ping was somewhat surprised. Most had come to fight him. This was the first time someone sought friendship. "I'm over 50. You wish to befriend me?" Chen Ping scrutinized them with curiosity, somewhat incredulous. "What is the big deal?" Du Shuang laughed dismissively. "For cultivators, lifespan is long. Age is merely a number." Li Hui chimed in. "Some cultivators live for hundreds of years and take partners decades younger than themselves. Such instances are far too common." "That's a valid point." Chen Ping nodded in agreement. "Not just cultivators. Even on Earth, many men in their 80s marry women in their 20s, provided they are wealthy." "All right, based on your words, I will accept this friendship." Chen Ping smiled and gestured for them to sit. Li Hui looked doubtful. "What we said earlier was true. Aren't you worried at all?" "What is there to worry about?" Chen Ping shrugged, displaying no signs of fear. As far as we know, Lin Pingzhi not only called upon the 10th-ranked Li Zong, but also invited the 5th-ranked Sun Jia. Du Shuang shook his head. "Both are ruthless individuals. If they come, your life might not be spared. Since you two have come to find me, you certainly wouldn't want to befriend a corpse, so I trust you have a plan." Chen Ping looked at them with a smile, having guessed their intentions. The two grinned, and Li Hui patted his chest proudly, saying, "I'm ranked first in the entire sect, 2nd level of the Major Pan realm." Du Shuang also patted his chest, boasting, "I'm ranked 3rd, 1st level of the Major Pan realm." "Wow?" Chen Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. These two were indeed exceptional among the inner disciples. Li Hui chuckled. "Don't worry, if they dare come tomorrow, I'll make sure they can't take care of themselves. I've long found Li Zong displeasing." Du Shuang rubbed his hands together, grinning maliciously. Chen Ping quickly waved his hands. "I appreciate your goodwill, but I shall handle them myself tomorrow. The Minor Pan realm is nothing to me." "How bold," Du Shuang exclaimed. "Just how strong is your trump card?" "Don't believe me?" Chen Ping raised an eyebrow. Lifting his shirt to reveal his belly, "Come, strike here. If you break it, I demand compensation." Du Shuang and Li Hui exchanged a glance, their hearts fluttering with curiosity about what peculiarities Chen Ping might possess. Unable to contain her excitement, Du Shuang clenched her fist and declared, "All right, let me give it a try. Don't worry. I will control my strength and won't harm you." Chen Ping smiled noncommittally, offering no further comment. "Be careful," Du Shuang warned, raising her hand to strike. Bang! The sound reverberated like a collision with iron, producing a deep thud. "Ouch!" Du Shuang exclaimed, her eyes filled with stars as she cradled her wrist, groaning in pain. It appeared as though Chen Ping possessed an invulnerable physique, reflecting the force of her strike back upon her, akin to striking oneself. How uncanny! Li Hui gasped in astonishment. Despite being at the first level of the Great Plate Realm, she could shatter a small mountain, yet she could not move a mere mortal, and instead injured her own hand. Now I understand why he remains unscathed. Du Shuang gazed at him with envy, marveling at his formidable physical strength. Even her minor realm could not affect him, let alone those in the Foundation establishment stage. Li Hui, witnessing the scene, could not suppress her admiration. Although Du Shuang refrained from using spiritual energy, even an ordinary Foundation establishment practitioner could not withstand such a strike. Yet Chen Ping did, though deny that it did not stir their hearts would be disingenuous. Though they ranked first and third in their sect, those titles merely represented their cultivation levels. Without the aid of spiritual energy, their physical strength was still quite low. Their minor realm conferred slightly greater strength than an ordinary Foundation establishment practitioner, who, when given the chance, could pierce the flesh of an ordinary mortal with a powerful arrow. However, both were acutely aware that the methods for tempering the body were closely guarded secrets, rarely revealed. Based on this understanding, though they felt envious, they dared not inquire about the secrets of physical enhancement. The two engaged in a jovial conversation with Chen Ping, and before they knew it, night had fallen. Realizing the late hour, they rose to take their leave. As they departed, Li Hui cheerfully remarked that she would return the next day to witness the commotion. After bidding them farewell, Chen Ping retreated to his room, accessing the system and channeling all his emotional energy into strengthening his physique. Regrettably, the subsequent emotional energy was insufficient to facilitate another breakthrough. Once his physical strength reached an adequate level, he would need to seek a way back to Earth. Lying on his bed, Chen Ping's thoughts wandered. Though this otherworldly realm provided him with a system that allowed him to showcase his prowess, it was, after all, not his homeland. No matter how splendid the foreign land, he would always remain an outsider. Closing his eyes, he drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he returned to Earth, reuniting with friends and family. He gathered all his former girlfriends, and the atmosphere was harmonious and jovial. In the end, the group even found themselves sharing a large bed together. Respect your elders and adhere to teachings. Wrongdoing must be addressed. The sounds of morning exercises from the outer disciples stirred Chen Ping from his slumber. After a light breakfast, he eagerly ran outside to wait on the chairs, wondering how many people would show up today. The more, the better. His anticipation was palpable. Soon, the morning exercises concluded, and the area around the training square erupted into a cacophony of voices. Swelling into a lively uproar, without needing to look, he knew a large crowd was gathering. It's coming, it's coming. Chen Ping repeatedly reassured himself. The dream from the previous night had intensified his longing for Earth. If there were a way to return, he would spare no expense. After waiting for about an hour, the raucous sounds from the training square abruptly ceased. It was as if a gaggle of squawking ducks had suddenly had their throats grasped. What was happening? Chen Ping stared in bewilderment towards the training square, but the view was obscured by trees and rock formations. After waiting a while longer without seeing anyone approach, he grew anxious and decided to investigate. If they were delayed, he could always go to them. However, just as he stepped outside, he saw two figures leisurely walking towards him from within the sect, an elderly man and a young one. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback. In his memory, the elderly man was Gu Qinghua, the sect leader of Shenyang sect, while the young man was his good friend, Gu Zhishuan, the young sect leader. What brought them here? Confused, Chen Ping quickly advanced a few steps, bowing respectfully. Greetings, sect leader and young sect leader. Chapter 14. Eccentricities. Ping Gu. Gu Zhishuan initially paused, then hurried forward to assist him, a look of guilt on his face. It's all my fault. I've been so consumed with my cultivation lately that I haven't been able to attend to you. Please don't be angry with me, Ping Gu. How could I be? Chen Ping replied with a somewhat dazed smile, searching his memory until he realized that due to the incident with the naked baby, he and Gu Zhishuan had always interacted as equals, regardless of status. Moreover, because Gu Zhishuan was a few months older, he treated Chen Ping with great courtesy, calling him brother. Such a good person. With this thought, Chen Ping couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. If it were anyone else, they would have likely dismissed him long ago. The naked baby was a non-issue. One was a doorkeeper, the other a young sect leader. Their statuses were worlds apart. Suddenly, A cold snort interrupted his musings. It was sect leader Gu Qinghua, who now glared at him with evident displeasure. Due to Gu Zhishuan's influence, Gu Qinghua had treated Qin Ping decently over the years, but that was merely a matter of degree. He had never regarded him as family. Qin Ping's heart raced, and he quickly bowed again. Sect leader. For some reason, he felt a twinge of trepidation in front of Gu Qinghua, as if he were being scrutinized by someone of high status, a testament to the sect leader's formidable presence. Despite his current impressive physique, he still felt somewhat inadequate before Gu Qinghua. You've become quite impressive, Gu Qinghua mocked. I've heard you've been defeating outer disciples left and right, injuring over 100 of them in the process? Eh? Qin Ping raised an eyebrow, sensing the accusatory tone in his voice. Remaining calm, he replied, Sect leader, you see, I'm just a useless person. How could I possibly defeat those outer disciples? They came looking for trouble, and I merely braced myself to take their hits. Oh? Gu Qinghua's eyebrows furrowed, his expression darkening. Are you implying that my Xinyang sect fails to teach its disciples, provoking you and injuring themselves in the process? Faced with such unfounded accusations, Qin Ping's ire flared, and he straightened his posture, saying, That is not what I said. Oh? Gu Qinghua nearly laughed in anger. This was the first time since becoming sect leader that someone dared to confront him so boldly. Before he could finish, Gu Zhishuan quickly pulled Qin Ping aside and whispered, Ping Gu, don't misunderstand. Just now, over 200 people gathered at the morning exercise square, and it was my father who ordered them to disperse. What? Qin Ping was rendered speechless. Over 200 people, all sent away? Goodness, that would have yielded an immense amount of emotional energy. Gu Qinghua, we have a feud now. Qin Ping silently lamented, feeling utterly despondent. If those 200 people had come, it would have certainly elevated his physical strength by a level. Now, all of that was in vain. Seeing his expression, Gu Qinghua and Gu Zhishuan assumed he was stunned. Gu Zhishuan promptly patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. Ping Gu, there's no need to be afraid. My father has issued a strict order that they are not to cause you any trouble. You can live peacefully here from now on. Huh. Qin Ping was even more bewildered. They were forbidden from coming in the future. How would he gather emotional energy? How would he grow stronger? How would he find a way back to Earth? Noticing Qin Ping's dazed demeanor, Gu Zhishuan believed he needed time to recover and began assessing the newly constructed doorkeeper's quarters. He smiled and said, Ping Gu, your quarters are quite impressive. They're larger and better than my own room. How could they not be? I had those outer disciples build it. Gu Qinghua grumbled. Over 100 outer disciples were forced to construct a building. If this gets out, it will tarnish Xinyang sect's reputation. Father! Gu Zhishuan shot a helpless glance at him, urging him to stop. Considering his son's feelings, Gu Qinghua waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I'm an old man. I'll take my leave before someone provokes me and I injure my hand again. That would be utterly disgraceful for Xinyang sect. With that, Gu Qinghua turned and strode away. Gu Zhishuan quickly urged Qin Ping to sit down. Smiling, Ping Gu, don't be upset. My father is like that. He actually cares about you. Not at all. Qin Ping hastily waved his hands, though he felt quite displeased. It was indeed Lin Ping and the others who had troubled him. Why should he be subjected to such condescension? Just you wait. Once my physical strength increases, I'll make you regret it. Qin Ping seethed internally. Gu Zhishuan refrained from dwelling on this topic and instead shared his recent cultivation achievements. He had now reached the 8th level of the minor completion realm. In his father's words, aside from the leaders of major sects and a few hidden ancient monsters, there was virtually no one capable of defeating him. This revelation stirred Qin Ping's heart. Has the 8th level of minor achievement already reached such a stage? If he could attain this realm as well, wouldn't he be able to immediately seek a way back to Earth? Yet, when I reflect upon my own reincarnated body, a mere waste, unable to even cultivate, let alone reach minor achievement, I must seize the opportunity to find a way to cultivate. Qin Ping mused silently, recognizing the necessity of becoming a cultivator if he wished to return to Earth. Surely, one cannot rely solely on their feet for such a quest. Noticing his silence, Gu Zhishuan assumed he was disheartened by his inability to cultivate and felt a pang of remorse. Ping Gu, I didn't mean to. Truly, over the years, I've also been searching for a method to open all my meridians, but alas, he left the rest unsaid, as the outcome was evidently negative. Qin Ping was momentarily stunned, rummaging through his memories. He realized that to cultivate, one must absorb the heavenly spirit energy and allow it to circulate through every limb and bone, traversing all meridians, essentially running through the cycle of the cosmos. Yet in this body of mine, all meridians are blocked, completely obstructed. It was akin to a flood on the plains, unable to be contained, thus rendering cultivation impossible. Be why the heavens, how unfortunate am I? Qin Ping inwardly lamented. While others traversed worlds with their levels maxed out, or possessed unparalleled talents, rapidly ascending in their realms. But here I am, blocked from this path entirely. Ping Gu, don't lose heart, I will continue to seek solutions. Gu Zhishuan earnestly consoled him. I believe that before my life ends, I will surely find a way for you. Saying this, he patted Qin Ping's shoulder and turned to leave. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly turned back with a smile. Ping Gu, seeing your youthful visage reminds me of our childhood. And no matter what extraordinary encounters you have, I am genuinely happy for you. Without waiting for Qin Ping to respond, he departed. Watching Gu Zhishuan's retreating figure, Qin Ping felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Chapter 15. Delivery to your door. The principle of the survival of the fittest is the foremost law in any world. Having become a waste, it is remarkable that Gu Zhishuan continues to treat him so kindly, something even blood brothers might not achieve. Though you are Qin Ping's brother, from now on, you shall be my brother. Finding a confidant in life is rare, as is discovering a friend who treats you sincerely. Undoubtedly, Gu Zhishuan has earned Qin Ping's recognition. After a light lunch, Qin Ping opened the system panel, which only occasionally refreshed a single line of anger value, clearly contributed by Lin Pingzhi. In the entire Xinyang sect, only Lin Pingzhi could harbor such hatred towards him. As evening approached, Du Shuang and Li Hui arrived, bringing a bottle of fine wine and some snacks to engage him in conversation. We were hoping to see you showcase your prowess, but alas, as soon as the sect master arrived, everyone was sent away. What a pity! They lamented, shaking their heads while sipping their drinks. Qin Ping remained silent, more troubled than anyone else, as the emotional value he had gained was abruptly severed by Gu Qinghua. They then began discussing matters regarding inner disciples, critiquing each other's strengths and weaknesses. Qin Ping found it difficult to muster any interest as they praised their own standings within the sect. Both of them were mere minor realm cultivators, still preening over their rankings, while Gu Zhishuan stood at the 8th level of minor achievement. In comparison, Li Hui and Du Shuang were vastly inferior. Truly, as the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Is this what you usually drink? Qin Ping took another sip, grimacing at the murky liquid. The taste was sour and carried the distinct flavor of fermented grains. The alcohol content was incredibly low, akin to that of beer. Du Shuang beamed with pride. Indeed. This is a top-notch vintage, aged for 10 years, and I brought it out specifically for you to taste. In contrast, Li Hui, more perceptive, quickly noticed Qin Ping's unusual expression and asked, "What's wrong? Is something amiss?" Qin Ping glanced at the two, shaking his head helplessly. "I genuinely feel a bit sorry for you both." "What do you mean?" they asked, looking puzzled. No matter. Come visit me the day after tomorrow for a surprise. Qin Ping shook the wine glass in his hand, showing disdain, the moonlight illuminating the grains swirling within. "A surprise? What kind of surprise?" Du Shuang was taken aback. "You'll find out the day after tomorrow. If I tell you now, it would ruin the fun." Du Shuang attempted to pry further, but Li Hui restrained him, recognizing that Qin Ping had his reasons for saying so. "The day after tomorrow will reveal everything." After chatting for a while longer, noticing it was getting late, the two took their leave. Back in his room, Qin Ping tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The loss of emotional value meant stagnation in his physical strength, which was far from ideal. In this world governed by the survival of the fittest, one must possess the ability to protect oneself. He had no fear of foundation or minor realm cultivators, but when faced with major realm or even minor achievement cultivators, he found himself at a loss. With his current physical strength, he would struggle to withstand any threats. To find a way back to Earth, he would need strength akin to that of Gu Zhishuan, someone who could look at the world and feel little threat. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Qin Ping, and he slapped himself across the face. "How foolish I am! Since they cannot come out, I shall deliver myself to them. Moreover, it is unnecessary to endure beatings to gain emotional value. I can also strike others." In that moment, it felt as if a door to a new world had opened, presenting a fresh avenue. Let it begin with Lin Pingzhi. In a daze, He could almost envision Lin Pingji's furious expression. With this thought, his spirits lifted and sleepiness gradually enveloped him. The following morning, awakened by the sounds of morning exercises, Chun Ping had a light breakfast and then sat in a chair, awaiting the right moment. After the morning exercise sounds faded, he strode confidently into the sect. It was only his second time entering Xinyang sect. The first was when he accompanied Gu Zhishuan to meet sect master Gu Qinghua, at which time he was assigned to the gatehouse. That was over 30 years ago. Guided by his memories, Chun Ping arrived at the outer disciples' quarters. Before him lay rows of houses, numbering in the hundreds. Although they were outer disciples, each had their own independent room. As the morning exercises concluded, most disciples remained inside their rooms to cultivate, making it difficult to find anyone to inquire about Lin Pingji's whereabouts. However, this posed no challenge for Chen Ping. He stood firm, gathering his strength, cupping his hands to form a megaphone at his mouth. Lin Pingji, come out! His powerful call echoed louder than any loudspeaker. Every practicing disciple heard him clearly. What is going on? Who's calling for Lin Pingji? What? Telling Lin Pingji to come out? Who has such audacity? In an instant, all the disciples paused their cultivation and emerged from their rooms, eager to discover who dared to issue such a challenge. Is it him? Many recognized Chen Ping, their expressions instantly turning fierce. How dare he come here? Has he lost his mind? If it weren't for the sect master's intervention yesterday, we could have torn him apart. Soon, more and more disciples learned of Chen Ping's identity. Dozens approached him menacingly. Block the exit, don't let him escape. Chen Ping, you old wretch, now I see where you can run. The sect master strictly forbade us from seeking you out. But now you've come knocking on our door. Chen Ping, hands on his hips, grinned at them, showing no sign of fleeing. Indeed, I have delivered myself to your doorstep. No, I'm not the goods. I'm here to procure. Emotional value, after all, is a form of commodity, albeit a rather special one. Procure? Du Ping's face contorted with rage. No matter what you seek today, don't expect to leave unscathed. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, surround him. The day he had used the thunder staff had left him with a permanent injury to his wrist, and upon seeing Chen Ping, he was determined to seize him. A throng of outer disciples encircled Chen Ping, creating layers of barriers. Yet, Chen Ping appeared entirely unfazed, wearing a cheerful smile as he waved dismissively. No need to surround me. If you wish to strike, come at me. The more, the merrier. Arrogance. Du Ping gritted his teeth in fury, especially incensed by the phrase the more, the merrier. Everyone, attack. Even if he has bones of steel, we shall tear him apart piece by piece. With a furious shout, the crowd surged forward like ravenous dogs pouncing on their prey. As if Chen Ping were a defenseless maiden. Chapter 16. Old Deng has gone mad. Run. Bang. Ding. The sound of countless impacts reverberated in the center of the crowd, resembling the clanging of iron plates. Those unaware might think they were forging metal, but soon, cries of pain echoed from the crowd. What the hell? So hard? Ouch. Did he grow up eating iron? How can he be so tough? As time progressed, the wails of despair grew increasingly pronounced. Some disciples who failed to secure front row positions gradually halted, staring in astonishment at those clutching their wrists. How could their hands be broken? Surely, it could not be so. It was merely a matter of striking someone. How could it result in a fractured hand? Are you truly deficient in calcium, with bones so fragile? The injured disciples all cradled their shattered wrists as they retreated. The remainder, sensing the dire situation, immediately ceased their advance, paralyzed by trepidation. Where was Lin Pingji? In the rear, Du Ping wore an expression of acute anxiety. After the morning exercises, Lin Pingji had ventured into the inner sect to confer with acquaintances about strategies. Upon spotting Chen Ping, he hastily sent for Lin Pingji. Witnessing over 100 injuries, his heart raced with concern. If Chen Ping were to depart now, they would be powerless to stop him. Little did he know, Chen Ping had no intention of leaving just yet this moment. He was exuberantly observing the system panel. Following the recent barrage of strikes, the accumulation of various emotional values had reached nearly 2,000. Add them all to my physical strength. As the emotional values dwindled, the level of physical strength underwent a transformation. Now at the 9th level of the Qiulong, a further enhancement had been achieved. Not only did the disciples feel a sense of fear, But even Chen Ping himself felt an overwhelming sense of power. If I were to elevate my physical strength to its maximum, would I not become invincible? Chen Ping reveled in this newfound strength, recognizing it as a path to enhancement. Come on, let us continue. With the emotional values depleted, Chen Ping smiled and waved at the outer sect disciples. His beaming countenance incited their ire to an astonishing degree, yet they found themselves utterly powerless against him. How infuriating! Who could deliver a proper beating to him? I would gladly surrender my spiritual stones for a month. I would offer half a year's worth of spiritual stones. Spiritual stones are valuable resources frequently utilized by practitioners. The Xianyang sect provides them with 2 each month, making them exceedingly precious. Usually reserved for breakthroughs, in their desire to vent their frustration, they willingly offered up their spiritual stones, highlighting their immense anger. Detected hostility towards the host. Anger value 16. Detected hostility towards the host. Anger value 13. Detected hostility towards the host. Anger value 14. The system panel was inundated with rapidly refreshing information. A cursory glance only fueled Chen Ping's excitement. At this rate, he might very well break through to the Qiulong level, achieving a new pinnacle. Indeed, one need not solely endure blows. Words could stir emotions too. As long as emotions are present, the system can capture them. Perhaps this body's age rendered the mind somewhat sluggish. Or perhaps he had been too obstinate until last night when he finally had an epiphany. Yet, good things come to those who wait. Having discovered the method, acquiring emotional values became a simple task. Come on, all you outer sect disciples. Aren't you supposed to be tough? Come and strike me. I shall remain motionless, and we shall see who can inflict harm upon me. In that instant, Chen Ping transformed into a master of provocation. Hands on his hips, verbally deriding them with unrelenting taunts. Provoked by his antics, a multitude of outer sect disciples were incensed, and dozens charged at him, throwing punches and kicks. Yet, predictably, all who engaged were met with a jolt of injury. In their fury, a flicker of fear emerged. With their foundational cultivation, they could not even harm a seemingly useless individual. How terrifying must this person's physical resilience be? Continue, carry on. Chen Ping beckoned eagerly, his expression brimming with anticipation. This elicited goosebumps among many disciples who had heard rumors of his proclivities. Clearly, this was a manifestation of unfulfilled desires. Truly, a pervert, actively seeking a beating. How shameless! As the outer sect disciples realized they could not physically harm Chen Ping, they began to retaliate verbally. Consequently, an increasing number adopted this strategy, culminating in a collective verbal assault against Chen Ping. With hearts lightened, their anger dissipated, yet Chen Ping was alarmed. Their lack of fury meant no emotional values were generated, and the system could not capture any. Watching the emotional values on the system panel dwindle, he hastily countered, attempting to reclaim the atmosphere with his quick wit. However, with only one mouth, how could he compete against hundreds? As soon as he spoke, his voice was drowned out. Very well. It seems I am compelled to resort to force. Chen Ping gritted his teeth in frustration. If he could not outtalk them, he would simply strike. After all, he was invincible now. Targeting a nearby young disciple, he lunged forward in a swift motion. In an instant, he stood before the disciple, and before they could react, he delivered a resounding slap. His strength was now well controlled, and this blow would leave the recipient dazed and fatigued, enough to clear their mind but render them unable to voice a complaint. Thus, anger values would be generated, after sending one disciple flying. Chen Ping darted to the side, delivering another light slap. Smack! Another disciple soared through the air, collapsing on the ground, groaning in pain, half of his face swollen. Without pause, he rushed towards another target, sending disciple after disciple flying. In an instant, all the outer sect disciples who had been engaged in verbal sparring froze in terror. Run for your lives. This madman has gone berserk. Do not let him catch you. I cannot afford to have my handsome face marred. Observing Chen Ping darting about, dispatching disciples left and right, the remaining outer sect members began to flee in a frenzy. Especially the female disciples, terrified of being caught by Chen Ping. For them, their appearance was a crucial asset in acquiring cultivation resources. Thus, they could not allow their looks to be compromised. With a cacophony, the crowd gathered rapidly and dispersed just as swiftly. The outer sect disciples fled like chicks before a hawk, racing back to their quarters. With their cultivation levels, their movements were remarkably swift. In less than a minute, they had all vanished. Yet, Chun Ping's speed was no less impressive. Over 50 outer sect disciples lay sprawled on the ground. With no one left standing, Chun Ping's gaze shifted towards the disciples hiding within their quarters. Have you really escaped the monk only to find refuge in the temple? I shall claim your emotional values. With this thought, Chun Ping eagerly approached the nearest room. Without hesitation, he kicked the door. Bang! The door shattered, revealing a male disciple within, who paled at the sight of Chun Ping's abrupt entrance. Stay back, do not come any closer. The male disciple screamed in terror. Upon hearing this, many bewildered individuals recalled the rumors surrounding Chun Ping's proclivities, and they trembled in unison, a chill running down their spines. Could the rumors be true? My heavens! Those already apprehensive of Chun Ping were now even more fearful. The room was no longer safe. They needed to flee, quickly, seek out Lin Gu. Numerous male disciples, self-conscious of their attractive appearances, fled in panic, fearing they might fall victim to his advances. Meanwhile, some female disciples remained remarkably composed, knowing that those with such proclivities were often uninterested in women. With a rush, the outer sect disciples fled once more. Who could have anticipated that Chun Ping would not only invade their training ground, but also their very homes? Do not move. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated. Imbued with authority and presence. 5 or 6 individuals strode forth, led by a striking young man in his 20s, tall and possessing piercing eyes that seemed to radiate brilliance at every moment. What is going on here? The young man inquired, furrowing his brow as he raised his voice. However, the outer sect disciples did not recognize him, though his demeanor suggested that he was an inner sect disciple. This is our inner sect senior brother, Li Zong. Beside the young man stood Lin Pingji. Having recovered significantly from his injuries over the past 2 days, though he still could not engage in strenuous activities without risking severe pain. This was the reason for his delayed return. Li Xiong, that old fool Chun Ping is here. He feigned nonchalance as he spoke, but his tone was laced with urgency. He told us to attack him, but in reality, he simply wishes to strike us. Indeed! We fled swiftly and were unharmed, yet several of our junior brothers suffered greatly at his hands. As they spoke, a chilling scream echoed from one of the outer disciples' quarters. Ah! The sound conveyed fear, anxiety, dread, and helplessness, but beneath Lin Pingji's insinuations, it also carried a hint of lost purity. A vivid image flashed in everyone's mind. Chun Ping extending his wicked hands toward an innocent male disciple, stripping away his garments, and then, gulp. Several male disciples swallowed nervously. Quickly, save him! Li Zong, shaking off the sordid fantasies that plagued his mind, hurriedly called out and sprinted towards the room from whence the sound had emerged. Awakened by his outburst, his fellow disciples hastily followed suit, creating an illusory sense of racing against time. He felt as though arriving a mere minute earlier could spare the male disciple from a venomous fate. Suddenly, a figure darted from one room, only to slip into an adjacent one. With a resounding bang, the door was kicked open, revealing an empty interior. Next, he bellowed, bang. Still no one. Next, bang. At last, a voice cried out, don't come over here. Please! The room echoed with the male disciple's chilling and terrified screams. Stop! Li Zong roared angrily, propelling himself forward and leaping to the door at that very moment. He witnessed Chun Ping raise his palm and strike with force. Slap! The sound rang out sharply, and the male disciple fell unconscious. Bold move! Li Zong fumed, lifting his hand to unleash a powerful strike. A radiant light coalesced in his palm, manifesting the palm thunder, a technique essential for initiation into the Xianyang sect. However, his mastery of this technique far surpassed that of Wan Ziliang. While Wan Ziliang could only condense a white orb, Li Zong's palm thunder shone with a brilliant white light. Someone's coming. Chun Ping's eyes sparkled. But before he could turn, Li Zong's palm thunder was upon him. Boom! It sounded like a strike against iron, yet this time, the impact was even more profound and resonant. Hey, who's tickling me? Chun Ping exclaimed in bewilderment. Turning to see a young man standing at the doorway, he was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of confidence, yet his expression bore an odd twist. Li Zong's mouth twitched furiously, a low groan escaping his throat as his right hand trembled uncontrollably behind his back. The pain was excruciating. Why was it so agonizing? Wasn't he just the old gatekeeper, a mere mortal weakling? How could his physical strength be so terrifying? Li Zong found himself momentarily dazed. "Who are you?" Chen Ping asked, looking at Li Zong with a peculiar expression. "Are you sick? Why are you tickling me?" "I'm not itchy." Li Zong was nearly driven to madness. Tickling? That was the palm thunder, for heaven's sake. How had it been reduced to mere tickling in his mouth? Lin Pingji, supported by others, approached, unaware of the earlier scene. Hearing Chen Ping's words, Lin Pingji smirked coldly. "Chen Ping, this time you're done for. This is senior brother Li Zong, ranked 5th in the inner sect. Today, he is here to rid our Xianyang sect of your menace." "Li Zong?" Chen Ping raised an eyebrow, his expression growing even more peculiar. "Do you have a relative named Wen Zong?" Li Zong, taken aback, stammered, "What? Wen Zong?" Observing Li Zong's bewilderment, Chen Ping found amusement. "You study physics, chemistry, and biology, while Wen Zong covers politics, history, and geography. Never mind, if you knew, that would be surprising." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Pingji scolded. "Get out here. Senior brother Li will teach you a lesson." He quickly gestured to those around, fearful that if he delayed, Chen Ping would seize the opportunity to retaliate. Li Zong retreated to a clear space, flanked by hundreds of outer disciples. Under their watchful gazes, Chen Ping stepped forward, activating his system to check his information. The system panel was rapidly refreshing with notifications. Detected host receiving anger, anger value 13. Detected host receiving anger, anger value 15. Detected host receiving anger, anger value 16. Chen Ping couldn't contain his glee, laughing uproariously. "Ha ha! This is splendid. At this rate, I might just break through to the Qiu Long level today." While he reveled in his mirth, he remained oblivious to the hundreds of outer disciples glaring at him with furious intensity. If looks could kill, he would have been torn apart. As the anger values skyrocketed, Li Zong could no longer contain himself, calling out, "Chen Ping, do you realize your crimes?" "Crimes?" Chen Ping focused his gaze on Li Zong, momentarily taken aback. "What on earth are you babbling about?" "You," Li Zong seethed. "You openly provoked the outer disciples, injured many, disregarded the prohibitions, invaded the premises, and assaulted sect members. Aren't these your transgressions?" "Indeed, I committed those acts, but I do not believe I am in the wrong. If you wish to strike me, feel free." "Your words are meaningless," Chen Ping retorted, his eyes filled with disdain. The third-ranked Du Shuang couldn't handle him. Why fear the 10th-ranked inner disciple? Arrogant. Lin Pingji could no longer contain himself, declaring, "Let me tell you this. Senior brother Li is at the 8th level of the small plate realm. Crushing you would be akin to squashing a mere insect." Wow. Upon hearing this, the outer disciples lost their composure, gazing at Li Zong with admiration and awe. While these outer disciples were still grappling with the foundational stage, Li Zong had already attained the 8th level of the small plate realm. Particularly for the female disciples, their eyes sparkled with admiration, as if they were starry-eyed at the prospect of stripping off their clothes and throwing themselves at him if circumstances allowed. Senior brother Li is magnificent. With him here, the old wretch shall never act with impunity again. The outer disciples promptly switched to flattery mode. Even though Li Zong had grown indifferent to such praise, he felt a slight swell of pride, especially with the fervent glances from the female disciples bolstering his confidence. "Rest assured, with my brother here today, this villain shall be rendered powerless," Li Zong declared. Hands clasped behind his back, head held high, embodying the aura of a senior brother. The outer disciples continued their adulation, and as their praises stretched on, Chen Ping grew increasingly impatient. "Hey, there's a time for flattery. You know, if you keep this up, we'll be having lunch soon." Upon hearing this, the outer disciples were instantly incensed. "Old wretch, don't get too smug. With senior brotherly here, you won't escape unscathed. You, the villain, shall find no refuge within the Xianyang sect." As Li Zong basked in the flattery, he suddenly found himself glaring in rage at the utterance of those words. "Since you admit to your past crimes, I shall carry out the sect's justice upon you." "You scoundrel!" With that, Li Zong summoned his spiritual power to his left palm, and in the blink of an eye, his palm radiated with blinding white light. This was the Xianyang sect's primordial thunder palm. Its power surpassed even the palm thunder, making it a formidable technique for close combat. Finally, you are ready to make your move, Chen Ping exclaimed eagerly, covering his face with his hands, standing his ground. Just avoid my face. The rest is fair game. Come at me, seeking death. Cursing inwardly, Li Zong charged forward, his left palm infused with additional power, reaching a formidable level of strength, as his palm shimmered with radiant white light. He prepared for the strike. Senior brother Li is magnificent. The villain shall meet his end. Amidst the cheers of the outer disciples, Li Zong's palm struck Chen Ping's chest with ferocity. Whoosh! The gathered spiritual energy was unleashed in a brilliant display, enveloping both figures in blinding light. The onlookers were thrilled, some female disciples already contemplating seeking out Li Zong later that night. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, followed by droplets of blood splattering from within the radiant light. The spectators' eyes widened in astonishment. Senior brother Li is indeed formidable. He has incapacitated that old wretch with a single strike. Surely, this villain will be subdued now. Lin Pingzhi, leaning on his cane, nearly tossed it aside in excitement. Finally, that wretched Chen Ping, who has thwarted me time and time again, will suffer. Ideally, Li Zong will accidentally kill him, and no one could blame me for it. Yet, moments later, Lin Pingzhi's unease began to mount. Chen Ping's voice was unmistakable. This was not the sound he had anticipated. But there were only two individuals present. If it wasn't Chen Ping, then it must be. As this realization struck him, the blinding light dissipated, revealing the scene within. To everyone's shock, Chen Ping stood upright, entirely unharmed, gazing down in disbelief. Indeed, beneath him lay a figure writhing in agony, gasping for breath. The left hand was shattered, hanging by a mere strip of flesh, with bone protruding grotesquely through the skin. Li Zong, the crowd gasped in disbelief. How is this possible? At that moment, a profound silence enveloped the area, as if even breathing had ceased. Only the sound of Li Zong's astonished gasps filled the air. You are but a little rascal. Chen Ping disdainfully uttered these words and then directed his gaze toward the outer disciples. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? The outer disciples finally emerged from their stupor, and upon witnessing Chen Ping's nonchalant demeanor, they were immediately struck with a sense of dread. Run! Someone shouted, stirring them back to their initial instinct. Hundreds of them scattered like a flock of startled chickens, hastily fleeing the scene. Hee hee! Chen Ping chuckled wickedly, preparing to pursue them. Just as he was about to lift his leg, a thought crossed his mind. He lowered his head and called out to Li Zong. You may continue to seek challengers for me, but I must be frank. Even the third-ranked Du Shuang cannot contend with me. Those who are too weak do not pique my interest with that. He turned and departed. Although he had not intended to disclose this, Chen Ping understood that summoning one or two challengers would not yield significant emotional value. Having little interest in minimal gains, he preferred to orchestrate something grander, like confronting these hundreds of outer disciples. Here I come, he exclaimed excitedly, as if bursting into a brothel, and he chased after the direction Lin Ping had fled. On the ground, Li Zong wore an expression of disbelief. How could the third-ranked Du Shuang possibly be unable to deal with him? This was utterly inconceivable. With a violent cough, he spat a mouthful of blood, rolling his eyes back, and fainted on the spot. It was not until noon that Chen Ping ceased his pursuit and returned. Man is iron, and food is steel. Missing a meal leaves one famished. Most importantly, the outer disciples had nearly all escaped, rendering any further stay pointless. Unbeknownst to him, some disciples had hurried to seek out the elders of the discipline hall. Initially, Chen Ping had been ostensibly the one receiving blows. Yet he had injured the hands of each and every one of them. Now, the roles had reversed. Many had been beaten by Chen Ping. If the sect remained indifferent, they would truly be reluctant to return. In response, the fifth elder of the law enforcement hall wore a grim expression, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Useless. A whole bunch of useless fools. Chapter 19. Fine wine. He ignited the firewood, set the pot, inserted the distillation tube, and positioned a basin beneath it. Chen Ping crouched there, eagerly awaiting the results. Before long, the water in the pot began to boil, releasing a rich aroma of alcohol through the distillation tube. Even before seeing the wine, the scent was intoxicating. Gulp gulp. Chen Ping swallowed hard. It had been ages since he had genuinely enjoyed a drink. The liquor in this world was appallingly subpar. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to toil away at brewing it himself. Thud! A drop of crystal-clear liquor flowed from the distillation tube into the basin, producing a dull thud as it landed. Soon after, the flow quickened. Ultimately, a stream of clear liquid cascaded down the tube, creating a continuous thud-thud-thud sound within the room. As the liquor filled the basin, it emitted a bubbling sound, and in an instant, the room was enveloped by the fragrance of the wine. So delightful! Suddenly, exclamations of astonishment erupted from outside. And soon Li Hui and Du Shuang entered with expressions of wonder, immediately fixating on the basin collecting the liquor. You can brew alcohol? Excitement sparkled in their eyes. Without hesitation, Du Shuang snatched an empty basin nearby and replaced it with the one collecting the liquor. He held the basin to his nose, inhaling deeply, the crisp aroma intoxicating him, igniting a salivating desire within him. He tilted his head back and took a swig gulp as the liquor slid down his throat. Du Shuang's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, as if frozen in time. Li Hui, equally bewildered, exclaimed, "What the hell? Are you all right? Are you poisoned?" Even Chen Ping tensed up, fearing it might be ethanol poisoning. Refreshing. Ha ha ha. After a full 2 seconds, Du Shuang burst into laughter, excitedly taking another few gulps, smacking his lips. "It's so fragrant. I've never tasted such delightful wine, though the flavor is quite potent. Taking a sip feels like swallowing a ball of fire." "Is that so?" Li Hui's eyes lit up as he reached out to take a sample for himself. However, Du Shuang swatted his hand away, glaring at him. "What do you think you're doing? If you want a drink, pour your own. I haven't had enough yet with that." He gulped down several more mouthfuls. "Wow, refreshing. Ha ha ha." The room was soon filled with their boisterous laughter. "What the hell? You little rascal." Li Hui rolled up his sleeves, preparing to retaliate. Chen Ping quickly intervened, giving him a meaningful glance and pointing at the basin of liquor, indicating that it was the problematic one, urging him not to take from it. Being the astute individual that he was, Li Hui quickly grasped the implication. He promptly fetched another empty basin, replaced the one collecting the liquor, and filled a bowl to offer to Chen Ping. The aroma was delightful, bringing the liquor to his nose. He inhaled deeply, the fragrance tantalizing his senses. Without hesitation, he tilted back his head and took a sip. The cold, fragrant flavor instantly filled his mouth, sliding down into his stomach, leaving him feeling invigorated. What a fine wine! What a fine wine! Li Hui's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, taking another 2 gulps, feeling as if his entire being was revitalized, every pore opening wide in delight. Chen Ping smiled slightly, savoring a sip from the basin. The initial taste was a clear, fragrant liquor, followed by the sharpness of the alcohol, and soon his entire palate was inundated with the wine's aroma. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his modest experiment, which had turned out to be quite successful. The liquor bore resemblance to a blend of Erguotu and Tianxiang wine, categorized as a fragrant type. The alcohol content was roughly 50 degrees, neither too high nor too low for white liquor. However, given the existing conditions, producing such a beverage was no small feat. Refreshing. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Du Shuang had drained an entire basin of liquor, his face flushed and eyes beginning to glaze over. Indeed, during the distillation process, the alcohol from the first run was exceptionally potent, almost equivalent to pure alcohol. They typically consumed low-alcohol beverages, so suddenly indulging in high-proof liquor, especially the initial distillate, would inevitably lead to intoxication. Of course, this also depended on Du Shuang's considerable cultivation. Had an ordinary person consumed this, it could have easily been fatal. More. In a daze, Du Shuang waved his arms, eager to continue drinking. Li Hui quickly stopped him, staring in disbelief. "What the hell? Have you already gotten drunk?" "Who said that?" Du Shuang exclaimed, his eyes wide in defiance. "I'm not drunk at all. I want to drink more. Hurry up and give it to me. Drink my foot. You can barely find your way. Shut up." Before he could finish, Du Shuang rolled his eyes back and collapsed onto the ground. "What the hell?" Li Hui glanced at the bowl of liquor, then at Du Shuang, utterly bewildered. Ha ha. At that moment, Chen Ping could no longer contain his laughter. Li Hui quickly realized this was Chen Ping's doing, his astonishment turning into a question. "What just happened? We all came from the same place." "Here's the deal." Chen Ping chuckled as he explained the situation, and Li Hui's expression shifted to one of understanding. No wonder you didn't want me to take that bowl. It was all part of the plan. Ha ha ha, serves you right for not letting me drink. Now you get the alcohol, and I get the wine. Li Hui laughed in delight, finishing his bowl before rushing to refill. Seeing that the liquor was nearly exhausted, Chen Ping switched the basin for a bucket. He couldn't just stand there watching indefinitely. He and Li Hui carried 2 basins of liquor outside, seated themselves, and prepared some snacks to accompany their drinks. Enjoying the moment to the fullest, however, as their conversation continued, Chen Ping's enthusiasm waned, and he gazed up at the sky, lost in thought for a long while. What's wrong? Li Hui noticed something amiss and asked with concern. Nothing, Chen Ping replied flatly. Li Hui opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from pressing further. Everyone harbored their own secrets. If Chen Ping chose not to share, he wouldn't pry. Little did he know, Chen Ping's reluctance stemmed from the fact that he could not speak of his journey through time, a secret likely to remain unshared for a lifetime. It was this sentiment that rendered him silent. He yearned for home, for his family and friends, and for his past lovers. Despite the ups and downs of the years, none diminished his longing. If only he could make a call home. He would pay any price just to ask, "Are you all well?" At this moment, he recalled Chen Xing's song about wandering. The wanderer longs for you, dear mother. The wandering feet traverse the ends of the earth, without a home. What a delightful scent of wine. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the shadows, and a figure approached slowly. The two were startled, quickly turning to see the face of the newcomer. Upon recognizing the individual, Li Hui's expression shifted, and he hastily set down the basin, stepping forward with a bow. Greetings, Seventh Elder. Chapter 20. A steady stream of visitors. Seventh Elder? Chen Ping furrowed his brow, rifling through his memories. He knew only that the Seventh Elder was responsible for patrolling and overseeing the sect, but he had never met him before. You, young man, why are you here drinking instead of cultivating at this late hour? The Seventh Elder chuckled, pointing at Li Hui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Well, enough. I'm not here to arrest you for punishment. The Seventh Elder waved his hand and strolled over. Picking up the wine basin that Li Hui had set down, he brought it to his nose and inhaled deeply. What a rich aroma of wine. The Seventh Elder's eyes sparkled with delight, and he began to swallow hard in anticipation. Li Hui, overcome with joy, urgently signaled to Chen Ping. Without needing a reminder, Chen Ping understood the implication and hurried inside to fetch an empty basin, filling it with wine before presenting it to him. Please, Seventh Elder, indulge yourself. Is that appropriate? The Seventh Elder hesitated, blinking. The sect master has decreed that drinking is prohibited during our mountain patrols. Li Hui's joyful expression immediately sank. However, Chen Ping chuckled and said, "Oh, Seventh Elder, you are being overly serious. We are merely tasting wine, not indulging in drunkenness. Just a sip will suffice. Indeed, it is a mere tasting, not drunken revelry." The Seventh Elder's eyes gleamed with excitement as he accepted the wine basin, first savoring the aroma before tilting his head back to take a sip. What exquisite wine! Truly remarkable. As he spoke, his empty left hand flipped, and to everyone's astonishment, a wine gourd materialized. He then poured the wine into the gourd, leaving Chen Ping utterly astonished. Where did that gourd come from? Some kind of magic? No, perhaps? Chen Ping's eyes lit up. If he was not mistaken, it must be a treasure with spatial attributes. He could hardly believe that such items, described in novels, truly existed. This exhilarated him. Undoubtedly, he would one day seek a way back to Earth, but he couldn't possibly carry pots and pans with him everywhere. If he could acquire such a treasure, future travels would be exceedingly convenient. The Seventh Elder, satisfied, returned the basin to Chen Ping, and with a swift motion, the wine gourd vanished into thin air. This only reinforced Chen Ping's conviction that it was indeed a spatial treasure. You continue. I must resume my patrol. The Seventh Elder chuckled as he turned to leave. After a few steps, he suddenly looked back at Chen Ping, a smile gracing his face. You have performed admirably these past few days. With that, he departed, and Chen Ping and Li Hui quickly bowed to see him off. Once the Seventh Elder was out of sight, Chen Ping seized Li Hui's arm and exclaimed, "Did you see the gourd appear out of nowhere just now?" "That was a storage treasure." Li Hui grinned, explaining, "The Seventh Elder carries a storage treasure box with him at all times, allowing him to store and retrieve items at will. It's incredibly convenient. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Though you know how I might acquire a similar spatial treasure? That's not particularly difficult. Li Hui replied nonchalantly, as long as one has sufficient spirit stones. They can purchase 1.4 inner disciples like us. If we perform well, the sect may also grant us one at their discretion. Changing the subject, he added with a smile, if you wish, you can simply mention it to the young sect master. With his capabilities, acquiring one for you would be a trivial matter. That's so? Chen Ping's eyes sparkled with determination. He resolved to find an opportunity to request one from Gu Zhishan. Although he was reluctant to owe anyone a favor, he felt it was necessary. Once he left the Xianyang sect, a spatial treasure would be immensely useful. The seventh elder appreciates you, Li Hui remarked as they settled back down. Does he? Chen Ping smiled noncommittally. While he was unsure of how the seventh elder perceived him, he was confident that his actions would meet with the elder's approval. That was sufficient. As long as the higher-ups did not ostracize him, everything would be fine. His concern was not about being expelled, but rather about causing trouble for Gu Zhishan. Gu Zhishan had treated him exceptionally well, and if his presence caused the higher-ups to become irate, it would be a regrettable outcome. The seventh elder appeared affable, but he was not one to offer praise lightly. Li Hui added, as an inner disciple, I have a bit more insight. The seventh elder is kind-hearted, yet his standards are exceptionally high. If he does not hold someone in particular regard, he would never offer compliments. Clearly, the seventh elder held Chen Ping in high esteem. They continued their conversation until Du Shuang finally stirred from his slumber. My head aches terribly. As soon as he awoke, Du Shuang clutched his head and wailed, Li Hui, reveling in his misfortune, laughed heartily. Ha! You were so eager to drink. Now you're paying the price. The wine is good, but it's quite potent. Du Shuang shook his head, attempting to rid himself of the dizziness. Let us go. It's getting late. We should let Pinggu rest. Li Hui stepped forward, pulling Du Shuang along. Wait for me to fetch some more wine. Shaking off Li Hui's grip, Du Shuang poured out the gourd of wine he had brought with him, then scampered off to refill it, finally departing with Li Hui. Satisfied. After adding some firewood to the stove, Chen Ping was about to take a break when suddenly, a figure approached from outside. Chen Ping squinted and was taken aback to see none other than Sect Master Gu Qinghua. What could he possibly want at this late hour? Greetings, Sect Master. Chen Ping quickly bowed. Although the old man had mocked him previously, he still owed respect as Gu Zhishan's father. However, Gu Qinghua remained silent. His gaze fixed on the wine barrel, he took a whiff, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Raising his right hand, a large wine jar appeared out of nowhere. He swapped the wine barrel for the jar, pouring the contents of the barrel into it before returning the barrel. With a flick of his hand, the wine jar vanished. That was not all. He then produced an empty basin and filled it with wine, drinking it down in one gulp. What exquisite wine! After finishing, Gu Qinghua's eyes sparkled with delight as he praised the drink before turning to leave. Chen Ping frowned, decidedly displeased. What kind of nonsense is this? Coming here for wine in the middle of the night without so much as a greeting, treating me like air? Suddenly, Gu Qinghua tossed a small object his way, which Chen Ping hurriedly caught. It was a ring. Just drop a drop of blood on it, and it's yours. Also, you may fight, but don't cause any fatalities with that. Gu Qinghua departed without a backward glance, staring at the ring in his hand. Chen Ping felt bewildered. It dawned on him that Gu Qinghua had been aware of his actions these past few days, yet had chosen not to intervene. Moreover, the last remark left him utterly perplexed. Was he not concerned that Chen Ping might severely injure those outer disciples? Shaking his head, Chen Ping refocused on the ring. What on earth is this? A drop of blood? Suddenly, he recalled the scenarios from novels. Could it be? His excitement surged as he couldn't wait any longer to test it. He bit down on his index finger, producing a cut. Blood spurted out uncontrollably. What the hell? Chen Ping was startled and quickly pressed his hand against the wound. Why did it feel like he had bitten into an artery? Chapter 21. Where did this fool come from? It was just a finger. Did it really need to bleed so profusely? After contemplating for a moment, he realized that his body was now sufficiently strong, and his heart was beating more powerfully than before. Previously, his heart was akin to a 100-watt pump. Now it felt like a 5,000-watt pump. The accelerated blood flow and increased blood pressure, which would be intolerable for an ordinary person, felt perfectly normal for him. With that thought, he calmed himself. While pressing down on the wound, he dripped blood onto the ring. Suddenly, a flicker of green light flashed across the ring, and an extraordinary sensation washed over him. He saw the interior of the ring. It was a 10 square meter space. Undoubtedly, this was a spatial ring. Wow. Chen Ping grinned widely, instinctively reaching out to touch the ring, only to forget that his wound was still bleeding. The moment he lifted his hand, the blood began to pour out again. Alarmed, he pressed his hand down once more, but could not suppress the joy bubbling within him. He never imagined that Gu Qinghua would be so generous as to gift him a spatial ring. From now on, he could stash away any treasures inside. After indulging his excitement for a while, he gradually regained his composure. It was truly a day of double happiness. First, he successfully brewed wine, and second, he obtained this spatial ring. The latter, in particular, would prove to be immensely beneficial. Suddenly, Chen Ping raised an eyebrow, realizing that Gu Qinghua had likely been lurking around for some time, hidden from view. In a wonder he had gifted him a spatial ring. Was he deliberately testing him? Or had he simply been passing by? Chen Ping pondered this back and forth, ultimately deciding to let it go. Regardless of the reason, it did not significantly impact him. Worst-case scenario, he could always leave the Xianyang sect. After all, he would eventually depart. Upon this reflection, he hurriedly collected more firewood before retiring for the night. Before long, dawn broke with brilliant brightness. Reverence for one's elders, adherence to teachings, and accountability for one's misdeeds. Thus commenced another day of morning exercises at the Xianyang sect. Awakening Chen Ping to the resonant shouts around him, as he touched the spatial ring on his hand, disbelief coursed through him. Indeed, such wondrous artifacts existed in this world. Yet, considering the existence of time travel, the presence of such a ring seemed less extraordinary. After rising, he followed his usual routine of washing up. Today, however, he did not rush to the outer door. Instead, he engaged in fermenting some grains. Previously, he had thought of brewing only as much as he could consume. But now, with the spatial ring, he deemed it wise to brew a greater quantity. Once he departed from the Xianyang sect, he would not find himself bereft of wine. Moreover, with Gu Qinghua having gifted him such a precious spatial ring, it constituted a significant favor. A mere barrel of wine could hardly suffice to repay such kindness. Li Hui, Du Shuang, and Elder Qi would also merit additional gifts. His good friend Gu Zhishuan would need a share as well. Calculating thus, he realized that the leftover wine from yesterday was woefully inadequate. Chen Ping was the sort of person who disliked being indebted to others. Having lived for many years, he had come to understand a fundamental truth. Favors are the hardest debts to repay. Sometimes, one might feel they have repaid enough, while the other party might feel otherwise, leading to enmity rather than gratitude. A situation fraught with loss. With everything prepared, Chen Ping set off with a spring in his step, intent on strolling around the outer door. Regrettably, he found himself disappointed, for, just like the previous day, all those disciples with whom he had conflicts were absent. The remaining individuals bore him no ill will. Left with no choice, he returned to the gatehouse to bask in the sun. After over an hour of soaking up the rays, two young men approached from down the mountain, clad in blue garments and appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. They moved lightly with spirited eyes. Having spent considerable time at the Xianyang sect, Chen Ping could immediately discern that both possessed some level of cultivation. However, their attire clearly indicated that they were not disciples of the Xianyang sect. As they ascended the mountain gate, they cast a disdainful glance at Chen Ping and strode boldly inside. "Are you blind? Can't you see someone is sitting here?" Chen Ping retorted with irritation, finding their gaze infuriating. "What?" The two were momentarily taken aback. Then their faces flushed with anger. One, a young man with a pointed face, pointed at him and shouted, "You little brat, who are you insulting? You must be tired of living." The other, round-faced and equally indignant, shot him a fierce glare. Sizing them up, Chen Ping chuckled, shaking his head in disdain. "What fools, seeking death." Instantly, the two men, their brows furrowed in anger, charged at him in tandem. Their palms radiated with a white aura. Evidently channeling spiritual energy, a mere mortal dares to confront disciples of the Celestial Gate. "I shall grant you a death sentence." The gatekeeper, clearly deluded into thinking himself a figure of significance, shouted as they simultaneously struck at Chen Ping. One aimed for his chest, the other for the crown of his head. intending to end his life? Fools! Chen Ping merely scoffed, not even glancing at them. He remained perfectly still, entirely disregarding their attempts. In their eyes, Chen Ping appeared paralyzed by fear. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds echoed as their strikes landed on him. The two men smirked, revealing predatory grins, but then, suddenly, their cries of agony pierced the air as they staggered back, clutching their wrists, which hung limply, bones visibly protruding. Clearly, their excessive force had backfired, injuring them in the process. How is this possible? What just happened? They gaped at each other, eyes filled with terror. Despite the fact that the boy displayed no fluctuations of spiritual energy and was not a cultivator. How could his body be so resilient? Was he perhaps wearing soft armor? Yet, the excruciating pain left them little room for further contemplation. Blood gushed from their exposed bones, quickly filling their palms. I'm dying. Someone help! The gatekeeper of the Xianyang sect is a murderer! They screamed, their faces paling as they called for assistance. Wait, what? At first, Chen Ping had no intention of bothering with them, but upon hearing their cries, he could not remain passive. Are you two attempting to frame me? Rising from his seat, he approached them with a frown. Seeing this, the two revealed malicious smiles. They believed Chen Ping must be wearing soft armor. Otherwise, he could not possibly be so durable. Thus, they devised a plan to strike not at his body but directly at his head, aiming to crush it in revenge for their broken wrists. Help! The gatekeeper is a murderer. They continued to yell, hands clutching their wounds as they gathered their spiritual energy, hoping to seize the initiative. When the disciples of the Xianyang sect arrived, they would be able to spin the narrative in their favor. Claiming self-defense had led to the gatekeeper's unintentional killing. You two have no shame. Chen Ping grinned, hands on his hips as he stood before them, prepared to unleash a verbal tirade. Chapter 22. A dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. Now was the moment. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously struck at Chen Ping's head with their free hands, one from the left and one from the right, determined to shatter his skull. This sudden assault genuinely startled Chen Ping, prompting him to instinctively recoil. Yet, his reaction speed remained that of an ordinary mortal. The cultivators had readied their strikes. There was no way he could evade them. Almost instantaneously, their palms collided with his temples. Crack! In an instant, two sharp sounds resonated. Following that came the familiar cries of anguish. The same two youths, their right wrists already broken, now found their left wrists shattered as well. Exposed bones glistened ominously. Blood pouring forth in torrents. Racked with pain, their eyes brimmed with terror. Wasn't he wearing soft armor? How could his head be so resilient? They were indeed lacking in reasoning. The first strike had already revealed that one of them had struck at his crown, and he had suffered no harm. This indicated that Chen Ping's physical constitution was robust, independent of any armor. Now, with both of their wrists fractured, the sight was gruesome, and Chen Ping felt no sympathy for them. On the contrary, his expression had grown cold. While one might avoid hitting the face, this was a matter of principle. The face is one of a man's vulnerabilities. This is what you brought upon yourselves. Chen Ping gritted his teeth, narrowing his eyes as he raised his hand to deliver a slap. The two, seeing the impending blow, made no attempt to evade. He's just a mortal. With our strength, we will surely break his wrist. They thought that in that moment, they were confident they could avenge their injuries. Smack, smack. The sound resonated as if their faces had collided with a rampaging bull. The force sent their heads twisting to the side. Their bodies propelled backward uncontrollably. Thud, thud. They tumbled down the steps, rolling over 100 steps before finally coming to a halt on the next landing. Ugh! The young man with the pointed face spat out a mouthful of blood, two teeth mingling with the crimson fluid. Ugh! The round-faced youth, dazed and nearly fainting, teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Step, step. Chen Ping descended the steps with a grim expression, flexing his wrists as he walked. Such shameless individuals required a thorough lesson. Otherwise, they would persist in their misbehavior. The two, now even paler, cried out in fear, "What are you doing? Don't come any closer. We are disciples of the Yin-Yang sect. Think carefully about the consequences." The young man with the pointed face, missing teeth, struggled to speak coherently, while the other stammered, barely managing to form words. The Yin-Yang sect? Chen Ping raised an eyebrow, recalling he had heard of this sect. But so what? If they dared to strike him, they must face the wrath of his retaliation. Striding purposefully toward them, Qin Ping raised his hand once more. Smack, smack. Another 2 sharp cracks echoed as the pair were sent flying once again. Thud, thud. They landed once more, rolling down to the next landing. Now, both were swaying unsteadily, on the verge of unconsciousness. Fools! Qin Ping glared at them, refraining from further punishment. After all, they were disciples of another sect, and if he were to kill them, it would only invite unnecessary trouble for the Xianyang sect. Turning back, he resumed his seat in the gatehouse, basking in the sun. Opening the system panel, he noted that the 2 had contributed over 40 emotional points. Such utter rubbish, even their emotional contributions were paltry. With a disdainful curse, Qin Ping promptly allocated those points to enhance his physical strength. Unsurprisingly, there was no discernible change in his physical level. He sensed that further upgrades would prove challenging. Much like leveling up in a role-playing game, the initial requirement might be 1,000 experience points, but as one progressed, the demand escalated. In the later stages, one might need 10,000 or even 100,000 points to level up. Such was his current predicament. The trivial emotional value scarcely stirs any waves. At the foot of the stone steps, those 2 individuals seemed to regain their composure, sitting there and howling in pain. Indeed, it had attracted the attention of the Xianyang sect. What was happening? Where did that wretched scream come from? Upon hearing the commotion, 8 outer disciples emerged from the mountain gate to investigate. They soon discovered the 2 individuals at the bottom of the steps. Instantly, all 8 disciples changed their expressions and hurried over. After a brief exchange, they quickly assisted them to their feet and transported them inside for treatment. Finally, someone took us seriously. The 2 were nearly moved to tears. However, this only emboldened them, and as they walked, they began to shout, "I protest. I vehemently protest. The Xianyang sect is bullying the weak, and the gatekeeper has unjustly broken our hands. This matter is far from over. When the sect leader and elders arrive, we will report this to them. If we are not compensated, we shall declare war on the Xianyang sect." Hearing this, the disciples of Xianyang sect couldn't help but break into a sweat. As they passed by the gatekeeper, they glared at Qin Ping with blame. "It's all his fault. What trouble have I caused?" Qin Ping rolled his eyes in exasperation. He was the true victim here. Wasn't he? Soon, the 2 were taken inside the sect. Approximately 10 minutes later, while basking in the sun, Qin Ping suddenly noticed 4 young men ascending from the mountain below. 17 or 18 years of age. They were in the prime of their youth, yet their demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. Their heads held high even as they climbed the steps. Qin Ping scoffed, "Aren't you afraid of losing your balance and falling to your demise?" Upon reaching the top of the steps, the 4 stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, surveying their surroundings with disdain. "Look at this Xianyang sect. It pales in comparison to our Wuhuang sect. It's so dilapidated. If it weren't for that immortal cave, the 5 sects competition wouldn't even be held here. Did you see that gatekeeper? Just an old, useless wretch, probably replaced by another useless one when he died." They pointed and mocked for a while before finally walking inside, entirely ignoring Qin Ping. Qin Ping sneered and called out, "Come back." The 4 halted in their tracks, astonished, and turned to look at him. The leader, a burly youth with a pronounced brow and a broad face, glared with triangular eyes and coldly spat. "Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me like that?" The other 3 wore menacing expressions. Their eyes filled with malice. Qin Ping shook his head helplessly. "A dog can't change its nature. Your mouth is truly foul." Chapter 23. "Let us start with you. How dare you?" The triangular-eyed youth erupted in fury, channeling his spiritual energy as he charged towards Qin Ping. The other 3 merely observed, their gazes cold and judgmental, as if wishing him dead. "Die." The triangular-eyed youth raised his hand, aiming to strike Qin Ping on the crown of his head with deadly intent. Bang! A dull thud echoed. Immediately afterward, a scream of agony pierced the air. His right wrist had broken. Under the scrutiny of his 3 companions, the triangular-eyed youth staggered back, cradling his severed wrist, his face ashen. Emitting a pitiful wail, "Xiao Gu!" the 3 exclaimed in horror, rushing to support him. Bang, bang, bang. They frantically tapped at his injury, and the bleeding began to subside, alleviating some of the pain. Qin Ping watched enviously. This must be the legendary acupoint technique. Unfortunately, He was unable to cultivate it. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to fear blood loss in the future. Having stabilized the bleeding, the triangular-eyed youth let out a sinister roar. Get him! Kill him! Yes! The three glared at Chen Ping. Their faces ashen, charging toward him with furied eye in an instant. They surrounded him. Don't hit my face! Chen Ping scoffed, quickly shielding his face to prevent a repeat of the earlier incident. Kill! The three attacked simultaneously. One aimed for the crown of his head, another for his back, and the last for his chest. Bang, bang, bang. 3 successive thuds rang out, followed by the all-too-familiar sounds of anguished screams. Ah! Chen Ping rolled his eyes in exasperation, leaning back in his chair. Why did they all want to kill him? Was he really that deserving of a beating? Just like the triangular-eyed youth, the 3 staggered back, their wrists shattered, blood gushing forth. Fortunately, they all knew how to staunch the bleeding, and after a flurry of frantic tapping, the blood and pain were somewhat mitigated. Now all 4 were utterly bewildered, fear evident in their eyes. Clearly, he was an ordinary person, yet his physical strength was terrifying. In the territory of our Xinyang sect, you must adhere to our rules. You think you can enter the mountain gate without so much as a greeting? Chen Ping cast a calm glance at them. All of you come over to report. Only then can you enter. Upon hearing this, the 4 felt their faces burn with humiliation, as if they had been gravely insulted. In previous years, they had entered at will. Back then, there was a sickly old man. They never expected to encounter a formidable opponent this year. However, recalling their status, confidence surged within them. Do you know the might of our Wuhuang sect? I advise you to be sensible and come kneel to admit your mistakes. Otherwise, when our Wuhuang sect arrives, you will find it difficult to escape death. The 4, still oblivious to the reality of their situation, maintained their arrogant demeanor, their expressions filled with rage. Very well, Chen Ping sighed. Rising with resignation and slowly approaching them. At least you know your place. Kneel and keep bowing until I say stop. Smite your own face. I want you to stop only when I say so. As for gouging out your eyes, consider it a punishment for your dog-like blindness. The 4 believed Chen Ping was afraid and was about to apologize, their faces contorted in malice. They had already calculated that when Chen Ping knelt, they would simply strike him dead. Members of the Wuhuang sect had never endured such humiliation. Before long, Chen Ping stood before the 4, scrutinizing them repeatedly as if contemplating something. Quickly kneel and bow. Smite your own face. The 4 were eager, seemingly envisioning the moment they would toy with Chen Ping before delivering the final blow. To their surprise, Chen Ping did not kneel. Instead, he pointed at the triangular-eyed youth and calmly declared, You were the loudest, so let's start with you. With that, he raised his hand and swiftly slapped him across the face. You dare? The triangular-eyed youth was taken aback, furious, and attempted to dodge. However, he underestimated Chen Ping's speed. The moment he moved, Chen Ping's palm struck him fiercely. Smack! A sharp sound resonated as the triangular-eyed youth was sent flying. In midair, he spat out blood, 3 of his teeth shattering. Next are you 3. Without giving them a chance to retort, Chen Ping unleashed a flurry of slaps. Smack, smack, smack. 3 crisp sounds echoed, and the other 3 followed suit, flying backward. They tumbled down to the next flight of steps. Chen Ping leapt after them, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! 4 successive dull thuds later, the 4 rolled down to the next level, subsequently losing consciousness. This was still Chen Ping holding back. Otherwise, a single kick could have ended their lives. With a body at the Kaiyang level, even some elders had not reached such strength. Facing cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage was akin to a dimensional strike. Fools, Chen Ping muttered, returning to his seat to bask in the sun. After a while, the 4 groggily regained consciousness. Help! We are members of the Wuhuang sect. The gatekeeper of Xinyang sect is a murderer. Their piercing screams once again drew the attention of the outer disciples, who quickly rushed out. Without even a glance, they hurried to the next level of steps, lifting the 4 and sending them back inside. You will regret this. I will make your life a living hell for offending our Wuhuang sect. This matter is far from over. Had it not been for the disciples of Xinyang sect assisting them, the 4 would have likely been sprawled on the ground by now. Yet, even so, as they passed by the gatekeeper, they continued to rant. Once again, the 8 disciples shot Chen Ping a fierce glare, seemingly blaming him for stirring up trouble. "Are you all insane?" Qin Ping rolled his eyes in disbelief. These ruffians had sought him out first. Why were they glaring at him? He quickly summoned the system, glancing at the meager emotional values displayed above. They remained pitifully low. Yet, even a little was better than none. Moreover, the contributions from those four exceeded those from the Yin-Yang sect by double. It seemed that to acquire emotional value, one must focus on outsiders. Among the outer disciples, those who had ties to him had all fled, while those who did not remained but could not be provoked. To obtain emotional value, he truly had to target individuals outside the Xinyang sect. Remembering the taunts from the members of the Yin-Yang sect and Wuhuang sect, Qin Ping felt a surge of anticipation. Come on, the more, the merrier. Before long, it was noon. After hastily consuming a meal and checking on the fermentation of the grain, he returned to bask in the sun. Unable to cultivate, he could only gain emotional value to grow stronger. Besides sunbathing, Qin Ping was at a loss for what else to do. The afternoon passed in tranquility, devoid of any incidents. After dinner, Qin Ping began brewing wine once more. By the time he finished, it was already midnight. The yield was remarkably bountiful, 3 large vats of wine. This calculation was also made by him. Gu Qinghua has 1 jar, Gu Zhishuan has 1 jar, and the 7th elder, along with Li Hui and Du Shuang, will share 1 jar. These individuals are among the few in the Xinyang sect who have treated him well and have bestowed kindness upon him, a fact he has always cherished in his heart. He will not forget those who have shown him kindness, just as it was in his past life, so it is in this one as well. Chapter 24. A little ornament? Collected. Qin Ping gazed at the 3 jars of wine, and with a flick of his mind, he saw a flash of azure light from the ring on his finger, instantly drawing the exquisite wine into the ring. What a marvelous treasure! Qin Ping grinned widely, reveling in the utility of it. It was far more convenient than having servants, allowing him to take or store anything at will. Anytime and anywhere, delighted. He reclined on his bed and soon fell asleep. Before long, the dawn broke, heralding a brand new day. After a simple wash, he divided 1 jar of wine into 3 portions and distributed them accordingly. Upon returning, he resumed his leisurely sunbathing on the chair. After the morning exercises, the Xinyang sect returned to its usual tranquility. Suddenly, 3 young men ascended the mountain. What the heck? At first glance, Qin Ping was taken aback. Had car ornaments been reincarnated as humans? It was no surprise, considering how strikingly different these 3 looked. Dressed in light yellow garments, they appeared exceptionally fair. Curiously, all 3 bore a striking resemblance, almost like triplets, yet their expressions varied greatly. One had a beaming smile. His mouth stretched wide, radiating joy even without speaking. The second wore a face of despair, his eyelids drooping as if burdened by insurmountable debt. The last one resembled a fool, his eyes askew, his mouth crooked, and his neck stiff. As they approached, they wobbled like the 3 little spring ornaments on a car dashboard. Upon reaching the final step, they grasped their waists and swayed in unison. Is this the Xinyang sect? The smiling youth surveyed the surroundings, unimpressed. Not much, is it? The one with a sorrowful face muttered, "My uncle, my second uncle, they're all my uncles." The fool chimed in, his eyes squinting and mouth askew. Pfft. Qin Ping could no longer contain his laughter, doubling over and shedding tears. How could such a delightful combination exist in this world? Absolutely extraordinary. What are you laughing at? The sorrowful youth's eyelids shot up in surprise. The fool remarked in a low voice, "Second brother, though I may be foolish, I can see he's laughing at us 3. Upon hearing this, Qin Ping erupted into even more uncontrollable laughter, nearly losing his breath. Dear friend, is there something amusing? The smile faded from the laughing youth's face, his eyes narrowing, revealing a glint of sharpness. Qin Ping quickly composed himself, waving his hand with a forced grin. Apologies. I am professionally trained, but I simply cannot help it. Ha 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 ha. You're asking for trouble. The sorrowful youth's eyes widened in fury as he summoned his spiritual energy and lunged forward, delivering a palm strike towards Qin Ping's face. Whoa! Qin Ping was startled. Although his physical strength was formidable, his reflexes remained those of an ordinary person. Thankfully, having endured countless beatings over the past few days, his instincts kicked in, and he swiftly raised his arms to shield his face just before the sorrowful youth's palm struck down. Banga! a muffled thud was followed by the sorrowful youth's anguished scream. Thud, thud, thud. He staggered back, clutching his severed wrist. His face pale as bone was exposed, blood gushing forth. Second brother! The fool's anger erupted as he seized the sorrowful youth and, with a powerful throw, hurled him backward. His intention was to protect the sorrowful youth, but his strength was overwhelming, and the unprepared youth was flung down the steps, rolling like a potato. Despite having some cultivation, the sorrowful youth grimaced in pain. Meanwhile, the fool had rushed up to Chen Ping, raising his hand for another strike. Bang! Ugh! Accompanied by a dull thud. He let out a muffled groan, the pain from his severed wrist causing him to nearly roll his eyes back. Second brother, third brother. The smiling youth's demeanor shifted from mirth to coldness as he charged forward, hand raised for a strike. This time aimed directly at Chen Ping's head, intent on bringing him down with a single blow. Bang! Ah! His cry was far more decisive, and he stumbled back, his face turning ghostly pale at that moment. The sorrowful youth finally climbed back up, and the trio stood together, clutching their severed wrists, their eyes filled with confusion. How could an ordinary person, devoid of any spiritual aura, possess such a formidable physicality? They could not fathom it, but their anger towards Chen Ping remained unabated. We are from the Zhaoyang sect. How dare you injure us? This is not over. That's right. It's not over. Chen Ping, seated comfortably in his chair, watched them with a grin, keep shouting. Someone will come to fetch you soon. The three paused, momentarily bewildered. Within a minute, 8 outer disciples emerged from the sect, politely ushering the trio inside. This is not over. Before departing, the fool continued to shout at Chen Ping. The 8 disciples exchanged glances, helplessly ignoring him as they walked away. How amusing! Just recalling the trio's appearance made Chen Ping laugh uncontrollably. He even pondered how much more entertaining it would be if they were sextuplets. After this small interlude, he resumed basking in the sun. Not half an hour later, another group ascended the mountain. 3 men and 3 women. The 3 women, clad in white garments, exuded elegance and grace, reminiscent of refined literary ladies. The 3 men were equally impressive, each one handsome and charming. Upon reaching the steps, the 6 exchanged smiles, but instead of heading inside, they approached Chen Ping. This senior brother, we are disciples of the Sanha sect. The day after tomorrow is the grand competition of the 5 sects, and we have come today on our master's orders to prepare. The speaker, one of the young men, was well-groomed and spoke with humility, far superior to the previous sect members. Not only he, but the others also nodded politely, smiling as they acknowledged Chen Ping. Chen Ping's mouth hung open, momentarily stunned. Accustomed to the arrogance of other sect disciples, he was taken aback by their courteousness. Coughing, he regained his composure after a couple of seconds, adopting an air of arrogance. Do you have an invitation? This? The 6 were momentarily dumbfounded, and the young man awkwardly replied, I sincerely apologize. We were in a hurry and did not bring an invitation. However, I do have a disciple badge from the Sanha sect. Would that suffice as proof? As he spoke, the young man produced a badge inscribed with the characters Sanha. Had it been anyone else, they might have allowed them entry at this point, but not Chen Ping. If they entered, where would he obtain his emotional value? Absolutely not. He pouted, his face long. Chapter 25. Making things difficult. Outside the Xianyang sect, the 6 disciples from the Sanha sect stood there, their faces filled with embarrassment. No invitation means no entry. Chen Ping shook his head vigorously. He had resolved that anyone wishing to ascend the mountain would have to endure some difficulty. Otherwise, how would he collect emotional value? As the saying goes, even a mosquito's leg is meat. Any morsel is worth taking. One of the tall female cultivators stepped forward gracefully, speaking softly, Senior brother, could you possibly make an exception? Please go inform someone. Just say that the disciples of the Sanha sect have arrived. The elders of your sect should allow us entry. Oh, is that so? Chen Ping grinned widely, feigning enlightenment. The disciples of the Sanha sect perked up, believing he had acquiesced. However, to their shock, Chen Ping's smile vanished, and he replied with a long face, No way. The female disciple was momentarily taken aback. But why not? Chen Ping shot her a glance. Who knows if you are imposters? Besides, you should understand that our Xianyang sect members have quite the temper. If I irritate them, they would surely scold me. But we are indeed disciples of the Sanha sect, the female disciple exclaimed, her impatience evident as she stomped her foot. Senior, why don't you believe us? Please, make an exception. We are truly here to prepare for the grand competition of the 5 sects, the other disciples from the Sanha sect chimed in, pleading for leniency. This demonstrated the stark contrast of their attitude compared to other sects. They had not spoken disrespectfully or resorted to violence, maintaining a respectful demeanor towards Chen Ping, even lowering themselves considerably. This left Chen Ping feeling a pang of guilt, internally lamenting, am I to become the despicable villain? Yet for the sake of emotional value, he had no choice but to persist in his role as the antagonist. No, absolutely not. Chen Ping shook his head vigorously. Even if I were to break the heavens, I still won't let you in. Oh dear, what should we do now? The female disciple bit her crimson lip, anxiously stamping her delicate, fair-skinned calves, causing Chen Ping to swallow hard at the sight. However, recalling the importance of emotional value, he could only grit his teeth and close his eyes, refusing to look. Just like a saying in some novel, women only serve to affect the speed at which I draw my blade. Chen Ping had no intention of unsheathing his weapon now. He merely sought emotional value. Before returning to Earth, all he wished for was to quietly amass emotional value. What to do? As Chen Ping remained unyielding, the 6 disciples of the Sanha sect were left dumbfounded, exchanging anxious glances. We took 3 days to arrive here. If we were to return to the sect and then come back, it would undoubtedly be too late. The reprimand from the master is trivial, but delaying the grand competition of the 5 sects is a grave matter. The 6 were frantic, huddled together with furrowed brows. Am I somewhat inhuman? Chen Ping opened one eye to furtively observe them. Feeling quite uncomfortable, this was the first time in his life he had ever put someone in such a predicament. It was terribly unpleasant. He truly couldn't comprehend how those great villains thrived on such tactics while he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Chen Ping contemplated. Should I let them pass? Smack. The moment that thought emerged, Chen Ping raised his hand and slapped himself. How could I be so inconsistent? Emotional value is of utmost importance. How could I forsake it due to my own weakness? With that thought, Chen Ping resolutely closed his eyes, refusing to dwell on it any longer. However, his self-inflicted slap startled the disciples of the Sanha sect. Did you hear that? It seems that Senior just slapped himself. It sounded real. I heard it too. Did we disturb him? Let us step back a bit and not disturb the Senior's rest. Without further ado, the 6 hurriedly retreated 10 meters, then began to whisper among themselves. Chen Ping was taken aback. This only deepened his sense of guilt. Smack! He slapped himself again. Chen Ping, oh Chen Ping, you truly are something else. For the sake of emotional value, you betray your own conscience. What has happened to the traditional virtues of Huaxia? Have they all been consumed by Lin Pingji? After pondering for a moment, Chen Ping quickly waved to the 6. Come here, you lot. Senior. The disciples of the Sanha sect, who were deliberating a countermeasure, immediately approached with respectful expressions upon hearing his call. What is your command, Senior? Please, do tell. All 6 disciples were exceedingly polite, showing no signs of resentment. Chen Ping felt a wave of guilt wash over him. But there was no alternative. Since he was unable to cultivate, he could only gather emotional value. After some consideration, he spoke slowly. Since you cannot obtain the invitation, then use another method to prove your identities as disciples of the Sanha sect. Upon hearing this, the 6 wore expressions of delight, and the initially silent man quickly produced a waist token, respectfully stating, Senior, this is our disciple waist token from the Sanha sect. It sufficiently proves our identity. A mere waist token proves your identity? Chen Ping raised an eyebrow, a skeptical expression crossing his face. This was intentional, as disciples of the Xianyang sect also possessed similar tokens. If you do not believe me, Senior, you may conduct a test. The male disciple quickly interjected. The other 5 nodded in agreement. Chen Ping, with a long face, expressed displeasure, saying, How can I, an ordinary mortal, discern authenticity? Are you attempting to deceive me? Senior. The man became anxious, quickly replying. Our sect's tokens are made of special materials, incredibly sturdy. Senior can use something hard to strike them, and the truth will be revealed. Is that so? Chen Ping feigned hesitation. We stake our lives on it. The tokens are absolutely genuine. The 6 disciples spoke almost in unison. Very well. Chen Ping reluctantly nodded, accepting the token, and upon squeezing it, indeed found it to be quite hard. Yet, if he merely let them go, it would leave him unsatisfied. His eyes darted, a subtle, unnoticed smirk gracing his lips. Rising from his seat, he dashed into the room, soon re-emerging with a kitchen knife in hand. The sight left the disciples momentarily stunned. Wasn't he this a test? Why the kitchen knife? Without acknowledging them, Chen Ping placed the token on the ground and brought the knife down. Clang! The blade struck the token, instantly sparking. The token remained unscathed, yet the knife's edge was marred with several chips, indeed quite sturdy. Chen Ping mused inwardly. The expressions of the 6 grew noticeably unnatural, particularly the male disciple who had offered the token. His face paling at the sight. Chapter 26. A kind-hearted person cannot become a great villain. Senior, this is our sect's token. Such actions are inappropriate, aren't they? The male disciple's urgency was evident, yet he still spoke very politely. How could he endure this? Chen Ping was astonished. Had it been him, he would have lost his temper long ago. Yet these disciples of the Sanha sect, though visibly anxious and pained, remained composed. Hand over your tokens too. Chen Ping looked at the remaining disciples. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 5 turned ashen, having realized Chen Ping's intentions. Yet, to prove their identities, they could only reluctantly present their tokens. Senior, could we not try a different method? Anything but this. The token represents our identity, but it also signifies our sect. The group was drenched in cold sweat, yet to fulfill their sect's task, they had no choice but to plead. Chen Ping cast them a glance, and the 5 hastily fell silent, their expressions a blend of respect, tension, and even a hint of pleading. I truly am not human. Internally, Chen Ping berated himself harshly, yet for the sake of emotional value. He had to cast aside his dignity. If a test was to be done, then let it be done thoroughly. Chen Ping raised his hand and tossed the other 5 tokens to the ground, stomping on them with both feet. Creak, creak. The tokens scraped against the ground, producing a jarring sound. The 6 disciples of the Sanha sect watched in anguish, particularly the female disciple, who looked on the verge of tears. Senior, the male disciple attempted to speak out several times, but was halted by the others. Given the circumstances, they could only press on. As for the damage to the tokens, they would have to explain it to the sect later and plead for forgiveness. The disciples looked at the tokens beneath Chen Ping's feet with sorrowful expressions, yet still, they did not lose their temper. What exceptional patience! Chen Ping felt a burning shame on his face. He truly did not wish to continue playing the villain. He quickly ceased, gathering the tokens and wiping off the dust with his sleeve. Here, Chen Ping returned the tokens to them. The disciples received them eagerly, inspecting them closely. One female disciple nearly burst into tears upon discovering that the tokens had indeed sustained scratches. Chen Ping's heart brimmed with regret as he said, Ahem, allow me to share a method with you. This will quickly ensure your entry into the Xianyang sect. So, does this mean Senior believes in our identities now? The male disciple was instantly overjoyed. Please, guide us, Senior. The female disciple wiped away her tears, looking at him with delight. Chen Ping smiled lightly, saying, It's quite simple. You merely need to shout loudly. The Xianyang sect's door is killing people. Help! At that point, someone will surely come to assist you. The 6 exchanged bewildered glances, utterly astonished by such a peculiar method. The male disciple shook his head, saying, Senior, we absolutely cannot fabricate claims or slander you. The female disciple nodded in agreement. Senior has never committed such acts. You have been exceedingly forgiving towards us. We cannot repay kindness with malice. The others all chimed in, nodding vigorously, witnessing this scene. Chen Ping felt an urge to smack himself, his face burning in embarrassment. Enough of this. Chen Ping hastily waved his hands to silence them. If this continued, he would surely die of shame, since you refused to shout. I shall do it for you. With that, Chen Ping raised his voice. The Xianyang sect's door is killing people. Help! Is there no justice in the world? The 6 disciples of the Sanha sect were left dumbstruck. As if crows had flown over their heads. Senior, please stop. Even if we do not enter, we cannot tarnish your reputation. We beseech you to cease. We shall seek another method. The more Chen Ping shouted, the more fervently they urged him to stop. The more they insisted, the more Chun Ping shouted, his face growing redder. Is there no one left in the Xianyang sect? The door is killing people. Quick, someone come out. Chun Ping was practically shouting at the top of his lungs. His voice was so loud that not only the outer sect but even those within the inner sect could hear him clearly. This time, they arrived even more swiftly. In less than a minute, over 20 outer sect disciples rushed out in a flurry. Upon sighting the disciples of the Sanha sect standing awkwardly at the mountain gate, they noticed that the latter were muttering something to Chun Ping, likely cursing him in their experience. Do not be disrespectful. The more than 20 outer sect disciples quickly gathered, forming a protective barrier around the disciples of the Sanha sect, casting furious glances at Chun Ping as if he were some heinous villain. This is all you're doing. Can you not behave like a decent person? The reputation of the Xianyang sect will inevitably be tarnished by your actions. The disciples of the Xianyang sect wore grim expressions, their teeth clenched in frustration. The 6 disciples of the Sanha sect were momentarily taken aback, having assumed that Chun Ping was merely acting mad. Not realizing he had truly summoned the disciples of the Xianyang sect. Seeing Chun Ping being scolded, a few of them became anxious. Dear fellow practitioners, this matter does not concern this elder. It is our ignorance of the rules that is at fault. We implore you, esteemed friends. Chun Ping's face flushed with embarrassment, fearing they would continue, and he hurriedly addressed the disciples of the Xianyang sect. Quickly take them inside. They are disciples of the Sanha sect. Bring them to see the elder or the sect leader. Who are you to say so? The disciples of the Xianyang sect shot him a disdainful glare but courteously ushered the 6 disciples of the Sanha sect inside. The 6 disciples of the Sanha sect surprisingly bowed deeply to Chun Ping, expressing gratitude. Thank you, elder. Covering his face with his hands, Chun Ping felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing to vanish from the scene. This was his first time losing face, and it was far more distressing than being scolded. By the mountain gate, one male disciple from the Sanha sect politely inquired of the disciples of the Xianyang sect. May I ask, esteemed friends, why do you hold such an attitude towards that elder? Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Xianyang sect became enraged, exclaiming, he is a demon. Yes, a demon. To emphasize their point, they repeated it. The other disciples nodded in agreement. A demon. The 6 members of the Sanha sect exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom how such a figure could exist in the illustrious Xianyang sect. Moreover, that elder was evidently not a demon. They felt perplexed but prioritized their sect's mission, reluctantly following the disciples of the Xianyang sect to pay their respects to the elder or sect leader. Only after their figures disappeared did Chun Ping lower his hands, his face burning with embarrassment. Indeed, a kind-hearted person cannot be a great villain. Chun Ping chuckled to himself. In those cinematic tales, the great villains commit all sorts of nefarious deeds. Yet he could not even bear to trouble others. Well, from now on, he would be more discerning in his dealings with people. With this thought, he hastily opened the system panel to check the system information, only to find it completely blank, no words at all. What on earth? Chun Ping was bewildered. The system malfunctioning. He scoured the panel repeatedly, yet it showed no signs of refreshing or updating. Could it be? Chun Ping felt a bit dazed. Did they not harbor even a smidgen of resentment? Chapter 27. Martial Arts Techniques. This was the first time Chun Ping encountered such a situation. After he had put the disciples of the Sanha sect through a trial, they harbored no grievances whatsoever. It was simply unimaginable. As the saying goes, even a clay Buddha has its moments of anger. Were the disciples of the Sanha sect truly nurtured in the manner of a Buddha? How else could they possess not a trace of resentment? Chun Ping found himself at a loss for words. Feeling dejected throughout the afternoon, after all the trouble he had gone through, he had gained not a single point of experience, and he had even slapped himself twice in frustration. This was truly unjust. Consequently, during dinner, he indulged in a couple of extra drinks, feeling dizzy before drifting off to sleep. When he awoke the next day, the morning exercises had already concluded. After breakfast, Chun Ping routinely went out to bask in the sun, hoping to see if anyone would ascend the mountain to contribute emotional value. However, the morning was remarkably quiet, with not a soul in sight. As noon approached, Chun Ping rose to head for lunch when suddenly, the system panel popped up automatically. Ding! Detected that the host has achieved the Kaiyang level physique within 7 days. Special reward. A martial arts technique book. Instantly, a book icon appeared on the system panel, Wow! Chen Ping exclaimed in excitement. Claim it, claim it. He eagerly clicked on the icon, which transformed into a shower of sparkling light. Simultaneously, a new attribute appeared beneath his physical strength, martial arts technique, beginner. At that moment, Chen Ping felt his muscles tighten, as if he could strike at any moment. Martial arts techniques? What a treasure! Chen Ping grinned widely. He had grown weary of being a passive punching bag. Now, with martial skills in hand, he wouldn't have to throw aimless punches in future brawls. He definitely needed to celebrate with a drink. Having acquired the martial arts technique, Chen Ping was in high spirits as he turned to finish his meal. Suddenly, he noticed something drifting down from the sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a patch of azure clouds. What the heck? Chen Ping was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, in the blink of an eye. The azure cloud soared directly above the mountain gate of the Xianyang sect. It was then that he realized there were over 20 individuals, clad in azure brocade robes, all appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, youthful and vibrant. Among them were 3 middle-aged men, the foremost of whom wore a golden robe, his thick brows and piercing gaze exuding an air of authority. With hands clasped behind his back, he gazed ahead with a cold demeanor, radiating an aura that commanded respect without the need for anger. Beneath their feet, they stood atop a massive azure gourd, presumably a type of high-grade spiritual artifact. Whoosh! The group of over 20 people glided over the mountain gate, directly entering the Xianyang sect. Almost immediately, the jovial voice of Gu Qinghua echoed from within. Welcome, welcome, Brother Tian. Please come in. Then, silence enveloped the Xianyang sect. Brother Tian? Chen Ping raised an eyebrow. If he was not mistaken, that individual must be Tian Ziming, the sect leader of the Yin-Yang sect, the very same who had sent those few young disciples to confront him a few days prior. Having dealt with the younger generation, he wondered if the elder would seek revenge. A hint of excitement crept onto Chen Ping's lips. Having just learned martial arts techniques, he was eager to find an opportunity to practice. He stepped inside, continuing to eat and drink as usual, unconcerned about whether the disciples of the Yin-Yang sect would retaliate. With his current physical strength, he had no fear unless experts like Tian Ziming came to confront him. Moreover, he now possessed martial arts skills. After finishing his meal, he sat back in a daze, continuing to bask in the sun. Before long, an angry shout erupted from within the Xianyang sect. This is outrageous. Soon after, a commotion ensued, as if a dispute had broken out over some matter. Chen Ping raised an eyebrow, knowing without a doubt that Tian Ziming had discovered the disciples who had been beaten and was now enraged. Sure enough, moments later, 2 figures emerged from the sect, Li Hui and Du Shuang. Each wearing peculiar expressions. Li Hui chuckled wryly. Brother Lin, over these past few days, we were in the midst of critical training. And who would have thought you would stir up such a ruckus? Du Shuang, with a look of admiration, raised his thumb and exclaimed, Brother Li, you really are something else. You managed to take down 3 sects. It's just a trivial matter, Chen Ping replied nonchalantly with a chuckle. Li Hui continued. The sect leaders of the Yin-Yang sect, Wu Huang sect, and Chaoyang sect are currently demanding an explanation from the sect leader. He has asked us to bring you over to apologize to them. Apologize? Upon hearing this, Chen Ping laughed. I can go, but as for apologizing, that can be set aside. With that, Chen Ping stood up and walked with the 2 towards the sect. Li Hui hastily advised, Brother Li, aside from the Sanha sect, the other 3 are not to be trifled with in their territories. They are the dominant powers. The fact that they haven't come directly to kill us already shows they are giving face to our Xianyang sect. Even Du Shuang, known for his straightforward demeanor, chimed in, Indeed, sometimes it's better to endure for the time being. A little patience can lead to a brighter future. It's no big deal to bow your head in recognition of the situation. Chen Ping chuckled lightly. If I endure for a moment, I only grow angrier. If I take a step back, I feel like I lose out even more. Don't worry, I already have a good plan in mind. The 2 exchanged glances, recognizing Chen Ping's resolute determination, knowing further persuasion would be futile. They thus accompanied him to the conference hall. From a distance, they could hear the clamorous voices within, accompanied by the sound of tables being pounded. Li Hui and Du Shuang wore expressions of concern, while Chen Ping remained relaxed and untroubled. Before long, the 3 entered the conference hall. As soon as they stepped in, the ruckus in the hall came to an abrupt halt. Those who had been beaten by Qian Ping turned crimson with rage, and in an instant, he felt dozens of eyes fixated upon him. Why is there a mere mortal here? The leader of the Sanha sect was a striking woman, graceful and seemingly in her 20s, gazing at him in astonishment. The members of the other 3 sects were equally dumbfounded. Jiyu sect leader, you wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? The leader of the Chaoyang sect, namely Fei, turned to Gu Qinghua with uncertainty, and the others shared similar sentiments. A mere mortal could defeat disciples from their 3 sects. Sect leader, it is he. Before Gu Qinghua could respond, the disciples who had been beaten sprang into action, agitatedly declaring, "This is a provocation against our Yin Yang sect. It cannot be overlooked. We must have an explanation." All the disciples who had been beaten turned red with rage, wishing fervently to rush forward and flay Qian Ping alive. The discussion hall was filled with a cacophony of noise. Yet, what left the beaten disciples in a daze was the increasingly grim expression on their sect leader's face. Silence. Guanyun He, the leader of the Wuhuang sect, bellowed angrily, slapping his hand and sending several of the beaten disciples flying across the room. Not only him, but also Tian Ziming from the Yin Yang sect and Li Fei from the Chaoyang sect raised their hands, casting those disciples aside as well. Poof, poof. The cast-off disciples all spat blood, their faces a mask of shocked, a bunch of useless fools, defeated by a mere mortal. How dare you speak? They were ordered to leave. Their leaders seething with rage, their faces darkened to the extreme. Chapter 28. Such arrogance. The once boisterous discussion hall fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Gu Qinghua seemed to have anticipated this scene, remaining calm as a seasoned veteran, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corner of his mouth. All the disciples from various sects had been bested by a mere doorkeeper of the Xinyang sect. It was indeed a moment of pride, however, recalling how the outer disciples had also been beaten by Qian Ping. His smile faltered. Diu Zhongzhu, Tian Ziming of the Yin Yang sect, with a solemn expression, turned to Gu Qinghua and said, "I find this matter rather suspicious. How can a mere mortal stand against our cultivated disciples? I hope Gu Zhongzhu will thoroughly investigate and provide us with an explanation." In the past, he would never have believed such a thing, and no matter how formidable a mortal might be, they could never contend with the most basic foundational cultivators. Yet, after confirming time and again that Qian Ping was indeed an ordinary mortal, and a notoriously useless one at that, he found himself compelled to believe it. But he could not admit it. The other 2 sect leaders nodded in agreement, their expressions equally grim. Everyone knew how things truly stood. Yet they could not acknowledge that their disciples had been beaten by a mere mortal. Such news would be a tremendous blow to their prestige. Rest assured, esteemed sect leaders, I will investigate this matter to the fullest. Gu Qinghua assured them earnestly, his demeanor grave, indicating he would take it seriously. Then, with a look of contrition, he added, "Perhaps I should have him apologize to the esteemed sect leaders as a gesture of goodwill. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, the 3 sect leaders fell silent, their meaning unmistakable. Although they could not pursue the matter further due to the embarrassment, an apology was certainly warranted, at the very least. They deserved some semblance of face. Jiyu Qinghua had anticipated this reaction. Secretly amused, yet maintaining a poker face, he turned to Qian Ping and commanded, "Qian Ping, immediately apologize to the 3 sect leaders. May I ask?" "Esteemed leader, for what reason should I apologize to the 3 sect leaders?" Qian Ping inquired leisurely, already having formulated his strategy. Guanyun He of the Wuhuang sect's eyes widened in fury as he retorted, "You fool, do you not realize why?" The other 2 sect leaders wore expressions of resentment. Had it been their territory, they would have long since reduced him to 1,000 pieces. Qian Ping replied languidly, "You must be the leader of the Wuhuang sect, correct? I, being a mere mortal, am somewhat dim-witted and do not fully comprehend. Please enlighten me." "Hmph. You injured the disciples of our 3 sects, and you have already forgotten so quickly?" "Ah?" Before he could finish, Qian Ping interrupted, feigning astonishment, "Leader Gu, your words are mistaken. As a mere mortal, how could I possibly injure your sect's disciples? There must be some misunderstanding. You, Guanyun," he was rendered speechless. While Li Fei and Tian Ziming looked as though they had just tasted something bitter, their mouths agape, unable to form words. Indeed, forcing Qian Ping to apologize would be tantamount to admitting that their disciples had been beaten. Instantly, the expressions of the three men darkened. Was this humiliation to be endured in vain? The atmosphere became awkward. At that moment, an elder standing behind Li Fei stepped forward and whispered a few words in his ear. Li Fei's eyes brightened, and he smiled at Guan Yinhe and Tian Ziming, saying, "Brothers, how about we leave this matter for now? With the 5 sects grand competition tomorrow, perhaps we should rest for the night?" The two were momentarily taken aback, but seeing Li Fei's hint, they could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Very well, Gu Qinghua understood immediately and called out, "Come, guide the esteemed sect leaders to their quarters." At once, a disciple of the Xianyang sect stepped forward to lead them to their guest rooms for rest. "Let us also take our leave." Sun Yuhan, the leader of the Sanha sect, smilingly rose to gather his disciples and elders. Before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Chen Ping. Once they had all left, Gu Qinghua stood up, a smile on his face as he approached Chen Ping. "You, my boy, have brought great honor to our Xianyang sect today. The 5 sects grand competition has yet to commence, and they have already stumbled." Chen Ping chuckled. "This is all thanks to your excellent guidance, Zhengzhu." "Nonsense." Gu Qinghua shot him a playful glare, then instructed, "If I am not mistaken, they will certainly send someone to trouble you tonight. You should stay in the inner hall for the night and return to the doorkeeper after the 5 sects grand competition concludes. Thank you for your kind intentions." Zhengzhu. Chen Ping expressed his gratitude with a bow, smiling, however. "I suspect that the 3 sect leaders and their elders will not lower themselves to seek me out for trouble. Those who come will likely be their disciples. And for that, I have nothing to fear." Oh? Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghua and the others were momentarily stunned. Those who would be dispatched would undoubtedly be the elite disciples of the 3 sects. The beaten disciples were merely newly initiated foundational cultivators, entirely different from those participating in the grand competition. "Do not be overly arrogant." Gu Qinghua shook his head. "While you may be able to handle those foundational disciples, you cannot contend with the elite disciples of the Xiapanzheng realm." Chen Ping smiled leisurely, exuding confidence. "Do not worry, Zhengzhu. I do not hold those sect disciples in high regard." Gu Qinghua was rendered speechless. Before he could offer further advice, a voice interjected with a cold snort, "Such arrogance." Everyone turned to see that it was the 3rd elder of the sect speaking. Chen Ping raised an eyebrow. Looking at him oddly, "Oh, I thought I recognized a familiar face. Is this not the 3rd elder? Has Lin Pingji's injury healed yet? Hiding away with you is not a solution. He should return to the outer hall soon. I still have some scores to settle with him." Instantly, everyone present was taken aback. But upon reflection, it made sense. Chen Ping was not a disciple of the sect and had no need to regard the 3rd elder's sentiments. Even if he wished to create obstacles, he had no opportunity, and it was only natural for Chen Ping not to indulge him at that moment. Some who harbored disdain for the 3rd elder secretly chuckled. "You?" The 3rd elder's face turned crimson with anger, and he furiously swung his sleeve, coldly huffing. "You can only engage in verbal sparring. Useless, after all, is just useless." That was rather excessive. As the saying goes, one should strike the body, not the face. Insult a person without revealing their weaknesses. Chen Ping, however, merely smiled unperturbed and replied, "What the 3rd elder says is indeed correct. I am useless, but some people's nephews are even less capable than I. Wasting the sect's resources, I." The 3rd elder's eyes widened in fury as he gathered blue lightning in the palm of his hand, the signature technique taught to all disciples of the Xianyang sect. If unleashed, its power would surpass even that of Wan Ziliang by 100-fold. Yet, before he could act, a sudden, chilling pressure surged forth. He quickly turned to see Gu Qinghua's face, ashen with fury, staring directly at him. The 3rd elder was taken aback, retracting his spiritual energy, shooting Chen Ping a venomous glare before dramatically turning to leave. Once the 3rd elder had departed, Gu Qinghua turned to Chen Ping. "Were your words serious just now?" "Of course," Chen Ping replied with a smile. "You can verify this with Li Hui and Du Shuang. They both know. We can testify." Li Hui and Du Shuang quickly nodded. Even they could not breach Chen Ping's defenses, let alone anyone else. "Very well," Gu Qinghua nodded, casting Chen Ping a deeply meaningful glance before turning to leave. Chen Ping did not linger, filled with excitement as he returned to the doorkeeper's quarters. Now, he awaited the arrival of the 3 sects disciples to seek him out. Chapter 29. Hunyuan Ichi. As night fell, Chen Ping sat in a chair, waiting. Tomorrow marked the grand competition of the 5 sects. If the beaten three sects wished to take action, tonight was their only opportunity. Given the character of the Yin Yang sect disciples, it was clear they were not noble souls. Being beaten and humiliated was certainly something they could not endure. Thus, they would inevitably come tonight. Sure enough, as the clock approached 8 or 9 o'clock, two figures emerged from within the sect. Under the dim light of the moon, two individuals clad in tight black garments approached. Their bodies wrapped tightly, evidently wary of being recognized. They stealthily crept forward, only to be taken aback upon seeing Chen Ping seated calmly in his chair. Observing them, seems you are prepared to accept your punishment. One of the figures sneered. The other remained silent, but his icy gaze betrayed his murderous intent. The foundational disciple being beaten by a mere mortal was an unparalleled disgrace for the sect. Only by ensuring there were no witnesses could they salvage the sect's reputation. Go ahead. Chen Ping remained unperturbed, still seated, showing no sign of fear. Were there ambushes waiting? The two black-clad figures immediately scanned their surroundings cautiously. Finding no sign of an ambush, humph, just bluster. Quit the chatter, kill him, and let us leave quickly. In the next moment, two figures clad in black swiftly approached, simultaneously launching an assault on Chen Ping. One aimed at his chest, the other at the crown of his head. Their intent was evidently to deliver a fatal blow. Chen Ping narrowed his eyes. Just the opportunity one need to hone my skills. He immediately surged forward, swinging his hand in a wide arc towards the black-clad assailant on the left. This was a maneuver from the realm of combat techniques, primarily designed for close-quarters fighting. Since acquiring this skill, he had never had the chance to employ it. Unfortunately, his movement was just a fraction too slow. As he sprang into action, the attacks from both black-clad figures struck him. Bang! Bang! The force of their palms impacted his body. You shall perish. The eyes of the two assailants were icy, their strikes from the minor realm guaranteed to be fatal against a mere mortal. Yet, in the very next instant, their expressions shifted dramatically. Ugh, ugh, painful groans escaped their lips as they staggered backward, their eyes filled with anguish and disbelief. Looking at their wrists, they were already broken, with only skin and muscle still barely connected. In contrast, Chen Ping had only taken 2 steps back, completely unscathed. How is this possible? Shock reverberated in their minds. Even the hardest of stones would shatter under their strikes, yet how could a mere mortal withstand such force without a trace of injury? This level of skill is still lacking. Brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes, Chen Ping cast a cold gaze at the two. If you have any further tricks up your sleeve, now is the time to reveal them, or you shall find no chance left. The two exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with murderous intent. In the next instant, they charged forward like phantoms, closing the distance to Chen Ping in an instant. Each wielded a white sphere in their left hand and a black sphere in their right, intertwining them to form a small Taiji diagram. You shall die. The two Taiji diagrams hurtled toward Chen Ping, an overwhelming aura of malice enveloping the air. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed. He sensed an unusual power emanating from the diagrams. While his physical form was indeed robust, it seemed somewhat wanting in the face of a full-force assault from the minor realm. Whoosh! Chen Ping was prepared. He swiftly dodged the lethal strikes. Following this, he executed a retreating kick towards the black-clad assailant on the right. Bang! The black-clad figure was forced to stagger back, though being from the minor realm. He quickly regained his footing. This was an unavoidable reality. Chen Ping possessed immense physical strength, but his raw power was not overwhelmingly fearsome. Yin Yang technique. The other black-clad figure swiftly formed a hand seal, unleashing a bolt of black and white lightning aimed directly at Chen Ping's head. As Chen Ping attempted to evade, it was already too late. The lightning struck his chest with a crackling sound. Ziz! The arc of electricity burst forth, instantly tearing through the fabric of his shirt and igniting a patch of his skin. Chen Ping winced in pain, clenching his teeth. He didn't need to look to know his chest was charred. Damn it! You dare to strike me with electricity. I can endure no longer. Cursing under his breath, Chen Ping locked his gaze on the black-clad figure, propelling himself forward in an instant. Receive my mountain-splitting technique. With a low growl, Chen Ping spread his arms wide before swiftly bringing them together in a powerful clap. The black-clad figure narrowed his eyes and took a step back, however, being from the minor realm. He feared that evading would be a disgrace. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, "Huh?" The black-clad figure raised an eyebrow in surprise, but in the next moment, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. His vision blurring and a ringing in his ears. Unsteady, he stumbled toward the ground. "Xiao Chui!" The other black-clad figure exclaimed in alarm, unable to check on his comrade as he too conjured black and white lightning to strike at Chen Ping. Having suffered once, Chen Ping was not about to fall for the same trick again. He soared into the air, deftly avoiding the attack. Yet, his movements were still a beat too slow. The fabric of his back was scorched black. "Ah? You two little rascals are truly asking for it." Chen Ping let out a shriek, leaping into the air once more to unleash his mountain-splitting technique. Crack! A resounding clap echoed as the black-clad figure had already anticipated the move. Quickly dodging to the side, just as he regained his footing, a fissure erupted in the ground where he had just stood. Hiss! The black-clad figure gasped in shock. What was this silent yet deadly attack? At that moment, the one called Xiao Chui had already recovered. Be cautious. That attack possesses a shockwave attribute capable of disorienting anyone. Both figures became more vigilant, yet the initiative still lay firmly in their hands. After all, aside from his physical prowess, Chen Ping lacked any more formidable skills. Yin Yang technique, soul destruction spell. The two unleashed their most powerful techniques once more, both being the pinnacle of their sect's martial arts. Black and white lightning flickered in the air, accompanied by swirling dark clouds. During their journey to participate in the grand competition of the 5 sects, Li Fei had suppressed numerous malevolent spirits with these very techniques, making them the ultimate arts of the Yin Yang sect, fearsome in their ability to subdue evil. When unleashed upon mortals, they were equally terrifying. "You shall perish." The two figures' eyes glinted with murderous intent. Their dual techniques enveloped all of Chen Ping's escape routes, rendering it impossible for him to evade. Primordial unity. Chen Ping shouted defiantly, clenching his fists and swirling them in the air to form a spiraling vortex. In an instant, he conjured a whirlwind of air. As the black and white lightning and dark clouds collided with the vortex, they were unexpectedly drawn in. Go. With a low cry, the two attacks hurtled back toward the black-clad figures. What in the world is this? Both men were taken aback, hastily dodging to the sides. Bang! Puff! Their attacks missed, creating deep craters in the ground, sending dust soaring into the air. Chapter 30. The technique of celestial robbery once more. Chen Ping exclaimed with excitement, charging forward. The combat techniques proved unexpectedly effective. Though not a cultivated martial art, they were remarkably potent. Just the chance he needed to refine his skills, mountain-splitting technique. He leaped into the air, arms wide open, then swiftly clapped them together. Crack! A sharp sound resonated. Though it appeared innocuous, an air cannon was brewing beneath the surface. Fall back! The expressions of the two black-clad figures shifted as they hurriedly evaded. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a small pit appeared in the ground. Circle around, Xiao Chui shouted, accelerating his movements. The other black-clad figure understood his intent and began to circle around rapidly. This was Chen Ping's greatest shortcoming. His physical strength was unmatched, and with the newfound combat techniques, he could manage to contend with the two black-clad figures. However, his speed was his Achilles heel. Compared to the minor realm practitioners, he was lamentably slow. As soon as Chen Ping landed, a barrage of Yin Yang techniques and soul destruction spells rained down upon him. Bang! Crack! In an instant, Chen Ping's clothes were shredded, charred black in patches. Damn it! You think you can face me head-on? Chen Ping roared in frustration, gritting his teeth as he pursued them. Yet, his speed was woefully inadequate, leaving him to trail behind, eating their dust. In the span of a tea ceremony, his body bore numerous bruises, and his clothes were reduced to tatters. The truth was, he had fallen victim to his sluggishness. If only he could enhance his speed, these two would hardly be his match, and he certainly wouldn't be reduced to merely enduring blows. You force me to unleash my ultimate technique. Chen Ping gritted his teeth, ignited by true fury, as he came to a sudden halt and closed his eyes. The two black-clad figures were taken aback, but soon exchanged mocking glances, believing this to be a ruse to delay them until reinforcements from the Xianyang sect arrived to assist him. Xiao Chui called out, unhesitatingly launching an attack. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. If the Xianyang sect members arrived, killing Chen Ping would be trivial, but escaping would prove to be a monumental challenge. The other black-clad figure understood this logic as well, moving like lightning to strike. You shall die. Both unleashed their ultimate techniques, delivering powerful blows to Chen Ping. Bang! Bang! The sound of explosions echoed, and Chen Ping's body was marked with additional bruises. However, after all this time, they had yet to inflict a single wound upon him, let alone kill him, truly a freak of nature. A wave of trepidation washed over both men. Had this been an opponent of the same cultivation level, they would have been reduced to pulp long ago, let alone a mere mortal. Yet this member of the Xianyang sect had endured dozens of their attacks without succumbing. Not even a drop of blood had been shed. With all our strength, seizing the moment while Chen Ping remained motionless, both figures channeled their energy, unleashing their ultimate techniques. 5 Thunder Palm. In an instant, their left hands raised, conjuring a brewing storm of thunder. Having consumed a miraculous elixir that temporarily mended their broken wrist, they were now out of its effect, and the overwhelming power of the 5 Thunder Palm was beyond what their fragile right wrists could withstand. Thus, they resorted to using their intact left hands. In mere moments, 5 beams of white light manifested from their left palms. These were divine thunders conjured from their spiritual energy, the pinnacle of the Yin-Yang sect's techniques for subduing malevolent spirits. Die! With a furious shout, both figures unleashed their palm strikes, remarkably aimed at Chen Ping's head. Such a ferocious attack would surely injure even those of a higher cultivation level, let alone someone of the same rank. Boom! Boom! In an instant, 2 explosive sounds rang out. The surge of energy surged forth, rolling in all directions. The 2 figures clad in black were forced to retreat, reeling from the backlash. Damn it! They gasped, their breaths heavy as the use of such formidable techniques had drained a significant portion of their spiritual power. However, it was clear that the gatekeeper of Xianyang's sect was doomed, but as the dust settled and the vigor dissipated, the 2 were left utterly dumbfounded. There stood Chen Ping, unscathed, like a monument frozen in time. Seemingly sensing their gaze, Chen Ping's tightly shut eyes finally opened, 2 beams of brilliance shooting forth. You must be exhausted. Now it's my turn, he uttered coldly, and with a swift motion, he propelled himself forward. His speed now exceeding threefold. In an instant, he was before the 2 men in black. Damn it! One hand raised, Chen Ping struck Xiao Zui's face with a resounding smack, sending him hurtling backward, blood erupting from his mouth midair. His eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? The other figure attempted to flee, but Chen Ping's hand grasped his shoulder. In the moonlight, his expression appeared somewhat ferocious. Where do you think you're going? With that, he raised his hand once more, delivering another blow. Smack! Whoosh! This black-clad man also flew back, not only spewing blood but losing 2 teeth as well. Thud! Thud! They both landed heavily, their faces swollen, yet their eyes reflected only profound terror. Now, it's my turn! Chen Ping chuckled coldly, his form darting forward like lightning. Run! The 2 men in black, faces paling, attempted to flee. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Chen Ping was upon them, his fists raining down mercilessly. The sounds of impact reverberated incessantly. In the span of a mere puff of smoke, the 2 black-clad figures lay motionless on the ground. Their clothing revealed nothing, but stripping them bare would expose their battered forms. Covered in bruises, with 3 broken ribs, their eye sockets darkened, and their faces grotesquely swollen. Even if their sect members arrived, they might not recognize them. Truly pathetic. Spitting disdainfully, Chen Ping cast a scornful glance at them. After just a dozen punches, they had already succumbed. Now, the 2 lay on the ground like dead pigs, utterly still. Dragging them to the steps, Chen Ping delivered one final kick, sending them soaring like kites. It took a couple of seconds before their impact with the ground was heard. Done. Chen Ping clapped his hands, gleefully returning to his room to lie down. The moment he reclined, he felt utterly depleted. Like a deflated balloon. Ugh, how exhausting. A wave of soreness enveloped him, akin to hundreds of ants gnawing at his flesh. This was a secret technique from martial arts, the Heaven's Theft. It consumed bodily functions to temporarily enhance speed and strength. The side effects left him feeling achingly sore, as if being devoured by ants. Had it not been for dire necessity, Chen Ping would never have resorted to such a skill, but alas, his speed was simply too sluggish. He hoped this would be the last of the night's intruders. Chen Ping mused inwardly. In his current state, he could hardly face another wave. Chapter 31. The first time he was scolded for killing. Hope is beautiful, while reality is cruel. Chen Ping lay on his bed, drowsily on the brink of slumber, when suddenly, he overheard hushed voices outside. One voice muttered, "Didn't he the Yin Yang sect say they would send someone? Where are they? Surely they're afraid of offending the Xianyang sect. They were merely indulging in idle chatter." Chen Ping slowly opened his eyes, sighing in resignation. Could it be true? What one fears often comes to pass. Just as he prepared to rise, the door creaked open, and two figures in black stepped inside. "Don't break anything in my room." Chen Ping weakly climbed from his bed. The two figures were momentarily taken aback. One sneering, about to die, and still concerned for your room. But the other interjected, "He has a point. We can't afford to make a ruckus inside. If we shatter something, it might alert the Xianyang sect." The first black-clad figure hesitated, then nodded. "Fine, let us go outside." The two slowly retreated, keeping their eyes fixed on Chen Ping. Should he make any move to shout, they would pounce to eliminate him. Chen Ping cast a sidelong glance at them, inwardly scoffing, "Just don't scream when I'm through with you." Struggling to rise, Chen Ping staggered out the door, resembling a frail old man on the verge of death. The two black-clad figures exchanged glances, internally questioning. Could this feeble being truly have incapacitated our disciple? Impossible. As Chen Ping emerged from the room, they observed him closely in the moonlight, noting his pallor, as if he had suffered a grave illness. Leaning against the wall for support, this only deepened their confusion. "You really took down our junior disciple?" the first black-clad figure asked, incredulity etched on his face. Chen Ping smiled weakly, his voice feeble. "Indeed, no falsehood here. If you wish to kill me, then come forth." "Humph, you dare to respond?" The second black-clad figure sneered. "I ask you now, who sent you as a sacrificial pawn?" "Sacrificial pawn?" Chen Ping paused, then comprehended, a grin spreading across his face. "Don't be deceived by my current state. You two are truly no match for me. If you wish to kill me, hurry up, for once I recover, I'll rip you both apart, damn it." The two were immediately enraged, seeking death. The first black-clad figure struck first, disdainfully omitting the use of spiritual power, slamming his palm toward Chen Ping's head, intending to crush him. The second figure had no intention of intervening. Believing this half-dead form posed no threat, tonight, he would surely perish, with a thud. Chen Ping remained unscathed, while the first black-clad figure emitted a muffled grunt, staggering back. Gazing at his right hand, it was severed, only a thin strip of flesh remaining. Bone was exposed at the wound, blood gushing forth, something amiss. The first figure's face turned pale, clutching his severed wrist in terror. The second black-clad figure rushed forward, sealing his acupoints to stem the bleeding, simultaneously shoving a pill into his mouth. Miraculously, the severed wrist began to heal, though it hung limply, as if only temporarily restored. It appears this young man harbors secrets. The second figure observed Chen Ping with cold eyes. Despite his apparent feebleness, his physical prowess had shattered the wrist of a small realm cultivator. "Allow me to test you." With that, the second figure launched an attack, channeling his spiritual power into a devastating punch. Sitting on the chair, Chen Ping feigned weakness, his eyes unblinking as the punch approached. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as the second black-clad figure also felt his wrist fracture, stumbling back, eyes wide with pain. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What manner of freak is this? Both figures were left dazed. They had never encountered such terrifying physical strength. With their small realm cultivation, even with the use of spiritual power, they could easily crush a mere mortal, let alone a foundational cultivator. Yet, they had suffered at the hands of this very mortal. Slap, slap. A series of acupoint strikes were delivered, the bleeding from the severed wrist beginning to subside. They exchanged glances, murder in their eyes. Eliminate him. Uncover his secrets. Together they charged forward. Bang, 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 bang. A cacophony of muffled sounds echoed as the two collapsed. their bodies bruised and their clothes marked with numerous footprints. "Damn it! You forced my hand." Qin Ping stood with hands on his hips, eyes gleaming with determination, spitting contemptuously. With a kick for each, he sent them tumbling down the steps, then hurried back to his bed. Indeed, the sensation of soreness akin to ants gnawing at his bones returned. Ugh! Qin Ping couldn't help but groan. The discomfort was exquisite, reminiscent of waking from sleep with numb legs, each movement sending waves of pain coursing through him. Damn system, the side effects are excessive. Internally cursing, he quickly shut his eyes. In such a state, sleep was his only refuge from suffering. Yet, the relentless ache made it impossible to concentrate, and compounded by his chronic sleep struggles. He lay in bed for an eternity before feeling the slightest hint of drowsiness. However, hushed murmurs drifted from outside once more. Didn't he the Yin Yang sect and Chaoyang sect say they would send someone? Where are they? Those two sects fear offending the Xinjiang sect. It's our martial emperor sect that remains unafraid. After a brief exchange, confirming no ambush awaited them outside, they pushed the door open and entered. Qin Ping stared at them, exasperated. "Are you two mad? It's late at night, and you come to kill me." The two black-clad figures paused, their faces contorted with rage. "The first time I'm scolded for killing." "Kid, you're seeking death," they charged forward. "Wait," Qin Ping hastily exclaimed, "do not damage anything in my house. Go outside. Do you think you can call for help?" "No chance." The two rushed forward. "Damn it." Qin Ping cursed under his breath and shut his eyes. Bang! Bang! Inside the room, a cacophony of noise erupted once again, and after a brief interval, silence enveloped the space. The two disciples of the martial emperor sect lay sprawled on the floor, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. "I told you to go outside, yet you refused to listen." With a sullen expression, Qin Ping glanced at the scattered wood shavings on the ground, remnants of his little stool that had just been smashed. "I must collect some interest," he said, reaching out to remove the Chinquan bags from the two men, treasures containing vast spaces akin to spatial rings. He then hoisted them up and tossed them down the steps. Chapter 32. Weren't you just full of bravado? Turning around, Qin Ping hurried back inside. The moment he pushed open the door, he collapsed onto the floor. A wave of soreness and weakness washed over him once more. But this time, it was even more severe, as if 1,000 ants were gnawing at him. His limbs trembled involuntarily. The agony of that soreness was indescribable. It was an inevitable consequence. After all, he had employed the heaven-defying technique 3 times in one night. The side effects were, of course, tremendous. Looking at the bed so near yet so far, Qin Ping felt utterly desolate. Given his current state, getting onto the bed was out of the question. Resigned, he had no choice but to lie on the cold ground. Fortunately, his physical form was resilient and his resistance formidable. Had it been his previous physique, he would have likely frozen to death before dawn. Meanwhile, the two disciples of the martial emperor sect winced in pain. Groaning on the steps in the haze, they seemed to see others lying nearby. The two exchanged glances and, with combined strength, pulled the closest figure over, removing their mask to reveal the true identity of the cloaked individual. "What the hell? It's someone from the Chaoyang sect, and that one is from the Yin Yang sect." So, they were all here. At that moment, their minds went blank, caught in a state of shock. Their 3 sects had dispatched 3 waves of elite disciples, all to eliminate a mere mortal, yet they had failed, and that very mortal had discarded them like refuse down the steps. Who on earth is that brat? The following morning, Qin Ping awoke, having finally regained some strength. After consuming a bit of food, he laboriously crawled back onto the bed. Thankfully, the soreness had diminished significantly, and after indulging in some alcohol, his body felt considerably better. However, it was impossible for him to get up today. How much emotional value do I have? With nothing to occupy his time, Qin Ping summoned the system panel. Upon glancing at his emotional value, he couldn't help but frown slightly. There were merely over 1,000 points. Checking the update records, he realized that last night's 3 waves of people had contributed less than 300. The remainder had come from the discussions with the 3 major sects and the 3 elders. Indeed, the higher the cultivation level, the greater the emotional value. It seems I must target those with formidable cultivation in the future. If Li Fei and the others were to learn of Qin Ping's thoughts, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. So, You're saying whoever has higher emotional value, I should seek trouble with them? Adding skills. This time, Chen Ping opted to upgrade his skills. Given the current strength of his physical body, ordinary cultivators found it challenging to breach his defenses. However, speed and power remained his weaknesses. At the very least, he needed to match their speed. Otherwise, he would be nothing more than a living target. If they can hit him, yet he cannot retaliate. As the light flickered, his emotional value was depleted, yet his combat skills underwent a transformation. Combat skill. Beginner level 8. Upon seeing this, Chen Ping was momentarily bewildered. Unable to restrain his expletives. Damn it, system. Are you out of your mind? A mere skill has so many levels. Are you trying to ensure my demise? After venting his frustrations, Chen Ping's emotions finally settled. At this pace, who knows when he would reach the maximum level of his combat skills? Never mind, it is better to have a skill than none at all. In a few days, I will set out to find a way back to Earth. As memories of Earth, along with thoughts of family and friends, flooded his mind, Chen Ping found his heart gradually calming. Drowsily, he fell asleep once more. Unbeknownst to him, the three major sects were on the brink of madness. Last night, their three factions had dispatched disciples, yet none returned, as if they had vanished from existence. Send someone to search for them. We demand to see the living and the dead. Remember, discreetly, do not let the Xianyang sect discover. Li Fei, Tian Ziming, and Guan Yunhe all imparted similar instructions to their disciples. Just as their disciples were about to set off, a member of the Xianyang sect approached, bearing an odd expression. Greetings to the three sect leaders. My sect leader has an urgent matter and requests your presence. Oh? The three were momentarily taken aback, as the grand competition among the 5 sects was imminent. And they would soon meet. What urgent matter requires immediate attention? At that moment, a sense of unease loomed within them. Lead the way. The three swiftly adjusted their garments, adopting a demeanor of superiority, and strode forward alongside the disciple of the Xianyang sect toward the discussion hall. From a distance, they spotted 6 figures clad in black, lying rigidly before the door. Hiss! Instantly, the three inhaled sharply, only to be met with an overwhelming fury. Gu Qinghua had actually slain our disciples, damn it. This matter is far from over. Fueled by rage, the three hastily approached the discussion hall, where Gu Qinghua stood at the entrance, regarding them with an enigmatic expression. Jiu sect leader, you have actually slain our disciples. You must provide us with an explanation. They began with furious accusations, not wanting to assume that the immortal cave was a license for tyranny. However, Gu Qinghua appeared taken aback, uncertainly stating, you claim these individuals are your disciples? You are feigning ignorance. The three did not hold back in their reproach, completely disregarding past amicable relations. Upon hearing this, Gu Qinghua's expression turned frosty as he regarded them coolly, replying, esteemed leaders, these 6 individuals, clad in black, are unconscious at the stone steps of my Xianyang sect. I was about to inquire if you recognize them, but unexpectedly, they turn out to be your disciples. I would like to ask why they were out late at night, dressed in dark clothing, lying on the steps of my sect. I demand an explanation from you 3. Gu Qinghua's face darkened, his hands clasped behind his back, flanked by the Grand Elder and 7th Elder. Exuding an air of confidence. Humph, you. Just as Li Fei was about to retort angrily, he suddenly awakened, exclaiming, you say they are unconscious? Indeed. Gu Qinghua glared at them with a menacing expression. Are you unable to see for yourselves? The 3 hurriedly looked down, and indeed, the 6 individuals were breathing steadily, merely unconscious, but not dead. Now, it was their turn to feel embarrassed, their faces shifting from red to pale. Internally, they cursed. These useless fools were supposed to kill the gatekeeper. Yet they had been knocked unconscious instead. The 3 exchanged glances, anxiety evident in their expressions. If they had all died, they could confront Gu Qinghua, but with them still alive, the situation had turned against them. How were they to explain this? For a moment, the 3 stood there, dumbfounded. Speak, will you? Gu Qinghua's composed face swept over them. Weren't you quite bold just a moment ago? Chapter 33 Find a Venue. These fools. Why didn't they just die? This predicament has left me in a rather uncomfortable position. How am I to explain this? Li Fei, Tian Ziming, and Guan Yunhe were visibly anxious, their expressions fluctuating, their eyes darting about as they struggled to formulate a suitable response. While their minds raced, a disciple from the martial emperor's sect groggily regained consciousness, and upon spotting Guan Yunhe, tears streamed down his face. Wu, sect leader. We were wronged, please. The disciple's eyes were sunken, his mouth missing teeth, and his face swollen, speaking in a muffled tone. However, none present were foolish. They understood his meaning. Shut up, Guan Yunhe, infuriated, glared and struck out, bang. The moment the disciple awoke, he was knocked unconscious again, his face now flattened. Sect leader Guan, what was that for? Gu Qinghua found it amusing, though he maintained a stern facade. Since you can't come up with a reason, let them explain themselves. Why strike him down again? Guan Yunhe was momentarily speechless. His eyes blinking desperately as he sought help from the other two, Li Fei and Tian Ziming, however, dared not meet his gaze, as they too were contemplating their excuses. Meanwhile, both were fixated on their disciples, hoping one might awaken so they could silence them before they spoke. Have you all thought of something? Gu Qinghua inquired with a sense of tranquility. The three individuals present wore expressions of profound embarrassment. Their foreheads glistening with sweat. At that moment, they noticed a figure approaching from a distance. None other than Sun Yu, the leader of the Sanhe sect. Esteemed guests, the grand competition of the 5 sects is about to commence. How have you all found your way here? Sun Yu approached with a cheerful demeanor, only to be taken aback upon discovering 6 black-clad individuals lying on the ground. What on earth has transpired here? This is a question best directed at the 3 sect leaders, Gu Qinghua replied nonchalantly. These individuals are disciples from their respective sects, discovered in a state of unconsciousness early this morning at the steps of my sect. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu furrowed his brow and turned to the 3 leaders. What is the meaning of this? Guan Yunhe, feeling pressured, retorted angrily. How would I know what happened? Once they awaken, I shall interrogate them personally. If they have indeed committed any heinous acts, I will provide an explanation to Xinyang sect. Li Fei and Tian Ziming nodded in agreement. Indeed, once they regain consciousness, the truth will inevitably come to light. Is that so? Gu Qinghua observed the 3 with an enigmatic gaze, causing them to lower their heads in guilt. Sun Yu swiftly intervened, smiling brightly. In that case, let us proceed with the grand competition of the 5 sects without further delay. Yes, we must prioritize the main event, the 3 exclaimed hurriedly in unison. Very well, Gu Qinghua conceded with a nod, then instructed the disciple beside him, quickly summon the participants for the martial arts arena. At once, the disciple dashed off without hesitation. Please, this way, Gu Qinghua gestured with a stern expression. Tian Ziming quickly waved his hands awkwardly. No, sect leader Gu, please. Li Fei and Guan Yunhe also hurriedly gestured. Sect leader Gu, after you. Such courtesy is unnecessary. Gu Qinghua chuckled, not inclined to refuse, and strode towards the martial arts arena. Behind him, Li Fei and the others quickly summoned their disciples, whispering instructions before following Gu Qinghua to the arena. Before long, they arrived at the martial arts arena, taking their seats at 5 designated positions, while their disciples gathered beside them. Soon, the participants were assembled, as the host. Gu Qinghua spoke briefly before the competition commenced. On the arena, the clash of combatants erupted, with spiritual energy and force colliding in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Li Fei and the others exhibited tense expressions, anxious that the unconscious disciples might awaken and divulge information. As the 3rd wave of participants took the stage, their disciples began to arrive successively, allowing the 3 leaders to finally relax. From a distance, Gu Qinghua observed their expressions with clarity, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly sensing he was being watched, he turned to find Sun Yu, the leader of the Sanhe sect, also wearing a knowing smile, though hers was laden with significance, so she is aware of everything. Gu Qinghua thought to himself, returning her smile with a measured calm. Come here, Li Fei called out, summoning his disciple and whispering urgently, inform all participating disciples to fight with utmost ferocity. If possible, take them down. If they cannot be killed, at least render them incapacitated. On the other side, Guan Yunhe and Tian Ziming echoed the same sentiments, as though they had conspired together to instruct their disciples accordingly, seeking retribution. The 6 disciples dispatched the previous night were initially meant to participate in the grand competition, but now, they faced no such opportunity. In contrast, they found themselves at a disadvantage. To secure victory in the competition, they had no choice but to resort to ruthless measures. Bang! Bang! The arena soon resonated with the sounds of intense battle, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. The 5 major sects began to suffer severe injuries, and the numbers only grew. Almost every match ended with casualties, with the sole exception being the Sanha sect. Adhering to their principle of harmony among heaven, earth, and humanity, the Sanha sect members would concede when the situation turned dire, denying the other 4 sects the opportunity to inflict significant harm upon them. In stark contrast, the 4 major sects fought savagely, desperate to reclaim their honor. We cannot afford to lose the grand competition. The victors must be us. How dare a bunch of petty nuisances claim victory? The 4 major sects engaged in a secret struggle, refusing to concede until the bitter end, even if it meant sustaining grievous injuries. Their resolve was unwavering. They would fight. Transparent dividing line. At the entrance of Xinyang sect, Chunping sat leisurely in a chair, eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. The warmth of the sun alleviated some of the aches in his body. Within the sect, the sounds of the grand competition echoed, stirring a longing within him. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to witness how practitioners competed against one another. Alas, given his current physical condition, he feared he would collapse before reaching the arena. The provisions were ready, the food prepared, and his clothing was in order. If only he had some money in his pocket, everything would be nearly perfect. Thanks to the spatial ring, carrying all these items was far less burdensome. As he sat in the chair, Chunping's mind was abuzz with calculations. Indeed, he intended to leave Xinyang sect. It had become increasingly difficult to gather emotional energy here. He needed to venture out. His objective was twofold: to collect emotional energy and to seek a way back to Earth. For the past few days, he had contemplated this decision, yet had not acted upon it. The phenomenon of crossing over must be akin to some form of parallel dimension or a spatial wormhole. If only he could discover the right method, perhaps he could return to Earth. Earth, how I long for you. Chapter 34. Here it comes again. Time flew swiftly, and dusk fell before he knew it. The day's competition concluded, and the 5 sects returned to their respective quarters to recuperate, preparing for the second round the following day. After dinner, Chunping settled into his chair, seeking to rejuvenate himself. Devoid of a phone or computer for post-meal entertainment, and lacking any recreational programs, his sole pleasure lay in sitting there, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheeks. Loneliness often crept in during these moments. Are they doing well? Sitting there, Chunping occasionally thought of his friends and family, speculating about what they might be up to. However, being in a foreign realm, he remained utterly oblivious, left with no choice but to do everything in his power to return. Lost in thought, Du Shuang emerged from the inner sanctum. Brother Chen, enjoying the leisure? Du Shuang's face was beaming as he took a seat beside him. How did the competition go? Chunping inquired with a smile. It was passable, Du Shuang responded, a hint of worry creeping onto his face. What's wrong? Nothing. Du Shuang shook his head, sighing. I simply had some free time and decided to wander over. By the way, do you have any wine? I do. Chunping nodded, reaching into the spatial ring to retrieve a flask of wine. Placing it on the table. The spatial ring, Du Shuang exclaimed in astonishment, staring wide-eyed at the ring on Chunping's finger. Where did you acquire that? The sect leader gifted it to me. Chunping chuckled. Pouring drinks for both of them and also retrieving some snacks. At tea moments like this, he often thought how wonderful it would be to have some peanuts. Unfortunately, he had yet to find any trace of them. Delicious! Du Shuang gazed enviously, lifting his cup to down the wine in one go, finally breaking into a smile. Good wine. He poured 2 more cups and finished them as well. Chunping took a modest sip, then turned to him with a grin. What troubles you? Share with me. Upon hearing this, Du Shuang paused momentarily, then forced a smile. What else could it be? It's about the grand competition of the 5 sects. The situation for Xinyang sect appears dire? Chunping inquired curiously. Dire is an understatement. It's exceedingly grim, Du Shuang lamented, his brow furrowed. At first, things were manageable, but by the 4th round, the disciples from the 3 major sects went wild, disregarding all consequences and fighting tooth and nail against our people. Originally, Li Hui was certain to claim first place, but today he was ambushed by a brat from the Yinyang sect, leaving him with hidden injuries. Our master has already instructed that if the situation turns unfavorable tomorrow, we must immediately surrender. We cannot prioritize victory over lives. With that, Du Shuang downed 2 more cups, his complexion turning rosy. Qian Ping narrowed his eyes, choosing not to speak. If he was not mistaken, the 3 major sects were retaliating against Xianyang sect. Not long ago, he had dealt with members from the 3 major sects, and just last night, he had taken down 6 of them. They had lost face. Unable to gain any advantage here, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. The grand competition was the perfect opportunity for them to strike. Is there any way I can assist? Chen Ping asked, frowning as he looked at Du Shuang. Immediately regretting his words, he realized he was not a disciple and could offer no real help. Du Shuang shook his head and chuckled. Brother Lin, the fact that you dealt with those members from the 3 major sects the other day is already a great relief for us. Now, when inner disciples mention you, they all give you a thumbs up. Is that so? Chen Ping smiled, pleasantly surprised by the speed at which news traveled. After a moment of thought, he added with a grin, what if I told you I took down another 6 last night? What? Du Shuang was taken aback, then eagerly pressed, what happened? Tell me everything. It happened like this. Chen Ping recounted the events of the previous night. This morning, the sect leader had the individuals removed, presumably sending them back to their respective sects. That's splendid. Du Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Brother Chen, you have truly bestowed upon us a magnificent opportunity. No wonder the 3 major sects were absent today. So that was the reason. Oh? Is that so? Chen Ping stroked his chin, then smiled and said, I suspect those 6 individuals are already dead. Surely not. Du Shuang was taken aback. Weren't they sent back to the 3 major sects? Would they really kill their own? Death without witnesses is the best resolution. Chen Ping chuckled darkly. This aligns perfectly with the modus operandi of those 3 sections. When the sect leaders inquire, they will simply attribute it to the deaths, leaving Xianyang's sect unable to pursue the matter any further. After all, if the individuals are deceased, Du Shuang grinned, that's ruthless. Chen Ping remained silent. After all, self-interest has been the age-old principle. Even in this foreign realm, it remains applicable. After a brief chat, Du Shuang took his leave. Chen Ping continued to sit in contemplation, with no distractions at hand. Around 9 o'clock, 2 figures clad in black emerged stealthily from the inner gate. Full of vitality. How invigorating! A smile crept across Chen Ping's lips, for he had been yearning for something to occupy his time. And here it was. The 2 black-clad individuals, upon spotting him, rushed forward, hands raised to unleash lethal strikes. Yin Yang technique, 5 thunder palm. Seeing this, Chen Ping did not even glance their way, closing his eyes once more and allowing their attacks to strike him. Bang! Bang! With 2 dull thuds, his clothing was torn apart, leaving bruises in its wake. The 2 black-clad individuals were momentarily stunned. With their attacks, even a foundational-level practitioner would be mortally wounded, let alone a mere mortal. Continue. They hesitated not, circling around Chen Ping and unleashing a flurry of relentless attacks. The sound of bang-bang echoed continuously. Yet, the more they struck, the more alarmed they became. Their blows inflicted no harm upon Chen Ping, merely shredding his garments. Now it is my turn, thought Chen Ping as he opened his eyes. Radiating with fierce determination, in an instant, he launched himself into the air like a cannonball, hurtling towards the first black-clad assailant. Retreat! The black-clad individual reacted swiftly, attempting to back away, but Chen Ping was no slouch. In a few bounds, he caught up, raising his hand for a resounding slap. Smack! The crisp sound resonated as the black-clad figure was sent flying, martial technique, robbing the heavens. Pfft! The black-clad man coughed up blood mid-flight. 2 teeth flying from his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. Brother Du? The other black-clad individual gasped in shock, panicking as he attempted to flee, but Chen Ping had already set his sights on him. In a swift motion, he closed the distance and delivered another resounding slap. Smack! This black-clad individual collapsed instantly. Begone! Chen Ping employed the same tactic, kicking them both down the steps. Then he returned to his seat. Settling in comfortably, in an instant, the familiar ache returned. Through these encounters, he had discerned that the shorter the duration of using the robbing the heavens technique, the quicker his recovery time. From initiation to conclusion, it had taken less than 20 seconds. In less than an hour, the side effects would dissipate. Chapter 35. You are mistaken. How delightful! Chen Ping grinned as he opened the system panel. These two black-clad individuals had contributed over 100 emotion points to him. While it wasn't a significant amount, it was better than nothing. He allocated all of it to his skills. What a treasure! With great satisfaction, Chen Ping cleared his emotion points once more. Previously, he had relied solely on his physical strength and could only endure attacks passively. Now, with martial techniques at his disposal, he could finally retaliate. After sitting for half an hour, just as he thought no one else would come, another two black-clad figures emerged from the inner gate. Without hesitation, Chen Ping closed his eyes again. Death. The two black-clad individuals, similarly wordless, launched a fierce assault on him. However, after a brief moment, they too were knocked unconscious and sent tumbling down the steps. Another wave. Chen Ping clapped his hands cheerfully, settling back down in his chair to wait. Sure enough, half an hour later, yet another pair of black-clad figures appeared. They too met the same fate of being kicked down the steps. Time for a nap. With glee, Chen Ping emptied his emotion points and returned to his quarters. The following day, Gu Qinghua seemed to have anticipated this, sending someone to carry away the 6 black-clad individuals and inviting Li Fei and his companions. Li Fei's group bore expressions of utter dismay, as though they had tasted something vile. Dejectedly, they instructed the attendants to take the 6 disciples back for proper arrangements, before resuming the competition among the 5 sects. This time, the 3 major sects displayed even greater ferocity, employing tactics that were reckless, akin to inflicting 1,000 wounds upon themselves to deal one to the enemy. Whenever they encountered disciples from Xianyang sect, their eyes would instantly blaze with fury. After finishing his breakfast, Chen Ping arrived to witness the spectacle. Standing behind the disciples of Xianyang sect, on the arena, fierce battles raged on, pitting the Martial Emperor sect against Xianyang sect. The disciples of the Martial Emperor sect had bloodshot eyes, their bodies radiating a silvery glow, resembling silver statues. Facing the attacks from Xianyang sect, they did not flinch, steadfastly absorbing the blows with their physical bodies. Gradually, they pressed the disciples of Xianyang sect into a corner of the arena. With hands wide open, a Martial Emperor disciple unleashed a series of forceful slaps upon the disciples of Xianyang sect. Smack! Smack! The sound of muffled impacts resounded. His hands seemingly imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Though the disciples of Xianyang sect had protective spiritual energy surrounding them, they were visibly shaken, their faces reddening with strain. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before their protective energy shattered, leading to inevitable defeat and potentially lasting injuries. I concede. The disciple of Xianyang sect finally could no longer withstand the onslaught. If this persisted, his life would be at stake. Yet the Martial Emperor disciple remained deaf to his plea, continuing to strike with even greater force. Such malicious intent was glaringly obvious enough. The 7th elder presiding over the arena bellowed. Employing a technique akin to a lion's roar, however, unexpectedly, Guan Yunhe interrupted him with a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at the 7th elder. The two are still competing, as an elder of the sect. Lowering oneself to physically assault my disciple is tantamount to treating our Martial Emperor sect as a pushover, is it not? The 7th elder's face turned a deep shade of anger as he retorted. My disciple has already declared his surrender, yet you assert they are still competing. Do you wish to push my disciple to the brink of death? Surrender? Guan Yunhe's eyes flickered between emotions, subtly stating, I heard no declaration of surrender. If I did not hear it, the competition must continue. You? The 7th elder was incensed, glancing at the disciple from Xianyang sect, whose face had turned a ghastly pale. Desperately holding on, unable to utter a word. How could he possibly declare surrender? Stand down. I surrender in place of that disciple. The 7th elder glared fiercely at Guan Yunhe, a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. Should he continue with his nonsensical remarks, he would not hesitate to act. Sensing the 7th elder's impending rage, Guan Yunhe reluctantly called out, Fine, cease your attacks. Upon hearing this, the Martial Emperor disciple finally halted his assault, promptly collapsing to the ground, reduced to a heap of lifelessness. The silvery glow of his metallic form rapidly faded, his eyes losing focus, resembling a lifeless corpse at first glance. Other disciples from the Martial Emperor sect rushed forward to carry him off the arena for recovery. In contrast, the disciple from Xianyang sect, though pale and unsteady, appeared less severely affected, yet still required assistance to leave. The martial emperor sect is truly shameless, employing such forbidden techniques that harm foundational integrity. This is utterly reckless. In hushed tones, the disciples of Xianyang sect exchanged heated opinions, expressing their disdain for the martial emperor sect's actions. However, there was nothing they could do. The competition among the 5 sects did not prohibit the use of forbidden techniques, forcing them to endure in silence. At the back of the crowd, Chen Ping slowly opened his eyes. The aching sensation dissipated in a fleeting second. He had prepared himself to charge onto the arena. But fortunately, the 7th elder had timely intervened to halt the competition. To his astonishment, in a bid for revenge against Xianyang sect, Li Fei and his companions resorted to such measures. From the discussions among the crowd, it was evident that once foundational integrity was compromised, instability of the Dao heart would follow. When they reached a critical stage in their cultivation, it would be all too easy to fall into madness, potentially leading to their demise. Chen Ping felt a twinge of guilt. Everything stemmed from his actions, yet he felt powerless to assist. Brimming with strength, he found himself with no outlet. Following this, several more matches ensued, featuring the remaining 4 major sects competing against one another. Their contests adhered to the rules, avoiding the use of forbidden techniques. It was evident that they only displayed such disregard when facing disciples of Xianyang sect. Next time, I shall break your legs. Chen Ping narrowed his eyes, glaring at the individuals from the 3 major sects, his gaze filled with menace. Oh, is that not Uncle Chen? Suddenly, a disciple from Xianyang sect recognized him. Exclaiming in a hushed voice, the surrounding disciples turned their attention, and upon seeing Chen Ping, their eyes gleamed with admiration. Indeed, it is Uncle Chen. Well done, that is how it should be. They ought to be taught a lesson. The inner disciples lining the edge of the arena were akin to starstruck fans, eagerly gazing at him, while the outer disciples clamored for his attention, filled with admiration for his presence. Chen Ping found himself in an awkward situation. He couldn't help but grimace. Before his unexpected journey, he was in his 20s, and now being addressed as uncle by peers of the same age was indeed disconcerting. Internally, he couldn't suppress a twinge of disbelief, realizing that he, the so-called old ghost in Lin Pingzhi's words, had now been dubbed Chen Uncle. Truly, how times have changed. This entire situation stemmed from him, and yet they dared to extol his virtues. What were they thinking? An incongruous voice broke the moment. It belonged to an outer sect disciple whom Chen Ping recognized as one of Lin Pingzhi's followers. Beside him stood a dozen other outer sect disciples, similarly aligned with Lin Pingzhi. "Shut your mouth," they yelled. "If you have the guts, come at us." The inner sect disciples were incensed, rolling up their sleeves in righteous indignation. A few hot-headed inner sect disciples rushed forward, slapping the outer sect followers repeatedly. The arena was charged with activity, both on the stage and below. After a flurry of slaps, Lin Pingzhi's followers quieted down. One inner disciple pointed at them, fuming. "Admit your mistakes." "I was wrong," the outer disciple cried, clutching his head, his face swollen from the beating. "And you all," he added, directing his ire at the other outer disciples. "I was wrong." The accused quickly offered their apologies. Upon witnessing this, the inner sect disciple finally relented. "Chenggu, I am Su Liang, ranked 9th, and I am good friends with Li Hui and Du Shuang," boomed the hot-tempered outer disciple, approaching Chen Ping with a grin. "Hello." Chen Ping nodded, realizing why they were so supportive of him. "We have all heard about your exploits. You have truly brought us honor," Su Liang exclaimed, his fists clenched in excitement, waving them vigorously. The surrounding inner sect disciples echoed his sentiments, showering him with praise and admiration. Chen Ping engaged in light conversation with them for a while. At that moment, it was time for the disciples of Xianyang sect to take the stage against the disciples of Yinyang sect. Everyone fell silent, focusing intently on the arena. Yinyang Formula, 5 Thunder Palm, Soul Destruction Spell. The disciples of Yinyang sect unleashed a barrage of formidable techniques right from the start. Despite the Xianyang sect's disciples being prepared, they were gradually pushed back, their faces reddening from the onslaught. After managing to fend off several attacks, they prepared to counterattack, channeling their spiritual energy. Palm Lightning, a beam of white light shot forth from the palm. A fundamental secret technique of Xianyang sect, The Yinyang disciple swiftly dodged, casting a sinister glance at his opponents. Yinyang Formula, 5 Thunder Palm, Soul Destruction Spell. Once again, the assault continued unabated, and the Xinyang disciple was forced to retreat. His complexion paling dramatically, ugh, he spat out blood, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. I concede. However, the Yinyang disciple seemed deaf to his plea, leaping towards him with a palm strike aimed directly at the Xinyang disciple. 5 Thunder Palm, 5 bolts of lightning surged forth. If struck, the Xinyang disciple would surely be gravely injured, if not killed. Shameless. How dare you strike after a concession? The onlookers from Xinyang sect shouted in outrage, stamping their feet in fury. Just as the strike was about to land, a streak of green light shot in from the side, intercepting the 5 bolts of lightning with a resounding bang. The threat was neutralized. Having witnessed the treachery, Elder Seven sprang onto the stage, positioning himself protectively in front of the Xinyang disciple, glaring coldly at the Yinyang disciple. What is the meaning of this? Li Fei followed closely behind, his imposing presence causing Elder Seven to take 2 steps back, his face reddening. What? Is it that the younger generation cannot handle matters, and the elders must intervene? Guan Yunhe and Tian Ziming quickly ascended the stage, their formidable auras clashing with Elder Seven, forcing him to stagger back, nearly losing his footing. Though you assume Xinyang sect is unguarded. Gu Qinghua approached, stepping lightly through the air, his demeanor calm, yet an overwhelming aura emanated from him. Instantly countering the 3 formidable presences, the atmosphere turned tense as both sides eyed each other, ready for conflict at any moment. Everyone, what is the meaning of this? Sun Yu arrived, smiling brightly. Today is a contest for the disciples, not the elders. Let us continue the competition. Her intervention eased the charged atmosphere. Fine, I will give you face, Li Fei said begrudgingly as he stepped down from the stage, his legs trembling with anxiety. That was a close call. Gu Qinghua is at the peak of his realm, while the rest of us are merely at the pinnacle of the lesser realm. If a fight had ensued, we would undoubtedly have suffered. Guan Yunhe and Tian Ziming shared an understanding glance, retreating as well. The combatants had exited the stage, and after a brief lull, the competition resumed. As time progressed, the event reached its critical phase, the battle for the championship. After numerous rounds, a disciple from Wuhuang sect faced off against Li Hui from Xinyang sect in the final showdown. Begin, with Elder Seven's commanding shout, both combatants immediately clashed at Li Hui, renowned as the strongest of the younger generation of Xinyang sect, displayed immense power, each strike resonating with formidable weight. Though the Wuhuang disciple possessed considerable skill, he found himself steadily pushed back, reduced to merely parrying and unable to counterattack. The arena echoed with the sound of their fierce exchanges, the air thick with surging spiritual energy. Fortunately, a barrier had been erected in advance. Otherwise, the released energy alone could have harmed those in the audience. Steady, the disciples of Xinyang sect displayed excitement. This competition, ostensibly a contest among 5 sects, also held the promise of rewards from the Celestial Cave, prizes far beyond mere treasures. On the other hand, Guan Yunhe's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated that the underhanded tactics of Yinyang sect would leave Li Hui in such a precarious state. Both Li Fei and Tian Ziming furrowed their brows, fearing defeat. They had all agreed that any sect could claim victory in this competition, except for Xinyang sect. Losing the championship would be a devastating blow. A loss of face coupled with failure. As Li Fei and Tian Ziming exchanged glances with Guan Yunhe, they noted his furrowed brow, yet he remained composed, seemingly confident in his strategy. From a distance, Gu Qinghua watched the unfolding drama, a smile gracing his lips, though tinged with concern. Li Hui bore hidden injuries. If they flared up now, the consequences could be dire. Suddenly, a dramatic shift occurred in the arena. The Wuhuang disciple, on the brink of defeat, saw Li Hui freeze momentarily, his face flushed as he coughed up blood. Brother. The disciples of Xinyang sect collectively tensed, their hearts in their throats. Yet their cries could not aid Li Hui. His condition worsened. Staggering back, Li Hui swayed unsteadily, on the verge of collapse. Just then, Guan Yunhe's eyes narrowed, revealing a sinister smile. Simultaneously, the Wuhuang disciple surged forward, brandishing his spiritual weapon, ruthlessly aiming for Li Hui's chest. A direct hit would spell certain death. Dodge. The disciples of Xinyang sect panicked, calling for help, entirely forgetting the nature of the arena. In that critical moment, the faltering Li Hui barely managed to raise his sword. Positioning it across his chest, clang! A sharp sound echoed as Li Hui was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the stage. Though he had deflected the lethal blow, his sword, lacking spiritual reinforcement, shattered into two pieces. The recoil crushed his chest, leaving him teetering on the edge of consciousness, his gaze unfocused. Die! The Wu Huang disciple's eyes glinted with malice as he charged again, aiming straight for Li Hui's head, intent on finishing him off. Brother? Li Go? The onlookers from Xinyang sect gasped in horror, some female disciples turning away, unable to bear the sight. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the stage, raising a hand to deliver a resounding slap. Smack! The sound rang out as the Wu Huang disciple was sent hurtling away. Blood spewing from his mouth, 3 teeth shattered in the process. The crowd was momentarily stunned, gazing in astonishment at the figure. Standing tall and robust, with sharp eyes gleaming with intelligence, the man appeared to be in his 20s. Yet the disciples of Xinyang sect recognized him. He was the hallmaster, Chen Ping. Chen uncle. He has made his move. So formidable. So commanding. The disciples of the Xinyang sect erupted into a chorus of cheers, many clapping and exclaiming their approval. However, the expressions on the faces of Guan Yunhe and his companions were far from pleasant, particularly Guan Yunhe himself, who was on the verge of annihilating Li Hui, only to have an unexpected individual intervene. Is it you? Upon discerning the identity of the newcomer, Guan Yunhe and the others sprang to their feet, their gazes sharp and piercing, fixating on Chen Ping as if he were a blade. It is I. Li Hui had already lost the capability to continue fighting. Why then must one resort to lethal force? Chen Ping exhibited no signs of trepidation. He had long been prepared for such an eventuality. Seeking death, Guan Yunhe's face contorted with rage as he surged onto the arena, raising his hand to strike at Chen Ping's head. Yet in the next instant, Gu Qinghua arrived, swiftly intercepting his blow with his own hand. Bang! The collision between a minor success realm and a major success realm unleashed an extraordinary force that rippled outward, shattering the barrier with terrifying spiritual power. On my face. The disciples from various factions, situated close to the arena, were sent reeling, spitting blood, some even sustaining deep gashes across their faces. How could this be? Guan Yunhe stared in astonishment at Chen Ping behind Gu Qinghua, only to find Chen Ping standing unscathed, his expression calm, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Not only him, but Li Fei, Tian Ziming, and others also rose, their eyes wide with disbelief. Sun Yu of the Sanhe sect narrowed his eyes, a profound expression crossing his face. Guan sect master, what is the meaning of this? Gu Qinghua's tone was cold as he regarded Guan Yunhe. I was just about to ask you the same. Guan Yunhe shot back icily at Gu Qinghua. Please provide an explanation. Why has a third party appeared on the arena? I wish to inquire as well, Gu Qinghua retorted unapologetically. Li Hui is no longer capable of fighting. Why does your disciple still seek to take his life? On the arena, silence in the face of surrender signifies continuation. Is that so? Perhaps we should engage in a duel ourselves, one where surrender is not an option. What do you think? You, Guan Yunhe's face flushed with anger, longing to stand firm, but the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Even with assistance from Tian Ziming and Li Fei, victory was far from assured. By the way, what of those men in black? Does Guan sect master have anything to say to me? Gu Qinghua's expression darkened. Guan Yunhe's eyes narrowed, his voice cold. They are all dead. We learned nothing from them, is that so? All dead. A terrifying aura erupted from Gu Qinghua, one belonging to the major success realm, instantly forcing Guan Yunhe to stagger backward. Boom. 2 overwhelming forces surged forth, promptly standing atop the arena to counter Gu Qinghua's pressure. The newcomers were none other than Tian Ziming and Li Fei, who had evidently been planning to join forces. Jiyu sect master, do you intend to exert pressure upon us? Do you think we are insignificant? Tian Ziming and Li Fei glared icily at Gu Qinghua, their stance indicating a united front against him. The atmosphere grew tense, and the moans of the injured disciples were significantly muffled. What is happening? Suddenly, a voice rang out, followed by the appearance of a figure stepping through the air. This individual appeared to be in their 20s, yet exuded the aura of a minor success realm. Gu Zhishuan? The pupils of Tian Ziming and the others constricted in shock. 3 years prior, Gu Zhishuan had merely entered the minor success realm, yet now he had attained the 8th level of minor success realm. Rivaling the sect leaders among their ranks, the situation had already been unfavorable. With Gu Zhishuan's arrival, their advantage vanished entirely. Silence enveloped the scene as Li Fei and the others frantically pondered countermeasures. Gu Zhishuan cast a casual glance at the three, then placed his hand on Li Hui's wrist to administer treatment before stepping forward. Chengge? A look of surprise crossed Gu Zhishuan's face. And it was no wonder. Chen Ping had always remained at the gate, rarely entering the inner sanctum, let alone appearing on the arena. Chen Ping responded with a smile. I've always wanted to find you. It's just that time has eluded me. In a few days, I must depart for a while, so I want to be able to bid you farewell. Gu Zhishuan paused. Where are you going? How long will you be away? I have yet to decide. I'll figure it out once I leave. Do you have enough supplies? I have some here. Take them. Gu Zhishuan promptly removed a ring from his hand and pressed it into Chen Ping's palm. No need. I've prepared plenty. Take it. We are brothers and shall share everything. Really, it's unnecessary. Hurry and take it. Otherwise, I might genuinely become upset. Reluctantly, Chen Ping accepted the ring, feeling deeply moved. This individual was truly his best and most sincere friend in this strange world. Their conversation did not go unnoticed by Li Fei and the others, who felt utterly speechless. The atmosphere was rife with tension, yet these two were casually chatting. Was it appropriate? The trio realized the underlying reason for Chen Ping's formidable physique. It stemmed from his close association with Gu Zhishuan. Considering Gu Zhishuan's stature as a young sect master, acquiring some treasures to enhance Chen Ping's physical prowess would be trivial. Merely a body forged from simple spiritual medicines and treasures. Once you leave the Xianyang sect, your demise shall follow. The others thought grimly. Gentlemen, has the competition among the 5 sects concluded? Sun Yu approached gracefully, his tone gentle. The Sanhe sect was known for its amiable demeanor. Never entangled in the intrigues of others, Diu Qinghua cast a meaningful glance at Li Fei and the others, stating, this competition among the 5 sects shall be regarded as the disciples of the martial emperor sect taking the lead. We shall now enter the immortal cave. Chapter 38. Are ghosts haunting? Thank you, Sect Master Gu. Guan Yunhe smiled through clenched teeth, disregarding his words, and turned to rush to assist the unconscious disciple. This Chen Gu is truly a remarkable figure. Sun Yu approached gracefully, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Chen Ping, as if he were observing a rare treasure. Chen Ping felt a shiver under his intense gaze and awkwardly laughed. Sect Master Sun, you flatter me. I am merely a useless individual who cannot cultivate. Young Master Chen is far too humble. Your physical strength is unparalleled in my experience. If you are deemed a waste, then what face do we practitioners have left? Sun Yu stepped closer, his voice soft and alluring. Young Master Chen, you may not know, but I have a particular fondness for those with robust physiques. With that, he gently stroked Chen Ping's chest. Chen Ping's body froze, seeking help from Gu Zhishuan. To his surprise, Gu Zhishuan pretended not to notice, distractedly looking around. Young Master Chen need not be nervous. I want to devour you. Sun Yu chuckled softly, then turned to Gu Qinghua, bowing. Sect Master Gu, with the conclusion of the 5 sects competition, I shall take my leave now. We shall meet again. Until we meet again, Gu Qinghua returned the bow. Watching them depart, farewell. Li Fei and Tian Ziming wore long faces, reluctantly bowing before leading their disciples away. In the blink of an eye, only the martial emperor sect remained. Under Guan Yunhe's care, the fainted disciple finally regained consciousness, his condition improving. Send him to the immortal cave. Gu Qinghua waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Guan Yunhe smiled triumphantly, leading his disciples toward the immortal cave at the back of the mountain. With the competition concluded, the disciples of the Xianyang sect dispersed, filled with regret. Chen Gu, you are indeed fortunate, Gu Zhishuan teased with a grin. To have caught the attention of Sect Master Sun is truly a stroke of luck. Do not jest about me. I know my own worth. Though this body may appear youthful, my looks are hardly exceptional. Sun Yu's interest in me must have its reasons. Chen Gu, are you truly leaving? Gu Zhishuan suddenly reined in his smile, his expression serious. Yes, in my current state. Encountering a sect master-level figure poses no threat to my safety. It is fortuitous that gathering emotional energy is challenging at present. It would be wiser to depart sooner rather than later. While collecting emotional energy, I will also seek a way back to Earth, Jiyu Zhishuan earnestly said. You need not worry about those 3 sects causing trouble. As long as I draw breath, I will ensure your safety. So that's your intention? Of course not. Chen Ping chuckled leisurely. I'm merely tired of this place and wish to explore. I shall return in the future. Very well, then tonight, let us indulge in a grand celebration, as a farewell for you. Cheng Gu agreed. It is settled. After reaching an agreement, Guji conveniently went off to cultivate, while Chen Ping glanced around to ensure no one was in sight and stealthily made his way to the back mountain. He had learned from Du Shuang that the celestial cave was situated there. Numerous rumors surrounded the cave, yet the most credible ones suggested that it had once been the retreat of an immortal, containing profound insights into cultivation. Those who entered could absorb a fragment of the immortal spirit, greatly benefiting their practice. Regrettably, opening the celestial cave required an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy, taking 3 years to accumulate. This was also the reason why the 5-sect competition was held once every 3 years. The current leaders of the 5 great sects were the ones who discovered this celestial cave. The 5 had shared a close bond back then, and to ensure fairness, they established the rules for the competition. Presently, although the Xianyang sect was the strongest, if the other 4 sects were determined to go to war, even if Xianyang emerged victorious, it would not be without significant losses. Thus, Gu Qinghua refrained from claiming the celestial cave for himself, prioritizing the long-term stability of the Xianyang sect. Moments later, Chen Ping arrived at the back mountain. Guan Yunhe had already taken his disciples to rest, leaving only 2 disciples at the entrance of the celestial cave as guardians. Though they were said to be on guard, it was merely for show. This was the Xianyang sect, and ordinary people could not enter. Moreover, in the entire Dezhou dynasty, few dared to provoke disciples of the martial emperor sect. The Xianyang sect had also deliberated extensively on this matter. After all, no one wished for conflict. The 2 disciples huddled together, drinking and eating meat, reveling in their carefree demeanor. Chen Ping remained unhurried, crouching quietly behind the mountain. An hour later, the 2 disciples of the martial emperor's sect, having drunk to the point of inebriation, collapsed into deep slumber. With a mischievous chuckle, Chen Ping stealthily approached. Be why this time. Night had fallen, and aided by the moonlight, he effortlessly reached the entrance of the celestial cave. The cave stood over 10 feet tall and 5 feet wide. Even standing at the entrance, Chen Ping felt as if he were enveloped in a gentle spring breeze. Likely due to the cave's rich spiritual energy, he pressed his hand against the stone door, exerting a bit of force, and a crevice opened. Chen Ping swiftly slipped inside and closed the stone door behind him. Before taking stock of the celestial cave, the cave was 20 feet high and 50 feet wide, with ample space. Several gemstones adorned the walls, emitting a soft glow that illuminated the entire cavern. There was nothing particularly extraordinary within. It merely seemed to possess a denser concentration of spiritual energy. There, deep within the celestial cave, a disciple of the martial emperor sect sat cross-legged, deeply engrossed in comprehending the methods of cultivation. A cold smirk crept across Chen Ping's lips as he strode purposefully toward him, his footsteps echoing ominously against the ground. The meditating disciple of the martial emperor sect was startled, abruptly awakening from his trance. Who is it? He turned to see a shadow lunging at him. Before he could discern the face, he was tackled to the ground, followed by a resounding slap across his face. Smack! The sound rang out sharply, and the disciple immediately lost consciousness. However, Chen Ping showed no intention of sparing him. With his left hand, he continued to rain down slaps, exclaiming, "You think you can escape unscathed? How shameless!" The sounds of slapping echoed throughout the celestial cave, leaving the disciple resembling a battered pigi in the end. Chen Ping delivered a final kick before relenting. "Sleep well, for when you awaken, tears shall follow." He chuckled sinisterly, preparing to leave. He had come merely to deliver a beating, not to covet anything within. But just as he turned, a sudden gust of wind swept through the cave. The gravel on the ground began to shift, and a faint white mist started to swirl in the air. In the distance, a faint cough echoed, creating an eerily unsettling atmosphere. Chen Ping's nerves instantly tensed, his calves tightening with apprehension. Could it be that he had inadvertently stumbled into a haunting? His eyes darted around, fearful that a specter might emerge, chains in hand, ready to ensnare him. young man. Suddenly, an elderly voice resonated from within the mist. Chapter 39. The Elder in the Celestial Cave by the Heavens. Could there truly be a ghost? Chen Ping felt his body stiffen, his gaze fixated on the white mist. At that moment, the mist thickened, nearly enveloping half the cave. Through the haze, a frail figure became discernible. Young man, do not be afraid. I am the master of this cave. It has been over 2 millennia since I last walked among the living. The ancient voice emerged from the mist, seemingly yearning to step forth, yet each attempt met with failure, forcing it to remain shrouded. What do you seek? Chen Ping retreated a couple of steps, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. In this world, he feared 2 things: ghosts and creatures with numerous claws. The elder coughed twice and said, I seek nothing sinister, merely a companion for conversation. I trust you about as far as I can throw you, you old scoundrel. Speak plainly, Chen Ping retorted, skeptical of the elder's intentions. After all this time, the cave reveals itself only when I arrive. If there were no ulterior motives, I would rather not hear your deceitful words. Young man, your response is indeed swift. I do have a request for you. The elder paused, seemingly gathering his strength, before continuing. If you happen to pass by the Immortal Path sect in the future, please convey a message. Yun Zhongzi still walks among mortals. The Immortal Path sect shall reward you handsomely. The Immortal Path sect? Chen Ping racked his brain for any recollection of this sect, yet found nothing. It seemed the Immortal Path sect was outside the Dezhou dynasty, within the territories of other powers. Surely, he would venture into other realms soon, and passing on a message would not pose a challenge. Very well. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. Thank you, young friend. The elder appeared elated, coughing a couple of times before adding, to express my gratitude, I shall share a method that can open your meridians and initiate your cultivation. Is it truly that simple? Chen Ping's eyes sparkled with interest. Could it be that the protagonist's aura was at play? Then let it come with fervor. Lian Yunzi, corpse poison flower, dragon saliva water. The elder listed several herbs before concluding. With these ingredients and the assistance of a 5th-grade alchemist, you can concoct the Spirit Passage pill. Upon consumption, you will be able to open your meridians and embark on your path of cultivation. A 5th-grade alchemist, you say? Chen Ping silently noted down the information, planning to search for these herbs once he departed from the Xianyang sect. Though his physical form was strong, it was not a sustainable path. If he encountered a faster opponent, they could easily toy with him. Yet, should he be able to cultivate, such worries would dissipate. With a system in place, his progress in cultivation would surely be swift. Thank you. Chen Ping bowed from a distance, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon. Suddenly, the white mist quivered violently before dissipating rapidly. The elder urged, young man, do not forget my request. Rest assured, Chen Ping called back, watching as the mist vanished without a trace. The celestial cave fell silent, as if nothing had transpired. He lingered for a moment longer, and seeing no further anomalies, he finally exited. The 2 disciples of the Martial Emperor sect remained blissfully oblivious, still sound asleep, entirely unaware that their senior brother had been knocked unconscious. Upon returning to the lodge, he found Gu Zhishun had already arrived. Brother Qin, why have you returned so late? Just wandering about. Chen Ping chuckled, pulling out some food and drink from his spatial ring, and the 2 began to feast. They reminisced about their past escapades. Sharing hearty laughter in the blink of an eye, they realized they had both crossed 50 years of age. From their youthful, carefree days to now, they felt a sense of nostalgia wash over them. Brother Qin, take care on your journey. Should you find the outside world unkind, return to me. As long as I, Gu Zhishun, draw breath, I shall ensure your safety. Gu Zhishun, having had a few too many drinks, spoke sincerely, revealing his true feelings. He genuinely did not wish for Chen Ping to leave. A childhood friend was a true friend. In his heart, Chen Ping was more than just an older brother by a few months. He was a cherished memory of his youth. Once Chen Ping departed, those memories would fade. Do not worry, I shall return. Chen Ping raised his cup with a smile, downing it in one go. He turned to see Gu Zhishun had already drunk himself into a stupor. Sprawled in his chair, fast asleep. Times. Chen Ping contemplated the idea of remaining within the Xianyang sect. With Gu Zhishun as a connection, he could live a life free from worry. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. Relying on others was never as secure as relying on oneself. Only by becoming stronger could he truly find peace. It was akin to having a wealthy relative. Their wealth could assist, but it was not his own. Only by amassing his own fortune could he attain true security. After escorting the drunken Gu Zhishun back to his room, Chen Ping was about to rest when he noticed Du Shuang and Li Hui arriving. Their expressions bore a hint of melancholy, but upon seeing Chen Ping, they mustered faint smiles. "We heard you are leaving. We came to see you off." Without further ado, they sat down. Chen Ping, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. He had originally planned to depart in a few days, but now it seemed he must leave by tomorrow. "You have come to see me off, Brother Chen. It feels like we met too late." Li Hui exclaimed, "It is my fault for being so absorbed in my cultivation that I failed to notice you, Brother Chen. Had I known your true character, I would have come sooner." Two individuals consumed alcohol, their expressions steeped in melancholy, particularly Du Shuang, who babbled incessantly like a loquacious chatterbox. Before long, Du Shuang succumbed to intoxication and collapsed into slumber. Li Hui, on the other hand, maintained a commendable moderation in his drinking, achieving only a slight inebriation without becoming fully drunk. Others often remark that I appeared to be in my early 20s, yet in truth, I am nearing 50. I have been part of Xinyang sect for over 30 years. Today, however, I was bested by that group of scoundrels from Wu Huang's sect. I cannot accept it, Li Hui lamented, his words flowing like a torrent of grievances. It is only natural, after years of cultivation, to find oneself a paragon among peers. Yet to be vanquished by the likes of Wu Huang's sect would leave anyone feeling discontented. It is akin to laboriously crafting a project only to have it snatched away by the deceitful words of lesser men. Such frustration is difficult for the average person to comprehend. Take heart. What is meant for you will ultimately be yours. Chen Ping consoled with a smile, without revealing the truth. The disciple from Wu Huang's sect had already been rendered unconscious by him, and only a small fraction of the celestial opportunity within remained. Once the Wu Huang sect members departed, Gu Qinghua would ensure that this opportunity returned to him, though I did not seize the championship in the grand competition of the 5 sects. The fortune of the Celestial Cave will still revert back to Xinyang sect. It has been many years since I last participated. I have always felt that my insights are far more solid than mere celestial opportunities. Yet, encountering a bottleneck in my cultivation necessitated this course of action. Who would have thought that decades of accumulation would culminate in defeat? Usually, Du Shuang is the talkative one, but at this moment, Li Hui had taken on that role, speaking endlessly as he downed cup after cup. Soon, he too succumbed to intoxication, reclining in his chair and snoring deeply. Cultivation is no easy endeavor. Chen Ping shook his head and retreated to his quarters for rest. Tomorrow, we shall depart. Chapter 40. Encountering Huaxia people in another world. Departure is inevitable. Why not seize this opportunity? A man of stature born amidst heaven and earth should not hesitate or linger in reluctance. The following day, before dawn, Chen Ping rose. Du Shuang and Li Hui had already sobered up and returned to their respective lodgings. He placed his belongings into his spatial ring and glanced at the humble abode he had constructed with his own hands. With deliberate steps, Chen Ping began his descent down the mountain. Xinyang sect is perched atop a mountain peak, surrounded by dozens of smaller hills. From a distance, the mountains embrace it as if it were a crane among chickens. I recall climbing this mountain over 30 years ago, feeling as though I had traversed 100,000 miles. Now, as I descend, each step is laden with contemplation and sighs. Midway down, I could still hear the morning exercises of the disciples at the martial arts plaza. Respect your elders. Adhere to teachings, and wrongdoing will be pursued. The admonitions of Xinyang sect's disciples echoed through the mountains, as if broadcast from a colossal speaker. The path down the mountain was tranquil, with only the occasional whisper of the wind stirring the valleys. The remainder was filled with Chen Ping's labored breaths. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a medley of emotions surged within him. Farewell, old friend. Dust to dust, earth to earth, Chen Ping murmured, seemingly addressing someone. Only he knew that it was the original owner of this body. His entire life had been devoted to Xinyang sect, and now, as he prepared to depart, the lingering thoughts of that remnant soul faded away. With his final step off the last staircase, that remnant spirit dissipated into nothingness. Henceforth, I am myself. With a smile upon his face, Chen Ping strode forward. Meanwhile, from from the celestial cave in the back mountains of Xinyang sect. A furious bellow reverberated. Who did this? Half a day later, Chun Ping arrived at a county town, making his way directly to a tavern. Since his arrival in this world, he had remained at Xinyang sect, where although food was plentiful, the variety was rather limited. Having finally come down, how could he resist indulging in the local delicacies? However, after questioning the tavern attendant for some time, he found no trace of dishes like braised pork or sweet and sour ribs. Reluctantly, he settled for some local snacks. As he dined, he observed the customs and culture around him. The townspeople's attire resembled that of ancient times. Those of higher status donned long robes, while the common folk wore coarse cloth garments. Perhaps due to the proximity to Xinyang sect, several shops bore signs proclaiming recruitment for the celestial sect. The shops were eerily empty, with the proprietors seemingly vanished, likely aware of the deception involved. While enjoying his meal, the call of a street beggar suddenly seized his attention. "Dear gentlemen and ladies, I lost my father at 3 and my mother at 4. My only brother is afflicted with polio. I beseech you, show some kindness. If your family has a son, he will surely become a top scholar. If you have a daughter, she will undoubtedly become a noble wife." Chun Ping blinked, feeling a sense of familiarity with those words. Following the sound, he spotted a beggar in his 20s, pleading on the street, accompanied by a disabled child. Both appeared malnourished, swaying unsteadily as they moved. The townsfolk were not affluent, and such beggars were numerous in the town, resulting in no one offering them assistance. At that moment, the young beggar changed his plea. "If anyone shows kindness, when I make it big, I shall treat you to a feast. I will serve steamed lamb, braised bear paws, venison tails, roasted duck, and roasted chick." The young man spoke rapidly, his words flowing like a machine gun. Yet passers-by merely exchanged amused glances, ignoring him entirely. A traveling merchant halted, intrigued by the mention of such dishes, and inquired, "Where might one find such delicacies?" The young beggar paused, then exclaimed with excitement, "These are my hometown dishes. If you show kindness, I will surely treat you one day." "Get lost," the merchant retorted angrily, glaring before turning to leave. The young beggar spat in disdain, muttering, "Foolish wretch, you clearly lack the ambition for greatness. You will never enjoy a feast in your lifetime." After cursing, the young man returned to his pitiful demeanor, continuing to beg alongside the disabled child. "Huaxia people!" Chun Ping's heart raced with excitement as he rushed toward the tutu. The young beggar jumped in surprise, startled by Chun Ping's sudden approach. "Sir, are you here to offer me alms?" The young man gazed at him, eyes filled with hope. Chun Ping was about to reveal that he too hailed from Earth, but decided to temper his excitement. With a calm smile, he said, "Allow me to treat you both to a meal." "Huh." The young man paused, then glanced at the nearby large tavern, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Thank you, kind sir. May fortune smile upon you with auspicious days and bountiful harvests. May you gain wealth and longevity, may your descendants be virtuous, and may you enjoy prosperity year after year." As he concluded, the child clapped and echoed, "Yes, a bright future." Laughter erupted among the surrounding crowd, clearly familiar with such expressions. Yet Chun Ping's heart raced with elation. Relatives. These are undoubtedly people from Huaxia. How should I introduce myself to them? The tavern was bustling with patrons, and should their identities as travelers be discovered, it could lead to significant trouble. The private rooms were also filled to capacity, making private conversation impossible. Patience, patience. Let them enjoy their meal first, then we can find a quiet place to talk." Suppressing his excitement, Chun Ping waved to summon the tavern attendant. "Bring forth the finest food and drink." "Are you certain you wish to treat?" the attendant asked, bewildered. "Enough with the chatter. Just go." Chun Ping insisted, his eyes fierce. After all, these were his kin from Huaxia. He would spare no expense, even if it meant traversing through fire and brimstone, alone in a foreign land as an outsider. Only those who wander far from home can truly comprehend the exhilaration of encountering fellow countrymen. Even a stray dog from one's homeland feels endearing. "Sir?" The young beggar was taken aback by his generosity, speaking with a hint of trepidation. "We have no money to settle the bill, and my kidney is not functioning properly. Look at my eyes. I am nearsighted and my corneas are about to detach." Laughter erupted in the tavern. Yet Chun Ping felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, bursting into joyous laughter. "Fear not, You two can eat to your heart's content. I shall cover the bill. The two young men finally relaxed. The table was laden with food, and they wasted no time diving in with abandon. Moments later, the tavern attendant brought forth the finest dishes and wine, making the eyes of the two beggars gleam with delight. Their hands, caked with dirt, became smeared with grease as they indulged ravenously. Qian Ping, brimming with excitement, inquired of the young beggar, "What is your name? Where do you both hail from?" Chapter 41. Is staying in a ramshackle temple a crime? To be honest, my name is Li Mingxiu, and this is Chu Zihan. He is local, while I am from a distant hometown. And I still do not know how to return, Li Mingxiu replied as he feasted. Qian Ping's conviction that he was from Earth grew stronger. Suppressing his excitement, he hinted, "Perhaps we are from the same place." "I too have lost my way home." Li Mingxiu, oblivious to his own insinuations, pounded his chest with pride and declared, "Do not be deceived by my current misfortunes. Back in my hometown, I am a figure of great renown." Qian Ping felt a pang of discomfort, yet maintained a smile as he replied, "Is that so? You must believe me," Li Mingxiu exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "My father is in real estate, and my mother holds a position within the system. Anything I desire is but a reach away," he continued, relishing the memory. "Countless young women have thrown themselves at me. I've indulged in one after another, only to pass them off to my underlings once I tire of them. It has been immensely gratifying." Qian Ping's expression darkened immediately, as the warmth in his heart was doused with icy dismay. What a scoundrel! It dawned on him that Li Mingxiu was nothing more than an uneducated scion of wealth. In his previous life, though he had been somewhat of a playboy with many girlfriends, he had never descended to such depraved acts. Doubt crept into his mind as he contemplated whether to reveal his identity to Li Mingxiu. They were clearly worlds apart. Someone like Li Mingxiu was not his kind of person. At that moment, Li Mingxiu remained blissfully unaware of Qian Ping's internal turmoil, casually holding a chicken leg in one hand and a pork elbow in the other. His face smeared with grease, occasionally flashing a wicked grin as if reminiscing about his glory days on Earth. Forget it. Qian Ping's excitement dissipated entirely, and he abandoned the thought of revealing himself. Even if he were to find a way back in the future, he would not bring someone like Li Mingxiu along. Such a person would only bring trouble to Huaxia. Soon, Li Mingxiu and Chu Zihan ceased their eating. After a hearty meal, they leaned back in their chairs, patting their round bellies in satisfaction. "Waiter, the bill," Li Mingxiu called out, tossing a couple of silver coins onto the table. Then, Qian Ping produced a gold ingot and tossed it to Li Mingxiu, saying, "This is for you. I hope you can turn over a new leaf and refrain from committing heinous acts." With that, Qian Ping departed from the tavern. Though he harbored disdain for individuals like Li Mingxiu, he still felt a sense of nostalgia for his homeland, and that gold ingot was a token of his connection to his Huaxia identity. "Haha, gold. I'm about to soar," Li Mingxiu exclaimed, his excitement echoing in the tavern. Regrettably, Qian Ping had already exited the establishment and dashed through the city gates, completely unaware of Li Mingxiu's jubilant cries. Had he heard them, he would undoubtedly have regretted parting with that ingot of gold. Once outside the county town, Qian Ping journeyed westward, passing through numerous villages without pausing. He aimed to reach the next county before nightfall. Within his spatial ring lay ample silver and gold bestowed upon him by Gu Zhishuan, sufficient for a prolonged spree of indulgence. How could one not enjoy a sumptuous meal upon arriving in a new realm? However, fate had other plans. Midway through his journey, a torrential downpour began to pelt the earth. Qian Ping was compelled to seek refuge in the nearest village. Fortunately, upon entering, he soon discovered a dilapidated temple where he could escape the deluge. Inside the temple, he gathered some dry firewood, ignited a bonfire, and dried his damp clothing. Fashioning a makeshift bed from wooden planks, he retrieved food and wine from his ring, dining while listening to the rhythmic patter of rain outside. Were he not in an alternate realm? He would have been utterly delighted. Rainy days were his favorite, as the sound of raindrops tapping on the roof soothed his soul. Whenever it rained, he would cozy up at home, pouring himself a drink and savoring the simple pleasures. Even so, after his meal, Qian Ping succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he found himself back in his cozy home in Huaxia, surrounded by friends and family, with a bounty of delicious dishes at hand. Life was blissful. Suddenly, the door of the dilapidated temple was kicked open, and a group of individuals stormed in, brandishing knives, guns, and clubs. "Bind him!" The leader barked, and the surrounding young men surged forward, binding the sleeping Chen Ping without hesitation. "What is happening?" Chen Ping murmured, bewildered. Just as he was lost in a dream with his girlfriend, someone had the audacity to pull back his covers. "It's him," a young man declared, striding forward and pointing at him with conviction. The leader's face darkened as he glared at Chen Ping, saying coldly, "How dare you come to our Taoyuan village and commit a crime? You must have a death wish. Take him away." With a rush, the group pushed Chen Ping outside, where a throng of villagers awaited. Among them stood a man cradling a wailing child, his eyes red with sorrow. "They brought him," he shouted. "Enough with the chit-chat. Execute him." "Yes, execute him," the villagers clamored, their voices filled with righteous indignation, as if Chen Ping were a notorious criminal. The leader raised a hand, silencing the crowd. "You, young man, have gravely erred by causing trouble in our Taoyuan village. May you strive to be a better person in your next life. Execute him." At the leader's command, the villagers parted, and two young men restrained Chen Ping, while another brandished a wicked-looking knife, poised to strike at his neck. Clang! In an instant, sparks flew as the blade shattered upon contact, leaving Chen Ping unharmed, blinking in astonishment at the villagers. "This lad is peculiar." The leader and villagers' expressions shifted dramatically. A celestial artifact. An elder stepped forward from the crowd, wielding a 4-foot-long sword that shimmered with a faint blue glow, unmistakably not an ordinary weapon, but a spiritual one. Chen Ping was taken aback. If even cultivation sects could not afford a sword for each disciple, how could this humble village possess one? To die beneath the Qingfeng sword is something to be proud of. The sword merely cast a cursory glance at him before being handed to the executioner. While the elder stepped back a few paces, "Before I meet my end, could you enlighten me as to what is happening?" Chen Ping inquired, tilting his head. "I was merely sleeping. Does that constitute a crime?" "I am fully aware of my own actions. Defending yourself is futile," the elder retorted vehemently. "Go take your life would be a mere mercy." The villagers immediately erupted in a cacophony of outrage. The executioner, face set with cold determination, sought the perfect angle with the sword in hand. "I advise you not to use that sword against me. Otherwise, it shall be destroyed." From the sword, Chen Ping sensed a flicker of spiritual energy, albeit faint. Its overall quality seemed to be 2 grades below that of Wan Ziliang's spiritual artifact, lingering somewhere between a mundane item and a spiritual one. For an ordinary person, it would be a formidable weapon. Yet for Chen Ping, it was akin to a mere tickle. Enough with the excuses. "Prepare to die," the young man bellowed, swinging the sword downwards. Clang! With a sharp sound, the sword shattered. The remnants fell to the ground, devoid of any spirit, landing with a dull thud. Chapter 42. Who dares to trespass? Impossible! Fear gripped the eyes of all the villagers, especially the leader and the elder, whose eyes widened in disbelief. That was a celestial artifact. It should have cleaved his neck. This lad is too strange. Panic spread among the villagers, many contemplating escape. Glancing at the shattered sword on the ground, Chen Ping sighed at the executioner, saying, "I told you. Yet you refused to believe me." With a mere flex of his shoulders, the ropes binding him snapped like paper. "Quickly, capture him. Do not let him escape," the leader shouted, rallying the young men to restrain Chen Ping once more. However, Chen Ping moved like a gust of wind, vanishing from sight. The leader gasped as Chen Ping seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. "If anyone dares to move, I shall crush his throat." The villagers stood frozen in fear, their expressions a mixture of terror and astonishment. "Now, that's more like it." Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction before addressing them. "What is this? Is it a crime to sleep in a dilapidated temple? Executions must wait until I awaken. You fiend, you shall perish." The man who had been crying earlier lunged forward, swinging his fists. Before he could reach, Chen Ping dispatched him with a light kick, sending him flying. "Are you out of your mind? What have I done to provoke you? You are a demon. Your entire family are demons," the elder exclaimed anxiously. "Release the village chief." The village chief. Chen Ping glanced at the leader he held, his voice icy. "You would demand his release without understanding the situation? You wish to execute me without cause." With a slight increase in pressure, the leader's eyes bulged, and he struggled for breath, his face turning crimson. Release the chief, and you may set terms. The elder pleaded, if you kill him, we shall fight to the death. Just you? Chen Ping scoffed, dismissing the ordinary villagers. Even fledgling disciples of a cultivation sect would not be able to harm him. They would merely be trampled underfoot. Yet, Chen Ping understood that there must be some misunderstanding. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided to release the village chief, coughing violently as he hit the ground. The village chief gasped for air. Now, tell me, what exactly is going on? Chen Ping stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of authority reminiscent of a county magistrate on an inspection tour. The leader exchanged glances with the elder, who explained, last night, heavy rains fell, and a woman was victimized. Some claim to have seen the perpetrator enter the dilapidated temple, which is why we proceeded to apprehend him. Upon discovering that I was residing in the temple, you mistook me for the assailant? Chen Ping raised an eyebrow, his displeasure palpable. I was enjoying a blissful slumber. Not only did you disrupt my dreams, but you also sought to take my head. Indeed, the elder cautiously interjected. If I understand correctly, you are not the culprit. Chen Ping glared furiously. What about me gives you the impression of a criminal? If I had intended to commit an act, be it in the rain or before all of you, none would be able to stop me. The crowd exchanged uncertain glances, fully aware of the truth in his words. Even a divine weapon could not sever his neck. Who could possibly harm him? Where is the body? Chen Ping suddenly inquired. It's the home of Lord Lu. Lead the way. The leader and the elder dared not delay. Hastily guiding the way, the man who had been kicked aside followed behind, his expression a mix of fury and despair. As he looked at Chen Ping, his eyes reflected a tumult of hatred and terror. Under the guidance of the village chief and the elder, Chen Ping arrived at the man's residence. In the courtyard lay a woman's corpse, disheveled and bruised in their haste to capture the culprit. They had neglected to procure a coffin, leaving her body in the center of the yard. Furrowing his brow, Chen Ping approached the corpse. The leader quickly stepped in front of him, declaring, respect the deceased. Even if you are innocent, you cannot casually view a woman's body. The man, seething with rage towards Chen Ping, cowered in the crowd, fear evident after their earlier encounter. Do you think I wish to see it? Who delights in gazing upon a corpse at such an hour? Yet, without examining the body, how can we ascertain who is responsible? Chen Ping retorted, exasperated. I was having a lovely dream, only to have it disturbed by this chaos. The leader and the villagers were momentarily stunned. The elder furrowed his brow and queried, you mean to suggest that the killer is me, simply because you cannot overpower me, correct? Chen Ping chuckled, I assure you. I did not commit this crime, as I said. If I were the one, even in front of all of you, none could restrain me. The expressions of the crowd turned grim, for the reality was undeniable. None could hinder him. It was futile to even attempt to strike him down. Very well. The leader glanced at the man, deliberating before nodding. Soon, Chen Ping examined the scene, his mind racing with deductions. This incident was not the work of an ordinary person, but of a practitioner. Though the victim bore signs of violation and bruising, there were no evident fatal wounds. Moreover, he sensed a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from the corpse. Having spent over 30 years at Xianyang sect, he was attuned to such nuances. Are there any practitioners in this vicinity? Chen Ping asked the leader and the elder. What you refer to as immortals, this incident was orchestrated by a practitioner. Immortal? The villagers' expressions shifted dramatically. To immortals represented an insurmountable force. If indeed it were an immortal, capturing the culprit would be beyond their reach for a lifetime. Silence enveloped the crowd as they dared not utter a word. Yet the man, his face flushed with indignation, summoned his courage and exclaimed, there is a small mountain in Nanshan where an immortal resides. One immortal? Chen Ping was taken aback, having never heard of a sect with only a single practitioner. This scenario suggested two possibilities. Either a reclusive master who shunned the atmosphere of large sects, a rare occurrence, as they typically wish to remain hidden, or a novice who had been expelled. The latter was far more plausible. Without the constraints of a sect, engaging in nefarious activities would be commonplace. Wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Chen Ping propelled himself forward, his body launching like a cannonball. To the onlookers, he was but a fleeting shadow. Immortal? Both the leader and the elder were momentarily taken aback, then promptly knelt, beseeching, immortal, "Forgive us. We implore your mercy." The villagers of Taoyuan knelt in terror, their foreheads pressed to the ground. In mere moments, Chen Ping raced through the wilderness of Nanshan, where desolation reigned amidst overgrown grass and trees. Hidden within the wilds was a small hill, upon which stood a modest dwelling, with a swift motion. He arrived at the doorstep, and before he could knock, the door trembled and swung open, revealing a figure emerging. Who dares intrude? Chapter 43. A grateful encounter. Chen Ping narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the individual before him. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall and in his early 20s, he should have been the epitome of youthful vigor, yet his features were shifty and untrustworthy. The aura surrounding him revealed an extraordinarily weak fluctuation of spiritual energy, aligning perfectly with Chen Ping's suspicions. "Who are you?" the man demanded, his voice taut with anxiety. In his perception, Chen Ping resembled a hawk, moving with an unnaturally swift grace, an agility he could not hope to contend with. "Are you responsible for the events in Taoyuan village last night?" Chen Ping inquired indifferently, already drawing conclusions based on the man's demeanor. "Not at all," the man vehemently denied, insisting, "This immortal has remained in his abode, never departing a single step." "What woman?" Before he could finish, he faltered, for Chen Ping had not even mentioned a woman. Realizing his deception had unraveled, the man's eyes turned crimson as he brandished a flying sword. Launching it toward Chen Ping, the sword shimmered with a faint golden light, hurtling straight at him, a palpable aura of lethal intent enveloping the air. Such a fine weapon would be a shame to shatter. The vastness of Xianyang sect did not mean every member possessed a flying sword. Their rarity was evident. Clang! In a critical moment, Chen Ping ensnared the sword between his fingers. Despite the man's frantic attempts to command it, the sword remained utterly immobile. How is this possible? Panic surged within the man as he turned to flee. Realizing he could not match Chen Ping's strength, he prioritized his escape. Unfortunately for him, he had encountered Chen Ping, a being who could not be shaken even by the mightiest of foes. With the swiftness of a phantom, Chen Ping intercepted his path. "Come with me to Taoyuan village. You shall confess your crimes. Whether you live or die, allow the villagers to decide." The man, still clinging to the hope of resistance, swung his fists toward Chen Ping's face. "Get lost." Chen Ping stood firm, not flinching as the blows rained down upon him. Bang! With a resounding crack, the man howled in agony, clutching his shattered wrist. Fear detected from subject. Fear level 6. Fear detected from subject. Fear level 8. Fear detected from subject. Fear level 9. The system's interface flashed information with fervor. Redirecting his gaze, Chen Ping smirked, "Since you revel in wickedness, allow me to deal with you first." He lifted the man as if he were a mere chick, launching into the air. Upon crossing a small hill, Chen Ping released him. The man plummeted to the ground with a thud, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Before he could regain his bearings, Chen Ping repeated the process, tossing him back and forth. By the time they returned to Taoyuan village, the man was a battered wreck, his clothing tattered, resembling a beggar who had been thoroughly beaten. "Look, the immortal has returned. What is that in his hand?" The villagers of Taoyuan, awaiting anxiously in the courtyard, spotted a figure approaching, fluctuating in height. They quickly knelt, prostrating themselves before him. Bang! As if discarding refuse, Chen Ping unceremoniously dropped the man to the ground. "He is the culprit." Having completed this task, Chen Ping found a chair to sit upon. The villagers eagerly raised their heads, gazing at the man sprawled on the ground, only to furrow their brows in confusion. "Is that even a person? Why does he look so tattered?" "It is him, indeed." The man who had lost his wife cried out in a frenzy, his eyes ablaze with rage. He had glimpsed half of the assailant's face before, and although the man's features were nearly unrecognizable now, he identified him instantly. The hatred for his wife's murderer burned deeply within him. "Yes, it is that immortal. I have seen him before. It is him, without a doubt." The villagers of Taoyuan recognized the man's identity, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. "How shall we deal with him? You decide." Standing, Chen Ping began to walk away but suddenly recalled something. Tossing the man's flying sword to the ground. "This is his sword. Keep it with that." Chen Ping departed, having to press onward to the next town. With no time to linger, "Immortal, please wait." We wish to build a temple and erect a statue in your honor. Such great kindness cannot go unrecognized. The villagers of Taoyuan chased after him, but alas, Chun Ping darted away, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. That immortal! The village chief and elder hurried back to the man's home, where the widower grasped the flying sword, his eyes bloodshot as he advanced. Die! Accompanied by the man's furious roar, the head of the man was swiftly severed. Such a large cranium, rolling over 3 meters like a ball. My beloved, I have avenged you. May you find peace in the heavens. The man knelt before the corpse of the woman, weeping uncontrollably until his grief overwhelmed him, causing him to faint. The villagers immediately rushed to revive him and then assisted in laying his spirit to rest. The body of the man was buried in a deep pit. This time, it was all thanks to that immortal. We must erect a temple for the immortal, but we do not know the name of this immortal. Never mind, let us call it the Temple of Gratitude. The simple villagers swiftly set to work, summoning skilled artisans to craft a statue of Chun Ping. Meanwhile, they cleared the foundation beside the dilapidated temple. Preparing for construction. 3 days later, the statue of Chun Ping began to take shape. As the stonecutter rested, suddenly, 2 figures descended from the sky, landing directly before the statue. It's him. Curse it, how could there be a statue of him? The 2 men erupted in rage. That's the man who knocked out our senior brother. Because of him, the martial sovereign sect missed the opportunity for the immortal cave. When did he come here? The older man glared at the stonecutter, his gaze sharp as a blade. The stonecutter, already petrified with fear, hastily prostrated himself, reporting to the immortal, "This immortal came here 3 days ago. He has since headed west." Upon hearing this, the 2 men raised their eyebrows in realization. No wonder they had dispatched so many people yet found no trace of him. He had been wandering amidst the countryside all along. "Let us go," the older man commanded in a low voice, soaring into the void. The younger man, his expression twisted with malice, struck the statue with a blow. Bang! The statue shattered instantly, turning to dust. The stonecutter trembled in terror, unable to comprehend why these 2 immortals were so ferocious. More than 30 miles away in Wanhua Town, Chun Ping was dining in a tavern. The table was laden with an array of local delicacies, each dish a testament to the region's unique culinary offerings. In his previous life, he had known that in any vast land, different areas would boast distinct cuisines. Southerners could not taste the dishes of the North, nor could the West's delicacies reach the East. Even if the populations were swapped, Northern dishes remained Northern and Southern dishes remained Southern. The same ingredients, when cultivated in the North or South, would yield different flavors. How much more so for dishes? An orange from the south of the Huai River is still an orange, but one from the north is a bitter orange. Such is the truth. Suddenly, a rapid series of knocks echoed through the street, accompanied by the sound of a broken gong. At the same time, an elderly man rushed in from the west of the town. There's been a death. Chapter 44. The ghostly forest. How could there be another death? Chun Ping was taken aback, feeling as though wherever he went, someone met their demise. Could it be that he was a harbinger of misfortune, bringing calamity wherever he tread? The sound of the broken gong resonated throughout the streets. Drawing curious glances from passers-by, a man in his 50s hurried along the street. A young man, intrigued, seized the elder's arm, whose family has suffered a loss. The eldest daughter of Boss Wong from the silk shop has died. Right by the ghostly forest. At this, everyone gasped, their expressions shifting dramatically. No one dared to inquire further. They fell silent, as if the incident had never occurred. Chun Ping was taken aback, judging by the atmosphere. This was not the first time such a tragedy had unfolded. But why did everyone react in the same manner? "Waiter, sir." Chun Ping called the tavern attendant, curious. Why does everyone look like this after hearing about the incident? The attendant's face changed slightly as he glanced around cautiously, then leaned in to explain in a hushed tone, "Perhaps the guest is from out of town and is unaware of our Guanjia town. Over 20 years ago, an outsider suffered humiliation here and perished in the ghostly forest. Ever since, women have continually died there. People have sought help, but it is said that the spirit of that person haunts the place, demanding 100 lives before it will relent." Chun Ping was even more astonished. Ghosts? Could it be that this world truly harbored such entities? Yet, recalling his own transmigration, he found himself wavering between belief and skepticism. Had the families of the victims simply endured this fate? What else could they do? They are merely common folk, powerless against the ghost, so they must endure. Chen Ping pondered, though he could not dismiss the attendant's reasoning. Yet, his curiosity was piqued. Having lived so long, he had yet to encounter a ghost. Where is the ghostly forest? Just outside the town. The dense forest lies beyond. All right. The attendant grew anxious. Sir, you are not intending to venture into the ghostly forest. Are you? Please, do not go. Over the years, many curious merchants have wandered in, only to lose their lives. Ghosts were not to be trifled with. His concern was genuine, considering the many who had met tragic ends in that forest. Thank you. Chen Ping smiled and nodded, dismissing the warning. Even if there were ghosts, he was not afraid. He did not fear even the small realm cultivators, let alone a wisp of vengeful spirit. If that ghost truly had the power to kill him, then he too would become a ghost. At that point, it would be the ghost who would fear him. After a hearty meal, Chen Ping strode out of Guanjia town. In the distance, he could see a dense forest looming outside the town. Under the bright blue sky, it exuded an eerie atmosphere that sent chills down his spine at just a glance. Young man, please do not approach the ghostly forest. Many have perished there. The workers from the silk shop, busy collecting corpses, kindly warned him. Thank you. Chen Ping smiled and cupped his hands in gratitude, circling the ghostly forest without discovering anything unusual. Once the silk shop workers left, Chen Ping squinted and entered the forest. A sound reminiscent of a ghost's wail echoed through the dense woods, accompanied by chilling gusts of wind. Were a mere mortal to tread here, they would likely be scared senseless. Yet Chen Ping remained calm. The more bizarre the situation, the more he yearned to uncover the truth. Due to the haunting reputation, the forest had been left undisturbed for years, accumulating a thick layer of dried leaves on the ground, which felt soft beneath his feet. The ghostly wail resounded again, causing the remaining leaves to rustle ominously. The dense branches obscured most of the light, rendering the forest dark and foreboding. After wandering for over an hour, Chen Ping had seen no sign of a ghost, but he did discover many wild mushrooms that had gone unharvested, though they were already withered. After circling around with no findings, Chen Ping finally decided to leave the forest. As the warm sunlight bathed him upon exit, a comforting sensation enveloped him. Fortunately, his physical body was strong. Had an ordinary person wandered through, they would surely fall gravely ill. Look, that person is emerging from the ghostly forest. How audacious! Doesn't he fear for his life? Many townsfolk gaped in astonishment, having witnessed his earlier inquiry about the forest. The tavern attendant, returning with dishes, was equally dumbfounded by the scene. Sir, since you have emerged unscathed, perhaps you should find a place to rest and not venture back. It turned out that the ghostly incidents occurred at night. During the day, it was merely eerie. Upon learning this, Chen Ping felt enlightened and followed the tavern attendant to stay at their establishment. After enjoying some local delicacies at night and filling his belly, Chen Ping again set out towards the ghostly forest. From the tavern attendant, he had gleaned considerable information about the forest, yet rather than diminishing his curiosity, it only intensified it. If there were ghosts, they should reveal themselves. The ghostly forest was even more sinister at night, with the northern winds howling and the pale crescent moon hanging ominously in the sky, truly sending shivers down one's spine. Chen Ping dismissed these fears and plunged headlong into the forest. Compared to daytime, the forest was increasingly shrouded in darkness, occasionally interrupted by the calls of unknown creatures and the wailing of ghosts. Yet, he still saw no ghostly figure. After searching for a while longer, feeling somewhat disheartened, Chen Ping called out into the forest, "Is there a ghost? Show yourself." The forest remained silent, even more so than before. Forget it. Chen Ping shook his head, turning back. Perhaps there were indeed ghosts, but he was no yin-yang master and could not perceive such things. Suddenly, a chilling wind surged, the atmosphere thick with malevolence. A gust swept through the forest, causing leaves to rustle violently and tree trunks to sway. "Why leave if you've arrived?" a cold voice suddenly echoed, and a whirlwind began to swirl around him. Chen Ping's heart raced. He thought to himself, "Here it comes." He quickly scanned his surroundings but saw no figures. Are you a human or a ghost? Show yourself. Since it had manifested, he must see it for himself. After a moment, the cold voice spoke again. You do possess some courage. Speak. A silhouette appeared amidst the shadowy forest. The dim light obscured its features, making it hard to discern its form, yet an aura of ghostly energy emanated from it. Clearly not of the living. Is this a ghost? Chen Ping raised an eyebrow, perceiving it to be no different from a human, starkly contrasting with the terrifying images depicted in ancient texts. Are you not afraid? The figure seemed surprised, its gender indistinguishable, yet a chilling wind swept past. What is there to fear? Chen Ping chuckled. People fear ghosts because they fear death. I do not fear death at that time. I would be a ghost as well. And thus, the ghost should fear me. The apparition paused momentarily, as if digesting his words. Speak. What conditions must be met for you to cease your malice? Chen Ping squinted, attempting to discern the features of the ghost. But the dense forest offered scant illumination, leaving him at a disadvantage. Impossible! In an instant, a chilling wind howled, as the ghost bellowed. It was the people of Guanjia town who brought about my demise. I shall never forgive them. Chapter 45. Secrets of the past. The ghost's fury filled the air, and the temperature around them plummeted. Wrongs have their origin, and debts have their payers. The citizens of Wanhua town are innocent in this matter. Who was responsible for your death? I can summon them to offer you reparations in person. Alternatively, I could avenge you. Chen Ping offered earnestly, for the individuals he had inadvertently caused harm to were blameless. The true instigators were those who had ensnared this spirit. Is that so? The ghost scoffed. If I were to reveal that it was the entire Wanhua town that conspired against me, would you truly bring them all before me? Are you jesting? Do we share such familiarity? Chen Ping fell silent, grappling with disbelief. Such matters typically involved one or two culprits. How could an entire village collude in such a manner? You claimed you would seek vengeance for me. Why do you now hesitate? If you are truly intent on avenging me, then go forth and slay them all. I assure you, I shall no longer bring harm to any. The ghost howled, as memories of its suffering surged forth. Threatening to drive it to madness, I must confront the villagers of Wanhua town. After all, this is a significant matter. I cannot simply take the ghost's word for it. A mournful wail resonated through the forest. The winds thickening ominously. Did I permit your departure? In the pitch darkness of the woods, the ghost's face glowed with an eerie green light, malevolent and terrifying. Since you intercede on behalf of the people of Wanhua town, then first you shall repay their debts with that. A surge of ghostly energy shot forth from the howling winds, aimed directly at Chen Ping's back. In that fleeting moment, every hair on his body stood on end, goosebumps erupting across his skin. Though he had appeared composed moments before, it had all been an act. This was one of the very things he had feared most in his past life. There was no time to evade the impending attack. In an instant, a faint sound akin to a pop echoed behind him, barely perceptible. Chen Ping jolted, his complexion paling slightly. However, upon assessing the situation, he felt no discomfort. Could it be that this ghost had shown leniency? Opposite him, the ghost had bared its fangs, ready to strike. Yet upon noticing that Chen Ping remained unscathed, it was momentarily taken aback. Under normal circumstances, this tactic would have incapacitated an ordinary person in an instant, leaving them a mere puddle of weakness. Yet the man before it appeared entirely unharmed. Simultaneously, it felt as though a fire ignited within Chen Ping. Fierce and blazing, the ghost screamed in agony, propelled backward, its form emitting wisps of white smoke, its spectral essence visibly weakened. What is happening? Chen Ping was taken aback. He had not brought any talismans or protective charms. As his mind raced, clarity dawned upon him. It was all due to his physical form. The Kaiyang stage. Not only within the realm of mortals, but even in the realm of cultivation, it was an exceptionally formidable level. Exposed to sunlight, he had absorbed an abundance of solar energy, that which embodies the righteous essence of the universe, most effective against malevolent entities. Thus, when struck, the yang energy within him erupted forth, injuring the ghost. So you came prepared. The voice of the ghost echoed hauntingly through the forest, laced with malice. No, you misunderstand. Chen Ping attempted to clarify, but then reconsidered. No amount of explanation would suffice. Resolving the enmity was of utmost importance. I shall seek out the people of Wanhua town. If your claims hold true, I will ensure they compensate you. If the situation is not as you described, should you return, I will not be so accommodating. Retracing his steps, Qian Ping turned to exit the forest. Only after he departed did the ghost dare to reveal itself. Could it be that he truly seeks vengeance on my behalf? No, he is undoubtedly a pawn sent by the people of Wanhua Town to deceive me. As this thought crossed his mind, the ghost's wails intensified, fueled by its indignation. Upon returning to the inn, Qian Ping found that all the guests had succumbed to slumber, and the young attendant had also drifted into dreams. Without disturbing anyone, he retreated to his room. After a day of turmoil, fatigue enveloped him. The following morning, after a brief ablution, Qian Ping descended to partake in breakfast. Esteemed guest, the attendant greeted with a smile. As per usual, we serve the local delicacies for breakfast. Whatever is available will be provided. Waving his hand, Qian Ping selected a seat by the window. Very well, please wait a moment, the attendant called out cheerily. Rushing to the kitchen to fetch the morning fare, a tea that moment, the proprietor yawned as he entered from outside, shuffling his way to the counter. Proprietor, Qian Ping beckoned. What can I do for you? Esteemed guest, the proprietor responded promptly, wearing a welcoming smile. I wish to inquire about the ghost forest. Upon uttering these words, the proprietor's expression shifted drastically, and he hastily waved his hands, saying, Esteemed guest, you might want to ask someone else about that matter. With that, he turned and hurried away. Moments later, the attendant returned with the breakfast, arranging the dishes meticulously. Just as he was about to depart, Qian Ping seized his arm. Oh, not leave. I wish to discuss the ghost forest. The attendant's countenance also shifted, revealing his discomfort. Esteemed guest, I am not overly familiar with the specifics. You should inquire with someone else. He attempted to rise, but Qian Ping firmly detained him. What a coincidence. I specifically wish to ask you today. Rest assured, I will not make it difficult for you. Share the details and I shall reward you. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. Upon hearing the promise of a reward, the attendant's eyes lit up. Seeing that there were few customers in the establishment, he took a seat and began to recount the tale in hushed tones. Over 20 years ago, there was a wealthy gentleman named Lu in the city who was quite prosperous. He had a pair of children, a son and a daughter, both talented and attractive, well known throughout Wanhua Town. At that time, the town chief had a son named Xue Baogue, who was notorious for his misdeeds. He set his sights on the daughter of Gentleman Lu. From then on, he schemed relentlessly to claim her for himself. However, Gentleman Lu's daughter was a paragon of virtue, rarely stepping outside, and thus his plans remained unfulfilled. Listening to the whispers of his underlings, Xue Baogue began to spread rumors that Gentleman Lu's daughter was lewd and entertained men within her chamber. The entire town of Wanhua was awash with gossip. Gentleman Lu spoke out in defense multiple times, but to no avail. One day, while Gentleman Lu's son was out on errands, he encountered Xue Baogue, who was in the midst of slandering his family. Enraged, he threw a punch, but alas, fists alone could not contend against a group. He was beaten to a pulp. Upon learning of this, Gentleman Lu's fury knew no bounds, and he rallied his household servants to provide assistance. Xue Baogue, caught off guard, was thoroughly thrashed, leaving him bruised and bloodied. This was the tipping point. Town Chief Xue Fu, upon discovering this, summoned all the townsfolk to confront Gentleman Lu. At that time, the Xue family was prominent in Wanhua Town, with many individuals connected by kinship. Coupled with Xue Fu's position as town chief, many were eager to curry favor with him. Through his persuasion, the townsfolk indeed followed him to seek retribution. Fueled by righteous indignation, they reduced the Lu household to ruins. Gentleman Lu was grievously injured, and his son met a tragic end. Unable to withstand the beatings and insults, his wife took her own life by biting her tongue. As for his daughter, she suffered a far worse fate. Upon being captured by Xue Baogue, she was subjected to vile acts in the aftermath. Xue Baogue laughed uproariously, proclaiming, Anything I desire, I shall possess. A mere trick, and I have reclaimed what is rightfully mine. Chapter 46. Establishing the Ancestral Hall. Lighting incense and candles. Only at this juncture did the citizens of Wanhua Town realize that all of this had been a sinister plot. Yet it was too late for regrets. The Lu family was left with nothing but the ravaged woman. To prevent her from becoming the town chief's daughter-in-law, the townsfolk decided to put an end to her life, brutally killing her and discarding her body in the forest beyond the town. In the following days, several individuals perished in the woods, and the townsfolk came to refer to that area as the Ghost Forest. Should anyone dare to mention the events of that year, the people would change countenance, unwilling to speak further. Is it true? Chen Ping was left speechless. He could hardly have imagined that this was indeed a reality. No wonder the female ghost harbored such deep resentment. If he were to encounter such a fate, he feared he would be even more ruthless than the ghost. What was the name of that woman? I believe it was Lu Yu. Chen Ping nodded, tossing a silver coin to the attendant before striding towards the town chief's residence. Having spoken his intentions, he knew he could not turn back. No matter how reluctant he felt, the town chief's residence was easy to locate, situated at the heart of the town, a grand property enclosed by its own walls. The gate stood ajar, and Chen Ping stepped inside. In affluent households, such was the norm. The estate comprised 3 courtyards, with the ground paved in blue bricks. Each courtyard was flanked by east and west wing rooms. Such a property was undoubtedly worth a fortune. Whom do you seek? An elderly gatekeeper intercepted him, regarding him with curiosity. I seek the town chief on urgent business. Chen Ping replied politely. I have a significant matter to discuss with him. Oh, please hold on. The gatekeeper immediately became more courteous, rushing to the back courtyard to summon Xue Fu. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Xue Fu finally emerged from the rear. He appeared to be in his 50s, standing a little over 5 feet tall and weighing around 160 pounds, with a round, chubby face. And you are? Xue Fu hesitantly scrutinized Chen Ping, having no recollection of him. Chen Ping was forthright. I have come regarding Lu Yu. Lu Yu? Xue Fu was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a moment before his eyes widened in alarm. See off the guest. With a swift flick of his sleeve, he hurriedly attempted to leave. You cannot depart without clarifying the matter. With a decisive motion, Chen Ping grasped the back of his collar, pulling him back forcefully. For individuals like him, a firm approach was imperative. As the saying goes, even ghosts fear the wicked. Let go. Xue Fu cried out in panic. His eyes filled with terror, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. Help! Someone is causing trouble. The old doorkeeper immediately shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing oddly in the tranquil morning courtyard. In a matter of moments, over 10 individuals rushed out from the estate, comprising both long-term and short-term workers, as well as hired bodyguards. Release the town chief. Kid, are you seeking death? A cacophony of shouts erupted. Faces flushed with rage. Yet, with Xue Fu in Chen Ping's grip, none dared to step forward. Release my father. A man in his 30s gritted through clenched teeth, his face bearing the unmistakable countenance of a schemer. Chen Ping had been awaiting his identification, and upon hearing this, he cast a cold glance his way. You must be Xue Baoguwei. Indeed, I am your grandfather. Bang! Before he could finish his retort, Chen Ping swiftly darted forward. Delivering a swift kick, Xue Baoguwei soared through the air like a kite, landing 50 paces away. Young master! A throng of servants and bodyguards rushed to his side, witnessing Xue Baoguwei's pallor, blood spilling from his mouth as he rolled his eyes back in distress. Son! Xue Fu's eyes turned bloodshot, nearly popping from their sockets, sweat beading on his forehead in panic. Let him go. Once the matter is resolved, I shall release you. Chen Ping sprang forward, effortlessly sweeping aside the throng of helpers and bodyguards. Leaving them sprawled on the ground, standing over Xue Baoguwei, he coldly stated, Now we can discuss the matter of Lu Yu. Xue Fu's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, What do you intend to do? Name your price, and I shall endeavor to meet it. Ha! Chen Ping scoffed, In your eyes, lives can be compensated with mere numbers, can they? Then I demand the lives of those who perished in the Lu family tragedy. The crowd instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, and the helpers and bodyguards shrank back in fear, having all participated in those past events. Life cannot be restored. I am unable to fulfill that. Xue Fu pleaded desperately, I can offer you money. Meanwhile, Xue Baoguwei, his eyes bulging with fury, bellowed, Father, do not give him money. The Lu family deserved their fate. I coveted their daughter, and they should have willingly delivered her to me. Yet they caused me no end of trouble. Silence. Xue Fu chastised angrily, recognizing that their habitual indulgence had led to a dire situation where both their lives were held in the hands of another. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed, glinting with intensity. You are correct about one thing. Do not offer me money. I have no need for it. However, the vendetta against the Lu family must be settled by you. With a gentle kick, Xue Baogui was sent flying once more, this time soaring even further and higher, landing atop a roof. He coughed up blood, his face as pale as a sheet, barely drawing breath. I beg you, spare my son. I will comply with your every demand. It was I who erred in the past. I am willing to accept any punishment. Xue Fu wept, trembling uncontrollably. It is your family that has caused the Lu family's ruin. The ghost forest beyond the town arose because of you. Qin Ping gritted his teeth, wishing he could obliterate the two of them with a single kick. Yet he understood that merely killing them would not suffice to quell Lu Yu's wrath. If you wish to survive, you must comply with my instructions. Indeed, I will do as you say. Chun Ping contemplated briefly and commanded, immediately inform all townsfolk, in your capacity as town chief, to gather at the ghost forest this evening. Furthermore, order the construction of a shrine before the ghost forest, with statues of the entire Lu family. Prepare incense and offerings. Xue Fu did not dare to utter a word in protest, promptly instructing his subordinates to carry out the task. Initially, he intended to complete this by noon, but the construction of the shrine required time, and Lu Yu could not appear until nightfall. Throughout the day, he remained at the Xue residence, only departing with Xue Fu and others as dusk approached. Heading towards the ghost forest. Upon their arrival, the townsfolk had already gathered, having heard of Qin Ping's intentions. Under normal circumstances, they would have preferred to avoid this confrontation, but given Qin Ping's prowess and Xue Fu's status, they steeled themselves for what lay ahead as the sun dipped below the horizon. Signaling the onset of night, Qin Ping shouted, "Light the incense." Villagers began igniting incense before the newly constructed shrine, the fragrance wafting into the ghost forest. Remain here. Should anyone dare to leave, I will not hesitate to slay every soul in this town. He cast a cold glare at them, holding Xue Fu in his left hand and Xue Baogui in his right, as though they were mere chicks, effortlessly entering the ghost forest. The villagers of Wanhua town dared not move, paralyzed by fear. Once inside the ghost forest, Lu Yu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Qin Ping called out loudly, "Lu Yu, step forth." Chapter 47. Hu Yuan, his voice echoed through the woods, clearly heard by Xue Fu and his son as well as the townsfolk. Instantly, all those connected to this affair turned pale. The townspeople outside trembled, their legs turning to jelly, kneeling on the ground. As for Xue Fu and his son, they had collapsed in a heap. The wails of the ghostly cries filled the air as a chilling wind swept through. The ghostly figure that had appeared the previous night re-emerged. Xue Fu, Xue Baogui. Lu Yu's vengeful spirit glared with wide eyes, a torrent of ghostly energy swirling around her. Help! Help! The father and son of the Xue family were terrified, their souls nearly escaping their bodies, having never witnessed such a spectacle before, causing them to wet themselves in fear. Did you not promise to spare my life? Let me go. Qin Ping replied indifferently. I can spare your life, but whether Lu Yu grants you mercy is beyond my control. Huh? The Xue father and son were momentarily stunned. Die. Without granting them any opportunity for defense, Lu Yu charged forward, unleashing two streams of ghostly energy that pierced through their bodies. Pft, pft. In an instant, two bloody holes appeared on the bodies of the Xue father and son, blood gushing forth, and it was evident they would not survive. Lu Yu knelt on the ground, gazing up at the stars, tears not flowing from her eyes. Father, mother, brother, I have avenged you. May you find peace in the afterlife. After kneeling for a considerable time, Lu Yu's expression softened considerably. In stark contrast, the Xue father and son had already met their demise. Thank you, my benefactor. Lu Yu approached gracefully, bowing in gratitude. Let us go. The townsfolk of Wanhua are still waiting outside. What for, of course? To offer you an apology. Qin Ping smiled, stepping forward to take her hand, leading her towards the exit. Upon reaching the edge of the dense forest, they were met by a multitude of kneeling townsfolk. Lu Yu was once again moved, her eyes betraying a mix of resentment and sorrow. An apology requires sincerity. Speak. Qin Ping barked, his brows furrowed. The villagers of Wanhua trembled in fear, hastily bowing their heads to the ground. We are sorry. It was all our fault. We should not have believed the rumors and tarnished your reputation. Apologies echoed throughout, as the townsfolk of Wanhua expressed their remorse. The newly constructed shrine would serve as your sanctuary from now on. They shall worship you and provide you with offerings. Lu Yu's eyes brightened, and the ghostly energy surrounding her diminished significantly. Thank you, my benefactor. Lu Yu knelt on the ground, overcome with emotion, though regrettably, as a ghost. She could no longer shed tears, ha, merely a trifling matter. Chen Ping chuckled, waving at the villagers. She has already forgiven you. Light the incense and ensure to pay your respects to her during every festival. Yes. The townsfolk of Wanhua lit the incense, and Lu Yu's ethereal form began to absorb some kind of nourishment, solidifying further. The sinister, ghostly visage gradually transformed back into her former resplendent beauty. Indeed, she was a woman of unparalleled grace. Had it not been for the schemes of Schweb Baogue and his son, she would have been a true beauty of her time. After a long day of turmoil, Chen Ping felt fatigued and dismissed the townsfolk before returning to the inn to rest in the blink of an eye. Another day had passed. After a simple breakfast, Chen Ping rose to prepare for departure. However, an unsettling premonition loomed over him, as if something dire was about to occur. Shaking his head, he left Wanhua town. Upon reaching the periphery of the ghost forest, an invisible, terrifying pressure surged forth. Today marks your death. A booming voice echoed, and a figure descended from above. To his shock, it was none other than Guan Yunhe, the sect leader of the Martial Emperor sect. Chen Ping's heart raced, anxiety gripping him. While his physical strength had indeed grown formidable, he had yet to reach a level capable of withstanding a sect leader's might. In an instant, his heart plummeted. Was he destined to perish so soon after leaving Xinyang sect? He hastily opened the system panel. His physical strength was now at the second level of Kaiyang. This was the result of recent efforts. Although the contributions of the common folk had been modest, the sheer population had allowed him to scrape by to this level. Yet, uncertainty still gnawed at him. Now, are you feeling afraid? Observing his silence, Guan Yunhe's face revealed a chilling demeanor. Having left Xinyang sect, I wonder what support you still possess, without needing his command. The disciples he had brought surged forward, intent on capturing Chen Ping. Whoosh! Chen Ping propelled himself off the ground, instantly darting away. During these days, he had not only enhanced the strength of his physical body but also upgraded his combat skills. Now, his combat techniques had ascended to the intermediate second level. This marked a qualitative leap, resulting in a terrifying enhancement in his figure, speed, and strength. Even without employing the Jietian technique, he was formidable. In an instant, Chen Ping burst through the encirclement, colliding head-on with a disciple from Wu Huang sect. Bang! An echoing thud resounded as the disciple was caught off guard and sent flying. The disciple immediately screamed in agony. Spitting blood, his chest caved in. There is a significant difference between solely cultivating and integrating physical training. That disciple, focusing solely on his techniques, had neglected his physical body, barely reaching the 8th level of entry. Naturally, he stood no chance against Chen Ping, who was at the Kaiyang level. Kill! The other Wu Huang sect disciples were driven by rage. A few wielded spiritual weapons while the majority unleashed their techniques. A throng of individuals, brimming with murderous intent, charged at him, yet Chen Ping, like a slippery eel, consistently found gaps to slip through. A deluge of attacks fell short, none managing to strike Chen Ping. Useless. A bunch of worthless fools. Guan Yunhe erupted in furious curses, and it was hardly surprising. A group of cultivators chasing a mere mortal not only failed to eliminate him swiftly, but instead resembled a pack of hounds in pursuit. Moreover, he could see quite clearly that Chen Ping did not practice cultivation. He relied solely on his speed. This only fueled his anger further. If other sects were to learn of this, Wu Huang's sect would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss of face. Hu Yuan, you go. As Guan Yunhe's words fell, a young man beside him sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, the young man obstructed Chen Ping's path. The other attacking disciples immediately halted and retreated a couple of steps. Interesting. Hu Yuan assessed Chen Ping with an air of condescension, his eyes filled with disdain. Will you kneel and surrender, or shall I make the first move? Chen Ping remained silent, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. With dozens of cultivators besieging him alone, enduring until now was already his limit. Speaking was futile. Death was inevitable. You just need to choose. Die now, or wait until we are in a better mood to kill you. Hu Yuan brimmed with confidence, already considering Chen Ping as a mere prize within his grasp. Have you lost your mind? Chen Ping shot him an exasperated glance. I've never encountered someone as self-absorbed as you. Do your family members know about your boasting? Aren't they inclined to slap you for it? The novel can be downloaded using the open source, free Xing Xian downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the merchant did not provide the software's source code or open source address, please request a refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group, 149050832. Official TG Group, https t.me/fq tool. Chapter 48. Boasting can lead to stroke in an instant. Hu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his lips twitching furiously. You brought this upon yourself with that. Hu Yuan immediately channeled his spiritual energy, summoning a flying sword to his side. Heaven and earth are boundless. For my command. Wherever the divine sword passes, not even a blade of grass survives. In the next moment, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged towards the flying sword. The sword expanded continuously, ultimately becoming as thick as an adult's waist. It gleamed, resembling a celestial sword descending from the heavens. Die. Hu Yuan bellowed, directing the flying sword towards Chen Ping. In that instant, Chen Ping felt as though the very space around him was locked down. No matter which direction he ran, he could not escape this sword. Mixed Yuan Qi. With no other choice, he frantically stirred his fists, quickly forming a vortex of air before him. Just then, the flying sword arrived. Whoosh! It sounded akin to a grinding stone being hurled into a pile of gravel. Emitting an unpleasant noise, the long sword radiated brilliant light, yet it was ensnared tightly by the air vortex. It charged 3 times but failed to break free. Impossible. This cannot be. Hu Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Echoing Cao Cao's classic line, "At that moment." Not only he but everyone else was astonished by the scene. That was Hu Yuan's most ferocious move. Even a small plateau realm cultivator would find it challenging to withstand, let alone an ordinary mortal who could not cultivate. Guan Yunhe's pupils constricted, his gaze burning intensely. His keen insight allowed him to recognize the brilliance of Chen Ping's technique. If he could recruit him into the sect, it would undoubtedly elevate their strength. Do not kill him. Leave him alive, Guan Yunhe spoke, his heart already brimming with anticipation. Yes. Hu Yuan cast aside his dismissive attitude, manipulating the flying sword to keep attacking. Yet it remained unable to break through. Meanwhile, Chen Ping was also suffering. The flying sword loomed before him, radiating a chilling sword intent that sent shivers down his spine. Just 10 centimeters away, it could pierce through his heart. Divine sword, transform. Accompanied by Hu Yuan's low shout, the long sword swiftly drew back. In midair, it spun rapidly, morphing into 8 long swords. Whoosh! The 8 treasured swords once again tore through the air, determined to breach the barrier of mixed Yuan Qi. This is bad. Chen Ping was taken aback. Wanting to evade was already too late. Puff! Puff! Instantly, the fabric on either side of him was shredded, leaving 2 red marks on his skin. After all, he possessed the body of a Kai Yang level cultivator. Although Hu Yuan's strike was formidable, it struggled to breach his defenses. What a freakish body! Hu Yuan was astounded once more, maneuvering the flying sword, constantly shifting its position, striking at Chen Ping one sword after another. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chen Ping's clothing had turned to tatters. His physical body was strong, but his clothing remained mundane. Under the onslaught of the flying sword, survival was challenging. Damn it! Chen Ping was furious. If they were going to fight, why tear his clothes? As the flying sword lunged once more, Chen Ping ceased to evade, standing resolutely, mountain-splitting technique. Chen Ping shouted, rapidly bringing his hands together as the space was violently compressed. According to the principles of physics, high pressure rapidly moves toward low pressure. Bang! The space trembled as a surge of highly compressed air collided powerfully against Hu Yuan's chest. Hu Yuan was struck as though by a heavy blow, instantly sent flying. Puff! As he opened his mouth, he expelled a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of terror. How could a mere mortal possess such bizarre skills? Yet Hu Yuan, being a peak small plateau realm cultivator, was merely a step away from reaching the large plateau realm. His falling figure quickly stabilized, and he communicated with the long sword, launching an even fiercer assault. What a treasure! Guan Yunhe licked his lips. Filled with excitement, He coveted both of these skills immensely. If he could learn them, it would undoubtedly enhance his leverage. Divine Sword, Third Style. The First Emperor's Sword. Over there, Hu Yuan was furious, having failed to subdue a mere mortal multiple times. Feeling his pride wounded, he immediately unleashed his strongest strike. It was the mightiest sword technique he had learned. Even large plateau realm cultivators would not dare to receive it head-on, however, with his current cultivation. He was still unable to fully control it. The long sword vibrated and resonated, infusing itself with immense spiritual power, swelling to more than 3 times its size. The terrifying force coalesced rapidly. Go. Hu Yuan's spirit was nearing the brink of collapse. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Under his command, the long sword lunged forth like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain or a dragon plunging into the sea, its momentum overwhelming as it surged towards Chen Ping. Too slow. Chen Ping shook his head in disdain, his figure flickering as he appeared before a disciple of Wu Huang's sect. Like lifting a chick, he grasped the disciple and hurled him forward. Puff! Lacking perfect control, the long sword exhibited no sense of autonomy. It pierced straight ahead, irrespective of friend or foe. The disciple was instantly pierced through the heart. A terrifying sword intent left a gaping hole in his chest. Hiss! A strange sound emanated from his throat as he glared at Hu Yuan with resentment before his head tilted, lifeless. Damn it! Hu Yuan was enraged, leaping in fury, manipulating the long sword to attack relentlessly. However, the mountain-splitting technique and mixed Yuan Qi deterred him from approaching. A moment's negligence could allow Chen Ping to seize the opportunity and deliver a slap. Up to this point, Hu Yuan had endured at least 6 resounding slaps. His face was swollen, yet Hu Yuan paid no heed, akin to a frenzied beast, repeatedly lunging at Chen Ping. The watching disciples felt their hearts pounding. Hu Yuan was a newly appointed elder of the sect. His strength unfathomable, ordinary elders were no match for him. His position was hard won. Not only them, but even Hu Yuan himself was beginning to doubt. Yet his movements did not cease, continuously shifting techniques, yet still failing to harm Chen Ping in the slightest. Now, Chen Ping had seen through it all. Utilizing combat techniques for defense was less effective than simply enduring. He would wait until his combat skills reached a terrifying level, then rely on them. As the battle progressed, Hu Yuan's attack slowed, his internal spiritual energy severely depleted. Fight! Come on! Chen Ping let out a loud cry, provocatively taunting Hu Yuanqi, who was on the verge of madness yet could not breach Chen Ping's defenses. He had developed the illusion that Chen Ping's physical form was impervious to harm. Hu Yuan gasped heavily, his spiritual energy depleted, causing his vitality to plummet, and his figure began to waver. Chen Ping had already discerned this and scoffed. Why have you stopped boasting? Tired, are we? I must inform you, such a flaw is detrimental and requires rectification. Can boasting aid your cultivation? It is solely reliant on your own efforts. His words flowed like a relentless barrage from a machine gun. Although it appeared as though he was offering good advice, Hu Yuan, upon hearing it, felt as if his lungs would explode with rage. The more anxious you are, the more you stoke your own ire. Not long after he had hurled a dozen insults, Hu Yuan let out a great shout, collapsing backward, unconscious. Do not boast again. It invites disaster. Chen Ping chuckled ominously. Chapter 49. The Terrifying Grand Realm Elder Hu. The members of the Martial Emperor sect were taken aback, rushing to assess Hu Yuan's injuries. At this moment, Guan Yunhe's face had turned ashen with fury. As the newly appointed elder of the sect. Hu Yuan had already reached the Grand Realm, yet with such cultivation, he had failed to even pierce the flesh of an ordinary person. The esteemed elder of the Martial Emperor sect had been rendered unconscious by mere provocation. If outsiders learned of this, they would surely mock them mercilessly. You truly deserve death. Guan Yunhe's heart was filled with murderous intent, his face set in a cold scowl. He had only brought along this one young elder on this journey. Now, he had no choice but to act himself. The universe is boundless, mine to command. Wherever the divine sword passes, not a blade of grass shall remain. In an instant, a divine sword materialized beside him. Pulsing with overwhelming spiritual energy. Go. With a thought, the divine sword lunged towards Chen Ping, its might exceeding Hu Yuan's by more than a factor of 2. After all, he was a leader of the sect. At the pinnacle of the grand realm, a sharp sense of crisis gripped Chen Ping's heart. He narrowed his eyes, planted his feet, and shot sideways like an arrow released from a bow. Boom! The divine sword struck the ground where he had just stood, creating a massive crater. Chen Ping felt a rush of relief. Had he braced himself against that strike, he could scarcely imagine the consequences. The first emperor's sword. The divine sword whirled around and charged at him once more. Such tactics were far too simple for Guan Yunhe. Under his control, the divine sword brimmed with sentience, soaring through the AI in the blink of an eye. The sword multiplied into dozens, targeting Chen Ping from nearly every conceivable angle. Mountain-splitting technique, primordial unity. Chen Ping's expression turned grave, refusing to let himself become careless. He first clapped his hands together, unleashing a burst of compressed air, and then swung his fists, generating a vortex of air. The fierce explosion of air shattered 3 of the divine swords in midair, scattering them into shimmering motes of spiritual light. At that moment, the remaining divine swords arrived. Screech! The swords fell into the air vortex, immediately slowing down, unable to advance further, accompanied by a jarring sound of friction. Guan Yunhe was taken aback. With his peak grand realm cultivation, he had been unable to breach that air vortex. This extraordinary technique must be acquired. He was certain that mastering it would elevate his power significantly. What had just transpired was merely an appetizer. Now, I shall get serious. Guan Yunhe's expression turned solemn as he formed hand seals. Reciting incantations that resembled a chant, a profound sense of crisis surged within Chen Ping. He understood that Guan Yunhe was about to unleash his ultimate technique. Recognizing this, he quickly closed his eyes and activated the heavenly cataclysm technique. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not employ this skill. The aftereffects were terribly uncomfortable, but now, with life hanging in the balance, he had no choice. Majestic heavenly might, thunder and wind unite. Boundless heavens, righteousness surges upon uttering this. Guan Yunhe's eyes snapped open, his entire being radiating golden light, resembling a celestial soldier, dazzling to the point of being hard to behold. This was the first move of the sect's ultimate secret art. Who would have thought the sect leader would employ this secret technique? Quickly retreat, that mortal is doomed. Do not let yourselves be caught in the crossfire. The disciples of the martial emperor sect, in a panic, hastily withdrew. Such an attack, once unleashed, could severely injure them, even from the residual force. Go! Guan Yunhe spoke softly, and the divine sword surged with power, extending to over 3 meters in length, in an instant. It shot toward Chen Ping, aiming directly for his forehead. Its speed and power had increased by more than 3-fold. As the sword bore down toward him, Chen Ping, with his eyes closed, swiftly tilted his head to the left. The divine sword barely grazed past him. It crashed into the stone tablet behind him. Boom! The stone tablet inscribed with the characters Wan Hua Zhan shattered instantly. Simultaneously, a terrifying force radiated outward in all directions. The disciples of the martial emperor sect, despite having retreated, were still caught in the aftermath. In an instant, chaos ensued, with several disciples suffering grievous injuries, coughing up blood as they fell backward. On the other hand, Chen Ping was not unscathed. The sword's edge had torn a gash in his ear, blood flowing profusely. The overwhelming backlash had also injured him. Fortunately, these were not severe injuries. A period of rest would suffice for recovery. A Grand Realm powerhouse was indeed formidable. Chen Ping's expression darkened. Hu Yuan was also a Grand Realm cultivator, yet he could not harm him in the slightest. But when Guan Yunhe arrived, he had nearly cleaved him in 2. The disparity was staggering. Turning the tide, Guan Yunhe called out sharply once more. The sword that had initially been thrust forward suddenly changed direction and lunged back at him, moving even faster than before. Under the influence of the heavenly cataclysm technique, Chen Ping's abilities surged significantly. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. Instinctively, he ducked, allowing the divine sword to fly overhead once more. Yet the chilling force grazed his scalp, drawing blood and nearly cleaving him. You son of a... Chen Ping gritted his teeth. At this rate, he would surely be bisected. Only 2 paths lay before him, to flee or to kill. Die! With a thunderous shout, Chen Ping kicked a stone on the ground, infusing it with his power, causing it to explode. Bang! Like a meteor, it shot straight for Guan Yunhe's face. Guan Yunhe, not daring to be careless. Having witnessed Hu Yuan's earlier downfall due to complacency, shifted his stance, and the divine sword immediately fell into his hand. He raised his hand to strike, clang. The stone was instantaneously sent flying. The divine sword, being a spiritual weapon, remained unscathed, though it trembled slightly from the impact. Guan Yunhe was inwardly astonished, gripping his treasured sword, prepared to unleash his sword technique. Yet, his expression froze as he found himself staring into empty space. Where had Chen Ping gone? Sect Master, that fellow has escaped. The remaining disciples of the martial emperor sect urgently pointed toward the east. Damn it! Guan Yunhe cursed, channeling his spiritual energy to pursue immediately. If that mortal managed to flee before him, he would lose face entirely. Whoosh whoosh! The peak of the Grand Realm was no exaggeration. In full force, he moved like a phantom eye in the blink of an eye. Guan Yunhe had covered several hundred meters. Yet, he still saw no trace of Chen Ping, as if he had vanished into thin air. I refuse to believe it. Guan Yunhe gritted his teeth. Today, he must capture Chen Ping and extract the secrets of those two techniques before tearing him apart. At this moment, Chen Ping was hiding amidst a thicket, peering through the gaps, watching Guan Yunhe depart. Phew, he sighed in relief, feeling fortunate. Had he not fled swiftly, he would now bear several more wounds. The peak of the Grand Realm was not something to be trifled with. As the saying goes, the wise adapt to circumstances. Knowing he could not win, it would be foolish to risk his life in battle. Crouching in the thicket, Chen Ping had no intention of revealing himself. The divine sense of a Grand Realm cultivator was exceedingly vast. Should Guan Yunhe discover him, he would surely be subjected to torment. Just as he planned to rest, a cacophony of curses echoed from afar. That damn Chen Ping runs too fast. When I catch him, I'll be sure to take his head as a chamber pot. Chapter 50. Discontent with the group enough chatter. We must find the sect leader. A group of over a dozen disciples from the martial emperor sect flew overhead, each one fuming as if Chen Ping had stolen their girlfriends. Chen Ping, who had wished to remain hidden, immediately furrowed his brow. Damn it, without Guan Yunhe, I would love to slap each of you. Yet those people continued to curse, their insults growing more and more outrageous. This won't do. I can't endure it any longer. In the next moment, Chen Ping surged out, propelling himself over 3 meters high. He seized the last person's collar and struck a punch to his temple. Bang! The man had no time to scream before he plunged headfirst into the ground. Chen Ping stepped on him, using the force to propel himself forward, landing atop the next individual. He repeated the process, knocking another out cold. Ah, it's Chen Ping, run. The disciples ahead finally sensed danger, shouting as they fled in a frenzy. With a reputation preceding him, even Grand Realm cultivator Hu Yuan was no match for Chen Ping, let alone these disciples. The remaining members of the sect fled at breakneck speed, without so much as a thought of resistance. If they did, they would only slap themselves and curse, fool. In that instant, the disciples of the martial emperor sect exhibited an astonishing speed of escape, bolting away with reckless abandon, covering over 10 miles in the blink of an eye. Upon realizing that Chen Ping had not pursued them, they collectively exhaled in relief. However, those unfortunate enough to be caught faced dire consequences, as Chen Ping was currently administering slaps to them one by one. Smack! You were quite the talker, weren't you? Go on. Smack? And you? What are you laughing at? Did I not smack him? But you? Smack? You, the most despicable of all. Why do you not join in the scolding when others do? You are out of sync. The sound of slaps echoed through the thicket, resounding loudly. For every utterance, Chen Ping delivered a slapped eye in total. He had apprehended 7 individuals. In mere moments, their faces were swollen and bruised. Regardless of whether they had been scolded before, they all received a thorough beating. This terrified the group, causing their fear levels to spike dramatically on the system panel. Yet, Chen Ping had no time to check that. He was solely focused on venting his anger. With fervor, he swung his arms, delivering a flurry of slaps that left the 7 disciples of the martial emperor sect dazed and reeling, their eyes rolling back in their heads. As the time drew near, Chen Ping begrudgingly ceased his assault. Remember this. If you dare to speak ill of me behind my back again, I shall beat you senseless, leaving behind a menacing remark. He turned and exited from the other side of the bushes. Why face? How could he do this? He is simply envious of my handsome visage. Now I look like a pig's head. Xiaohua will never love me again." The 7 disciples crouched in the thicket, weeping bitterly, each one heartbroken as if Qian Ping had inflicted some grave misfortune upon them. In less than a moment, a figure soared through the air and quickly spotted them. It was Guan Yunhe. "What happened? Where is Qian Ping?" In midair, Guan Yunhe questioned furiously. After pursuing him for quite some time, he had not anticipated that Qian Ping would resort to such underhanded tactics, abducting his disciples right from under his nose. Upon seeing the wretched state of his disciples, Guan Yunhe's temper flared uncontrollably. "Stop crying. Speak up. If you dare to cry again, I will crush your heads." This threat proved effective, and the 7 disciples ceased their lamentations. "He went that way." One of the pig-headed disciples pointed in the direction Qian Ping had departed. "Humph." Guan Yunhe glared at them fiercely and continued his pursuit in the direction indicated. Now, not only was he concerned about Qian Ping's techniques, but he was also intent on reclaiming his lost dignity. Having suffered repeated humiliations at Qian Ping's hands, he was determined to rectify this situation. As he left, the 7 disciples, recalling the earlier events, felt the urge to cry again, but fearing Guan Yunhe's wrath, they could only hold back their tears, their eyes reddening. Swoosh, swoosh. The disciples who had escaped earlier returned, and upon seeing their comrades' bruised faces, they could not help but revel in schadenfreude. "This is what you get for not training diligently. You deserve this beating." Training is not just about cultivation levels. It's about fortifying your physique. A group of disciples chattered excitedly, arms crossed, grinning wickedly. Among them was Hu Yuan, who, despite his meager spiritual power, could not resist the spectacle of the 7 disciples' pitiful appearance. "You didn't get beaten, did you?" Suddenly, Qian Ping's voice rang out again. He had returned. Quickly, the most alert of the disciples attempted to flee but was sent flying by a kick from Qian Ping. Following that, he unleashed a barrage of slaps on anyone who came too close, quickly leaving no escape for the 12 disciples, including Hu Yuan. "You were so vocal earlier, why the silence now?" Qian Ping stood with his hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance akin to a wealthy landlord reprimanding his laborers. "Do not take pride in this. The sect leader will return shortly," Hu Yuan retorted fiercely, lying on the ground with a swollen face and blackened eyes. "Well said. I shall reward you with another slap." And with that, Hu Yuan received yet another slap across the face, causing him to roll his eyes back, drooling slightly. The sight sent shivers down the spines of all onlookers. "Remember this. If you have the courage to insult me to my face, there will be a reward. But if you dare to do so behind my back, I shall ensure you do not survive." With that, Qian Ping departed once more. His earlier retreat was merely a ruse to lead them astray, while he stealthily reversed direction and returned. This was the power of knowledge. He had mastered the art of strategy. Finally, as he left, the beaten disciples of the martial emperor's sect broke down into loud, mournful cries, each one grieving as though they had lost a loved one. As disciples of the martial emperor's sect, they had always held themselves in high regard. When had they ever been subjected to such brutality? Even during the great competition of the 5 sects, no one had dared to treat them in such a manner. Their faces were swollen, their eyes bruised. They felt as if they were akin to pig heads. Consumed with despair, moments later, a figure approached with a darkened expression. It was Guan Yunhe. What transpired? Guan Yunhe was taken aback upon observing the additional 10 or so disciples resembling pig heads below. "There were not this many when I left Wu Wu, sect leader. You must seek justice for us. Qian Ping returned and beat us again." The group clamored, each one recounting the earlier events in a disjointed fashion. Guan Yunhe felt as though his lungs would burst from rage, his eyes bloodshot as he let out a cry. "Qian Ping, I will surely kill you." With that, he urgently inquired, which way did he flee? "That way." One disciple pointed toward Qian Ping's exit, but as if struck by a thought, he pointed in another direction, further infuriating Guan Yunhe. "Which way is it, exactly?" One disciple hesitated. "Sect leader, perhaps it would be best not to pursue him. He may return to kill us. Useless. All of you are utterly useless." Upon hearing this, Guan Yunhe's fury escalated, causing him to tremble with anger. A group of cultivators bested by a mere mortal, and to the point of instilling fear. Chapter 51. The heist. Upon returning, Guan Yunhe declared, You shall all enter seclusion for 2 years. If there is no progress, do not dare to emerge. With that, he resumed his pursuit. This time, he unleashed his strongest sense to capture Chen Ping's trail. But alas, after searching for a long while, he found no trace of him. With Chen Ping's speed, he had undoubtedly fled far away by now. By evening, having scoured a 20-mile radius, Guan Yunhe remained empty-handed. His face was ashen, teeth clenched in frustration, yet he did not relent. He dispatched more men to continue the search in the vicinity. 100 miles away, in a tavern, Chen Ping leisurely sipped on erguotu. Having anticipated that Guan Yunhe and his disciples would not venture this far, he didn't need to guess. He knew Guan Yunhe must be seething with rage. The peak of the great realm had failed to capture him. As the saying goes, 100 miles brings different customs. The cuisine here differed from that of Wanhua town, offering a unique flavor. Enjoying his meal while eavesdropping on the gossip of other patrons, Chen Ping found comfort in the trivialities of their conversations, although lacking in substance. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chen Ping prepared to rest, as the aftereffects of using the celestial theft technique still lingered, necessitating a prolonged recovery period. Just as he was about to rise, he overheard a conversation at a nearby table turn to the martial emperor's sect. His heart stirred, and he quickly sat back down. Ears perked. I heard that the martial emperor's sect triumphed in the great competition of the 5 sects. They are all members of the royal family, with abundant resources. Their victory is hardly surprising. The emperor of the Great Zhou is truly formidable, governing all mortals while allowing the martial emperor's sect to oversee the cultivation world. Indeed, those princes and grandsons are quite impressive, having made names for themselves in the cultivation realm. Seated at his table, Chen Ping felt a rush of excitement. So, the disciples of the martial emperor's sect were indeed members of the Great Zhou royal family. No wonder the sect bore the character emperor. It must have been established by the Great Zhou dynasty. This meant the martial emperor's sect possessed ample resources. An idea sparked in Chen Ping's mind. The elder in the had mentioned that with just a few medicinal herbs, he could concoct pills to aid his entry into cultivation. This presented an excellent opportunity. Since the disciples of the martial emperor's sect were royal heirs, why not exploit them directly? The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Upon returning to his guest room, he began plotting. The next day, he set off straight in the direction of the martial emperor's sect. As the adage goes, fortune favors the bold. The disciples of the martial emperor's sect would likely still be searching for him near Wanhua town, making it the perfect time to act in their vicinity. As for the location of the martial emperor's sect, he had long been informed about it. After a swift journey of over 3 hours, Chen Ping arrived at the foot of a great mountain. A staircase stretched upward, leading directly to the summit, where the martial emperor's sect was situated. Casting a silent glance, Chen Ping concealed himself beside the steps. This was the stronghold of the martial emperor's sect. He would not foolishly charge in. Instead, he opted for a strategy of patience, waiting for the right moment. Before long, he spotted a group of martial emperor's sect disciples approaching together. Judging by their attire, they were all outer sect disciples. Chen Ping merely glanced at them before averting his gaze. Even if these outer sect disciples were royal heirs, their status likely wasn't high, and they probably carried little wealth. The group of disciples chatted and laughed as they ascended the steps with light-hearted strides. Wait! Chen Ping seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly slapping his forehead. Even if the spoils were meager, they were still spoils. As the saying goes, even a mosquito's leg is meat. How could he have forgotten this principle? With this thought, he darted out, positioning himself in front of the 5 disciples of the Wu Huang sect. Halt! The 5, caught in their jovial banter, were momentarily stunned. Who are you? The leader, a young man, scrutinized him from head to toe, his brows furrowing in displeasure. Chen Ping flashed a grin, remarkably composed, and declared, a robbery. What? The 5 were momentarily speechless. Unable to comprehend, it seemed that the esteemed young nobles were somewhat disoriented. No worries, as they say, practice makes perfect. You'll get used to it. Chen Ping chuckled amiably. The 5 were initially taken aback, but soon erupted into laughter. I have no idea where you found the audacity. A mere mortal daring to rob us, cultivators? Perfect timing. They had just indulged in a feast and were eager to stretch their legs. The 5 remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Their expressions relaxed and carefree, as if they had stumbled upon a delightful game. The young leader, without even channeling his spiritual energy, reached out to grab Chen Ping's shoulder. However, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to lift him. Chen Ping appeared completely unfazed, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. The young man felt an overwhelming embarrassment. As a cultivator, he couldn't even throw a mere mortal. He secretly channeled a bit of spiritual energy and attempted once more. Lift, yet Chen Ping remained immovable, as though he had taken root. Huh, brother Hu, what is going on? Didn't you do enough practice yesterday? You seem a bit off, the other four teased, stepping forward to encircle Chen Ping. They, too, sensed something was amiss but dismissed it. After all, what kind of storm could a mere mortal stir? The young man named Brother Hu's face flushed red, and he activated all his spiritual energy. Demanding, up, suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, radiating outward. Yet, the result was the same. Chen Ping stood as steadfast as ever. Something's not right. Brother Hu's expression grew serious as he scrutinized Chen Ping closely. Without him needing to speak, the others also recognized the anomaly. Though they were merely outer disciples, they were still superior to mortals, their innate strength formidable, enhanced further by their spiritual energy. Yet, they couldn't budge a single mortal. Enough chatter. Let us all take action, Brother Hu barked, leading the charge. The other four, without hesitation, activated their spiritual powers to subdue Chen Ping in an instant. Their combined energies enveloped them, exerting their full strength. Futile. Chen Ping chuckled. Unwilling to waste any more time, he raised his foot and delivered a kick. Bang. Brother Hu was sent flying, landing at the foot of the stone steps one by one. The other four followed suit. Propelled by his kicks, thud, thud. All five landed at the foot of the mountain, wincing in pain, gasping for breath, unable to voice their cries. Chen Ping's kick had shattered their ribs. Weak, far too weak. Chen Ping shook his head, reflecting that these individuals were even less formidable than Lin Ping, unable to mount any semblance of a counterattack against him. What do you want? We are disciples of the Wu Huang sect. I am a grandson of the Dezhou royal family. If the Wu Huang sect learns of your actions, you will be torn apart by 5 horses. The 5, pale with fear, struggled to utter those words. Chapter 52. Worthless Sale with Measured Steps. Chen Ping descended the steps. Dealing with these 5 outer disciples of the Wu Huang sect was trivial for him, but I said, robbery. Produce the items I desire, and I shall release you. Approaching the 5, Chen Ping maintained his cheerful demeanor. To avoid being discovered by those on the mountain, he quickly moved them to a secluded area at the foot of the mountain. You say you can give me anything I want. I am a grandson of the Dezhou royal family. I can offer you heaps of gold. The 5, in a panic, expressed their willingness to comply. They recognized their predicament, having been easily dispatched by this man, who was not someone they could contend with. I don't want gold or silver. I only want elixirs. Chen Ping smiled at them. Produce any elixirs you have on you. What? The 5 were taken aback, their expressions turning grim. Brother Hu hurriedly exclaimed, elixirs are incredibly precious. How could we possibly have any on us? Smack, a resounding slap landed on Brother Hu's face, swelling it. Yet his eyes cleared with newfound clarity. I'll only say this once. If you don't want another slap, hurry up, Chen Ping said impatiently, rolling his eyes. It would be foolish to believe their words. After all, these individuals were nobles, possessing abundant resources. I'll get it. Just don't hit me, the 5 pleaded, their hands glowing with a faint blue light, revealing a few elixirs in their palms. Good. Chen Ping nodded in satisfaction, examining the elixirs they offered, which were indeed a riot of colors. What is the purpose of this? Chen Ping inquired, pointing to the elixir in the first young man's hand. Without delay, the young man replied, this is an elixir for temporarily gathering spiritual energy. Oh. Chen Ping felt a slight disappointment and turned to the next individual. What is the function of the elixir in your hand? To replenish energy and nourish blood. And that one? For prolonging life. Oh, and yours? For strengthening the body. After questioning them all, not a single elixir was to Chen Ping's liking. Finally, it was Brother Hu's turn. His face flushed red. He fidgeted before reluctantly saying, this one enhances size, girth, and duration. Upon hearing this, the other 4 exchanged knowing glances, realizing why Brother Hu had risen so late that morning. Appearing exhausted, he must have taken some pills. Had the timing been right, they would have ridiculed him mercilessly. Chen Ping's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Cultivators took pills for that. This was beyond his imagination. Regrettably, it was not what he desired. Is there anything else? Chen Ping's expression darkened, his displeasure evident. The five nearly spoke in unison, shaking their heads. Nothing more. Humph. Chen Ping's face turned a shade darker as he glared at them. These elixirs do not satisfy me. If you have more, now is the time to produce them. Truly, there is nothing left. I swear on the lamp. At that moment, Chen Ping's face darkened further in broad daylight. Where is this lamp? And that fellow is even worse. Let your second brother grow a centimeter every day. Smack, smack, smack. 5 slaps followed in quick succession, and the 5 disciples' eyes regained clarity. I swear, there's nothing left. I have a single viewing elixir. It's my last resort, a disguise elixir. The 5 scrambled to produce a few more elixirs, fearful of incurring Chen Ping's wrath again, yet still, none were to his liking. Think of something. If you don't satisfy me, I will keep slapping you. Chen Ping threatened. Aren't you royal nobles? This little stash of elixirs is hardly convincing. With hands on his hips, Chen Ping glared at each of them, causing their legs to cramp with fear. There is nothing left, truly. You can beat me to death, and I still can't produce any. The 5 wore expressions of woe, akin to wronged wives. Chen Ping glared, and with a swift motion, delivered another round of slaps. Smack, smack, smack. The crisp sounds echoed as the 5 became disoriented. Yet, they remained resolute, refusing to admit to possessing more elixirs. Chen Ping showed no mercy, raising his hand for another round of slaps. The sounds ringing out continuously. Soon, the 5 resembled swollen-faced caricatures. Please, spare me. There is truly nothing left. They covered their faces, emptying their pockets of all that they had, yet not a single item was what Chen Ping sought. Chen Ping glared, insisting, continue. The slapping sounds echoed relentlessly. By the end, the 5 had their mouths twisted in pain. Please, what do you want? Just tell me, and I'll fetch it for you. The 5, utterly exasperated, could no longer endure. If this continued, they would surely go mad. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping paused in surprise. Haven't I mentioned it all along? The 5 looked at him with expressions of deep resentment. Did you even say it? Don't you have any self-awareness? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chen Ping scratched his head and said, I want an elixir that can aid my cultivation. The 5's eyes brightened immediately, with Brother Hu eagerly stating, That is simple. A Tong Ling Dan will suffice. I can ask my master for one. Chen Ping shook his head. Ordinary elixirs are of no use to me. All my meridians are blocked and need to be unblocked. The 5 were utterly dumbfounded. Blocked meridians? How could one cultivate under such circumstances? The ethereal energy could not even penetrate into their bodies, let alone circulate within them. Chen Ping observed the expressions of the 5 individuals before him and remarked, Someone has informed me that a specific elixir can be concocted using several rare herbs, Lian Yunzi, Shiduwa, and Longxian water. He reiterated the words of the elder from the immortal cave and looked at them with anticipation. Lian Yunzi? Could it be the inner elixir of Buddhism? Shiduwa. Is it the essence of the 1,000-year-old zombie king? Longxian water. Could it be the saliva of a true dragon? Upon hearing these, the faces of the 5 turned pale. Not only them, but even Chen Ping's mind was buzzing. That damned old man never mentioned that these herbs were so precious. To speak of the Buddhist inner elixir, it is something only high monks possess. Which high monk would part with their own inner elixir to aid him in concocting medicine? As for Shiduwa, any one of these herbs is not something one can acquire so easily. That old fool! Chen Ping was furious, feeling on the verge of madness. Initially, he was overjoyed at the prospect of hope, but now it appeared that the old man had merely been toying with him. Brother Hu, with a pained expression, said, Brother, even if we sold ourselves, these herbs would not be worth it. Chen Ping was aware that these items were exceedingly valuable, yet he was not willing to concede defeat. With a grim face, he declared, Since you deem yourselves worthless, then there is no need for you to live. As he spoke, he feigned a slap, causing the 5 to retract their necks in fear. Big brother, I have a plan. A slender young man raised his hand, his face filled with trepidation. Speak. Chen Ping urged, As far as I know, there are several herbs in the Daizhou royal family. Moreover, we can have the palace's alchemists refine them directly. Upon hearing this, Chen Ping's hopes surged once more. Come here. Chen Ping smiled broadly, beckoning the young man closer. The young man, terrified, thought he was about to be struck and hurriedly backed away. Unfortunately, he was no match for Chen Ping, who effortlessly pulled him forward as though he were a small chick. Now, tell me, how do you intend to help me procure these herbs? Feeling awkward, the young man admitted. To be honest, I am the 10th generation descendant of Emperor Taizong, the 13th nephew of the current emperor. It is true that there are herbs in the palace, but I lack the ability to retrieve them. Chen Ping was momentarily stunned, realizing the complexity of the royal family. He had not expected it to be this convoluted. It seemed that merely having some familial connection was enough to be considered royal. A 10th generation descendant of Emperor Taizong, that was from a long bygone era. Since you've mentioned it, there must be a way, tell me. Chen Ping did not believe he was merely speaking idly. The young man glanced at the other four before whispering. The emperor's third son is at Huangmen. If we can capture him, the emperor will undoubtedly be willing to provide you with the herbs. Chen Ping's eyes lit up. This was indeed a splendid idea. He scrutinized the young man and said, since you've devised this plan, you must already have a way to capture him, correct? Of course. The young man replied eagerly, I will lure him here, and then you can seize him. He seemed quite pleased with himself, as if he had commanded an army to victory from afar. Chen Ping shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. After a long pause, he noticed Chen Ping's lack of response and looked at him with a strange expression. The young man suddenly panicked. I assure you, this is sincere. You need not worry. I will not run away. I am not concerned about your escape. I merely find you exceedingly shameless. It was the first time Chen Ping had encountered someone so brazen, adept at deceiving their own kind. Thankfully, he had no teammates. Otherwise, such a person could easily sell him out. The young man's face flushed as he defended himself, although I am also of royal blood. In their eyes, I am no different from outsiders. They rarely acknowledge me even during greetings. Chen Ping recognized this to be true. Throughout history, which royal family was not similarly aloof? If it weren't for the chaos of the world, who could have predicted that Liu Bei would spend his life selling straw sandals? Very well, you shall lure him here. Once the deed is done, you will certainly not be treated poorly, understood? I will do my utmost. The young man joyfully rushed toward the stone steps, making his way to Huangmen. Chen Ping turned to the other four, saying, you all stay here and wait. Once the matter is settled, I will let you go. What is Li Ping doing? Why is he so cheerful? Has he gone mad? Brother Hu and the other four were left in a state of confusion, wondering why Li Ping, who had also been captured, appeared so delighted. He is assisting me in luring the third prince. Chen Ping did not conceal the truth from them. What a clever plan. But is it not overly simplistic? They mused. The third prince, Li Daozhen, has always held himself in high regard, dismissing everyone. Based solely on Li Ping's abilities, I fear Li Daozhen wouldn't even spare him a glance. The four began chattering away, seemingly unfazed by their predicament, as though they were partners in a business venture. Chen Ping was momentarily speechless. What do you propose we do? The four exchanged glances and deliberated for a moment, when suddenly Brother Hu's eyes brightened. One person may not suffice. Let us send more, indeed. But who among us should go? That fellow is quite astute and not easy to deal with. After some discussion, Brother Hu pointed at the young man on the right. You come with me, and say that we've discovered a mysterious weapon at the foot of the mountain and dare not approach without inviting him. Yes, that shall be our course of action. The other three expressed their excitement, displaying remarkable enthusiasm. Chen Ping watched in bewilderment. Was this not akin to a robbery? Why did it feel as if they were the ones orchestrating the heist? You four should all go. This will increase our chances of success, Chen Ping said, bemused. Observing their eagerness, he felt reluctant to detain them. To his surprise, Brother Hu shook his head. No, those two are not eloquent enough. They might let something slip. It would be better if the two of us went. With that, he disregarded the expressions of the other two and dragged one of them away. Brother Hu looks down on us. Indeed. It's merely a matter of deceiving someone. What is so difficult about that? The two remaining individuals grumbled, clearly dissatisfied. Chen Ping was at a loss for words. He considered letting the two go but thought better of it. Recalling Brother Hu's earlier comments, he did not want to jeopardize his own plans due to them. Soon, an entire day passed, yet Li Ping and the others did not descend the mountain. Instead, several young disciples returned to Huangmen, During this time, a few of them encountered the remaining two youths and curiously asked what they were doing. The two young men nonchalantly claimed they were deep in thought, successfully sending the others away. Come and have a taste. Chen Ping produced some homemade erguotu, offering a small gourd to them. He did this not for any other reason, but because their demeanor suggested they had completely shed any awareness of being captives. Instead acting as though they were part of his crew. Wow, this is exquisite liquor. As soon as the gourd was opened, the two young men's eyes sparkled. The fragrant and crisp liquor was more delightful than any they had tasted before. Ha ha, Brother Hu and the others are missing out. Delicious. Big brother, do you have more? I would like to buy some. The two quickly finished the gourd of liquor and looked at Chen Ping with eager anticipation. Chen Ping, speechless yet smiling, replied, yes, plenty more. With a flash of blue light, he produced 2 more gourds filled with erguotu. Thank you, brother. The two, their eyes gleaming, eagerly accepted the gourds. After taking a sip, they grimaced. It was indeed quite potent. But the flavor was irresistibly enticing. Here, have some snacks. Chen Ping offered some soy sauce beef and other tidbits to accompany the drinks. The two were so moved they nearly shed tears. Where can one find such generous robbers? From now on, you shall be my true brother. Whatever you need, I will unconditionally assist you. Me too. The two were so excited they nearly knelt in gratitude, relishing the food and drink with immense joy. Suddenly, several figures descended the mountain. Why now? The sky had completely darkened, and one could only vaguely make out 4 or 5 silhouettes. Just from the shadow of one individual, an extraordinary presence could be sensed. Chen Ping's heart leaped. Li Ping and the others had indeed succeeded in luring the third prince. Before they could draw near, Brother Hu exclaimed, what a rich aroma of liquor. I've never tasted anything like it. Ha ha! You all returned too late. There is none left for you. Exactly. Who asked you to dawdle? The remaining 2 young men laughed heartily, brimming with self-satisfaction. Having gorged themselves, they were in high spirits. Damn it. Brother Hu rushed over, and upon closer inspection, he realized the 3 gourds were completely empty. Some soy sauce beef remained, but there was no alcohol left. Damn it all, Brother Hu lamented, his face contorting in dismay. Li Ping and the others returned, and upon learning the entire story, each one was filled with regret. Chapter 54. One feels like a henchman. Chen Ping watched in silence, feeling as though he were the robber. While these were merely his spoils, it was only then that the imposing figure approached. What are you all doing? The speaker is a young man in his early 20s, imposing and remarkable, exuding an innate aura of authority that commands respect without the need for anger. It is evident to any discerning observer that he is a person of considerable power and influence, accustomed to high status. He is precisely the individual I refer to, the one harboring a precious treasure. Li Ping remarked while consuming the remaining beef, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his usual self. Previously, upon encountering Li Daojun, he had to bow almost to the ground. One is of royal lineage, while the other is a branch of the imperial family. Their statuses are indeed worlds apart. Oh, Li Daojun, however, remained indifferent, directing all his attention toward Chen Ping. He scrutinized him closely, feeling a twinge of confusion. He sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Chen Ping, perceiving him as an ordinary mortal. Yet, his aura was somewhat different. He stood casually, yet exuded an air of calmness, as though he held everything in his grasp. What treasure do you wish to present to this prince? Li Daojun inquired in a low voice, adopting a condescending demeanor. To him, no matter how noble a mortal may be, they cannot compare to the grandeur of the third prince of the royal family. Thus, even upon recognizing Chen Ping's exceptional nature, he could not help but maintain his lofty arrogance. It is indeed a remarkable treasure. Chen Ping replied with a smile, extending his right hand. Behold, this is the treasure. Li Daojun focused his gaze, only to find that Chen Ping's palm was empty, devoid of any object. His irritation flared, and he exclaimed, Are you jesting with me? There is clearly nothing there. How could that be? Come closer and take a careful look, Chen Ping urged, his demeanor imbued with playful confidence. Li Daojun, puzzled, wondered if he truly had failed to see correctly. He stepped forward, drawing nearer. Once more, he concentrated his gaze. Yet his palm remained empty. Li Daojun glared at Chen Ping with fury. Impudent fool, do you dare mock this prince? How could that be? Just look, this is evidently a great slap. With that, Chen Ping delivered a resounding slap. Li Daojun, taken aback by the audacity of someone daring to strike him, found himself unable to evade the blow in front of so many witnesses. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap resonated, causing Li Daojun's face to swell instantly. He was left reeling, his vision spinning. Despite his cultivation at the minor plate realm, he could not withstand such a strike. I did not deceive you, did I? It is indeed a great slap. Chen Ping grinned. The five of them, including Li Ping, were initially stunned, but soon burst into suppressed laughter. They could not have dreamed that Chen Ping would resort to such a method. After all, Li Daojun was of minor plate cultivation, and it took only a few breaths for him to regain his senses. In an instant, he was consumed by rage, his eyes turning crimson. How dare you lay a hand on me? In the next moment, Li Daojun prepared to condense his spiritual energy to strike down Chen Ping. Be obedient. Before he could ready himself, Chen Ping delivered another resounding slap. Smack! The sound was sharp and powerful, sending Li Daojun reeling, causing him to fall to the ground. Fearing he might not remain subdued, Chen Ping followed up with a flurry of slaps, producing a series of smacks in quick succession. In no time, Li Daojun had lost consciousness. Carry him away. Let us go. Chen Ping waved to Li Ping and the others, heading straight for the northwest mountains of the Martial Emperor's Gate. According to Li Ping, there was a dilapidated temple in that forest, perfectly suited for their plans of abduction. As a newcomer in unfamiliar territory, Chen Ping readily accepted their suggestion. Soon enough, they brought Li Daojun to the crumbling temple, which indeed matched their description, overgrown with weeds and seldom visited. After a brief cleanup, they cleared a space for themselves. Chen Ping gestured with his chin. Wake him up. Had they been at home, they would have used cold water. But in this desolate wilderness, there was no water to be found. I can handle this. Hu Gu eagerly raised his hand, brimming with excitement. He then approached Li Daojun and swiftly loosened his belt. What the hell? Everyone, including Chen Ping, gaped in shock. Splurt! A steamy jet of liquid gushed forth, and in an instant, Li Daojun was drenched in urine. As the liquid left the body, it still retained a hint of warmth. Remarkably, this method worked. Li Daojun truly awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Hu Gu, who was grinning while fastening his belt. Elihu, what have you just done to me? Li Daojun sniffed the air and quickly understood the situation. His previously dignified countenance contorted into a mask of rage. Hu Gu trembled in fear, noticing the droplets of urine on his hands. Third Prince, Hu Gu stammered, panicking as he began to explain but abruptly remembered that Li Daojun was now in their grasp, rendering his anxiety moot. Little Junzi, what are you shouting about? Hu Gu, having fastened his belt, strutted over with a smug demeanor, adopting a condescending stance. You can be arrogant when you please, but what do you have to say now? Indeed, take a look at the present situation. Li Ping approached with an icy demeanor. You are the fish on the chopping block, and we are the butchers. The others also advanced, encircling Li Daojun. Impudent, bold, do you wish to rebel? Are you not afraid of losing your heads? Li Daojun roared in fury, his voice echoing with rage. Had he not been dazed by Chen Ping's slap, he would have lunged at them in a fit of rage. Calm down, Hu Gu chuckled. Do you really think binding you equates to rebellion? Just take a look at your pathetic state. Heaven and earth know. Only we are aware. Li Ping grinned triumphantly. If we were to kill you, no one would ever know. Li Daojun's heart sank. Just as they had said, he was indeed the fish on the chopping block, awaiting slaughter. However, being of royal blood, his mind raced quickly, and he soon regained his composure. What is it that you desire? He asked in a deep voice. Hu Gu shook his head. It is not what I want, but what that esteemed brother seeks from you. With that, they parted to allow Li Daojun to see Chen Ping. At that moment, Chen Ping sat there, dumbfounded. How did it feel as though he were merely a sidekick? He was supposed to be the main character, yet it appeared as though Li Ping and the others had robbed Li Daojun, with him playing the role of the muscle. Upon seeing Chen Ping, Li Daojun immediately recalled that it was this very person who had knocked him senseless. Given his cultivation, it seemed implausible that a mere mortal could have done so. Yet, here was this mortal who had achieved the impossible. What is it that you seek? Li Daojun inquired again, his expression shifting like a storm. Chen Ping smiled leisurely, refraining from unnecessary chatter, and directly reiterated the names of the herbs the old man had mentioned. Lian Yunzi. Shiduwa, Longxian water. Finally, he added, if you have the finished product, that would be best. My meridians are blocked, and I require such elixirs. Chapter 55. The more I look, the more it seems like a henchman once Chen Ping finished speaking. Li Daojun was utterly stupefied. You say your meridians are blocked? Indeed. Do you have a solution? Chen Ping's eyes sparkled. Was this the turning point he had hoped for? To his surprise, Li Daojun shook his head without hesitation. There is no solution. Not only I, but even the alchemist in the palace cannot assist. Then why ask again? Chen Ping shot him a fierce glare. Li Daojun sighed. For an ordinary mortal, a Kai Mai Dan would suffice to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and become a cultivator. But you are entirely blocked in your meridians. Such a waste of a body is rare among millions. The alchemists of the palace cannot do anything, and even the 5 great sects of the Great Zhou dynasty are helpless. Li Ping and the others immediately looked at Chen Ping, blinking in astonishment, as if they were gazing at a giant panda. 1 in a million. Is it that rare? Chen Ping felt somewhat bewildered. He only knew he was a waste, without understanding the full implications. At this point, even Chen Ping began to loathe himself. It was akin to a mosquito biting him in a population of millions. Lucky? No, that was just unfortunate. I do not wish to hear such drivel. Chen Ping's face darkened. Do you have the herbs I mentioned in the palace? No. Li Daojun shook his head resolutely. Those are rare treasures. Only spoken of in legends. They have long since disappeared from reality. You are not being truthful. Chen Ping squinted, revealing a sinister expression. I speak nothing but the truth. Humph. Someone has already informed me that those herbs exist in the palace. Li Daojun was taken aback, exclaiming, this is a frame-up. Those herbs do not exist in the palace. It seems you wish to experience a taste of the little fan's treatment. Chen Ping held his palm before his eyes, examining it as if it were inscribed with secret martial arts. Indeed. The palace has them. Li Daojun panicked. The earlier slaps had nearly knocked out all his teeth, and he had no desire to experience that again. Release me, and I will return to the palace to retrieve them. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? It was obvious to anyone that this fellow would not return, hence it was impossible to let him go. Li Daojun anxiously asked, then what shall we do? To this, Chen Ping had long devised a plan. He turned to Li Ping and the others. This task shall be entrusted to them. Them? Li Daojun's expression soured. And he scoffed, even if you let them go, no one would believe them. Li Ping and the others wore expressions of profound embarrassment, for the truth was indeed as such. Although they were of royal lineage, they belonged to a collateral branch, rendering their status rather precarious. Some officials within the court wielded far greater influence than they did. In light of this, Chen Ping stroked his chin with his right hand, contemplating for a moment before he began to scrutinize Li Daojun from head to toe. What are you doing? Li Daojun exclaimed, feeling flustered under his gaze, having just regained a modicum of strength, only to be frightened back into submission. And of course, I am considering what credible item I can bring them. What should I take? An ear, a nose, or perhaps an eye? The ear might suffice, as it possesses a certain degree of recognizability. After a thorough examination, Chen Ping's gaze settled upon Li Daojun, sending a chill down his spine. The jade pendant. Bring back my jade pendant. Quickly, Li Daojun retrieved a piece of yellow jade, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, adorned with 3 blue gemstones. On the reverse side of the jade, 4 characters were engraved. San Huang Ziling, 3rd Prince's Order. What a fine treasure! Chen Ping exclaimed as he seized it, inspecting it from every angle, showering it with accolades. Though he was no connoisseur of jade, its quality was unmistakable. The entire piece radiated a brilliant golden hue, devoid of any blemish, and felt incredibly smooth in his hand. How splendid it would have been to have this earlier. Chen Ping chuckled, tossing the jade pendant to Li Ping. Go ahead. Upon receiving the pendant, Li Ping was overwhelmed with excitement. This was the personal jade pendant of the 3rd Prince. He had seen it before and had been immensely envious. Now, it lay in his grasp. Yes, I assure you I will complete the task, Li Ping declared, standing at attention, now fully aware of the reality of the situation. Li Daojun glowered at Li Ping, his face ashen. Are you not afraid of retribution for aiding the scoundrels in persecuting this prince? Li Hu nonchalantly picked his nose, disdain etched across his face. 3rd Prince, though we may be of royal blood, have you ever truly regarded us? Indeed, you carry yourselves as if you are the sole heirs. Do not forget, we all share a common ancestor. Your lineage may dominate, but without your father, what are you? Had it not been for the indignation ignited by their words, Li Ping and the others would have remained reticent. However, they began to hurl insults at one another with increasing fervor, their tempers flaring. Enough! Go on! Chun Ping waved them off, recognizing that they were on the verge of tearing Li Daojian apart. Li Hu and the others quickly subdued their outbursts, deciding that Li Ping and Li Hu would venture to the palace to procure medicinal herbs, while the remaining three would stay behind to keep watch over Li Daojian. Chun Ping observed this with a mix of admiration and amusement, realizing he had unwittingly assumed the role of a mere enforcer, entirely free from the burden of managing the hostage situation. Before their departure, Chun Ping produced a generous jug of liquor and some beef to accompany it, ensuring they had provisions for the journey. Li Hu and Li Ping were ecstatic, their spirits lifted as they cheered for their big brother. Once they left, Chun Ping and the others began their meal, indulging in the familiar pairing of erguotu and cooked beef. The rich aroma of the liquor quickly filled the air. Even the hostage, Li Daojian, could not help but swallow hard, gazing longingly. Big brother, could I have some? Of course. Chun Ping generously offered him some meat and erguotu. Li Daojian, unreserved, took the food and consumed it eagerly. What a delightful liquor! As the sweet and mellow flavor flowed down his throat and into his belly, the chill that had previously enveloped him began to dissipate. Replaced by a comforting warmth, the exquisite wines of the palace paled in comparison. This is truly a fine treasure, Li Daojian marveled, downing cup after cup, his heart brimming with admiration. In no time, he finished a gourd of liquor. Truly, there is no greater joy in life. To his surprise, Li Daojian became quite tipsy, his cheeks flushed, leaning against the wall with his eyes half closed, wearing a contented expression. To be a captive and revel in such comfort was indeed a rare pleasure. Chun Ping paid him no mind. As long as he did not attempt to escape, he could do as he pleased. As the night deepened, all gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, Chun Ping awoke and glanced at Li Daojian, initially expecting him to make a nocturnal escape. However, to his astonishment, Li Daojian was peacefully asleep. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny, Li Daojian suddenly opened his eyes. Big brother. With a beaming smile, Li Daojian approached. Is there any more of that liquor? Indeed. Chun Ping raised an eyebrow, unsure of his intent, but nodded nonetheless. Please give me some more, Li Daojian exclaimed excitedly. After drinking it, I managed to break through a barrier. Chapter 56. Little success in the third realm. The dilapidated temple fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The three men who had been sleeping abruptly sat up, staring blankly at Li Daojian. The hostage, you broke through the barrier? Chun Ping asked, equally bewildered. Yes, Li Daojian replied with fervor. This barrier had been in place for ages, and I never expected to break through last night. What realm are you in now? Little success in the third realm. How disheartening it is to compare people. While Li Ping and his companions remain in the foundation establishment stage, this fellow has already attained the third realm of little success after a single night's sleep. The disparity in resources and innate talent was painfully evident. Li Yuan and the others wore expressions of deep frustration. Despite being of similar ages, their cultivation levels were vastly different. None left. Chun Ping observed their expressions and promptly refused. Li Yuan and his companions were now aligned with him. He could not afford to dishearten them. Besides, a hostage must possess the resolve befitting their status. One cannot simply demand what they wish for. Big brother, Li Daojian exclaimed, grasping Chun Ping's arm, feigning innocence. My hand feels itchy. Chun Ping glanced at his palm. I did not say anything. Li Daojian immediately released his grip, understanding the hint and retreating. Li Yuan and the others expressed their gratitude towards Chun Ping, then furrowed their brows, carefully sensing their own states. There was no hint of a breakthrough, not a single sign. How infuriating. Just then, a figure emerged from the distance, landing outside the dilapidated temple, seemingly waiting for someone. What is the current situation with the martial emperor sect? Guan Yunhe has been schemed against by a mortal named Chun Ping and is currently being hunted down. Are you certain? A mortal dares to provoke Guan Yunhe? I am quite certain. It is said that this Chun Ping, born with an innate disability, is incapable of cultivation, yet possesses astonishing physical strength. Even Guan Yunhe and his disciples could not apprehend him. Now, that is intriguing. Guan Yunhe has lost face. This Qin Ping is not worthy of our concern. After all, he is merely a mortal and poses no threat to us. Indeed, we must remain vigilant regarding the disciples of the martial emperor sect. Should any prodigious talents be discovered, they must be reported immediately. We must quash them in their infancy. Understood. Return now. The two figures swiftly departed, and the dilapidated temple returned to its prior tranquility. Li Daojian was taken aback. I never expected there to be spies from other sects within our ranks. The martial emperor sect is predominantly composed of royal relatives. Ordinary individuals cannot infiltrate. This indicates that the spy possesses a formidable background. Otherwise, they would not have gained entry. Chun Ping, with his eyelids drooping, remained silent. This was all within his expectations. Though there are 5 major sects, they are essentially 5 great powers. The martial emperor sect harbors spies from other sects, and conversely, other sects harbor spies from the martial emperor sect. It is commonplace for them to plant spies within one another to eliminate outstanding disciples from rival sects, thereby preventing future threats to their own supremacy. Chen Gu? Li Yuan exclaimed excitedly, gazing at Qin Ping. Is the person they mentioned you? Beside him, Li Cong and Li Wei shared similar expressions of anticipation, their features strikingly resembling Qin Ping. Yes, Qin Ping replied matter-of-factly, nodding his head. This is no secret, with a keen eye. It can be deduced. Remarkable. The trio's eyes sparkled with admiration, even more so than Qin Ping himself. Not even Guan Yunhe could detain him. How strong must he be? I have long suspected that Qin Gu is no ordinary individual. Li Yuan and his companions showered Qin Ping with praise, their initial fear of his power and disdain for Li Daojian transforming into genuine admiration. Detection of Host S admiration. 6. Detection of Host S admiration. 6. Detection of Host S admiration. 6. A series of emotional values began to refresh on the system panel. Li Yuan and his companions had become devoted admirers, their gazes fixed upon Qin Ping, brimming with reverence. Unbeknownst to Qin Ping, the information on the system panel was refreshing. He had not checked it in several days. The emotional values required for leveling up were increasingly substantial, rendering the daily accumulation of emotional values almost negligible. Since he could not reach the threshold for upgrading, he decided to stop checking altogether. However, what surprised him was that after processing the news of the traitor, Li Daojian cast a look of astonishment at Qin Ping. He was well aware of the strength of the sect leader, Guan Yunhe, who was truly at the pinnacle of the great realm. How could this man, born with an innate disability, have evaded even Guan Yunhe's grasp? Just how formidable was his strength? Inwardly, Li Daojian was relieved that he had remained compliant. Otherwise, he would surely have been at the mercy of such a powerful figure. In the midst of his awe, a flicker of admiration crept into his heart. In this merciless world, only the strong command respect. The 3 days swiftly slipped by, and Qin Ping and his companions remained unhurried. The distance from Wu Huang sect to the Great Zhou Imperial City was considerable. Requiring at least 5 days for a round trip, on the 4th day at noon, a thunderous shout reverberated through the air above Wu Huang sect. Guan Yunhe, come out! The voice was resoundingly loud, echoing with a deafening intensity throughout the vicinity. In the dilapidated temple, Qin Ping and his companions immediately crouched by the door. Peering through the crack, they beheld an elder clad in a yellow robe adorned with 9 dragons. Suspended in midair, exuding an overwhelming aura, his originally azure spiritual energy appeared somewhat grayish due to his formidable cultivation. 4th Prince, Li Daojian gasped in astonishment, instantly recognizing the identity of the figure. He was indeed a powerful entity stationed in the Great Zhou Imperial City, rarely departing from the palace. You old fool, what are you shouting for? An elder from Wu Huang sect leaped into the air, casting a helpless glare at him. Guan Yunhe is not at the sect. What trouble has he caused you? Humph. What is he doing? My 3rd great-grandson has been kidnapped. Are you unaware? What? This matter is no jest. Who has the leisure to joke with you? Let us discuss this inside. Both men wore grim expressions as they descended into Wu Huang sect, yet their conversation was overheard by the disciples, leaving them utterly astounded. The disciples of Wu Huang sect were all nobles and scions. Their status is illustrious, with the 3rd prince being the most prominent among them, closely guarded at all times. Who would have imagined he had been abducted? A tempest of chaos erupted within Wu Huang sect. In the dilapidated temple, Chen Ping glanced at Li Daoxuan and inquired, "What is the fourth prince's cultivation level?" Li Daoxuan, filled with reverence, replied, "As far as I know, 50 years ago, the fourth prince had already reached the third level of minor completion. He has long resided in the palace and rarely ventures out, so I am unaware of his current level." Hiss! Chen Ping inhaled sharply, turning to Li Yuan and the others. He was not mistaken. That was indeed a powerful figure from the Li family's ancient lineage. Even the reigning emperor referred to him as fourth uncle. Li Yuan and the others nodded vigorously, their expressions tinged with anxiety. That was the third level of minor completion, a being more formidable than Guan Yunhe. "We must hasten our retreat," Chen Ping exclaimed decisively. "This place is far too perilous." Not only he but also Li Yuan and the others shared this sentiment. After all, that was minor completion. As long as he radiated his spiritual sense nearby, it would be effortless for him to discover them. The group swiftly dragged Li Daoxuan away from the dilapidated temple. 15 minutes later, the fourth prince and the elder from Wu Huang's sect soared out, dispersing their spiritual senses to investigate the area surrounding Wu Huang's sect. However, due to the vast expanse of Wu Huang's sect, it was not until 2 hours later that they located the dilapidated temple. Upon landing, the two sensed the presence of the third prince, Li Daoxuan. Right here, their expressions hardened as they rushed into the dilapidated temple. Upon seeing the remnants of food scattered on the ground, their faces turned grim. The person had slipped away right under their noses without any indication of a presence exceeding the major completion realm. There was merely a mortal. Could it be that a major completion cultivator was present, yet I failed to perceive them? The fourth prince, Li Cheng, turned pale. If their assumption were correct, the situation would be exceedingly troublesome. "Let us hand over the treasures. Do not harbor thoughts of revenge," the elder from Wu Huang's sect advised solemnly. "I know." Li Cheng's expression fluctuated between dark and light. The feeling of being led by the nose was unbearable. It was his first experience of being robbed, yet, contemplating the implications of his suspicion, he felt utterly powerless. If that truly were a major completion cultivator, even the entirety of the great Zhou dynasty would not stand a chance against them. Such a person could turn the tides with a mere flick of their hand. "Fine. Just let my great-grandson return." Li Cheng gritted his teeth, casting an accusatory glare at the elder beside him. "It's all your fault. A perfectly good person has been kidnapped, and you were completely oblivious. Fourth brother, this is hardly my fault," the elder protested, feeling wronged. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Li Cheng sighed, realizing the truth. Who would have thought someone would dare to kidnap someone from Wu Huang's sect? The two did not linger any longer and hastily flew back to Wu Huang's sect. At that moment, Li Hu and Li Ping were respectfully kneeling in the grand hall. Upon seeing the two return, they quickly buried their heads to the ground. "I possess 2 elixirs. One can clear all blocked meridians, while the other can extend life. You two shall deliver them to that powerful cultivator," Li Cheng said with a grim face, as 2 elixirs flew from his hand, landing before Li Hu and Li Ping. "Upon their consumption, promptly rescue the third prince. Once the task is accomplished, I shall reward you both handsomely." Li Cheng and Li Hu bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you, Your Highness." After stowing the elixirs in their robes, they hurriedly descended the mountain, making their way towards the dilapidated temple. However, upon arriving at the temple, they found it to be completely empty. "Let us go." Without hesitation, the two hastened westward towards a previously agreed location. If they were not in the temple, they would head to a ravine 50 miles away, where a significant fissure in the mountain formed a natural cave. An hour later, they finally reached the ravine. Upon entering the cave, they indeed discovered Chen Ping and his companions. "We're back," the two exclaimed with uncontained joy, as their successful retrieval of the elixirs exceeded their expectations. "You've worked hard." Chen Ping greeted them with a smile, feeling closer to clearing his meridians. "Here." Li Hu excitedly handed him the 2 elixirs, exclaiming, "There are 2 elixirs in total. One can clear all blocked meridians, and the other extends life." "What?" Everyone gasped in astonishment. Crowding around, they beheld the 2 elixirs, round and lustrous. One was green, the other black. Merely gazing upon them suggested they were far from ordinary. "This one is for extending life. That one is for clearing meridians," Li Ping explained with a smile, taking the wine jug from Li Yuan and taking several hearty swigs. They had finished the wine on their way there and returned with their stomachs filled with wind. feeling as if they could be dried out. Cheng-gu, hurry and consume it, Li Hu urged excitedly. If you can clear your meridians and step into cultivation, your strength will surely surge. The others wore expressions of fervor, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. It was evident that their excitement was genuine and heartfelt. Chen Ping's mood was also electrified, yet gradually it settled. He scrutinized the elixirs in his hand, then glanced at the enthusiastic Li Yuan and the others. I will not consume this elixir. Li Hu and the others were taken aback. Cheng-gu, why not? Didn't you wish to clear your meridians? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All five were utterly perplexed, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Casting a glance at Li Daozhen, Chen Ping smiled and said, this elixir should be consumed by our third prince. With that, he began to approach Li Daozhen. Li Hu and the others were left bewildered. Cheng-gu, why give the elixir to him? He is already a cultivator. It would be of no use to him. A group of them fervently urged him, but Chen Ping remained resolute, his expression growing increasingly determined. For on Li Daozhen's face, he detected a hint of panic. No. I want to eat it. Li Daozhen retreated swiftly, channeling his spiritual energy, preparing to unleash Wu Huang's sect's ultimate technique. Slap. Before he could activate it, Chen Ping had already delivered a sharp slap to his face, instantly leaving him dazed. What followed was a relentless flurry of slaps, creating afterimages as the sound of papa echoed throughout the cave. Li Hu and the others watched. Even though they were not the recipients of the blows, they felt an ache in their faces just from witnessing it. After a barrage of slaps, Li Daozhen was thoroughly dazed. In a haze, Chen Ping forced the green elixir into his mouth. It was indeed the elixir for extending life. Hu! In his dazed state, Li Daozhen swallowed the elixir. Li Hu stomped his foot in frustration, lamenting, that was the elixir for extending life. What a waste! Li Yuan and the others also wore expressions of regret. But this was Chen Ping's decision, one they could not contest. Helplessly, they gathered to eat and drink. 10 minutes later, while Li Hu was drinking, he suddenly turned his head towards Li Daozhen. Why is the spiritual energy within him diminishing? Li Ping and the others noticed this as well, their expressions turning to shock. In their perception, Li Daozhen's spiritual energy seemed to be draining away rapidly, as if a tide receding. Within mere breaths, it had completely vanished. Under their spiritual sense, there was not a trace of spiritual energy left within Li Daozhen. What is happening? Li Hu and the others were utterly bewildered, surrounding Li Daozhen in confusion. Pfft. In his dazed state, Li Daozhen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. Moreover, blood began to flow from both his mouth and nose. Hiss hiss, the stones on the ground were stained with blood, corroding and bubbling as if under duress. This terrifying scene left Li Hu and the others utterly astonished. The elixir is poisonous, even if they are a bit slow on the uptake. They now comprehend the situation. Chapter 58. Dare to glare at me again, and see what happens. Li Cheng harbored intentions to end Chen Ping's life, having provided him with a lethal poison pill. It is needless to say, the other black pill is also toxic. In an instant, the faces of Li Hu and Li Ping turned ghostly pale, resembling blank sheets of paper. Fortunately, Chen Ping refrained from consuming that pill. Otherwise, the one facing dire misfortune would not have been Li Daozhen. It appears that Li Cheng has no desire to redeem his great-grandson. Chen Ping squinted, scrutinizing Li Daozhen. At this moment, Li Daozhen was breathing irregularly, his complexion ashen, blood seeping from all 7 orifices. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he would meet his demise. What a vicious poison! Despite being prepared, Chen Ping felt a chill run down his spine. It was fortunate he remained vigilant. Otherwise, he would have paid the ultimate price. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged in from outside, akin to a tempest, instantly filling the entire cave. Humph! To dare kidnap my great-grandson. What audacity! A figure dashed into the cave, closely followed by an elderly man. The two arrived in unison, but upon entering, they were momentarily stunned. Within the cave, there were no formidable warriors, apart from Li Hu and the 5 others. There was merely a single ordinary person. At that moment, the ordinary individual held a spiritual weapon, poised at Li Daozhen's throat. Chen Ping remained silent, his icy glare warning them that should they advance any further, he would pierce Li Daozhen's throat. Release the great-grandson. Li Cheng furrowed his brow, a terrifying aura crashing upon Chen Ping like a mighty wave. In that instant, Chun Ping felt as though he were a boat tossed upon turbulent waters. Fortunately, his physical form was sufficiently robust to withstand the onslaught. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have collapsed instantly. Li Hu and the others were living examples, being flung aside and pinned to the ground. Unable to move, "You are quite impressive." Chun Ping maintained a long face, showing no mercy. "Dare to be so arrogant again, and I will end your great-grandson's life. You dare. Care to test that?" Li Cheng was instantly rendered speechless. The distance between them was minimal, and he could rush over in the blink of an eye. Yet he could discern that Chun Ping was no ordinary individual before he could take Li Daojian's life. The great-grandson would not survive. What about the great-grandson? The elder from the martial emperor sect anxiously glanced at Li Daojian, his brow furrowed. Li Cheng also noted something amiss with Li Daojian and hastily inquired, "What have you done to my great-grandson?" "I merely administered the poison pill you provided," Chun Ping replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, to Li Cheng and the elder, it sounded like thunderclaps in a clear sky, their ears ringing. The great-grandson. Li Cheng's eyes turned crimson in an instant, and just as he was about to charge forward, Chun Ping immediately prodded with his sword, the sharp tip piercing Li Daojian's neck, blood gushing forth. Yet, that blood appeared somewhat dark. "Release my great-grandson, and I will agree to any condition." Li Cheng almost screamed in hysteria, his eyes bloodshot. The elder from the martial emperor sect wore an ashen expression. Casting a sidelong glance at him, "Had I known this would happen, I would have acted differently." It was fortunate that the kidnappers were not cultivators at the Great Completion stage. Otherwise, the entire Great Zhou dynasty, along with the martial emperor sect, would have faced annihilation. Chun Ping cast him a calm glance and remarked, "The medicinal materials, they are all here." Li Cheng tossed over a ring, intricately carved with a golden dragon. "Quite exquisite. Li Hu, check to see if the medicinal materials I requested are inside." Chun Ping instructed, keeping a close watch on Li Cheng. Should he make any sudden moves, he would promptly end Li Daojian's life. After all, his current state was far too weak to engage in such dealings. Li Hu hurriedly approached, retrieving the ring and activating its space. A blue glow flashed, and several items materialized on the ground. Those were indeed the medicinal materials Chun Ping sought. Unfortunately, the corpse poison flower and dragon saliva were absent. Although Chun Ping was unfamiliar with them, he could tell at a glance that they were genuine, unadulterated goods. Quality items are easy to identify. Moreover, at this moment, he believed Li Cheng would not dare to play any tricks. "Release the great-grandson," Li Cheng shouted, his eyes nearly bulging with rage, attempting to rush forward, but was stopped by the elder of the martial emperor sect. Chun Ping showed no signs of fear, calmly stating, "I can release him, but not at this moment. What more do you want?" Li Cheng gritted his teeth. "Use your brain." Chun Ping disdainfully shot him a glance, signaling Li Hu to collect the medicinal materials. The elder of the martial emperor sect also scoffed. In such circumstances, he too would not dare to let go of the hostage. Without the hostage, one could easily lose their life. "Leave this place immediately, do not follow us, and when I deem it safe, I will naturally release him. If I discover that you are tailing me, I'm sorry, but I will directly sever his head. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it." Only in this manner could he extricate himself. A cultivator at the third level of Great Completion would be no match for even 10 of his own. Ultimately, he was simply too weak. This further intensified Chun Ping's desire for strength. Whether it be enhancing his physical prowess or stepping into cultivation, "My great-grandson has been poisoned. It is soul-consuming powder, which not only drains all spiritual energy from the body within a quarter of an hour, but also corrodes the internal organs." Li Cheng exclaimed in desperation, blood vessels in his eyes bulging. "If this continues, my great-grandson will lose his life. This is your own doing." Chun Ping replied with a stern expression. "Initially, I only required the medicinal materials and did not seek a life. Yet you insisted on employing tricks. Should he perish, you have only yourself to blame." "Ah!" Li Cheng was enraged, a violent aura surging forth once more, reverberating throughout the cave. "If my great-grandson dies, all of you shall accompany him in death. Irrelevant. I am merely a worthless life. If I can drag down the third prince with me, it would be worth it." The cave echoed with Chun Ping's indifferent and fearless voice, instilling fear in Li Hu and the others. Although I indulge in pleasures, I am still a novice, Flower Fairy. It seems we are fated to be apart in this life. Perhaps we will meet again in the next. Had I known, I would have given all my possessions to that old matron to redeem Lu Ruyan. The five of them were filled with mixed emotions, deeply regretful. Who could have anticipated that within just a few short days, they would face such a life-and-death crisis? The atmosphere in the cave was exceptionally tense. With the sound of a pin drop audible, the elder of the Martial Emperor sect tugged at Li Cheng, saying, "Do you have the antidote with you?" "I do." "Why?" Li Cheng shot him an irritated glare. "Why?" "To save the great-grandson from the poison, of course." The elder from the Martial Emperor sect was momentarily left speechless. After all these years, how could he still be so obtuse? Oh, Li Cheng finally realized. Hastily retrieving a pill and tossing it to Li Hu, quickly, administer the antidote to the third prince. Receiving the pill, Li Hu first glanced inquiringly at Chen Ping. Upon seeing Chen Ping nod in approval, he approached and placed the pill into Li Daojian's mouth. As the pill was consumed, Li Daojian's breath indeed stabilized significantly, and his complexion gradually regained some color. However, he still had a long way to go before returning to his former state. Li Cheng let out a long sigh of relief, glaring fiercely at Chen Ping. Swish! The sword pressed against Li Daojian's throat punctured again, blood flowing anew, though it had begun to turn red. "Dare to glare at me again?" Chen Ping regarded him with indifference. Chapter 59. Black Mountain. "You?" Li Cheng was instantly infuriated, his brows furrowing, yet ultimately dared not to unleash his fury. The great-grandson was in another's grasp. He wished to be angry but felt restrained. "Enough!" The elder of the Martial Emperor sect, Li Yu, tugged at his sleeve. "Since the great-grandson is unharmed, let us take our leave." Li Cheng, who had been seeking an outlet for his frustrations, snapped. "What about the great-grandson? If he kills the great-grandson, where shall we find him? What solution do you propose?" Li Yu rolled his eyes. Li Cheng's voice faltered, leaving him speechless. After years of cultivation, though his prowess had improved, his intelligence had not. "Rest assured, I am true to my word, unlike certain shameless individuals who would give me 2 poison pills," Chen Ping remarked coolly, openly mocking him. Upon hearing this, Li Cheng's face flushed crimson. Just as he prepared to glare, he noticed Chen Ping's neck tilt, seemingly poised to strike again. Terrified, he quickly turned to Li Hu and the others. "You all, take good care of the third prince along the way. Should he dare to harm the third prince, even at the cost of your lives, return and inform me." "Yes." Li Hu and the others hurriedly nodded. After all, the fourth prince, Li Cheng, would not dare to harm Chen Ping but would not hesitate to act against them. Additionally, ensure that the third prince is well cared for. Do not let him go hungry or cold. If he loses weight or falls ill, I will hold you accountable. At this moment, Li Cheng's mind had become remarkably agile. And after offering a few more admonishments, he reluctantly departed with Li Huayu. It was not until they had traveled for over half an hour that Chen Ping finally led Li Hu and the others away. After another hour, they arrived at a small town several dozen miles to the south. As evening approached, they found lodging at a local inn. For the past few days, they had been in a constant state of mental strain, suffering from poor meals and restless sleep. It was imperative that they found a place to recuperate properly. Chen Ping was not one to be stingy, indulging in lavish feasts of fish and meat, while the wine he drank was his own brewed erguotu. The rich aroma of the liquor wafted through the inn, enticing many patrons, some of whom could not help but salivate at the scent. The group joyfully feasted until they were satisfied before retiring to their rooms for the night. Li Daojian had been awake for some time, but Chen Ping had not released him. Although they had successfully driven away Li Cheng and his companions, it was uncertain whether they were being watched from the shadows. If he were to let Li Daojian go, with Li Cheng's strength, he could easily eliminate him in an instant. Li Daojian had to remain detained. 2 days later, they arrived at the next small town, sampling the local delicacies before moving on to their next destination. In just half a month, they had savored the culinary offerings of over 10 towns. Li Daojian's poison had completely healed, and his spiritual energy had partially recovered, though his body still felt somewhat frail. During this time, living and eating alongside Chen Ping and the others had fostered a surprisingly good rapport, especially with Li Hu, as they shared royal bloodlines and were both disciples of the Martial Emperor sect. After several encounters, It felt as though they had found long-lost relatives, creating an incredibly close bond. Brother Chen, I don't want to go back. I wish to follow you, Li Daojian said earnestly. Chen Ping shot him a glance and retorted, Are you merely thinking of my wine? Haha, not at all. Li Daojian blushed at being caught. Gesturing with his hands, the wine is but a small part. The key is that I want to accompany Brother Chen. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have reached the 4th level of the minor transformation realm. Indeed, this fellow had made another breakthrough. Recently, after drinking the Erguo, he had ascended to the 3rd level of the minor transformation realm, and now, astonishingly, he had advanced again. Each time they thought of this, Li Hu and the others felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. They too were diligently cultivating, so why did it seem that others advanced like the wind while they progressed like tortoises? Once you have recovered sufficiently, we shall depart. Chen Ping replied, exasperated. My wine is nearly finished. He had prepared nearly 20 jars of wine, yet in just over half a month, this group had nearly consumed it all. Brother Chen, even without wine, we will still follow you. Li Hu interjected eagerly. Indeed, we are with Brother Chen not merely for the wine, chimed in Li Ping and the others. Li Daojian grew anxious. I am not here for the wine. I genuinely want to accompany Brother Chen. To this, Chen Ping merely smiled faintly, saying little more. It was evident that they were sincere, particularly the 5 of them. Over these days, they had been tirelessly at his service, always ready to assist him without reservation. Having unexpectedly formed this bond with them, Chen Ping felt fortunate. Have you ever witnessed any celestial phenomena? During a casual conversation, Chen Ping seemingly asked without intent. The group paused, and Li Hu inquired, What kind of phenomena does Brother Chen refer to? Such as a celestial alignment of 9 stars or a spatial black hole, he replied. What is that? They all looked bewildered. Does the descent of divine thunder count? Li Daojian asked. I have witnessed my master endure the thunder tribulation, where bolts rained down, obliterating an entire mountain. Chen Ping shook his head. That is a heavenly tribulation during ascension. It does not qualify as a phenomenon. It appeared that hoping to glean information about returning to Earth from them was a futile endeavor. After spending some more time, they ventured to the next small town. Though referred to as a small town, it was practically indistinguishable from a city. Towering walls loomed over 50 zhang high, constructed entirely from special clay and stone bricks. Such robust fortifications would pose a challenge even for those at the minor completion realm. As for those above the major completion realm, they could easily breach the city. Within the town, prosperity abounded. Stalls lined the streets, and shops were teeming with customers. This place, known as Sanhai Town, was the largest town within 100 miles, boasting a population of several 100,000, rivaling that of an average small city. According to Li Daojian, Sanhai Town thrived due to 3 remarkable sites. Point 1 was called Heishan, a place scattered with black stones that could ignite, producing intense heat. Entering it would soon induce dizziness, but would not result in fatal harm. Many were drawn here to experience it firsthand. The second was Wangxiang Tower, a renowned brothel where songs and dances were performed daily, showcasing exotic customs. It was not a place of illicit activities, but rather a venue for poetic gatherings. Attracting scholars from all over, some cultivators also frequented this place, seeking to feast their eyes on the sights. The third was the Tianbage, a treasure house filled with all manner of peculiar and extraordinary items, many of which were unheard of and unseen. Countless individuals had discovered rare treasures within its walls, such as ancient scriptures or rare artifacts. Both cultivators and mortals adored visiting this place in hopes of striking it rich. Let us take a stroll around Heishan, Chen Ping thought to himself, suspecting it might be a coal mountain. The only black stones that could ignite were likely coal. He could not fathom what else it could be. As for the dizziness, it was probably due to the underground magnetic field. I will lead the way, Li Daojian asserted confidently, having visited before and thus familiar with the route. Soon, they arrived at the coal mountain, and from a distance, they could see it was entirely shrouded in black. What a vast open-pit coal mine, Chen Ping exclaimed, marveling at the sight. If this were on Earth, it would likely rank as the largest in the world. The mountain extended for over 10 li, and the extent of its underground reserves remained a mystery. Such an astonishing amount. Many mortals came here to collect a few pieces to take home as mementos of their visit, boasting to others about it. Cultivators were rare, only interested in the magnetic field present. If only this were charcoal, Chen Ping lamented inwardly, for then he could use it to grill lamb skewers. Speaking of which, It had been a long time since he had savored lamb skewers. I might as well gather some. It could prove useful in the future. He focused his thoughts on the scattered pieces of coal, which were swiftly drawn into his spatial ring. Before long, the spatial ring gifted to him by Gu Qinghua was filled to capacity. Brother Qin, let us find a place to eat, Li Hu said eagerly, his eyes shining with anticipation. This lad was quite portly and had an insatiable appetite. If he were a character from Journey to the West, he would undoubtedly be akin to Zhu Beiji. Yet his sincerity towards Chen Ping was undeniable. All right, Chen Ping nodded, having already devised a plan in his mind. You all go buy some lamb, pork, or beef, and bring back as many bamboo skewers or willow branches as you can. Salt, cumin, and chili. Everyone was taken aback. Li Hu exclaimed, Brother Qin, aren't we going to eat in the city? Today, I shall showcase my skills. Chen Ping replied with a mysterious smile. The group grew impatient, certain that if Erguatu was this delightful, Brother Qin's culinary skills would surely be exceptional. Li Daozhen, familiar with the area, quickly led Li Yuan and the others to procure the necessary ingredients. Meanwhile, Chen Ping sought out kindling near the city gate to ignite the coal. As it began to burn, Li Daozhen and the others returned, fortunately finding that this world also had cows and sheep, and that meat was readily available. They managed to gather salt and other seasonings. Though they could not find cumin, this left Chen Ping somewhat disappointed, as cumin was essential for grilling. But alas, this was not earth. Chen Ping immediately instructed them on how to skewer the meat, and soon they had prepared the skewers. The coal had burned down to glowing embers, and they placed a metal grate on top to serve as a grill. They began the grilling process. In no time, the lamb and beef began to sizzle, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Oh my, it smells divine. Li Hu and the others were drooling, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Even passers-by could not help but glance over. Swallowing hard at the enticing scent, Chen Ping chuckled. Back on Earth, he had nearly grilled every 3 days, as the saying goes. If one has never seen a pig run, one has certainly seen a pig being eaten. Grilling was a straightforward skill, easy to master. As he grilled, he sprinkled on the seasonings, and before long, the meat was ready. Come, try some. Chen Ping generously offered the cooked skewers, which were instantly snatched away. Wow! The group gaped in exaggerated astonishment. Nodding in appreciation, a single skewer was devoured in just 2 bites. I want to try too. Chen Ping chuckled, grabbing a skewer and taking a bite, only to furrow his brow immediately. Perhaps due to the absence of cumin, the skewers were not as delectable as he had imagined. Moreover, there was a strange taste of coal mixed in, making him feel somewhat nauseated after just a couple of bites. Was it a flaw in my technique? Or is coal unsuitable for grilling? Chen Ping sighed, realizing that this was ultimately not Earth. Otherwise, it would not have come to this. Brother Qin, keep going. Li Hu and the others eagerly urged him, their expressions filled with anticipation. Despite Chen Ping's reluctance, they were relishing the experience. This was their first time enjoying meat in such a manner. What a bunch of country bumpkins! Suddenly, a voice of derision pierced the air, causing all to turn their solemn faces towards the source. A young man in his early 20s stood there, casting a scornful gaze upon them. Behind him trailed 2 servants. Li Hu, known for his fiery temper, widened his eyes in astonishment, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. But his expression froze as if he recognized the identity of the young man. The words caught in his throat, and his head drooped in defeat. Li Yuan and Li Ping shared a similar reaction. Only Li Daozhen wore a dark expression, barking, Li Daofeng, are you speaking of me? The young man feigned surprise, acting as though he had just recognized him, and quickly replied, Oh, third brother, I didn't realize it was you. My sincerest apologies, humph. Li Daozhen snorted disdainfully, shooting him a piercing glare. In recent days, he had spoken extensively about matters concerning the royal family, particularly the issue of the crown prince's selection. As the saying goes, the emperor takes turns ruling. This year, it was his family's turn. As a member of the royal family, especially a direct descendant, who among them did not harbor ambitions of becoming the crown prince. Aspiring to inherit the throne, Li Daofeng was one such contender and a formidable rival to Li Daozhen. Although Li Daozhen had openly expressed his weariness of the treacherous power struggles among the many heirs, he could not suppress his ire upon encountering Li Daofeng. Third brother, how did you venture into the barbecue business? If you are in need of funds, feel free to ask your younger brother. I can lend you some, Li Daofeng said with a smile, his tone laced with mockery. This was a spontaneous decision to barbecue, Li Ping retorted indignantly. You probably haven't tasted it, have you? A few years prior, their family had fallen into dire straits, leaving him as the sole survivor. Now, he was akin to a lone wolf, unafraid of offending the ambitious fifth prince, Li Daofeng. Ha. Unexpectedly, Li Daofeng burst into laughter, as though he had heard the most amusing joke. Even his two servants behind him joined in the mockery. Such barbecue can be found at Wang Xianglu, and it's far superior to yours. Indeed, their grilling is truly fragrant. Just look at your meat. All charred and smoky. Li Hu and the others were momentarily stunned, unable to believe that Wang Xianglu offered such barbecue. The expressions on their faces darkened, as no one relished being countered so bluntly. Chen Ping's eyes brightened. You say Wang Xianglu has such barbecue that surpasses ours? Absolutely, boasted one of the servants. However, it's not something you can purchase with money. Only esteemed guests are allowed to partake. And you need the proprietress's approval first. Before he could finish, Chen Ping tossed the barbecue he held aside and declared, Let's go. He then headed straight for Wang Xianglu brother Chen. Li Hu and the others were momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed suit. Casting fierce glares at Li Daofeng as they passed him, Li Daojun remained silent, yet he shot Li Daofeng a meaningful glance. Those damned brats, if I cannot deal with Li Daojun, how can I not handle you? He instructed, find out the background of that commoner. It seems Li Daojun listens to him quite attentively. Li Daofeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he gritted his teeth in anger. Wang Xianglu was situated at the heart of the city. The largest establishment in Sanhai town, spanning the size of 2 separate units and rising 5 stories high. Its opulent decor exuded grandeur. Simply standing outside, one could feel an overwhelming sense of luxury. There were no charming courtesans outside to lure in customers, not even a single duck head. The doors were wide open, inviting anyone who wished to enter. However, the appearance of the establishment prompted any potential patrons to contemplate whether their pockets were deep enough to indulge. Just as they were about to step inside, a waft of meaty aroma drifted down from above. The scent of cumin. Chen Ping felt a surge of excitement welling within him. Chapter 61. This is my specialty, although it was still daytime. The first floor was filled with patrons, all common folk with a bit of spare change to spend. An ordinary song and dance performance entertained them as they passed the time. The second floor served as a leisure spot for young nobles. With a comparatively smaller crowd point, one could even spot some officials in disguise mingling among them. The third floor, however, was not a place for ordinary individuals. Only the esteemed or those accomplished in cultivation were allowed entry. Here, private rooms abounded, ensuring a high level of privacy. Li Daojun's waist token was always on him. This was the insignia of the third prince of the Dazhou dynasty, and none dared to counterfeit it. With the token presented, they were promptly escorted to a private room on the third floor. I've heard you serve a special kind of barbecue. Please bring me some to taste. Before they could settle down, Li Daojun eagerly commanded. The serving maid beamed and replied, Third prince, I must apologize. Our barbecue is limited daily and requires the proprietress's approval. The group fell silent, taken aback, realizing that Li Daofeng's claims were indeed true. There was a limit. And even wealth could not guarantee a purchase without the proprietress's consent. How willful! Li Daojun did not wish to impose his authority, saying, Then please seek the proprietress's permission. If I am deemed worthy to partake, please send it over. More is always better. Yes, please wait a moment. Third prince. The maid glided away gracefully. Li Hu and the others gazed at the lavish decor of the room, their tongues clicking in amazement. Despite being royal relatives, their family fortunes were not substantial. Such luxurious furnishings were beyond their wildest dreams. Li Daojun, however, maintained a more composed demeanor, having encountered even grander opulence as a direct prince. Yet, he was still somewhat astonished by the level of luxury here, which surpassed even his own princely residence and rivaled the emperor's private quarters. Even the doorknobs to the private rooms were crafted from the finest yellow wood. The cost of decorating just one such room could equate to the annual tax revenue of a small town. There were 8 of these exquisite rooms on the entire third floor. As they marveled, Chen Ping felt a surge of excitement. Upon entering, he experienced a sense of inexplicable familiarity due to the decor style. The first floor was adorned in traditional Huaxia style, the second floor embraced modern aesthetics, and by the third floor, the European style prevailed. The lampshades were entirely reminiscent of ancient Europe, and the chairs and tables followed suit. Could it be that there were fellow countrymen here? Chen Ping's heart raced. Given the current atmosphere, it seemed they were doing quite well. Perhaps there was a way to return to Earth. After a while, a servant arrived bearing a fruit platter and meat snacks, along with 2 jugs of clear wine, further heightening Chen Ping's excitement. The Dazhou dynasty only produced coarse wine, with no clear varieties. The clear wine he sampled was low in alcohol content, around 10 degrees. Such beverages were rare even in Huaxia. Not bad. Li Daojian nodded in appreciation after tasting it. The clear wine was refreshing, with a subtle flavor, perfect for leisurely sipping. Drinking too much would not lead to a headache. As for Li Hu and the others, they drank heartily, as if guzzling plain water. Accustomed to Chen Ping's erguotu, they found the clear wine lacking in flavor. What a dreadful drink. It's as if it has evaporated. Exclaimed Li Hu. Brother Chen's erguotu is far superior. The others echoed his sentiments, expressing dissatisfaction. Chen Ping merely smiled faintly. The audience for clear wine was minimal, far inferior to Baijiu. Its lower alcohol content and lack of fragrance, coupled with a somewhat inferior taste, naturally rendered it less desirable than stronger spirits like erguotu. Suddenly, a scoff rang out from the open doorway. A young man clad in a blue robe stood at the entrance, arms crossed, coldly observing their group. This is the exquisite Bruzue Xiang Si from Wang Xianglu, and you dare to claim it is undrinkable? Aren't you afraid the wind might blow your tongue away? His voice was loud enough to draw the attention of those in other private rooms, many of whom frowned upon hearing his words. In the Dazhou dynasty, where coarse wine was prevalent, the emergence of Zue Xiang Si had garnered countless admirers, particularly since it was exclusive to Wang Xianglu, with many enthusiasts considering it their lifelong favorite. Thus, hearing someone belittle Zue Xiang Si could hardly bring joy to their hearts. Humph, what an ignorant fool! Li Hu assessed him with a disdainful glance and mocked. With that appearance, you will never taste true fine wine in your lifetime. You seek death. The young man's expression darkened, his anger flaring, brows furrowing in rage. From the adjacent private room, 3 individuals rushed out. They appeared to be of similar age to him, in their early 20s, all rolling up their sleeves, glaring angrily at Chen Ping and the others. What a bunch of paupers, crammed into a single private room. Did you sneak in here? Why isn't anyone watching over Wang Xianglu? The group began their tirade of mockery. Chen Ping glanced at the system panel, only to see the information rapidly updating. Detected that the host has been mocked and disdained. Mockery value 6. Detected that the host has been mocked and disdained. Mockery value 5. Detected that the host has been mocked and disdained. Mockery value 9. While the values were somewhat low, they were still better than nothing. The atmosphere turned icy, especially Li Hu, who clenched his fists, the cracking sound echoing ominously. Just as he was about to strike, Chen Ping quickly restrained them. Hold on. Let us wait a moment before we act. A mosquito's leg is still meat. We shouldn't let it go to waste. We can deal with them later when we've accumulated enough emotion points. Brother Chen. The others were anxious, questioning whether they would simply allow themselves to be ridiculed. Trust me, be patient. There will come a time for you to strike. Chen Ping softly reassured them. Suddenly, an idea struck him. We can also retort against them. I can't do that. One replied. I usually resort to violence rather than words. That is a skill in itself. The group fell silent. Even Li Daojian appeared bewildered at that moment. Chen Ping beamed. This is my forte. If there were a competition for verbal abuse, he would undoubtedly clinch the gold medal. You little rascals, upon hearing this, whose trousers fell down, revealing your shame. Just look at you lot, resembling turtles with your eyes gleaming with envy. I could simply urinate on you and put an end to your nonsense. There stood Chen Ping, his mouth moving like a torrent, unleashing an unprecedented barrage of insults. The frequency of his tirade was simply unheard of, especially for Li Daojian and his companions, who had always lived in privileged environments and had never encountered such a spectacle. They could manage some petty schemes. But when it came to a verbal duel, they were mere novices fresh out of the woods. Witnessing the prowess of this master, they were left utterly dumbfounded in a daze. It seemed as though Chen Ping was spitting words that landed squarely on the faces of the 4 young men. Each of them held some degree of status, accustomed to using a few crude insults, but against Chen Ping, they were utterly outmatched. His words flowed like a machine gun, standing firm against 4 adversaries without losing ground, leaving the quartet utterly speechless and flabbergasted. "You are vulgar. How outrageous! I was born of my father, not my grandfather." The 4 were seething, their eyes blazing with fury, unable to retort under the relentless barrage of Chen Ping's verbal onslaught. Chapter 62. Unique insults detected that the host has incurred anger. Anger value 11. Detected that the host has incurred anger. Anger value 13. Detected that the host has incurred anger. Anger value 14. Stealing a glance at the system panel, Chen Ping felt an exhilarating rush, prompting him to intensify his tirade. "You ancient turtles, do you not intend to reincarnate as humans? You do not find the stench of the old lady's feet repugnant? Drinking the foot-soaking water as if it were plum juice? 3 fools and 1 simpleton. You might as well hasten your demise." As he continued to insult, his emotions surged and his tone grew louder. Echoing throughout the 3rd floor, his voice resonated from above and below, leaving everyone astonished. Who was this master, so extraordinarily talented? He had insulted for an hour without repeating himself. Those below craned their necks to look up, while those above peered down, all curious to know the identity of this remarkable individual whose insults flowed like poetry. Meanwhile, the 4 young men were left battered and trembling, their lips turning blue. "I am the second son of the current prime minister. I am the son of a second-rank general. The immortal of the Yin Yang sect declared I possess celestial talent and will soon take me as a disciple." The 4, incensed and unable to counter, resorted to boasting about their connections. But Chen Ping remained unfazed, his insults only growing more exuberant. This prompted many on the 3rd floor, who had initially considered finding trouble, to reconsider. They realized they could never outmatch him and decided against making a scene. In an instant, Chen Ping's private room became the focal point of the entire Wangxiang Tower, on the 4th floor. The ladies widened their eyes in curiosity, eager to glimpse the appearance of this extraordinary being. Over the years, the guests they had hosted were all well-educated individuals, devoid of any commonness. Their conversations revolved around poetry and art, exuding elegance and charm. Encountering someone like Chen Ping was a first for them. Accustomed to refined individuals, they found this sudden encounter with a master of insults utterly fascinating. However, some guests nearby felt their dignity slipping away, especially the self-important literati, who regarded the coarse language as an affront to their refinement. "Someone, go see who is making such raucous noise downstairs. How could such a person infiltrate this place of elegance? If Wangxiang Tower feared offending anyone, this young master would handle it." Several guests, with stern expressions, commanded their subordinates, all of whom held significant power, and many were even adept practitioners, having made the effort to come here. They had hoped to indulge in sophistication and discuss matters of elegance, only to be interrupted by this master. Soon, a few of their subordinates rushed downstairs. Chen Ping was still in the midst of his relentless tirade when he suddenly paused. The young men who were being insulted felt a flicker of hope. Has he run out of words? They breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from their brows. It was the first time in their lives they had been subjected to such a prolonged verbal assault. Little did they know, many were mocking them for being cowards. If you can't retaliate, why not leave instead of enduring this humiliation? Those above and below believed Chen Ping had finally run out of words. "Ha! Out of words, are you? I refuse to believe you can go this long without repeating yourself." They thought they would finally have peace. After all, hearing such insults for so long could provoke anyone to retaliate. Yet, they were unaware that Chen Ping had not exhausted his repertoire. He was merely parched. Anyone would struggle to speak for so long without a drink. Grabbing a cup from the table, he gulped it down thirstily. Still unsatisfied, he seized the teapot and poured it down his throat. After quenching his thirst, he felt immensely satisfied, let out a belch, and resumed his seat, pointing a finger at the young men with a cold smirk. "You lot are like toothless dogs, incapable of biting, merely annoying. Look at you, still in your infancy, venturing into such a place. Have you grown up yet? Sneaking around at midnight, kicking at widows' doors, stealing undergarments, isn't that you?" Chen Ping's insults erupted once more, resonating throughout the entire Wangxiang Tower. Everyone silently marveled at this master's prowess. For such a long duration, he had not repeated a single phrase. He was clearly born to hurl insults. Little did they know, had this occurred on Earth, it would merely be a minor display of talent. Chen Ping's crude insults, when delivered by a cultured individual, would be veiled in such sophistication that one might not even realize they were being insulted until after the applause. At that moment, the atmosphere was hushed, everyone straining to hear Chen Ping's verbal onslaught. Suddenly, a rapid and chaotic sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. 5 young men, each brandishing a dagger at their waist, stormed into Chen Ping's private room, their expressions fierce and intimidating. Silence. One of them unsheathed his dagger, pointing it directly at Chen Ping, his eyes icy with menace. You dare disrupt my master's enjoyment? Are you courting death? Kneel and apologize to my master, or else. The other two stood silently, their faces twisted with malice, their gazes filled with threats. Instantly, those above and below perked up, their curiosity piqued. Everyone anticipated the long-awaited cessation of Chen Ping's tirade. For over an hour, they had heard more foul language than in their entire lives. The 5 seemed imposing and threatening, yet the 7 in the private room showed no signs of fear. Whose trousers fell down, exposing your shame? Li Hu cast a disdainful glance at them, utterly unconcerned. Indeed, what a decline in manners that even dogs can obstruct the path, Li Ping chimed in, rolling his eyes with contempt. Soon, Li Yuan and the others joined in, hurling their own insults, perhaps inspired by Chen Ping's performance. Finally, only Li Daozhen remained silent, anxious to contribute. It felt out of place not to join in. However, insulting others was not his forte, and though he had absorbed much from Chen Ping, he had taken it all as entertainment and could not recall a single phrase. After some contemplation, Li Daozhen finally managed to sputter. You disgust me. Chen Ping immediately bestowed upon him an approving glance, signaling that he was indeed teachable. Li Hu and the others nodded in agreement, patting his shoulder in congratulations. Detected that the host has incurred anger. Anger value 8. Detected that the host has incurred anger. Anger value 8. Detected that the host has incurred anger. Anger value 8. These 5 were indeed the subordinates of those above, sharing the same inflated egos. Contributing equally to the emotional turmoil, at that moment, the expressions of the 5 turned ashen, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Preposterous. A furious roar erupted from the 4th floor's private room. The young man in the center immediately sprang into action. Chapter 63. Who else seeks death? With his dagger gleaming menacingly, he charged directly at Chen Ping's forehead. Clearly, the speaker from above was his master, the servant. How could he not seek vengeance for his master's anger? Among mortals, this young man was already considered a top-tier expert, moving with extraordinary speed, far beyond the reaction capabilities of an ordinary person. However, Chen Ping was not an ordinary person. Though his physical strength was formidable, his eyes were also part of his body. As his physique grew stronger, so too did his vision. To Chen Ping, the incoming dagger appeared to move at a snail's pace, as if he could merely catch it with his hand. And so, he did just that, extending his finger. Clang! The dagger emitted a sharp sound as it was, astonishingly, caught between 2 of his fingers. What? The young man was taken aback, hastily attempting to withdraw his blade, but found it firmly trapped by Chen Ping's grip, immovable no matter how much he exerted himself. Kill him! The other 4 had long since lost their composure, brandishing their waist knives as they charged forward. Meanwhile, Li Hu and his companions could no longer remain seated. Chen Ping was their newly acknowledged elder brother. Although this matter posed no significant challenge for him, as younger brothers, they could not allow their elder to bear the brunt of danger alone. In the next moment, Li Hu leapt into action, effortlessly delivering a slap. With a resounding smack, the waist knives of the 4 shattered instantly. Simultaneously, the 5 of them were sent hurtling backwards, crashing through the decorative railings with a thunderous noise, landing at the entrance of the 1st floor. Fortunately, there was no one present, or else they might have caused serious harm. A tempest of astonishment surged in the hearts of everyone above and below. Those capable of reaching the 4th floor were evidently high-ranking officials or their elite subordinates, while the 3rd floor's confrontation with them undoubtedly offended the individuals above. Indeed, as the 5 landed on the 1st floor, a cold snort emanated from the 4th floor. Who dares to disrupt my presence? Injuring my subordinates, you must provide this prince with an explanation today. I never expected the mortal realm to be so entertaining. The voices echoed successively, sending a chill down the spines of all who heard. It was clear that those seated above were either powerful officials or the current prince, with at least one practitioner among them. Such a formidable assembly rendered even the son of a prime minister from the third floor inconsequential, especially considering that he had just been scolded by Qian Ping. With a rhythmic tap, 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 footsteps descended from the fourth floor, signaling the approach of the influential figures. Those above and below tensed up, not daring to breathe. Such individuals were beyond their ability to curry favor with. What is happening here? Suddenly, a woman's voice resonated from the top floor. The fifth. The onlookers below craned their necks, straining to catch a glimpse, finally catching sight of a slender, alluring woman making her way down. She appeared to be in her early 20s, her beauty merely average compared to the captivating maidens of the fourth floor. Nevertheless, those within the Wangxiang building quickly bowed their heads in acknowledgement. She was none other than the proprietress, Du Wei. As several individuals emerged from the private room, one youthful man smiled lightly and remarked, "The proprietress has appeared. Might she be seeking to obstruct us?" "Not at all." Du Wei quickly prostrated herself in greeting, smiling as she added, "I merely wish to prevent any damage to my Wangxiang building. While the loss may be minor, repairs would be troublesome." The elderly gentleman responded with a knowing smile, "That is indeed a valid point. In that case, I shall take him out for punishment, thank you." Du Wei nodded appreciatively, but as she noticed the group descending the stairs, she hastily interjected, "Gentlemen, I was about to inquire about a suitable name for our establishment's unique roast meat." The group paused. Exchanging meaningful glances, they had intended to descend and teach someone a lesson, yet she had intervened, clearly showing favoritism. Du Wei felt a slight chill in her heart, quickly bowing her head, unwilling to speak further. Even if she wished to show bias, she dared not provoke these three. With a resounding thud, footsteps echoed once more as an elder accompanied by two youths descended from above. Each possessed an extraordinary demeanor. Especially the two young men, whose gallant bearing indicated they were far from ordinary. One of them bore a treasured sword on his back, exuding an ethereal air. Their subordinates had also climbed up, greeting them with reverence. "Why, Lord, please forgive me, it was my negligence. Grant me another chance." The five men hastily pleaded, sweat beading on their foreheads. "Humph! Incompetence." The three nearly spoke in unison, glaring at their subordinates before sweeping their embroidered robes as they approached Qian Ping's private room. The four scolded individuals, sensing the shift in atmosphere, swiftly concealed themselves to observe the unfolding drama. Upon reaching the entrance of Qian Ping's private room, the trio cast a cold glance inside. Instantly, their brows furrowed in unison. Aside from Qian Ping, the others seemed somewhat familiar, as if they had encountered them before. Likely the offspring of some official. They brought this misfortune upon themselves. Disturbing my leisure, they deserve to be punished. The young man bearing the sword spoke with an air of arrogance. "I am a disciple of the martial emperor sect. Come forth and kneel to beg for mercy, or I shall end your existence." The other young man chimed in, "Kneel and plead. Only then will I cease." Finally, the elder spoke, after bowing, "You must slap yourself 100 times. A collective gasp resonated throughout the building. Should they comply, they would emerge with nothing less than severe consequences. However, the occupants of the private room appeared oblivious, continuing to brew tea and serve themselves, treating the trio as if they were mere air. Fury ignited within the three. "Ignorant wretches, today, you shall witness the consequences of crossing me. I shall obliterate your very soul, condemning you to eternal damnation." With that, they surged into the private room. "Be gone." Upon entering, they were met with Li Daozhen's single, scathing word. This utterance was infused with his spiritual energy and cultivation, an insurmountable force for ordinary individuals to withstand. Even the disciple of the martial emperor sect could scarcely endure it. Bang! In an instant, the three were sent hurtling backwards, crashing through the window with a deafening crash. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers. What had just transpired? One mere word had propelled them out. The maidens above and below gasped, covering their mouths in disbelief. These powerful figures had failed to withstand a single word. How terrifying must those within the private room be? At the staircase leading to the fourth floor, Du Wei shared the same shock. This scene had exceeded her expectations. "Who else dares?" A calm voice resonated within the Wangxiang building. Qian Ping sipped his tea, casting a dispassionate glance outside. Chapter 64. A nest of princes. The entire Wangxiang building fell into an eerie silence, and no one dared to utter a sound. Even the guests on the fourth floor were subdued, refraining from any further provocations. The three who represented the highest authority of the fourth floor were evidently not to be trifled with. If even they were bested, who could stand against them? I haven't had my fill of fun yet, Li Ping chuckled, leaping through the broken window. In less than 2 seconds, he returned, dragging 3 individuals with him. Thud. The trio crashed to the ground, already dazed, now utterly bewildered. Their subordinates were so shocked that their legs trembled, unable to stand. Li Ping casually splashed water from a cup onto their faces. Scalding hot water? Ah. The 3 yelped in pain, awakening instantly. Hadn't they just threatened to teach them a lesson? Come now. Continue. Li Ping grinned, as if he had found new toys to play with. That moment, terror filled the faces of the 3. Even a fool could discern that these individuals were beyond their reckoning, especially the young man who had merely scolded them with a single word. He was terrifying. We were blind to your greatness. Please forgive us. It was entirely my fault. I am willing to host a banquet to make amends. Their attitudes shifted rapidly, bowing their heads in submission without hesitation. In such a moment, preserving their lives took precedence. Who would dare to remain defiant? Please, I preferred your earlier defiance. Li Hu and the others watched them with amusement. Much like cats toying with mice. Have mercy upon us. We shall never dare again. The 3 knelt fervently, their eyes filled with desperation. Failing to plead for mercy might cost them their very lives. Li Ping furrowed his brows, visibly displeased, and turned to Chen Ping. Chenggu, what should we do? The others followed his gaze. Among them, Chen Ping remained the leader, I think. Just as Chen Ping began to speak, hurried footsteps interrupted, and proprietress Du Wei approached with a beaming smile. Gentlemen, our establishment has introduced a new specialty roast. Might you be interested in trying it? Having never seen Du Wei before, they assumed she was merely an ordinary maid. However, upon hearing of the specialty roast and recalling Chen Ping's own, their eyes lit up with excitement. Yet, as Chen Ping remained silent, they dared not voice their desires. Very well, that would be most appreciated. Chen Ping nodded, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards Du Wei. The sentiment was complex and difficult to articulate. Thank you, Du Wei, skilled in reading the room, discerned Chen Ping's amiable demeanor and understood. She respectfully performed a deep bow before subtly signaling the 3 kneeling men. Initially hesitant to move, they observed that Chen Ping and his companions showed no interest, allowing them to retreat with their heads bowed. Once outside the private room, they were drenched in sweat, realizing there was no time to change clothes as they hastily fled downstairs. Had they known this would be the outcome, they would have acted differently from the start. Du Wei shook her head and summoned a maid, whispering a few instructions. The maid nodded and hurried off to the kitchen. Subsequently, Du Wei positioned herself at the railing on the 3rd floor and cheerfully addressed the guests. I sincerely apologize for the minor mishap. Tio make amends. I have decided to offer some of our restaurant's signature roasted meat as a complimentary treat. I hope you will all enjoy it. Her approach was indeed astute. While most establishments might choose to ignore such incidents and continue their operations, leaving lingering discomfort among patrons, her candid acknowledgement, coupled with compensation, eased many hearts. Thank you, proprietress. The beauty of Wangxiang Tower is indeed unparalleled, exclaimed one guest. Hey, you rascal, are you trying to flirt with the proprietress? Laughter and joyous chatter erupted once more, revitalizing the atmosphere. Observing this, Du Wei seized the opportunity to add a twist. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a small request. As our signature roasted meat has yet to be named, I kindly ask for your help in christening it. Should your suggestion resonate profoundly, I promise a reward of 100 taels of silver. With this proclamation, the lively ambience peaked. Old Bai, hurry with the roasted meat. I can hardly wait, one exclaimed. Let us call it fragrant roasted meat. Another chimed in. Get lost? You sound like foul dog droppings. The once tranquil Wangxiang Tower buzzed with excitement again, with all guests eagerly anticipating the chance to savor the roasted meat, which had previously only been served to those on the upper floors. Having heard tales and caught whiffs, they were now more than ready to indulge. Meanwhile, the most distressed were the 4 young men who had been verbally chastised. Eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Chen Ping and his companions, They were taken aback by how easily Chun Ping had dispatched the three adversaries. Now, wanting to leave, they feared being seen by Chun Ping, creating a tumult of emotions within them. Du Wei had anticipated this scenario and instructed several maidens to assist them in changing attire and relocating to a private room. She also made it clear that their expenses for the day would be entirely waived as a gesture of goodwill. The tension among the four eased slightly, and they felt a flicker of gratitude towards Du Wei. In the private room, Li Hu and the others were brimming with excitement, eager to taste the unique roasted meat. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs as the three who had fled earlier reappeared. Surely they weren't returning to reclaim their honor. Those individuals were not to be trifled with. Oh, how foolish! Du Wei, having learned of their return, felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Clearly, they were not harmless. Were they truly seeking their demise? She rushed downstairs to intercept them, but it was too late. The three dashed to the door of Chun Ping's private room. Thud, thud, thud. They dropped to their knees, fervently bowing their heads, sweat pouring down their faces. "We greet you, esteemed princes. We greet you, honored seniors." Upon exiting, the three began to recall familiar faces and suddenly remembered Li Daoxuan's true identity, followed swiftly by the recognition of the others. They dared not return home, nearly rolling back in their haste, realizing that if they did not come to apologize, their families would face dire consequences. With this revelation, the atmosphere in the restaurant reached a fever pitch again. What is happening? Are all the princes upstairs? Goodness, there was just one before. Now there's a whole nest of them. Could it be? So many princes. Speculation surged through the crowd as they craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Du Wei was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that the entire room would be filled with princes, all disciples of the martial emperor sect. No wonder they possessed such formidable skills. Li Daoxuan and the others paid little mind to the commotion, treating the onlookers as if they were invisible, sipping tea with an air of calm. Eventually, Chun Ping could no longer bear to witness the spectacle of head bowing. "All right, everyone, rise. This matter does not concern you." The three bowing paused, glancing at Chun Ping and then at Li Daoxuan, exchanging silent looks for consensus before shaking their heads in unison. The message was clear. This individual was merely a commoner. His words held no weight. They continued to bow fervently. Thus, thud, thud, thud. The trio resumed their vigorous bowing, audible even from the first floor. The entire establishment fell silent, having never witnessed such fervent prostration before. Chung Gu has spoken. "Did you not hear?" Li Hu interjected, his brows furrowed. "Get out of here now." The bowing trio faltered again, exchanging glances and seeking agreement before shaking their heads once more. The implication was clear. This man was of royal lineage, of lower status, and thus his words bore little authority. They must persist in their bowing thud, thud, thud. Li Hu's patience waned. "What is this? My words carry no weight." He sprang to his feet, ready to provide a lesson, but was interrupted by Li Daoxuan's deep voice. "What Chun Gu says is as good as my own. Do you dare disregard it?" The three trembled in fear. "We wouldn't dare. We take our leave at once. Should you require anything, esteemed princes, please do not hesitate to call." They fled as if granted a reprieve, not daring to look back. The highest-ranking prince spoke up, assuring there should be no further issues. Those scoundrels. Li Hu grumbled as he sat back down, his anger simmering. It was infuriating that, despite being princes and disciples of the martial emperor sect, his words held less sway than Li Daoxuan's. "Just wait. I shall find a time to settle the score with you." Li Ping and the others shared similar sentiments. They were a united front. If one faced humiliation, they all did. Li Hu's ineffective words felt like an affront to their collective pride. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted through Wangxiang Tower, followed by several maidens carrying trays of roasted meat, delivering them to the various private rooms. Chun Ping's table was the first to receive the delight. "Please enjoy at your leisure," the maidens beamed, placing the trays down before retreating. Li Hu and the others, unable to contain their enthusiasm, rushed forward. This roasted meat bore a resemblance to Chun Ping's, albeit with a slightly golden hue, far surpassing Chun Ping's charred offering. Sprinkled with chili powder and a peculiar gray granular substance, each bite burst with flavor. The spice was perfectly balanced, and that gray substance imparted an extraordinary taste. Delicious. It was truly exquisite. At the table, Chun Ping gazed at the skewers before him, an indescribable excitement swelling within. Cumin? That gray, granular substance was cumin, one of the souls of barbecue delights. To encounter it here at Wangxiang Tower, presented in skewer form, was beyond his expectations. As he bit into the meat, tears almost spilled from his eyes. The flavor was hauntingly reminiscent of Earth, not perfect in technique, but remarkably close. Could it be that Old Bai was also from Earth? From Huaxia, the surge of emotion nearly brought Chen Ping to tears. The thought of possibly encountering kin from his homeland rendered him slightly tremulous. Unbeknownst to him, Li Hu had noticed his reaction and his expression shifted dramatically. Oh no, stop eating. The meat is poisoned. With that, he swatted the skewers from the hands of others and embraced Chen Ping with urgency. Chen Gu, are you all right? The others quickly gathered around, concern etched on their faces. Chen Gu, please say something. Don't scare us. Their voices quavered with rising panic. The diners upstairs and downstairs, engrossed in their roasted meat, suddenly grew alarmed. Upon hearing Li Hu's exclamation, they immediately tossed their skewers aside. Don't eat it. The meat is poisoned. In a frenzy, they began to gulp down water, but then realized it was futile. Stick your fingers down your throat. A particularly clever individual proposed the idea, prompting a collective effort as many began to induce vomiting. Their fingers delving into their throats, retching until their stomachs emptied in no time. The entire Wangxiang Tower was engulfed in a cacophony of retching. The air was thick with the stench of vomit, more pungent than a latrine. Originally, the staff of Wangxiang Tower intended to investigate the commotion, but upon catching a whiff of the pungent aroma, they too succumbed to nausea. What on earth is happening? Hearing the disturbance from below, Du Wei hurried downstairs, only to be met with a wave of vomit-laden air. Ugh! Having not eaten all day, she nearly lost her own stomach, but could not suppress the bile rising. Covering her mouth and nose while peering down the stairs, what she beheld nearly made her faint. Everywhere she looked, patrons were retching, especially the dignitaries, their faces pale, fingers thrust deep into their mouths, as if desperate to expel everything from their stomachs. Yet even in their distress, anxiety was palpable, as though death loomed imminent. Can someone please tell me what has transpired? Du Wei's face turned ashen as she inquired, while a young servant from Wangxiang Lu struggled to suppress his nausea and responded. Madam, it all started because of that private room on the 3rd floor. Someone shouted that the meat was poisoned, and everyone began to vomit. Poisoned meat? Du Wei's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurried toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, Chen Ping was staring in astonishment at Li Hu and the others. What are you doing? Seeing this, Li Hu urgently exclaimed, Brother Chen, are you feeling unwell? Please tell me so I can help you detoxify. Detoxify? Chen Ping was bewildered. When did I get poisoned? I don't feel anything at all. Upon hearing this, Li Hu was flabbergasted. You're not poisoned? Are you sure? Provoked by his questioning, Chen Ping felt a twinge of insecurity. After carefully sensing his condition, he confirmed that there was indeed nothing amiss. Li Hu was left speechless. Then why are you trembling? Trembling? I merely found the roasted meat too fragrant and shivered a bit. Li Hu was rendered utterly speechless, his mind blank. The air was thick with the stench of vomit. People upstairs and downstairs were still retching, having not noticed earlier. As soon as he relaxed his mental focus, that nauseating scent surged into his mind, and vomit. Everyone succumbed, their stomachs churning, almost bringing their meals back up. Fortunately, there were no ordinary folks here. Everyone managed to hold it together. At this moment, Du Wei returned with a grim expression. She had already ordered someone to detain the cook, but despite her repeated questioning, she couldn't uncover the truth behind the claim of poisoned meat. Thus, she hurried back to the 3rd floor private room. Ladies and gentlemen, may I inquire who has been poisoned? Upon entering, she anxiously asked, for this issue was far too serious and could severely impact Wangxiang Oyi. In an instant, the entire private room fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, ultimately fixing their gazes on Li Hu, their expressions filled with resentment. The roasted meat had been delightful, and it was all his fault. Li Hu wore an awkward expression and glanced at Chen Ping with an air of helplessness. Chen Ping looked even more innocent, thinking to himself, I merely got a bit excited. Who told you to mistakenly believe I was poisoned? Chapter 66. Barbecue, also known as skewers. Seeing their silence, Du Wei grew anxious. Dear guests, while the situation has not yet escalated, I implore you to speak the truth." Everyone kept their heads down, faces flushed with shame, especially Li Hu, who wished he could bury his head in his trousers. Yet, as the person responsible for Wang Xianglu, Du Wei was more anxious than anyone else. She needed to ascertain the truth and find a remedy before the situation worsened. After asking twice more, still no one spoke. Frustrated, she stomped her foot. Finally, it was Chen Ping, his face flushed, who spoke up to explain. "It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Du Wei was momentarily taken aback. "Yes, I was enjoying the meal so much that I involuntarily shivered a couple of times. My brother thought I was poisoned and instinctively shouted it out. I will bear all the losses incurred." Upon hearing his words, Du Wei felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly fainting. Just because of that one statement, her Wang Xianglu had been sullied. That foul odor would take at least 10 to 15 days to dissipate completely. The negative repercussions were incalculable. "You all," Du Wei was infuriated. Her head buzzing, pointing at them and struggling to find her words. Finally, she stomped her foot and rushed to the railing, shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, it was all a misunderstanding. The meat is not poisoned. You can eat it with peace of mind." But upon hearing this, no one believed her. The princes on the third floor had already claimed it was poisoned. How could it possibly be a lie? Consequently, many continued to gag, nearly retching up their bile. "You go." Chen Ping shot a glare at Li Hu, annoyed that this whole embarrassing affair originated from him, and now he had to sort it out himself. "Brother Chen, let us get out of here," Li Hu said awkwardly, for if it was indeed a misunderstanding, he felt utterly humiliated. Hearing this, Chen Ping glared at him. "Do you still have any shame left? Your shout could easily lead to the closure of this place. If you run away, what will happen to them?" Li Hu looked somewhat stunned. "Is it really that serious? What do you think?" Chen Ping retorted sharply. After thinking it over, Li Hu felt a strong sense of reason in Chen Ping's words. Mustering his courage to approach the railing, "Dear friends, it was my misunderstanding earlier, and it has been resolved. The meat is not poisoned. You can eat it with confidence." Seeing him emerge from the third-floor private room, the crowd of vomiters began to waver in their disbelief, who hastily added some praises for Wang Xianglu and lauded the deliciousness of the skewers, which finally persuaded the onlookers to cease their gagging. However, upon the sight of the skewers, they couldn't help but feel a lingering dread. It was precisely for this that they had nearly emptied their stomachs. Each person turned pale, their legs weak, barely able to stand. The air was still thick with the stench of vomit, and even the smell of their own regurgitation made them retch. "Open all the windows, ventilate, hurry and buy a truckload of air fresheners. Prepare some wine and dishes in the kitchen to offer free to every table." Undoubtedly, as the owner of Wang Xianglu, Du Wei acted decisively, immediately initiating a series of arrangements. All the vomit was swiftly cleaned up, and the floors washed with clean water, striving to leave no trace. Yet the building still reeked, until a truckload of air fresheners arrived, and they were placed on every table, at which point the situation improved somewhat. The kitchen prepared food and drinks, and after the guests consumed them and took a brief respite, they began to feel better. Following this chain of actions, the guests at Wang Xianglu had calmed down significantly. However, Li Hu and the others were filled with resentment, their originally joyful day transformed into utter chaos. "Dear guests, to express our apologies, our establishment will soon present several performances of song and dance, and we hope to earn your forgiveness. If there are any unsatisfactory aspects, please feel free to bring them to the attention of our staff. Furthermore, all expenses today will be covered by Wang Xianglu, requiring no payment from you." This gesture was the icing on the cake. All the guests applauded in delight, their earlier discontent dissipating rapidly. "Wow, now that's what I call vision," Chen Ping marveled inwardly, thinking that had such a situation occurred at a bathing center on Earth, they would have merely offered a few insipid apologies. They would never have bled as profusely as Du Wei did. This also revealed that Du Wei's contributions were paramount in elevating Wang Xianglu to such heights. An exceptional leader can expand a small establishment into a thriving business, while a foolish one can shrink a grand establishment into obscurity. This is the stark contrast between the two. A mediocre person facing such a situation would simply strive to minimize losses. In contrast, an extraordinary individual would sever ties decisively, sacrificing small interests for greater ones. And looking to the future, this woman is remarkable. Li Daojun also expressed genuine admiration. Even as a prince, he couldn't help but respect such an approach. Had he been in her shoes, it would have been difficult for him to act so decisively, especially as a mere woman. Once everything was settled, Du Wei approached with a stoic expression. "Dear princes, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality of our establishment. Perhaps it would be best for you to return and rest for now. I shall send invitations for you to visit us once more in a few days." This was an unabashed attempt to dismiss them, though couched in subtle language. After all, apart from Chen Ping, everyone else in the private room were either princes or royal relatives. The group understood her implications perfectly, yet felt no anger. Instead, their faces burned with embarrassment. Li Hu and the others turned their gazes toward Chen Ping, eagerly awaiting him to speak so they could swiftly depart. To their surprise, Chen Ping looked at Du Wei with profound intent and smiled. "Madam, I would still like to have some skewers, as they remind me so much of the flavors from my hometown." Everyone was taken aback. How could he still be thinking about food after everything that had happened? Du Wei was also momentarily stunned, seemingly sensing something deeper in his words. After a brief contemplation, a faint smile graced her face. "May I ask what your hometown calls this style of barbecue?" "Here it comes." Chen Ping struggled to contain his excitement, striving for a tone of calmness. "Barbecue? Also known as skewers." As expected, Du Wei's expression shifted rapidly, and she eagerly inquired, "Then why isn't it called meat skewers?" "Because barbecue isn't limited to just meat. You can also grill bell peppers, quail, pigeons, and large shrimp. There's also dried tofu wrapped with cilantro, grilled silkworms, and garlic stalks." Li Daojun, Li Hu, and the others listened with wide eyes. They had never imagined that such a small grill could prepare so many dishes. Chen Ping rattled off the menu for the barbecue place almost in its entirety, all the while keeping a nervous eye on Du Wei's expression. Just as he had hoped, her demeanor grew increasingly animated, and her eyes shimmered with unshed tears that soon glistened. Yet, as the owner of Wangxiang Lu, she quickly repressed her excitement. "Dear guest, your hometown's barbecue styles are truly diverse." Du Wei struggled to suppress the tears in her eyes and feigned calmness with a smile. "Might you accompany me upstairs for a moment to document these dishes? Our establishment will consider adding them to our menu in the future." Chapter 67. The people of Huaxia, of course. Chen Ping had anticipated this, immediately rising to follow Du Wei upstairs in the private room. Li Daojun and the others all stared wide-eyed. "Wow, Brother Chen is really impressive. He's directly charming the owner. Was he planning to take over Wangxiang Lu? Hee. From now on, there will be no need to spend money here." Li Hu and his companions wore mischievous grins, their minds wandering to the carefree and joyous days that awaited them. Their actions did not escape the notice of the patrons above and below, all of whom gazed in astonishment. "Who are those people to receive an invitation from the proprietress? Look, they've gone to the 5th floor. I hear that's the proprietress's private lounge. Teske, that individual appears quite young. Yet their prowess is remarkable, having so swiftly captured the proprietress's attention. Comparisons are disheartening. While we can scarcely attract the attention of the charming ladies, this person has directly engaged with the proprietress." Many guests murmured amongst themselves, their hearts tinged with envy. Only those associated with Wangxiang Tower refrained from such thoughts, instead feeling a deep sense of astonishment. The 5th floor is the proprietress's boudoir, a place where even servants are typically forbidden to tread. Yet today, she has invited a man up. Moreover, this man has just caused a scene at Wangxiang Tower. Something is amiss. Many harbored silent doubts, but speculation ran rampant, for there was no tangible evidence to support their theories. At this moment, within the room on the 5th floor, Chen Ping and Du Wei gazed into each other's eyes, both brimming with excitement. As soon as the door closed, Du Wei eagerly inquired, "Esteemed guest, where do you hail from?" "Huaxia." Instantly, tears welled up in Du Wei's eyes, cascading down her cheeks like a string of unbroken pearls. Falling incessantly, she sobbed uncontrollably. "If I am not mistaken, you too are from Huaxia, are you not?" Chen Ping's eyes glistened with tears, filled with hope as he looked at her. A man does not shed tears lightly, but only when truly heartbroken. "Indeed," Du Wei nodded, her vision blurred by tears, reduced to a state of helpless weeping. The tears could no longer be contained, as the long-suppressed feelings of longing erupted in a frenzied release. Chen Ping exhaled deeply, attempting to rein in his overwhelming emotions, Yet no amount of effort could quell the tide. Wow! Du Wei rushed forward, arms wide open, embracing him tightly, as if she wished to meld him into her very being. In a moment of raw emotion, she could not help but pat Qin Ping's back a few times, as if to say, "Dear one, why did you take so long to arrive? Do you know how I have endured these days in this foreign land?" The bitterness and anguish were burdens she could share with no one, only silently bearing the weight alone. Such torment had nearly driven her to madness. Qin Ping's eyes brimmed with tears as well. His breath becoming somewhat labored, he constantly yearned for Earth, for Huaxia, and no matter the shortcomings of his homeland, it remained his home. No matter how splendid life in this foreign realm may be, he would always be an outsider. In this moment, encountering a kin from Huaxia, how could he not feel exhilarated? How could he not weep? The sounds of their weeping transcended the 5th floor, reaching the 4th. Many patrons had been observing the situation on the 5th floor, and now they were all astonished. What on earth? What means did that lad employ to so swiftly win over the proprietress? Did you hear? The proprietress is crying so tragically. Could she be a maiden? Alas, it was too late. Had he captured the proprietress's heart, all the lovely courtesans of Wangxiang Tower would have been his. The guests on the 4th floor could not help but click their tongues in regret. Lamenting their missed opportunity. As for those in Wangxiang Tower, they were equally bewildered, particularly the talented young women, who deemed themselves far more alluring than the proprietress. Yet, that guest had chosen her, leaving them utterly confounded. The two wept for quite some time before gradually calming down. Looking at Qin Ping's shoulder, it was already dampened extensively. Du Wei hurriedly pulled Qin Ping down to sit, her excitement palpable. "How did you arrive in this world?" Qin Ping's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, "I simply urinated beneath a telephone pole and fainted. When I awoke, I found myself in this world." Du Wei could not contain her laughter. Responding incredulously, "You must be joking. Most telephone poles are electrified. Did you not know?" "Now I do." Qin Ping nodded helplessly, curiosity piqued as he asked, "And how did you arrive?" Du Wei's cheeks flushed as she replied, "I was using a hairdryer to dry my hair when I fainted, only to wake up in this world." "The hairdryer you used after bathing?" "Indeed." Qin Ping could not help but chuckle, realizing their methods of crossing realms were remarkably similar. They continued to converse about various topics, all related to Huaxia. Yet with each exchange, their expressions grew more melancholic. "Do you know how to return?" Du Wei suddenly asked with fervor. Qin Ping weakly shook his head. "Since I arrived in this world, I have been searching for a way back, yet I have not found a single clue. Alas," Du Wei's eyes mirrored his despair, "I am in the same predicament." Both were enveloped in a cloud of sorrow, their desire to converse evaporating. The atmosphere in the room fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, the patrons below craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the 5th floor door. The news of their joint entrance had spread throughout the entire Wangxiang Tower, and even the tale of the proprietress's deflowering echoed among the guests. Rumors took flight, as if sprouting wings, lingering in the air and swiftly escaping the confines of Wangxiang Tower. Soon, this news circulated rapidly within Sanhai Town. "Have you heard? The proprietress of Wangxiang Tower has been deflowered." Naturally, it was said that the proprietress wept in a heart-wrenching manner, with blood flowing profusely, reportedly streaming from the upper floors to the lower ones. As the rumors spread wildly throughout Sanhai Town, Qin Ping broke the silence, recounting his experiences since arriving in this world, in this foreign realm. The skills he had honed in the modern city proved futile. Du Wei did not wish to marry like an ordinary woman. By chance, she opened this establishment, naming it Wangxiang Tower, both to attract customers with the promise of beauty and as a homage to her longing for her homeland. After gaining some understanding, Qin Ping offered her advice. "Seek a sturdy tree for shade. I shall introduce you to the 3rd prince shortly, so he can look after you. Is that true?" A glimmer of surprise illuminated Du Wei's face. "Of course." Qin Ping nodded with a smile. "With him backing you, no petty ruffians would dare to provoke you." "That would be splendid," Du Wei exclaimed joyfully, yearning to find a strong ally, but lamenting her lack of connections. "Boss, it's getting late. Perhaps we should commence the performance." A woman's voice from the stairwell of Wangxiang Tower hesitated, clearly thinking that Qin Ping and Du Wei had engaged in some sort of affair in their room. "All right, let us begin," Du Wei called out cheerfully, then turned to Qin Ping with a smile. "Shall we go and appease the crowd?" After today's incident, We must calm their spirits, indeed. Chen Ping nodded, descending the stairs alongside Du Wei. As they stepped out, a chill enveloped them, and upon glancing around, they found all eyes upon them, wide with intrigue and curiosity. Chapter 68. The Dance of Words and Ink. Fortunately, in such an environment, Du Wei had long since become accustomed to the attention. Her demeanor remained unperturbed as she gracefully approached the railing, her smile radiant as she softly reassured the patrons. Chen Ping returned to the private room, and upon entering, he was met with the eager gazes of Li Daojun and the others. What is going on? Chen Ping looked at them, somewhat bewildered. Li Hu chuckled mischievously. Chung Gu, impressive. It took you quite a while to come down. What is your secret? Share it with us, brother. Li Ping chimed in, joining the excitement. Even the usually composed Li Daojun wore an expression of curiosity mixed with shyness. Chen Ping's mind began to churn as he quickly grasped their implications. Deliberately displaying a sly smile, he replied, "This is a unique skill of mine. I only impart it to those who have met their end." What? Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, eager to learn this elusive technique. A throng surrounded Chen Ping, insisting he share his wisdom. Chen Ping sipped his tea nonchalantly, ignoring their pleas. Within Wangxiang Tower, the musical and dance performances commenced. From the third floor's private room, everything was visible. As the saying goes, even if one has not tasted pork, one has seen a pig run. Being a modern woman, Du Wei infused the performances with remarkable flair, especially when the glamorous dance of Night Shanghai began. The dancers' long, slender legs swayed rhythmically, captivating the audience. Patrons gaped in awe, mouths agape, drooling in sheer amazement. Even octogenarians sat up straight. The performance was stunning, igniting a yearning in the audience, who longed to rush the stage and carry one of the dancers away. However, the rules of Wangxiang Tower were clear. Viewing was permitted, but touching was strictly forbidden. What I choose to reveal is for your eyes only. What I withhold, even if the heavens fell, shall remain hidden. Any attempt to breach that boundary would be met with force. This only intensified the patrons' desire, their eyes ablaze with longing, some young men even groaning in frustration. Du Wei had truly utilized her modern knowledge to its fullest extent. As the old adage goes, what cannot be obtained is the most desirable. After several captivating performances, the atmosphere was charged with an insatiable longing among all the guests, as if flames of desire ignited within them. Next came the Pai Si Da Assistance, a literary contest orchestrated by Wangxiang Tower, where every guest was invited to contribute their responses. The enchanting ladies of Wangxiang Tower would then select their favored companions for the evening. Of course, this companionship was limited to mere conversation within the confines of the room. Should the mood falter, one would have to depart respectfully. Yet, it was precisely this intricate arrangement of challenges that drew all guests like moths to a flame. Particularly the scholars, whose hearts burned with fervor and whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to showcase their talents. Those privy to the underlying dynamics sensed a challenge, for this culminating event was notoriously difficult. To earn the favor of a talented woman and secure an invitation upstairs was already a remarkable feat. To advance further was an even greater challenge. Although the establishment was a brothel, and the business was one of indulgence, Du Wei upheld a principle that no guest would ever be coerced if they did not wish to partake. Furthermore, without any binding contracts, patrons were free to leave at their discretion. This resulted in the talented women of Wangxiang Tower enjoying a degree of autonomy, akin to a regular job where they could choose to accept or decline suitors based on their whims. Since the opening of Wangxiang Tower, only a handful of guests had ascended to the upper floors, and those who had managed to progress further were as rare as phoenix feathers. Thus, all present regarded them with a sense of awe. Today's theme was homesickness. On stage, the talented maiden Kaiyun from Wangxiang Tower announced the topic with a radiant smile, glancing back at her employer, Du Wei, with curiosity. Previous themes had been collaboratively decided among the sisters, but today's topic was distinctly set by Du Wei, leaving everyone to wonder about her reasoning. The guests below were instantly enveloped in thought, particularly the scholars, whose eyes reddened as they fervently searched for the right words to compete against one another. In the elegant chamber on the third floor, Li Hu and his companions were equally desperate to compose verses, yet lamentably, their minds were devoid of inspiration. If only I had studied diligently back in the day. They sighed, lamenting the lost opportunity for intimacy. Perhaps we should ask Brother Chen to arrange something with the proprietress. They jested, aware that, given their status, they could easily attract any woman they desired, and thus held no particular obsession with the women of Wangxiang Tower. Moments later, the guests had pinned their verses and submitted them to the attendants of Wangxiang Tower, who recited them aloud for collective critique. Regrettably, these wealthy youths had never experienced separation from home, and thus their poems were devoid of genuine sentiment, mere shells lacking true emotion. The essence was lost, and not a single masterpiece emerged. Frustration mounted among the guests, who scratched their heads and sweated profusely. Li Hu jested, "Brother Qin, why don't you give it a try? You might just catch the eye of one of those ladies." Laughter erupted from Li Ping and the others, treating it as a source of amusement. "I have no interest," Qin Ping chuckled, shaking his head. He was merely a spectator and did not wish to entangle himself too deeply, especially since he lacked the talent for poetry. Even if he attempted it, he would merely be copying. After approximately an hour of literary endeavor, the absence of a single notable work left the guests' spirits in disarray, with many demanding a change of topic. The requests multiplied, leaving the ladies of Wangxiang Tower bewildered, as they had never encountered such a situation before. Many turned to Du Wei for guidance, who smiled gently and summoned Kaiyun for a quiet word. Kaiyun then returned to the stage, still beaming. Might the esteemed guests on the third floor be interested in composing a poem? All eyes turned toward Qin Ping and his companions, though no names were mentioned. The implication was unmistakable. What was this? They hadn't even participated. This felt like blatant retribution. Li Hu and the others grew anxious. Being asked to compose poetry was more painful than a death sentence. Li Daojun, also taken aback, tapped his fingers against his temple, struggling to conjure a verse amidst the pressure. Yet, in their moment of urgency, their minds went blank. As silence enveloped the third floor, laughter erupted from the guests below. "We can't compose, and they certainly can't either. We are scholars, after all, adept at poetry and prose. They merely chatter." Many wished to seize the opportunity to ridicule Qin Ping and his companions. Yet the thought of Qin Ping's sharp tongue sent shivers down their spines. While insulting someone might bring momentary satisfaction, being insulted was far less enjoyable, as the crowd grew more boisterous. Du Wei refrained from changing the topic. Qin Ping understood that Du Wei was teasing him. As a modern individual, he possessed enough knowledge of classical poetry not to be stumped by such antics. With a brief reflection, he recalled a poem and strode confidently to the railing. Chapter 69. Composing 3 verses with a sweeping glance, he silenced the raucous crowd, for his reputation for sharp retorts made them wary of provoking him. Seeing the surrounding hush, Qin Ping smiled at Du Wei and declared, "Since Wangxiang Tower has extended an invitation, I shall graciously accept." He cleared his throat. "Late at night, beneath the cold lamp, I cannot sleep. What stirs this guest's heart to such sorrowful depths? Tonight, thoughts of home stretch 1,000 miles, and come tomorrow, my frosted hair will tell another year." As he finished, astonishment washed over all present. Even Li Hu's group stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Wow, Brother Chun is incredible. He truly composed poetry." Although they lacked the skill to create verses, their ability to appreciate good poetry was undeniable. Upon reflection, they found Qin Ping's poem quite commendable. Guests upstairs and downstairs alike were initially taken aback by Qin Ping's poetic prowess, then engaged in a careful examination, more astounded with each line. This poem, concise yet profound, vividly encapsulated the essence of homesickness. Resonating deeply and poignantly, however, the earlier incident at the barbecue had left many guests harboring biases against him, making it impossible for them to openly commend his work. The result was a chilling silence. Devoid of any commentary, in the distance, Du Wei sat, her brow furrowed. She had initially expected Qin Ping to recite the famous line, "Alone in a foreign land, a stranger. Every festive season brings thoughts of kin," as was customary for those from his time. Yet, Qin Ping's verses perplexed her, as she had never heard such lines before. Unbeknownst to her, these were a modified adaptation of a poem by the Tang Dynasty poet Gao Shi. Noticing the lackluster response, Qin Ping pondered again before continuing, "Allow me to share another poem with you." He emphasized the word "I" slightly more, a nuance that escaped most, yet Du Wei caught it. Clearly, he intended to create a poem of his own. Intrigued, she blinked rapidly, anticipating his next lines. "I in the elegant chamber." Li Daojun and the others perked up their ears to listen. Tio compose one poem was already remarkable. The prospect of a second was beyond their expectations. Chun Ping softly intoned, "Far from home, I long for friends and kin, with no end in sight. My heart knows the truth within. Who shall guide me on my way home?" In an instant, I transform into a mythical Kuenpeng. In an instant, the guests resumed their analysis, savoring the new poem. This piece too encapsulated the yearning for home, yet with a more urgent tone. The latter line, particularly, evoked the imagery of the Kuenpeng, a legendary creature known for soaring vast distances with a single flap of its wings. The implication was clear. Upon learning the way home, one would wish to transform into a Kuenpeng and return immediately. Such a vivid expression of homesickness was undeniably heartfelt. Du Wei's eyes sparkled with surprise, as she recognized that this was indeed an original composition by Chan Ping, distinct from any ancient works. While the first two lines flowed smoothly, the latter two struggled to maintain rhyme, yet the depth of longing was unmistakable. Just as the poem suggested, the uncertainty of returning home weighed heavily on one's heart, the truest essence of homesickness. While others may not have grasped this sentiment, she felt it deeply. Like Chin Ping, she too was trapped in a foreign realm, unable to return to her original world. The memories of her hometown, down to the smallest detail, perpetually haunted her thoughts. The longing for home could not be simply defined by the word miss, she reminisced. Tears welled up in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks like rain. What a beautiful poem! At that moment, the guests began to awaken to the poem's brilliance, nodding in admiration. Through Chan Ping's verses, they too felt the intensity of longing for home. Many begrudgingly conceded that this poem far surpassed their own. A true talent, I yield. The discerning scholars readily voiced their praises, their eyes brimming with admiration. In an instant, Wangxiang Tower buzzed with excitement, filled with accolades for Chan Ping. Meanwhile, Li Daozhen and his companions were left utterly speechless, astounded by the distinctiveness of the two poems, one reflecting the restless nights of homesickness, while the other conveying an urgent yearning to return home. Brother Chen is truly remarkable. From now on, Brother Chen shall be my elder brother. Who dares to lay a finger on him, I shall strike them down. Li Hu and the others were clamoring with exuberance, their hearts swelling with boundless pride as if the poetry were their own creation. Observing the atmosphere grow lively, Chan Ping's face broke into a smile. Just as he turned to return, he inadvertently caught sight of Du Wei, who was weeping softly, and surmised that she was yearning for home. After a brief moment of contemplation, he jovially declared, "Let me compose another poem for everyone, to elevate the ambience." The room fell into stunned silence. Crafting two poems was already a remarkable feat, yet he audaciously sought to create a third? Surely, it would be a haphazard assemblage of verses. If it were me, I would know when to stop. If the quality falters, it would be a slap in the face. Many shook their heads, deeming Chen Ping overly foolish. With the caliber of his previous two poems, he was almost guaranteed to be chosen by one of the maidens from Wangxiang Tower. It was a certainty, yet he chose to complicate matters unnecessarily. Little did they know, Chen Ping was not seeking attention. He aimed to console Du Wei. Indeed, Du Wei's attention was drawn to him, though she continued to sob. Chen Ping cleared his throat lightly and recited, "Alone in a foreign land as a stranger. During festive seasons, my thoughts of home grow stronger. From afar, I know my brothers ascend the heights, with dogwood scattered, one less in sight." Once again, all present fell into deep contemplation and appreciation. However, the weeping Du Wei was momentarily taken aback. Before bursting into laughter, she had presumed Chen Ping would not know this poem, yet he recited it verbatim. This lifted her spirits considerably and eased her homesickness. With his purpose fulfilled, Chen Ping felt a sense of relief and turned back to the private room. Upon entering, Li Hu and the others quickly surrounded him. "Brother Chen, you are incredible. Teach me to compose poetry too. I wish to create poems," they exclaimed, their excitement surpassing even his OWN. That moment, the guests below began to react. What a splendid poem! The first line perfectly captures the loneliness of being in a foreign land. During the festive season, how profound the longing for home. The clamor grew, particularly among the scholars, their eyes sparkling with delight at such a masterpiece. More exhilarating than being chosen by a maiden from Wangxiang Tower. What does the last line about dogwood signify? In their admiration, many voiced their existential inquiries. In this world, there were no dogwoods. nor was there a double ninth festival. Hence they were oblivious to its meaning. Fortunately, such questions did not tarnish their appreciation for the poem. With the first two lines standing strong, as long as the latter two were decent, it would pose no issue. Seated, Du Wei pondered, what is dogwood again? Surely, I learned it years ago, but after so many years, it has slipped my mind. I only remember the first two lines. The rest is lost to me. Within Wangxiang Tower, all were singing praises for Chen Ping's 3 poems. Even the maidens at Wangxiang Tower gazed at him with admiration, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. When the gong sounded, silence enveloped the room. The conclusion of the literary performance was marked by the gong, signifying that a maiden had taken notice of a guest and was inviting him upstairs to share a delightful conversation. Yet today was different. Everyone was well aware. The one being invited was undoubtedly the master of repartee on the 3rd floor. At this moment, Lady Kaiyun entered, holding a note, her expression somewhat peculiar. Bai Ju invites young Master Chen upstairs for a chat. As expected, many wore expressions of knowing anticipation. They shook their heads discreetly. Those 3 poems were indeed exquisite, far beyond their own capabilities. Yet it did not end there. Kaiyun continued to read. Xiamo invites young Master Chen upstairs for a chat. Qiu Feng invites young Master Chen upstairs for a chat. Dongya invites young Master Chen upstairs for a chat. A jaw-dropping scene unfolded as Kaiyun went on, as if calling roll, nearly reciting the names of all the maidens in Wangxiang Tower. This indicated that all the maidens wished for Chen Ping to ascend. This was unprecedented since the establishment of Wangxiang Tower. The guests gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. Oh, how I wish to cry. This is utterly unfair. If only I had composed those 3 poems. Many gaped in envy, some lamenting in frustration. Today a spectacle would undoubtedly be recorded in the annals of Wangxiang Tower, and even Sanhai Town would remember it. To garner the favor of all the maidens in the building was a matter of significant pride. Regrettably, most among them had never received such an invitation. Observing the maidens inviting a single individual, their hearts swelled with bitterness. Seated, Du Wei was equally astounded. The maidens' invitations were entirely voluntary, and she never interfered. Yet this spectacle left her utterly dumbfounded. Beautiful women adore talented men, Du Wei chuckled bitterly. Turning her gaze toward Chen Ping's private room, eager to see which maiden he would choose, however, the room remained eerily quiet, showing no signs of movement. Du Wei was taken aback. All the maidens in her establishment were of exceptional talent and beauty. Did Chen Ping feel no inclination whatsoever? They were far superior to the types found in KTV. Yet, the onlookers continued to stare, and still, Chen Ping did not emerge. This was the first time someone had been invited yet chose not to appear. Lady Kaiyun glided into the private room, where Li Hu and the others looked on anxiously, their eyes filled with urgency. Yet, Chen Ping showed no inclination to rise. Young Master Chen, please select a maiden. Kaiyun smiled as she extended her invitation, marking the first instance where a guest was required to choose a maiden. Without a doubt, the maiden would likely stay the night with him. Chen Ping shook his head and smiled. I sincerely appreciate the kind offers from all the maidens, but I am not inclined to pursue such matters. Please convey my sentiments to them. Instantly, the expression on Tsai-Yun's face transformed dramatically. He had actually declined. It was unheard of for someone visiting a brothel to refuse such an invitation. Which guest would not be eager to accept? Are you certain? Kaiyun asked, her disbelief evident. Certain. Upon hearing this, Kaiyun took a deep breath, silently nodded, and then went to find Du Wei. After learning of the situation, Du Wei pondered for a moment before breaking into a playful smile. Inform the maidens of this matter. There is no need to wait foolishly. Understood. Kaiyun gracefully departed, and soon the news spread throughout Wangxiang Tower. Some guests also learned of the development, their astonishment palpable. Those who had never received invitations were particularly incensed. What a travesty! So many maidens offered their invitations. Yet he chose to decline. Even if he is not interested in intimacy, he could at least have a look. Once again, commotion filled Wangxiang Tower, as many expressed their discontent, drinking heavily in their frustration. Inebriated, they continued to criticize Chen Ping. In the private room, Chen Ping summoned Du Wei, introducing her to the 3rd prince, Li Daozhen. Upon understanding Chen Ping's intentions, Li Daozhen readily assured him, thumping his chest in confidence. With his stature and influence as the 3rd prince, he believed no one would dare to provoke her again. Du Wei prepared resting quarters for them, and the night passed peacefully. The following day, Chen Ping remained industrious, calling for Du Wei to gather the materials needed for brewing wine. Although the wine at Wangxiang Tower was of high quality, it still fell under the category of clear spirits. In terms of quality, potency, and aroma, it paled in comparison to Erguo. As a proud Huaxiao person, he wished for Du Wei's business to flourish. Naturally, Du Wei was overjoyed by this prospect. Chen Ping meticulously guided her through each step, ensuring she understood the process clearly. He then encouraged her to attempt it herself until she encountered no difficulties. The next day, the Erguo was ready. The fragrance of the wine wafted through the air, drifting from the back courtyard of Wangxiang Tower toward Sanhai Town. In no time, many who caught the scent had their eyes light up, flocking to Wangxiang Tower. Upon inquiry, they learned that a new wine was available. Du Wei, a shrewd businesswoman, presented a jar of wine, distributing it to the arriving guests. Each received only a small cup, no more than that. After tasting, every guest extolled its virtues, noting that aside from its initial spiciness, the rest was indeed of exceptional quality. It is foreseeable that, in the near future, Erguo will become one of the signature offerings of Wangxiang Tower. Even if Wangxiang Tower is unable to sustain itself in the future, Du Wei will not have to worry about hunger, thanks to Erguo. Once Du Wei has fully mastered the art of brewing, Chen Ping tendered his resignation. I must continue my quest to find the way back. In response to Du Wei's attempts to persuade him to stay, Chen Ping smiled and said, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Chapter 71. Capture the leader first. Though a foreign land is pleasant, it cannot compare to one's homeland. In the homeland, there are family, friends, and everything one holds dear. All one's attachments reside there. Du Wei ceased her pleas, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. If you find the way back, do let me know. According to Chen Ping's conjecture, she must be very eager to discover the path back. Yet her demeanor suggested a certain hesitation regarding whether to return. He refrained from probing further, as he was not one to pry. After staying for 2 more days, the brewing of Erguo was smoothly launched into the market, receiving an overwhelmingly positive reception from customers. During this time, he also instructed Li Daojian to seek out the local officials to ensure Wangxiang Tower's safety. For without the officials' backing, even Li Daojian would find it challenging to offer protection. With this layer of assurance, Wangxiang Tower was unlikely to encounter any significant issues. Ultimately, Chen Ping departed. He chose not to leave during the day but at the break of dawn. Wishing to avoid the sorrow of parting, especially with a fellow compatriot also adrift in a foreign realm. Winter had passed, and spring was on the horizon, heralding the revival of all living things. As the white snow gradually melted away, the spring breeze surged like a runaway steed, swiftly sweeping across the entire Dezhou dynasty. As for where to go next, Chen Ping had no destination in mind. With no clues to find the way back, he could only place his hopes in fate. Brother Qin, we will continue to follow you. Yes, wherever you go, we will go. Returning home seems pointless, with no resources. It is the same wherever we are. Chen Ping urged Li Hu and the others to return, insisting that he could continue on his own. However, they all resolutely declared their intention to accompany him. With no other option, Chen Ping acquiesced, realizing that the journey would not be lonely after all. Yet, Li Daojian could not join them. As the third prince of the Dezhou dynasty and an outstanding disciple of the martial emperor sect, he had too many responsibilities awaiting him. This is my token. It should help resolve numerous troubles within the Dezhou territory. At their parting, Li Daojian handed his token to Chen Ping. Initially, they were captor and captive. But throughout their journey, Li Daojian had grown fond of Chen Ping, considering him a true friend at heart. Very well. Chen Ping accepted the token without pretense. If there comes a day when I can be of assistance, I shall issue a proclamation. Should you see it, I will undoubtedly come to your aid. This was Chen Ping's promise. Although Li Daojian might never require it, it was the only gift he could offer. Brother Qin, may we meet again? Li Daojian clasped his hands, his eyes filled with reluctance. Until we meet again. With a leap, Li Daojian soared into the air and soon vanished from sight. Suddenly, Li Hu's expression brightened. Brother Qin, weren't you seeking to forge that elixir? Are there still a few ingredients you need? Chen Ping paused, contemplating briefly. 3 more ingredients are needed. It is unlikely they can be found in the Dezhou territory. However, the neighboring Shanglin Empire should have them. Seeing Chen Ping's uncertainty, Li Hu excitedly exclaimed, The Shanglin Empire is even stronger than the Dezhou dynasty. With their ability to scavenge treasures, they are bound to have the herbs we require. Li Ping chimed in enthusiastically. Moreover, there is a peak-level expert in the Shanglin Empire. Even if the royal family lacks one, that expert might possess it. At these words, everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. A peak-level expert. Even the combined forces of the 5 major sects of the Dezhou dynasty could not contend with such a figure. They were merely small fry. Even if such an expert existed, what reason would they have to assist you? Furthermore, they might not even get the chance to meet them. Let us head to the Shanglin Empire, Qin Ping declared, waving his hand as he set off eastward. After all, with no destination, what harm could there be in exploring? Who knows, they might truly find what they seek. Brother Qin, Li Hu called after him. The Shanglin Empire is this way. Oh, I was just going to relieve myself. Never mind. Over a month later, Qin Ping and his companions arrived at a small border town in the Shanglin Empire. After enduring a month of hardship, their mouths were parched. Even though their spatial rings contained plenty of fine wines and delicacies, it was still insufficient for their numbers. Upon catching sight of the town, they dashed forward, eyes gleaming with excitement. Qin Ping shook his head helplessly from behind. Although they had hunted several hares along the way, it was nowhere near enough to satisfy their appetites. Yet, just then, an unusual sensation stirred within him, causing his brow to furrow. As he pondered the source of this feeling, over 20 figures suddenly leapt down from the city wall, charging straight towards Li Hu and the others. This is bad, Qin Ping thought, rushing forward in alarm. The leader shouted, "Who are the spies among you? Surrender now, and we shall spare your lives." However, with food before them and having grown accustomed to a life of luxury for too long, Li Hu and the others were not inclined to listen. "To hell with you," Li Hu cursed, channeling his spirit energy to confront them. The other 4 also shouted as they prepared to charge forward. Yet, they were woefully irrational, failing to assess the formidable array before them. Over a dozen at the small plate realm, with the rest at peak foundation stage. The leader himself was a formidable figure at the Great Plate realm. Even Li Daojun would struggle to handle such a situation here. Humph! The Great Plate realm leader waved his hand, and his subordinates immediately lunged forward in a single exchange. Li Hu and the others were captured without even making a splash. Stunned, they finally realized the true strength of their opponents and fell silent. Just then, Qin Ping arrived but was blocked. "Gentlemen," he clasped his hands politely, "we are not spies. We are ordinary citizens traveling to the Eastern Rising Empire." "Civilians?" the leader sneered, glancing at Li Hu and the others. "Foundation stage civilians? If you're going to make excuses, at least make them credible." Li Hu and the others grew frantic. "We truly are civilians. We are not spies. Let us go. We just want to enter and have a meal. We'll leave right after." Yet, no matter how much they pleaded, their captors remained unmoved, binding them tightly with special ropes, rendering them immobile. "And you? Will you surrender, or do I need to take action?" the leader said nonchalantly, looking at Qin Ping. With his keen perception, he could easily tell that Qin Ping possessed no spirit energy. He was merely an ordinary man and not worth his effort. Qin Ping sighed, producing 10 spirit stones. "Gentlemen, we are truly ordinary citizens, not spies. Please, take these spirit stones and distribute them among your men." How does that sound? To cultivators, gold held no value, but spirit stones were exceedingly rare, even more precious than gold. Indeed, upon seeing the spirit stones, their eyes gleamed. However, the leader raised an eyebrow. "Who would have thought that a mere mortal like you would possess spirit stones? It seems your identity is not as simple as it appears." With a wave of his hand, the leader commanded, "Seize him." Yes, immediately, a foundation stage soldier rushed forward, not even drawing his weapon. Capturing a mere mortal required no weapons. Using them would only invite ridicule. "Ah, why must you force my hand?" Qin Ping lamented, sidestepping the soldier's grasp effortlessly. He then propelled himself forward like a cannonball, aiming straight for the Great Plate realm leader. Chapter 72. Coercing with hostages. Capture the leader first. If we seize him, Li Hu and the others will be safe. The leader, taken aback, swiftly retreated. At that moment, Qin Ping's attack reached him, a fist aimed directly at the leader's face. The leader narrowly evaded, countering with a fiery palm strike aimed at Qin Ping's waist. Should he connect, though the blow wouldn't injure him, it would certainly impede his speed. Qin Ping hastily dodged, propelling himself off the ground to charge at the leader once more. Such terrifying speed. In the leader's eyes, Chen Ping appeared as an indistinguishable shadow, mirroring his every move. Had it not been for his extensive combat experience, he might have already been captured by Chen Ping, Shan Mountain Fist. Channeling his intent, the leader infused his right palm with spirit energy, launching a strike at Chen Ping. Though executed in haste, even an ordinary peak small plate realm cultivator would struggle to withstand it. At that moment, Chen Ping had just landed, momentarily relying on the ground for leverage. Seeing no way to evade, he braced himself to take the hit. Raising his hand, he struck back with equal ferocity. The thunderous sound of their collision echoed as the Great Plate Realm leader was sent flying, while Chen Ping staggered back several steps. Internally astonished, Chen Ping recognized the formidable strength of the Great Plate Realm. Even he was pushed back, such incredible power. On the other side, the Great Plate Realm leader was equally astonished. He looked at this seemingly ordinary individual, yet the strength of his physical body and power was astonishingly high. Again, as soon as he touched down, the leader of the troops let out a thunderous shout, charging forward once more. To his utter humiliation, despite his formidable prowess, he was sent reeling backwards. This disgrace must be avenged. This action was precisely in line with Chen Ping's intentions, though he harbored concerns that the leader might flee. Yes, he witnessed the leader rushing at him again. Chen Ping heightened his senses. Realizing that brute force was now a formidable challenge, he had no choice but to rely on cunning. Let me receive another of your strikes. The leader lunged forward, unleashing a powerful palm strike. The air crackled with energy, locking onto Chen Ping and rendering him unable to evade. Pretending to be caught off guard, he raised his hand to accept the blow. Boom! The sound of impact echoed as Chen Ping staggered, retreating several steps, his complexion paling dramatically. Upon seeing this, the leader felt a surge of confidence, believing that Chen Ping was no match for him. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged again, declaring, "Experience my flying cloud palm." With a frenzied exertion of spiritual power, the leader bombarded Chen Ping with successive strikes. Chen Ping's expression shifted ominously, hastily countering 2 blows before he found himself unable to defend against the final strike, which landed heavily on his chest. "Ugh," he grunted, sent sprawling backwards, his face a ghastly white. "Not so impressive after all," the leader scoffed, his form darting forward to pursue. He extended a hand, aiming for Chen Ping's collar. But at that moment, Chen Ping's eyes widened, a smirk of triumph appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Not good," panic surged within the leader as he instinctively withdrew his hand, but it was too late. Chen Ping had already reached out, seizing his wrist with lightning speed. "Release," the leader barked, his captured hand suddenly radiating a brilliant rainbow glow. Chen Ping felt a sharp pain, as though clutching a cactus, and instinctively let go. By the time he attempted to grasp it again, the leader had already leapt back several meters. Too late. Regret washed over Chen Ping for his impatience. He sprang forward in pursuit. But the leader was well prepared, retreating back to his ranks. Subdue him. Over a dozen minor soldiers immediately converged towards Chen Ping. With a sigh, Chen Ping realized he had no choice but to resort to violence. "Die!" The first soldier charged, brandishing a spear aimed directly at Chen Ping's face. Leaning aside, Chen Ping deftly dodged, then swiftly grasped the spear's shaft, effortlessly wresting it from the soldier's grip. Following this, he delivered a kick squarely to the soldier's chest. Bang! In an instant, the soldier was sent hurtling backwards. Just then, the remaining soldiers charged in, forming a battle line, their spears glinting ominously as they thrust forward. "Stand down!" Chen Ping swept the spear in his hand with great force, sending a dozen spears flying, the soldiers' grips faltering as blood flowed from their torn hands. What formidable strength! The soldiers were taken aback, hastily retreating. Since beginning their training, it was their first encounter with someone who could confront them barehanded. Chen Ping, propelled by determination, pressed on. Since capturing the leader was unfeasible, he resolved to seize a few minor soldiers, hoping to exchange them for Li Hu and the others. "Stop!" Suddenly, the leader bellowed. "Take another step forward, and I will kill them." Chen Ping's heart sank as he beheld the leader brandishing a sharp sword against Li Ping's throat, his eyes blazing with malice. There was no doubt. He would not hesitate to take their lives. Instantly, Chen Ping halted, gazing silently at the leader. With the hostages in their grasp, his plans for rescue became exceedingly difficult, despicable, shameless. You bring disgrace to cultivators by using us to threaten Brother Chen. Li Hu and the others cursed vehemently, realizing they were on the verge of escape when the leader had intervened. Silence! The leader snapped, turning to Chen Ping with a scowl. I never would have guessed you had such hidden depths. Your body is remarkably robust despite the absence of spiritual power. Having withstood several of his strikes, a cultivator of equal rank would have found it difficult to remain unscathed. Yet Chen Ping had accomplished this, even attempting to seize him in return, I've told you. We are merely common folk, Chen Ping reiterated helplessly, who could have anticipated such an event upon arrival. Would you believe your own words? The leader retorted. This left Chen Ping speechless. Indeed, were their positions reversed? He would also find it hard to believe Li Hu and the others possessed cultivation prowess, and although he himself lacked such skills, the strength of his physique was indeed extraordinary in such a scenario. Anyone would doubt their claims, but we truly are just commoners, Chen Ping insisted, frustration mounting. The leader remained unmoved, surveying Li Hu and the others on the ground before addressing Chen Ping. I lack the means to capture you. You may leave, but they cannot. Li Hu and the others erupted in frantic cries, their eyes reddened. Brother Chen, save me, you despicable villain. If you have the guts, let me go. Let us battle it out for 300 rounds. Just as one shouted, another received a brutal slap across the face. Smack, smack, smack. After a series of sharp slaps, the five fell silent, each one gazing at Chen Ping with desperation. Chen Ping frowned, stating firmly, I will not allow you to take them. Try me. The leader pressed the sword once more against Li Ping's throat, the tip breaking the skin and drawing blood. The others found themselves in similar peril, sharp blades poised at their throats. Without a doubt, any sign of resistance from Chen Ping would mean certain death for Li Hu and the others. Infuriating. Chen Ping seethed inwardly, astonished by the leader's ruthless decisiveness, using such dire measures to force his hand. Chapter 73. Pursuers. The situation had reached a stalemate, with no one anticipating such coercive tactics. Brother Chen. Li Hu and the others looked at him with pleading eyes, but Chen Ping found himself powerless. If he unleashed his full strength, he was confident he could defeat them all. Even if they swarmed him, it would be futile. Yet now, with Li Hu and the others held captive, the situation was dire. Will you strike? The leader challenged, his gaze taunting. This was the first time Chen Ping felt a sense of defeat since arriving in this world. His strength was rendered useless. Clenching his teeth, his expression darkened. If you do not act, we shall depart. The leader smirked, glancing at him, then gestured to his subordinates. Instantly, a group began to escort Li Hu and the others towards the city. Brother Chen. Li Hu and the others were filled with urgency. Yet they understood the precariousness of their situation, unable to engage in a reckless confrontation. Reluctantly, they followed the captors. Rest assured, I will rescue you. Chen Ping called out, his voice ringing with determination. Li Hu and the others nodded, their expressions laden with a sense of despair. They lamented their hasty actions, realizing that had they remained with Chen Ping, they might not have been captured so swiftly. You won't have this opportunity. The leader shot a glance over his shoulder, stating, if it is determined they are indeed spies, they will be executed immediately. At this, Li Hu and the others felt a surge of dread. Then the leader continued, if they are not spies, they shall be thrown into the beast-fighting arena. Rumor had it that place was a veritable death trap. With their meager strength, they would likely perish within 3 days. Now, even Chen Ping was alarmed, while Li Hu and the others turned ashen. Tio arrive in the Shanglin Empire only to face death? Brothers. Chen Ping's face darkened as he implored, can you tell me how to save them? The leader appeared to have anticipated this question, responding without hesitation, that depends on your abilities. However, if you think you can buy us off with money, save your breath. Chen Ping's heart sank. The quickest route before him had been blocked. Brother Chen, don't mind us. Go find those medicinal herbs, Li Hu urged, tears glistening in his eyes. With your capabilities, you will surely succeed. Chen Ping felt a pang in his heart, his eyes misting with emotion. Rest assured, I will rescue you. Should I break my oath, I shall face divine retribution. As his words fell, dark clouds began to gather above. Then, a bolt of lightning sliced through the sky. Boom! The resounding thunder echoed beyond the city. Startling everyone, it was as though the heavens themselves bore witness to this vow. What is this phenomenon? The leader was taken aback, having never witnessed thunder in response to a vow before. He mused that this person was indeed extraordinary. Yet it did not slow their pace. Rather, it quickened their steps. Before long, Li Hu and the others were ushered into the city. Gazing at the words Fenglei Town emblazoned above the gate, Chen Ping clenched his teeth in determination. No matter what, he would rescue Li Hu and the others. Entering the city outright was impossible. Those men must have coordinated their efforts, meticulously watching for him. If he returned to the great Zhou dynasty to seek reinforcements, time would be of the essence. The round trip would take at least 5 days. Li Hu and the others likely wouldn't survive that long. What to do? What to do? Chen Ping paced frantically, his mind racing, yet after much contemplation, no solution emerged. Even entering the city seemed a far-off dream. After sitting idly for a moment, a sudden thought flashed through Chen Ping's mind. After Li Hu and the others were captured, they would likely be sent to the beast-fighting arena. He too could be apprehended and sent there, but as long as they were together, everything would be much easier. At the very least, he could ascertain their safety. With this in mind, he hurriedly discerned the direction along the main road of Fenglei Town, making his way deeper into the area. The guards on the city wall had already recognized him and would undoubtedly not fall for any tricks. He planned to find someone on the way, to create an opening that would allow them to capture him. After traveling approximately 30 miles, Chen Ping paused on the ancient path and sat on a wooden stump, quietly awaiting the arrival of passers-by. However, this was a remote border town, and the foot traffic was sparse. He waited until dusk without catching sight of a single soul. Fortunately, he still had some beef and erguotu in his spatial ring, which he managed to eat a bit of to stave off hunger. Just as he thought no one would come by today, a few dark shapes suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Those were cultivators flying through the air, heading in his direction. Joy surged through Chen Ping as he quickly stood up. The speed of flying cultivators was exceptionally swift, and he needed to prepare in advance. As the dark figures drew within a kilometer of him, a sudden volley of arrows shot out from the dense foliage beneath them. The airborne cultivators were caught off guard and fell like dumplings into the woods. Soon after, the sounds of fierce combat erupted from the forest, accompanied by the crashing of trees being felled. Damn it! Don't mess up my plans! Chen Ping cursed, striding purposefully towards the chaos, and no sooner had he covered 100 meters than he spotted a figure darting out from the woods. The speed of this person was comparable to that of Li Hui from the Xiaopan realm. However, just as this individual had run for over 200 meters, an arrow shot out from the jungle. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow pierced through their back, emerging from their chest, leaving them completely incapacitated. With this grievous injury, the figures stumbled, their gait becoming unsteady. Immediately after, 2 more figures emerged from the woods, one wielding a bow and the other a sword, relentlessly pursuing the injured individual. Damn it! Chen Ping exclaimed in alarm. If these black-clad figures killed that person, wouldn't his plan be in jeopardy? With this thought, he summoned all his strength and charged forward. Fortunately, the pursuers likely wished to capture their target alive and ceased firing arrows, granting Chen Ping a chance to intervene. Stand down, he shouted in a voice that echoed like thunder. Both the fleeing figure and the pursuers were visibly startled. Upon recognizing Chen Ping, their expressions turned grim. The fleeing individual assumed he was an ally of the pursuers, while the pursuers believed he was there to assist their target. As they drew closer, the fleeing figure, in a panic, forced their sword to thrust at Chen Ping's face. Chen Ping was taken aback. He had not expected this person to attack him. In a moment of hesitation, the sword struck him. However, with a sharp crack, the blade shattered into 2 pieces. The escapee's face turned pale, and in a frenzy, they spat out blood, collapsing to the ground. Be careful, Chen Ping exclaimed, quickly reaching out with his left hand to catch the person, only to find himself gripping something soft. To his surprise, it was a woman. In the dim light, he could see her furious eyes, filled with a mix of rage and shame. Are you out of your mind? Chen Ping shot her a glare, gently setting her down on the ground. Just then, the pursuers arrived. Hand over the person to me. I'll spare your life. No fluctuations of spiritual energy. The 2 pursuers were overjoyed, with one of them lunging forward with a sword aimed at Chen Ping, while the other rushed to seize the woman on the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, the figure attacking Chen Ping was sent flying. The other pursuer, taken aback, swiftly swung their sword, intent on killing Chen Ping. However, Chen Ping sidestepped and, in a swift motion, struck the assailant on the head with an open palm. Thud. The man's skull shattered instantly, blood and brain matter spilling onto the ground. The woman, not unconscious, was struck with terror upon witnessing the scene. With no signs of spiritual energy, Chen Ping had effortlessly dispatched her pursuers. How formidable must his physical strength be? The assailant, now terrified, scrambled to his feet and attempted to flee into the sky. In a way, Chen Ping picked up an arrow from the ground, swinging his arm to hurl it. The arrow soared through the air, faster than any drawn bow. Whoosh! With a faint sound of slicing air, the arrow struck the man, though his aim was poor. Instead of hitting the intended target, it lodged itself in the man's backside. Ah! The man let out a wretched cry, yanking out the arrow and clutching his rear as he fled in a panic. Chen Ping quickly grabbed another arrow and threw it again, but unfortunately, the man was already too swift, and the arrow only pierced through his clothing, failing to hit flesh. Within moments, he vanished into the woods. Consider yourself lucky. Dusting off his hands, Chen Ping turned to the woman on the ground. She was in a state of distress, gravely injured and weaker than an ordinary person. If Chen Ping had any ill intentions toward her, she had no means to resist. Please spare me, if it's money you want. I can give you that. If you wish to be an official, I can arrange that too. Just spare me, and I will grant you whatever you desire. The woman's face was filled with urgency, and even in the dim light, her panic was palpable. Chen Ping was left speechless. Are you out of your mind? The woman was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. I saved you. You know? Why does it seem like I'm the one robbing you? Just moments ago, she had attempted to stab him, and this was how the people of the Shanglin Empire treated their saviors. If even a bodhisattva would be angered, what could be said of Chen Ping? A mere mortal with a temper? Upon hearing his complaints, the woman realized her misunderstanding and instantly filled with remorse. I apologize. It was all so sudden. Chen Ping waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. I am a man of honor. Where do you wish to go? I shall escort you. The woman eagerly replied, not far ahead lies Fenglei Town. Just take me there. Fenglei Town? Chen Ping raised an eyebrow, recalling the situation with Li Hu and the others. The woman's attire was exquisite, indicating she was a cultivator, and from her earlier words, it was clear she held some authority. Seeing him silent, the woman felt a pang of anxiety and feigned calmness. What's wrong? Chen Ping shook his head. Nothing, just curious about your identity and why those people were after you. The woman's heart raced, realizing Chen Ping was probing for her worth. She understood that her predicament was not yet resolved, and why identity is not convenient to disclose. But I assure you, I can fulfill any request you have. As for those pursuing me, they are from rival factions. The woman was quite astute. Her response was carefully calculated. If she claimed a common identity, she feared Chen Ping might think she had no value and could potentially turn against her. Thus, she needed to convey that her status was significant. Who would have thought that upon hearing her words, Chen Ping's eyes lit up? So, your status is quite high, and you can wield influence in Fenglei Town? Naturally, the woman believed her words had struck a chord, smiling as she added, even the town mayor would show me respect upon seeing me. Excellent. Chen Ping's excitement nearly caused him to burst into applause. What a fortunate encounter! I never expected to save a person of such stature. The woman furrowed her brow, feeling that his behavior was somewhat peculiar. What's wrong? She asked, a hint of unease creeping in. Nothing. Chen Ping smiled at her. The people of Fenglei Town captured some of my friends. Given your high status, it should be no trouble to negotiate for their release, right? In an instant, the woman's face drained of color. She had been reduced to a bargaining chip. Yet the silver lining was that she would have the chance to meet someone from Fenglei Town. As long as she could meet them, there was hope for her survival. She could only pray that her friends were still alive. Otherwise, she would be in deep trouble. Let us go. Chen Ping extended his hand, intending to help the woman up. However, she waved him off, declining his assistance. Summoning all her strength, she painfully stood upright, casting a glance back at the direction of the woods, a flicker of sorrow in her eyes, before limping toward Fenglei Town. On the way, the woman intentionally probed Chen Ping for information. What is your name? And you? Chen Ping replied curtly. Chao Yu, from your tone, it seems you're not one of us from the Shanglin Empire? Correct. I am from Huaxia. Why were your friends captured? It's all the fault of the people from Fenglei Town. My friends and I were merely trying to enter Fenglei Town after coming from the Dazhou dynasty when they seized my friends. Rest assured, once I return, I will immediately see to it that your friends are released. Let us hope so. The two conversed intermittently, yet the woman, severely injured and unable to move freely, was making painfully slow progress. Her urgency to return to Fenglei Town only exacerbated her physical exhaustion. After traversing less than 3 miles, she suddenly rolled her eyes back and fainted. Hey, don't you dare die on me. Chen Ping exclaimed in panic. If she were to perish, his plans would surely unravel. Fortunately, she had merely lost consciousness. Resigned, Chen Ping hoisted her onto his shoulder and hastily made his way towards Fenglei Town. Given his remarkable speed, he soon found himself at the town's gates. Though night had fallen, the gates remained open, guarded by vigilant soldiers. Upon his arrival, the guards immediately brandished their weapons, demanding, "Halt! Who goes there?" Chen Ping scanned the area but did not spot the individuals who had abducted Li Hu and the others. I have rescued a woman named Chao Yu. According to her, your town's magistrate must pay her homage. Quickly, inform your magistrate. Upon hearing this, the guard's expression shifted dramatically. Is the woman you speak of the one on your shoulder? Indeed, Chen Ping affirmed, supporting her lower back with one hand and her waist with the other, gently laying her down to reveal her face. In the dim glow of the flickering flames, the guards craned their necks for a closer look. Their expressions turning to shock. It is truly Her Highness the Princess. Chapter 75. Entering the city, the guards were instantly alarmed, rushing forward to reclaim the woman. Chen Ping raised an eyebrow and effortlessly leaped backward, evading them. This act incited the soldiers' fury. Bold one, what do you intend? Quickly return the princess to us, or you shall suffer the wrath of the royal family. A faint smile graced Chen Ping's lips. I have several friends detained by you. I demand to see them, impudent. How dare you bargain? One of the guards shouted angrily, charging at him with a weapon raised. Chen Ping's eyelids drooped as he kicked out. With a resounding bang, the soldier was sent flying, spewing blood. Foolhardy. The remaining guards glared at him, brandishing their weapons as they charged. Chen Ping maintained his composure, showing no signs of hesitation. Most of these soldiers were mere mortal warriors. Not even cultivators. The only commanding officer was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Within less than half a minute, they all lay defeated upon the ground, wailing in agony. Can we converse now? Chen Ping inquired, his tone unruffled. You are committing treason. This is an act of rebellion. You shall pay dearly for your actions. Even as they lay on the ground, the guards continued to hurl insults at him, their eyes blazing with fury, as though they wished to consume him alive. Chen Ping's eyes narrowed, a surge of malevolence igniting within him. Very well. Picking up a long knife from the ground, he weighed it in his hand. It was a mere pound in weight, but sufficient for his needs. Approaching the nearest soldier, he raised his hand and struck down. With a thud, a head rolled free, blood gushing forth from the severed neck. One. His voice was calm, as if announcing the count to them and reminding himself. Point two. He moved to the next soldier. How dare you? Before he could finish, Chen Ping's blade had already descended. Thud. Another head fell, blood splattering the ground. Point three. His gaze shifted to the next target. Now, the guards were in disarray, suddenly realizing that this man was far from ordinary. Stop. Thud. Blood sprayed as Chen Ping showed no hesitation. Point four. You still have time to relent. Gulp. One guard stammered. We are soldiers of the Shanglin Empire. This is treachery. Thud. More blood splattered, staining the earth. Please, spare me. Thud. I have a family. Thud. I am merely a laborer. Thud. Chen Ping did not heed their pleas, as he methodically executed them, showing no mercy. Whether they were poor or merely working for a living, no justification warranted such insolence towards him. This job may not have been their choice, but their attitude was theirs to determine. In less than 3 minutes, he had severed the heads of all the guards. Blood pooled like a river, and as the early spring breeze swept through, it carried an acrid scent in your next life. Strive to be a good person. Tossing aside the long knife, Chen Ping strode into the city, unimpeded by any further obstacles. Fenglai Town, a remote settlement, had long been free from conflict, resulting in a sparse military presence. Yet, Qian Ping was puzzled by the sudden appearance of those who had abducted Li Hu during the day. Why had they crossed paths with him? Despite the darkness, the shops lining the streets were bustling with trade, and vendors called out to potential customers, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon entering the town, many gazed curiously at him, for who would carry a woman at this hour? However, their curiosity did not translate into inquiries, as it was not uncommon for such scenes to occur, especially with the presence of powerful young scions who often oppressed the innocent. Qian Ping navigated through the marketplace, searching for a medical facility. Chao Shui was injured, and if not treated promptly, her life could be at stake. After a short while, he indeed found a clinic. The attending physician, initially dozing, lifted his gaze upon hearing footsteps. "Excuse me. Please set her down." The doctor immediately noticed Chao Shui's injuries. Following his guidance, Qian Ping laid her on a bed, and the doctor began tending to her wounds in no time. The external injuries were treated, and after administering some medicine, the doctor wiped the sweat from his brow. Was she attacked by robbers? This penetrating wound is particularly grave. Judging by the condition, it seems she has suffered for some time. It is a miracle she has survived until now. Indeed, Qian Ping nodded, leaving behind some silver coins, intending to carry Chao Shui away. However, he had not eaten all day, and his stomach growled with hunger. "Guest, please wait." The doctor hastily intervened. Doing so will only exacerbate her injuries. Qian Ping frowned. He could not leave her behind, for should she escape, how would he negotiate for Li Hu and the others? Sensing Qian Ping's dilemma, the doctor smiled reassuringly. "If you have matters to attend to, feel free to do so. The injured may rest here under my care." Glancing at the doctor and seeing sincerity in his words, Qian Ping nodded. "Very well, thank you, doctor. She is a wanted figure by the court, so please ensure her safety. I will return shortly." "Rest assured, guest," the doctor replied, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise as he earnestly nodded. Leaving the clinic, Qian Ping hurried to the nearest tavern, ordering a feast of meats to store in his spatial ring, while also consuming some food himself. After satisfying his hunger, he packed additional meals and returned to the clinic. Upon his return, the doctor visibly relaxed, this time. Chao Shui's complexion had improved significantly, though she remained unconscious. Qian Ping surmised that her fever was likely causing her to faint, compounded by internal injuries that would require time to heal. Thankfully, her life was spared. Given her current condition, travel was out of the question. Qian Ping had no choice but to consult the doctor, securing a room for temporary lodging. Before he knew it, dawn broke on the following day. As the first light of day crept in, chaos erupted in Fenglai Town. The bodies of the guards were discovered outside the city, their deaths gruesome. The town lord dispatched a large contingent of soldiers, imposing martial law across the town and initiating searches of inns for suspicious outsiders. Instantly, Fenglai Town was thrown into turmoil.